Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 39, Any Civil Engineering. The moment the announcement refreshed, the entire ruin base fell into absolute silence. Only the whimpering of the wind through the jungle and the distant screech of some unknown mutated creature could be heard. And then... holy shit! A wave of sound nearly took the dilapidated roof off. Every single player, whether crouching, standing, or leaning against a wall, jumped to their feet. Their eyes were wide, looking like Hive lower city dregs witnessing a free nutrient-paced distribution. The regional channel was instantly drowned in a flood of information. Soul of Cadia, a chapter. A chapter system. I'm founding a chapter. The name will be Cadia's Last Real Men. Any brothers joining me? Did the white scars speed today? Physical augmentations. Neural interfaces. I'm getting cybernetics. I'm going to be a Cybertronian. Wait, a tech priest, that doesn't sound right either. Anyway, I'm getting stronger. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter. Psychic awakening. 1,000 coins. I'm scraping together everything I have to try it. What if I have S-tier talent? From now on, I'll be a living, walking psychic artillery platform. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, the new shop categories are extremely valuable. Xeno-style technology. Though risks are noted, their design philosophy differs vastly from Imperial standard templates and could provide tactical asymmetrical advantages. The unknown tech tree is high risk, but potential returns are immeasurable. I advise chapters to concentrate resources and invest cautiously. Want a crown of serenity but can't afford it. I only care about, why is this stuff so fucking expensive? My entire net worth is 928 coins. Just enough for basic enhancement type 1 and 2. The shop is tempting me. Solar power armor. Rail rifles. I can see them, but I can't buy them. Slaanesh chosen reserve, vessel resculpting. Appearance adjustment. Finally, I don't have to bear this miserable face given by the system. I'm adjusting to peerless beauty. Even in the Warhammer universe, beauty is a type of power. Schrodinger's loyalist, right now, I want to found a chapter, save money to awaken psychic powers, and buy a new gun. I've got choice paralysis. I want them all. Emperor's taxes must be paid even if the world ends. If we consider chapters, buying gear, and base construction, brothers, we have imperial coin inflation. We need to quickly find a new way to make coins. The players were boiling over. The new features and items were like presenting a treasure trove filled with advanced toys, weapons, superpower manuals, and chapter-building handbooks to a group of children who had just learned to walk. Even if most of them couldn't afford it right now, the difference between it existing and not existing was fundamental. Hope had materialized like never before. Zeke looked at the insanely fast-scrolling channel, then at the flushed, excited faces of his companions around him, and felt his own heart pounding wildly. But he quickly forced himself to calm down. He was, eternally loyal to the Emperor, the default leader of this loose group. He had to look further ahead. Everyone quiet down. Listen to me, he spoke in the regional channel. The scrolling speed slowed slightly. Updates are a good thing. But don't let them go to your head. Take things one step at a time, eat one bite at a time, Zeke spoke quickly. The system made it clear, everything requires Imperial coins. Where are we right now? In a godforsaken abandoned base. That bit of money in your pockets was earned by risking our lives in the industrial zone. If we just sit around and spend, it'll be gone in a few days. Therefore, current priority 1 is not discussing what enhancement modifications to buy or what psychic powers to awaken. He raised his volume, it's making this piece of shit base of ours livable first. Turning it into a place that can be defended, that can develop, serving as our first foothold to gain a standing on Aurelian 4. He pointed around them, look. The buildings have collapsed. There are no perimeter walls. The watchtower is crooked. If a mutated beast or a wandering orc boy, though we don't know for sure if this planet has orcs, shows up tonight, we'll all be seeing each other again at the respawn point. Brothers. Zeke's gaze swept across everyone. This is our first base. It certainly won't be our last. But the first step must be taken wisely. Are there any who did civil engineering? Anyone who did home renovation counts, too. Anyone who played Cities, Skylines or Dyson Sphere program also counts. Step forward. A commotion stirred in the crowd. Several dozen players stepped forward hesitantly. Their IDs were varied, bricklaying on site for 10 years, Design Institute Blueprint Dog, I reckon this wall can be built, Dyson Sphere Chief Planner. Good. It's you guys. And the previous tech team members will cooperate. Zeke waved his hand. I'm granting you the highest temporary permissions. Take everyone, survey the terrain, assess the ruined structures, and come up with a Phase 1 base renovation plan. Requirements aren't high: shelter from wind and rain, basic defensive functions, divide into living, storage, and workshop areas, and clear a perimeter for security. Everyone else, follow the orders of the tech team and civil engineering team. Moving bricks, clearing rubble, collecting usable materials. Right now, we have the people and the muscle, we just lack a plan. Move out. Let's build our home first. Zeke's command was simple, crude, and effective. The players' attention, which had been scattered by the excitement of the system update, was rapidly pulled back to the reality of this dilapidated base. The civil engineering team and the tech team, led by fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, rapidly merged and began their busy work. Bricklaying on site for 10 years, took a few people, holding crude survey tools newly redeemed from the shop, and began surveying the foundations and remaining structures. Design Institute Blueprint Dog picked up a relatively smooth metal plate and began sketching a rough draft with a pen redeemed from the shop. I reckon this wall can be built, had already taken a group of people to begin clearing the largest collapsed prefabricated panel building, sorting the usable metal beams and panels into piles. Dyson Sphere Chief Planner stood on a slightly higher dirt slope, pointing into the distance, talking continuously to the people beside him. Looking at long-term planning, we should use the base as the core and gradually radiate outward. Using the strategy of surrounding the hive cities from the wilderness, we establish resource collection points, watchtowers, and defensive nodes. Of course, the prerequisite is solving the immediate toilet and cafeteria issues. Other players went into the surrounding jungle to chop down trees that were still reasonably hard, some hauled rocks, and others tried to dig through the rubble for parts that might still be usable or left over from the old era. The entire base instantly transformed into a large, bustling construction site. Although the tools were crude, the professional talent limited, and the players' architectural knowledge varied. Quantity had a quality all its own. Their enthusiasm was high, and they couldn't stand the thought of not building. Over there. Yes. Straighten that beam. Be careful. That wall foundation looks loose. Who's going to get some water? Mix it with mud. No, I mean mixed adhesive. Adhesive, my ass. The shop price is way too high. Find some vines and tie it secure first. Zeke, Tax Bro, and Schrodinger Bro weren't idle either. They took a small team and began patrolling the base perimeter, marking out a warning zone, and setting up simple early warning devices. Zeke, look, Schrodinger Bro pointed toward the distant gray-green jungle. The ecology of this place is very bizarre. The plants look half dead, but some are aggressive. Just now, a player got entangled by a thorny vine, it took a lot of effort to get him loose. And mutated creatures, Tax Bro added. We heard some noises, but they didn't get close. They didn't feel like normal wild beasts. Normal, Zeke nodded. In the Warhammer world, especially on this kind of frontier wasteland, it wouldn't be normal without weird things. Tell everyone not to go too far from the base while working. Guarantee at least 5 people per group, and at least redeem a weapon. He paused, looking back at the busy scene in the center of the base, a smile appearing on his face. Still, this is pretty good. Yeah, Schrodinger Bro smiled too. Feels much better than mining and getting whipped in the industrial zone. Although it's still work, this time, we're working for our own home. Chapter 40, Chapter Concept, Crimson Dawn. Tax Bro grinned. But just doing this isn't a long-term solution. We need to figure out how to get Imperial coins. At the mention of Imperial coins, the 3 of them fell silent for a moment. The excitement brought by the system update had passed, and the pressure of reality hit them straight in the face. Base construction required resources. They either had to scavenge for them in the wasteland, or buy them with Imperial coins. Personal enhancement required Imperial coins. Chapter development required Imperial coins. Even a fucking facelift required Imperial coins. Increase revenue and cut expenditure, Zeke said slowly. Cutting expenditure means spending carefully. Don't waste money unnecessarily. We'll pool our funds to centrally purchase basic survival supplies and required machinery. Increasing revenue. He looked out at the wasteland, his eyes flashing. Once the base has taken a basic shape, we have to organize exploration teams. The surrounding towns, settlements, and this wasteland itself. Anything of value can be exchanged for Imperial coins. There might be mineral veins in the wasteland, or ruins, or valuable local specialties. And while we're at it, he lowered his voice, we gather intel. The current situation on Aurelian 4, the aftermath in the industrial zone, the movements of the 4 great factions and the planetary governor. We can't be blind and deaf. Tax Bro and Schrodinger Bro both nodded heavily. Just then, a shout from, bricklaying on site for 10 years, came through the regional channel. Zeke! Everyone! The preliminary plan is out. Everyone come take a look. The players temporarily put down their work and gathered in front of the largest prefabricated panel building, which was currently being cleared. Design Institute Blueprint Dog had already drawn on a slightly cleaned section of the wall using a pen. Look here, everyone. This is the Phase 1 renovation plan for our base. Core philosophy: make do with what we have, quickly establish basic functions. 1. Residential area, based on the ruins of this largest prefab building. We'll reinforce and repair it. We'll use partitions inside to divide it into large communal sleeping areas. It needs to hold at least 5,000 people for temporary lodging. The two smaller buildings next to it, one will serve as a command post and warehouse, the other as a workshop and medical station. 2. Defensive facilities: we can't build a full perimeter wall right now. But we can use cleared rubble, metal scrap, and chopped wood to pile up a barrier belt along the perimeter. 1.8 to 2.5 meters high. It just needs to stop wild beasts and stray stragglers. We'll build simple watchtowers at the four corners. We'll use materials from the existing crooked watchtower to repair one, and build the other three out of wood. 3. Functional areas: here, we clear a space for an open-air assembly and training ground. Here, we dig a few deep pits for temporary latrines. This must be far away from the water source and residential area. Water is a major issue. We need to organize manpower to find a stable water source nearby, or see if the system shop sells water recycling units, though they'll definitely be expensive. 4. Material requirements: we need more metal plates, wood, rope, tools. Most of it can be scavenged from the ruins and the surrounding jungle, but some critical connectors and reinforcements might need to be bought from the shop or traded at nearby human settlements. The plan was crude, but for a group of players who had just escaped slavery and only had basic tools, it was quite impressive. Agreed. Let's do it. It's better than sleeping under the open sky. The players voiced their agreement. Good. Zeke finalized it. We go with this plan. Civil engineering team and tech team will take the lead, everyone else cooperate. Prioritize completing the residential area reinforcements and the perimeter barrier belt. Before we log off today, we need a place to lie down and sleep. Aho. The players let out a roar full of motivation. Construction resumed, and it was much more organized. Watching all of this, Zeke felt deeply moved. This was what players were. This was the fourth scourge. Give them an objective, even if that objective was moving bricks and building a house, and they would erupt with astonishing enthusiasm and creativity. Because they knew they were moving these bricks for themselves, they were building this house for themselves. More importantly, they saw a path forward. The system update was like a game manual, telling them how to play this Warhammer MMO. Get stronger, form groups, climb the tech tree, build infrastructure, and eventually, maybe they really could pilot mechas through the sea of stars. Hope was the most powerful driving force. By the way, Zeke suddenly remembered something and spoke in the regional channel. Regarding the chapter, what does everyone think? Should we form one massive chapter, or split into several smaller ones? The channel instantly grew lively again. Soul of Cadia, one massive chapter, of course. Let's call it the Aurelian Liberation Front. Or the Emperor's Aegis. We stand united. Taukuan, you're right, but the Bolter is righter. I think we can split into specialized chapters. Like a combat assault chapter, a tech logistics chapter, an exploration recon chapter, each with its own duties. Slaanesh Chosen Reserve, I propose founding the Art and Aesthetics Research Society. Okay, pretend I didn't say that. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, from an efficiency standpoint, a single large chapter facilitates centralized resources and unified command. But considering future personnel expansion and mission diversity, establishing subordinate specialized detachments is a logical trend. I recommend founding a main chapter first, and gradually branching out. Emperor's taxes must be paid even if the world ends. How do we calculate chapter dues? Do members have to pay taxes? I mean, hand over a certain percentage of imperial coins as chapter funds. After a long discussion, a preliminary consensus was reached. 1. Found a main chapter first. The name proposed by Zeke was Crimson Dawn, meaning to bring a glimmer of Crimson Dawn's hope to the Dark Aurelian 4, and even to the entire grimdark Warhammer universe. It received majority approval. 2. For the emblem, we use a breaking sunrise, illuminating the dark earth. 3. We won't surrender to chaos, and we won't lick the boots of imperial nobles. We'll rely on ourselves to carve a bloody path through this dark galaxy and shine a light of dawn. 4. The main chapter would have different squads or divisions beneath it. Alternatively, the few major players who possessed the funds to found a chapter could establish subchapters. 5. Chapter funds would be raised through voluntary donations and future loot commissions, used to purchase public equipment, build base facilities, and subsidize resurrection fees for fallen brothers. 6. Zeke would temporarily serve as the chapter master. The embryonic concepts for the chapter slowly took shape in the intervals between moving bricks. The setting sun looked exceptionally sallow through the pollution clouds, but by this time, the base had taken a rudimentary form. The largest prefab building had been barely reinforced. The roof was patched with whatever materials could be found. Though it was drafty, it could at least block most of the rain. The interior was simply partitioned with boards. Though crowded, it looked like a dormitory. The perimeter barrier belt was mostly piled up. Though it looked crooked, it had indeed formed a low wall. One watchtower was repaired, and the frames for the other 2 wooden watchtowers were erected. The open-air training ground was cleared, though it was still full of potholes. The temporary latrines were dug, though the smell had already begun to spread. The players were exhausted to the point of stumbling, but most wore smiles of accomplishment. Sitting in the cleared open space, they ate the synthetic nutrient paste and purified water purchased collectively from the shop. The taste was still touching, but their mood was entirely different. "This is food we earned ourselves," one player muttered. "And this is a house we built ourselves." Zeke stood on the repaired watchtower, looking down at the scattered campfires slowly lighting up, and at those exhausted yet excited faces. He sent a message in the regional channel. "Brothers, today, we took our first step. From miners, we became pioneers. From slaves, we became temporarily free warriors. The road ahead is long, and we are surrounded by powerful enemies. Chaos glares at us like a tiger. The 4 great factions each harbor their own sinister motives, and who knows when the imperial bureaucrats will notice our group of undocumented ghosts. But we have everyone standing by each other. We have this beginning. We have hope. Remember what we said in the industrial zone, let's give this dogshit universe a little bit of shock and awe. Now, it starts with building our own home. For the arrival of dawn in the darkness. For imperial coins. And for the day, when we can truly master our own destinies." Zeke opened the enhancement menu and clicked on Basic Physique Enhancement, Type 1. Chapter 41, Performing the First Augmentation. Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 450 Power Stones. Zeke stared at the icon for Basic Physique Enhancement, Type 1, in his vision, his breathing growing slightly heavier. Below the icon was a concise description. Price, 100 Imperial Coins. Effect, slightly increases bone density, muscle efficiency, and maximum stamina. Adaptation period, 24 to 48 standard hours. Augmentation duration, approximate, 1 standard hour. Warning, the vessel must remain in an absolutely safe environment during the augmentation process. External interference may lead to augmentation failure, tissue necrosis, or unpredictable mutation. 100 coins. For players who had just experienced the looting frenzy in the industrial zone, this was no longer the astronomical figure it had been when they first entered the game. Anyone could afford it. Zeke currently had 4,987 Imperial coins in his pocket. This was the result of his desperate, frantic recycling run in the East Sector warehouse during their final wave. He had spent some of it during the day buying tools. 100 coins. Zeke calculated in his mind. I actually have enough to buy all the basic physique enhancements from Type 1 to 3. Type 2 enhancement cost 500 coins, providing metabolic optimization and neurological enhancement, but the prerequisite was that Type 1 completion had to reach 30% or higher. The system didn't specify how this completion rate was calculated, but knowing the nature of the Warhammer world, it probably required either grinding it out over time or tempering it through real combat. I'll start with Type 1 to test the waters, Zeke decided. This decision wasn't impulsive. The base was just established. Outside lay an eerie jungle, and the 4 great factions controlled this chaotic planet. Power was the hard currency at all times. More importantly, he needed to forge a path for the other players. As the provisional head of the Crimson Dawn chapter, he couldn't just order others to move bricks while hiding in the back himself. The Warhammer universe respected power, and it respected examples. Cogboy. Tax Bro. Schrodinger Bro. Zeke climbed down from the watchtower and found the 3 of them studying a metal plate with a blurry cog emblem dug out from the ruins. I'm going to get an augmentation. The system says it takes an hour of absolute safety. Can you guys watch my back? Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus looked up. The augmentation process requires observation and recording. This is an excellent opportunity to gather data on the system's modification mechanics. Sure. Tax Bro slapped his thigh. Perfect time to see if this 100 coins is worth it. If the effects are badass, I'm getting one too. Schrodinger Bro nodded. Safety first. Let's go to the dormitory area. It's relatively enclosed. The four of them walked toward the newly reinforced prefabricated building. Calling it a dormitory was a stretch. It was really just one massive room partitioned with scrap metal plates and wood into barely human-sized cubicles, the floors lined with hay and cloth redeemed from the shop. The conditions were crude enough to make any imperial noble scoff, but for players who had just slept collectively on the concrete floors of the industrial zone, this was paradise. Zeke found a spot deep inside and lay down on a makeshift bed tied together with wooden boards and vines. He took a deep breath, pulled up his personal panel, navigated to Augmentation, and tapped Basic Physique Enhancement, Type 1, once more. Confirm Basic Physique Enhancement, Type 1, Modification. This modification will consume 100 Imperial coins. Please remain stationary during the modification process. Any severe external interference may lead to unpredictable consequences. Estimated duration, 58 to 62 standard minutes. Confirm, Zeke willed. His account balance instantly dropped from 4,987 to 4,887. Immediately after, he felt his body grow heavy. It wasn't a physical heaviness, but a sense of being locked in place. It was as if countless invisible threads hung from the void, pinning him to the wooden bed. Here it comes, Zeke said in a low voice. The next second, a countdown appeared in the corner of his vision, 59:58, 59:57. Then, an anomaly occurred. The air above his bed began to warp. It wasn't the blasphemous writhing of a warp rift, but a ripple carrying the beauty of precision machinery. In the center of the ripple, a speck of silver light appeared and rapidly expanded into a circular portal about half a meter in diameter. The interior of the portal wasn't darkness or starlight. It was a constantly shifting phantom image composed of countless tiny gears, piston drive rods, and energy conduits, like the interior of some hypercomplex machine. By the Omnisia. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, his eyes focused, staring at the sight before him that completely defied any Mechanicus technology he knew of. From the portal, 3 mechanical arms extended. They were not the clumsy bionic arms forged by human artisans, but precision creations gleaming with a cold metallic luster. The joints were spherical universal joints, and the tips were tool heads that could transform as needed. Currently, they were equipped with a syringe loaded with an amber liquid, a probe tipped with a high-speed rotating microdrill, and a mechanical hand whose terminus split into multiple slender operating tentacles. What the? Taxbro held it in for a long time before finally uttering, "These special effects are flashier than the servitors in a Mechanicus temple." Schrödinger bro didn't speak, but his eyes were fixed on the movements of the mechanical arms. The first mechanical arm's syringe slowly descended, the needle gleaming coldly in the dim light. Zeke could clearly see countless microscopic, seemingly living metallic particles suspended in the amber liquid inside the tube. Here comes the prick. He instinctively tried to tense his muscles. But his body was already immobilized by some kind of force field, he couldn't even twitch a finger. The needle pierced precisely into the side of his neck. A sharp sting, followed instantly by a cold fluid rushing into his veins. Anesthetic injected. Vessel consciousness remains awake, pain feedback reduced to 5%. Muscle relaxant active. The system prompts flashed through his consciousness. Zeke felt his body completely go limp. Yet his mind was exceptionally clear. He could even feel the amber liquid flowing through his blood vessels to his entire body. Wherever it passed, his cells seemed to quiver slightly. The second mechanical arm's microbone drill powered up. The high-speed rotating drill emitted a faint hum as it slowly approached Zeke's right humerus. Holy shit. It's going to drill into his bones. Taxbro nearly jumped. It should be a localized puncture, to facilitate the direct injection of enhancement nanite swarms or genetic catalysts. Cogboy analyzed quickly, his voice carrying the excitement of a mad scientist. The efficiency is far higher than traditional blood circulation dispersion, but this technology, orthodox Mechanicus modification surgeries aren't this. Before he could finish, the bone drill touched the skin. The drill didn't pierce skin and flesh as expected. The moment it made contact with the skin, a faint ring of blue light glowed at the tip of the drill. Under the illumination of that blue light, Zeke's skin actually became translucent. The outlines of his muscles, blood vessels, and bones were clearly visible. The bone drill passed right through the skin and muscle tissue without causing any wounds, pressing directly against the surface of the humerus. Phase penetration technology. Cogboy was shocked. This is cutting-edge technology used by certain factions of the Eldari. The Imperium of Men doesn't even have this. This system of ours is a bit overpowered. The bone drill began its work. But it wasn't drilling into the bone, it was engraving rings of extremely complex, microscopically indiscernible geometric patterns onto the bone's surface. With every engraved line, trace amounts of silver-glinting nanoparticles seeped from the tip of the drill and infiltrated the bone's microstructure. The third mechanical arm deployed its tentacles simultaneously. Like living metal snakes, they slithered toward other parts of Zeke's body, his spine, ribs, pelvis, femurs. The ends of the tentacles weren't drills, but even finer probes and injection nozzles. Using the same phase penetration method, they entered his body, performing micro-level engraving and infusion at critical nodes across his skeleton. The entire process was exceptionally bizarre. There was only the faint friction of the mechanical arm joints rotating, and the almost inaudible high-frequency vibration of the bone drill etching. Lying there, Zeke felt like a piece of precision instrumentation being serviced by a master craftsman. He could feel those nanoparticles depositing and restructuring within his bones, making the original calcium structures denser and tougher. He could feel his muscle fibers being scanned and stimulated by a gentle energy field, the alignment of the fiber bundles being micro-adjusted, and the number of mitochondria seemingly slowly increasing. He could even feel the hematopoietic function of his bone marrow being slightly stimulated by a catalyst, slightly enhancing his blood's oxygen-carrying capacity. This wasn't brute force genetic tampering, at least, not as crude as the chaos mutations or extreme mechanicus augmentations in the Warhammer universe. It felt more like optimization. The system was utilizing the vessel's own biological foundation, along with the special compounds in the anesthetic, to perform the most economical and safe enhancement. No wonder it takes an hour. Zeke muttered in his mind. This is some meticulous craftsmanship. Next goal equals 600 power stones. Chapter 42, I reckon I can fight 10 of them. Time ticked by minute. The mechanical arms worked methodically, occasionally swapping tool heads from within the portal. Sometimes it was a nozzle spraying atomized catalysts, sometimes an emitter releasing specific frequency energy waves, and sometimes a pipette extracting microscopic tissue samples. Cogboy had already pulled out a crude datapad redeemed from the shop for 50 coins, essentially an electronic notepad with scanning and recording functions, and was recording every single detail. Tax Bro and Schrodinger Bro went from initial shock to numbness, and finally, they started yawning. This is more boring than watching a servitor get oiled. Tax Bro muttered softly. But it's very effective, Schrodinger Bro said, staring at Zeke's bare arm. During the mechanical arm's work, silver light would occasionally flow beneath the skin of his arm, and his muscle definition seemed to actually become slightly firmer. At the 58-minute mark, the mechanical arms stopped working simultaneously. They slowly retracted, the tool heads withdrawing into the arms, and all three retreated neatly back into the gear-filled portal. The portal began to contract, the complex mechanical phantoms inside gradually fading. In the final moment, Zeke thought he saw an extremely blurry logo made of light flash deep within the portal. The shape of the logo looked like an abstract brain surrounded by a cog. The portal completely disappeared. The countdown reached 0, midnight. Basic physique enhancement, Type 1, modification complete. Vessel bone density increased by approximate 12%, muscle efficiency increased by approximate 15%, basic maximum stamina increased by approximate 8%. Mild metabolic acceleration activated, wound healing speed estimated to increase by 5%. Adaptation period begun. It is recommended to avoid extreme weight-bearing or high-intensity combat for 24 standard hours to allow the body to fully integrate the enhancement effects. Current Type 1 enhancement completion, 1%, will naturally increase as the adaptation period progresses and through vessel activity. The force field immobilizing his body vanished. The numbness from the injection site on his neck also rapidly faded. Zeke tried moving his fingers. He could move. He slowly sat up on the bed. His first sensation was lightness. Not that his body weight had decreased, but it felt as if some invisible burden had been lifted from his body. Every movement was smoother, more effortless. Although Zeke had long since realized the realism of this game, this physical enhancement, this most visceral sensation of gaining power, still left him deeply astonished. He clenched his fist. His knuckles let out a faint crack, but it wasn't the sound of bones, it was his tendons and fascia adapting to the new tension. He could clearly feel the strength radiating from his palm. How does it feel? Tax Bro asked impatiently. Zeke didn't answer directly. He got out of bed, walked over to a pile of building materials in the corner of the dormitory, and bent down to pick up a metal plate that previously required 2 people to lift. The plate felt heavy in his hands, but he could hold it. He took a deep breath, engaged his core, and actually lifted the metal plate over his head. Although his arms were trembling slightly and his face was a bit flushed, he had actually lifted it. TL/N, I guess who wouldn't want to test their strength a little after an enhancement? Even after reading the recommendation. Holy shit. Tax Bro's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That's fucking called a slight increase. System, you call this slight? Zeke set the plate down and panted a few times, a smile appearing on his face. It feels amazing. He rolled his shoulders. Right now, I feel like I could punch a cow to death. Of course, I mean the degraded groks they breed in the hive cities, not a cornate juggernaut. Cogboy leaned in with his datapad. The phase penetration technology, the non-invasive skeletal enhancement, and the energy signature of that portal earlier. This is absolutely not existing Imperial technology. It doesn't even look like known Xenos tech. Zeke shrugged. If the game system gives it, we take it. Anyway, it's better than getting snatched by the Mechanicus and shoved full of augmetics. I don't want to wake up one day and find half my brain replaced by a cogitator array. His words drew a burst of laughter from several other players in the dormitory who had been secretly watching them. Zeke walked to the dormitory door and shouted outside, "Anyone want to test my strength?" Tug of war. 3 players immediately rushed over. They were all fence-sitters who hadn't decided whether to get the enhancement yet. Someone dragged over a tough vine, thick as a wrist, that had been collected earlier while chopping down the jungle. Zeke grabbed one end, and the other 3 players grabbed the other. 3, 2, 1, pull. Both sides exerted force simultaneously. The vine instantly pulled taut. The 3 players gritted their teeth, digging their feet into the ground and hauling backward with all their might. Zeke dropped into a horse stance. The muscles in his arms contracted fully for the first time since the enhancement, his veins bulging slightly. He could feel the force transmitting through the vine. The combined pulling power of 3 adult men. Before the enhancement, he wouldn't have lasted 3 seconds. But now. His heels felt like they were nailed to the ground. His body leaned back slightly, his arms as steady as hydraulic pistons. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. The faces of the 3 opposing players were flushed red. One of them slipped and nearly fell. The vine began to move slowly toward Zeke. Holy shit. We really can't pull him. Zeke is a beast. 100 coins. This 100 coins is fucking worth it. Zeke let go at the right moment. If he kept pulling, the vine might snap, and he already felt a slight soreness in his arm muscles. This was a normal reaction during the adaptation period, he couldn't overdo it. But the results were plain to see. A person who had just completed the Type 1 enhancement had overpowered 3 unenhanced adult men in a test of pure strength. The system didn't lie. Zeke shook out his arms. Although the description says, slight increase, a slight increase by Warhammer universe standards translates to a qualitative leap for vessels that were originally just ordinary humans like us. He looked at the crowd of spectating players. I suggest that anyone with spare cash consider getting the Type 1 first. Whether it's for future exploration, combat, or, well, moving bricks and building houses, it's useful. But remember, the modification takes an hour. It must be absolutely safe. It's best to have someone watch your back. He paused, then added, also, based on how I feel, this enhancement isn't instantaneous. There's an adaptation period. Don't go looking for a fight right after the enhancement. Take it easy first and let your body adapt. Once he finished speaking, the players erupted. What are we waiting for? I'm going right now. I have enough coins. I'm getting one too. Wait for me. Let's go together. We'll watch each other's backs. Fuck, I should have enhanced earlier. If I had this strength back in the industrial zone, I could have stolen a few more chunks of ore. The crowd surged toward the dormitory area like a tidal wave. Soon, the faint silver-white glow of portals lit up one by one inside the cubicles, and mechanical arms extended. The dormitory was filled with a cacophony of voices. What the fuck, this needle in the neck feels so weird. Don't move, don't move. The game system said you can't move. Bro, your expression looks so peaceful, did you die? Zeke, Tax Bro, Schrodinger Bro, and Cogboy retreated outside the dormitory. Watching the bustling scene inside, Tax Bro rubbed his hands together. I'm getting one too. It's just 100 coins. Schrodinger Bro nodded. I'll enhance too. But I want to look at the psychic talent screening first. If my psychic potential is high, maybe taking the psyker route would be more suitable. Cogboy, however, was still frowning at his datapad. The technological origin is too complex. It doesn't align with the logical framework of creating gene-enhanced warriors in the Warhammer universe. But the modification process itself is safe, highly efficient, and harmless. I advise all personnel to complete the basic enhancement as soon as possible. It is the fastest shortcut to increasing the overall survival rate of the chapter. In this dogshit Warhammer universe, power was the prerequisite for survival. Chapter 43, The 5 Crimson Chapters. Zeke stood atop the repaired watchtower, looking down at the gathered crowd. The players had just completed their basic enhancements and were all adapting to their bodily changes. Some were jumping to test their vertical leap, others were arm wrestling. Every single face wore the hyper-excited expression of someone thinking, I just got stronger. Everyone. Zeke's voice echoed over the base. The players quieted down, looking up at him. We've built houses, established a base, and enhanced our bodies, but this is only the beginning. Zeke spread his arms wide, his movements exaggerated. His newly enhanced muscles stretched his jumpsuit taut. In this dogshit Warhammer universe, fighting alone means dying fast. Huddling together is the only way to live long. So today, I announce. He took a deep breath. Under the gaze of everyone present, he pulled up his system panel, navigated to the chapter system, and clicked, found a chapter. Chapter name, Crimson Dawn. Initial level, Skirmisher, level 1. Maximum capacity, 1,000 personnel. Founding cost, 1,000 Imperial coins. Confirm. Confirm. Imperial coins deducted, 1,000. Chapter Crimson Dawn founded successfully. You have been appointed as Chapter Master. Chapter Comms Channel, Chapter Vault, initial 50 slots, Chapter Contribution System, Chapter Mission Module activated. Chapter Basic Command Hierarchy, Chapter Achievement Medals, Chapter Honor Store unlocked. Methods to acquire Chapter EXP and Honor Points, complete system missions, achieve major milestones, participate in and influence regional events. Current Chapter EXP, 0/1000, to reach Skirmisher Level 2. A brand new interface unfolded in Zeke's vision. Concise and practical. Almost simultaneously, a pillar of crimson light shot into the sky from the top of the watchtower. The light wasn't physical, but some sort of visual effect, strikingly prominent in the dim twilight. The light coalesced and transformed 30 meters in the air, ultimately forming an emblem. A crimson sun rising from a dark horizon, its rays piercing the clouds to illuminate a ruined wasteland of steel below. Beneath the emblem, two forceful, resonant characters materialized, Crimson. Crimson Dawn. Zeke shouted, his voice carrying a trace of a tremble. Our chapter is founded today. This is our main chapter. It is our banner. It is the very first fire we are lighting in this dark galaxy. Below him, the players erupted into earth-shattering cheers and discussions. Crimson Dawn. Badass. That emblem is sick. Looks way better than that broken genetic helix of the Aru group. Zeke waited for the cheers to die down slightly before continuing. But Crimson Dawn is the main chapter, and it can only hold 1,000 people. We have 5,000 brothers. What do we do? His gaze swept over the crowd below. Split up. No, we branch out. Under the banner of Crimson Dawn, we will have different branches walking different paths. Some want to be muscular meatheads, some want to be psychic spellcasters, some want to be mechanicus cogboys. Everyone has their own preferences and talents. Therefore, he looked at the familiar figures standing at the front of the crowd. Tax Bro. Schrodinger Bro. Cogboy. White Scar. Following what we discussed earlier, found your chapters now. Emperor's taxes must be paid even if the world ends, grinned widely as he stepped onto the dirt mound next to the watchtower. He had just completed his Type 1 enhancement. His already burly frame was now as massive as a bear's, his jumpsuit sleeves stretched so tight by his muscles they looked ready to burst. Brothers. Tax Bro's voice was gruff. I don't like all those twists and turns. Psychics, machinery, just hearing about it gives me a headache. I only believe in this. He raised a fist the size of a clay pot and slammed it hard against his chest, producing a dull thud. Flesh. Power. Fists. Beat the enemy down, snatch the resources back, and build our base up. That is our way. He pulled up his system panel without hesitation. Chapter name, Tax Bro scratched his head. This naming part was a bit difficult for him. A player nearby shouted, call it the Cornate Chosen Reserve. Fuck off. Tax Bro glared. I am the Emperor's tax. I am a loyal subject of the Emperor. He thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. I got it. Crimson Fists. A/N, wait, no, copyright infringement, let's tweak it. Crimson Strike. Our chapter will be the Fist of the Crimson Dawn. Whoever dares block our path, we'll smash their heads in with one punch. Chapter Crimson Strike founded successfully. Role, melee assault/heavy firepower support. Recruitment preference, prioritizes players who have completed basic physique enhancement, lean toward the physical augmentation route, and prefer head-on combat. An emblem lit up, a metal fist thrusting out from a crimson background. The knuckles were studded with rivets and dented from impact, with glowing energy conduits woven between the fingers. Brutal, brimming with a sense of raw power. Anyone who wants to run with me. Tax Bro waved his massive hand. Sign up now. There's only one requirement, be reckless enough. Don't fear death. Dare to charge right back in after respawning. Our goal, he grinned, revealing a row of stark white teeth, is to max out all the basic enhancements. Then save up money and buy gene seed. I've checked the store. Even though we can't see it yet, there are definitely items related to Astartes modification surgeries. In the future, our Crimson Strike will be composed entirely of Space Marines. Do you have the balls for it? We do. Below, at least 1,500 players responded in unison. They were all the reckless types who played games just to fight people without using their brains. The second was, did the White Scar speed today? My turn, my turn. White Scar practically leaped onto the dirt mound. Having just completed his enhancement, he felt so light his body could fly. If Taxbro wants to be the fist, then I will be. His eyes were resolute. The Crimson Wind. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. We don't play that heavy armor tanking game. We play mobility. We play ambush. We play speed. We ride motorcycles. Well, we don't have motorcycles right now, so we'll practice running first. When we have money later, we'll outfit everyone with jump packs, hover bikes, and high-speed assault vehicles. We are the scalpel of the Crimson Dawn. The fastest blade to pierce the enemy's heart. Chapter, Crimson Wind, founded successfully. Emblem, a streak of crimson light cutting a sharp trajectory through the darkness, ending in a blood-dripping dagger. Recruitment requirements. White Scar spoke rapidly. Fast reflexes. Fast runner. Not afraid of heights. Loves thrills. The enhancement route is similar to Taxbro's, but we focus more on neural reflexes and sensory acuity. When we have money later, we'll spec into the danger precognition, psychic talent. You have to know where to run fast. Our tactical philosophy is one sentence: the enemy advances, we retreat; the enemy retreats, we pursue; the enemy camps, we harass; the enemy tires, we attack. So does anyone wants to run with me? We do. Another 1,000+ people raised their hands. The third was, Schrodinger's loyalist. Schrodinger bro walked onto the dirt mound with unhurried, measured steps, a stark contrast to the previous two. Gentlemen, Schrodinger bro's voice was calm. In the Warhammer universe, psychic power is a curse, but also one of the strongest weapons. The Emperor himself is the most powerful psyker, though he hasn't sat on the Golden Throne yet. My idea is very simple. He pulled up his system panel. Crimson Spirit. Wisdom, knowledge, psychic power, these seemingly intangible things are, in critical moments, more useful than 100 tanks. We won't take the path of brute force. We will take the path of the mind. Chapter, Crimson Spirit, founded successfully. Emblem, an open book with glowing psychic runes floating off its pages, and a faintly glowing brain hovering above it. Recruitment requirements. Schrodinger bro paused. First, patience. Psychic cultivation cannot be rushed. Messing around will get you killed, literally. Second, no fear of the unknown. Psychic powers involve the warp, and we all know what's in there. Third, it is best to have, well, a certain foundation of knowledge. Physics, mathematics, philosophy, occultism, anything goes. I will conduct psychic talent screenings shortly. Those with C-tier potential or higher are welcome to join. Those with lower potential aren't barred from training, and are equally welcome. The goal of our Crimson Spirit, a glint of light flashed in Schrodinger bro's eyes, is to establish the Crimson Dawn's own Psyker Corps. Responsible for reconnaissance, communication, anti-psyker defense, and critical spell support. And, to unravel the mysteries of this universe. After all, knowledge is power. Fewer people raised their hands this time, roughly 700 to 800. The last was, Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus. He walked onto the dirt mound, his synthesized-sounding voice speaking slowly. 4 detachments. Covering melee, mobility, and psychic powers. We are missing a technical logistics direction. I am founding, Crimson Machina. Chapter, Crimson Machina, founded successfully. Emblem, a precision gear assembly with a crossed wrench and welding torch in the center, set against a crimson background. Recruitment requirements. Cogboy was succinct. 1. Interest in at least one of the following: mechanics, electronics, engineering, or programming. Willing to spend Imperial coins purchasing Mechanicus knowledge from the store. 2. Not averse to bodily augmentations. The primary developmental direction of this chapter is the mechanical augmentation route. Starting from basic neural interfaces, gradually aligning toward the Mechanicus Tech Priest doctrine. 3. Patience and steady hands. Modification surgeries and precision repairs both require meticulous operation. 4. Clear logical reasoning. The Omnisia despises chaos. Chapter goals: he raised his right hand, tapping the empty air. Establish the technical logistics network for the Crimson Dawn. Responsible for equipment repair, vehicle modification, base facility construction, and new technology R&D. Short-term, repair and upgrade current base defense systems, manufacture crude weapons and tools. Mid-term, establish workshops, attempt to reverse engineer Xeno-style equipment purchased from the store. Long-term, develop our own hybrid technology tree, merging Imperial, Xenos, and unknown technologies. Furthermore, members of this chapter must undergo regular logical self-diagnostics to prevent mechanical minds from being corrupted by chaos. There is historical precedent for this. Even fewer people raised their hands this time, around 400 to 500. 5 chapters, distinct styles. Crimson Dawn, main chapter led by Zeke. Role, comprehensive command and strategic planning. Recruits the most core players with the best big picture thinking. Capped at 1,000, instantly full. Crimson Strike, branch chapter led by Tax Bro, gathering spot for muscular meatheads. Currently recruited 1,600 personnel, over capacity. Tax Bro scratched his head and said, the extras will be the reserve. Crimson Wind, branch chapter led by White Scar. Speed supremacists. Recruited 1,119 personnel. The extras were also reserves. Crimson Spirit, branch chapter led by Schrodinger Bro, Psyker Spellcaster reserves. Recruited 813 personnel. Crimson Machina, branch chapter led by Cogboy. Home for tech otakus and servitors. Recruited 468 personnel. Exactly 5,000 people. Not one more, not one less. The entire base was rezoned according to the chapters. The brutes of Crimson Strike occupied the east side, using their newly acquired strength to haul the heaviest building materials. The speedsters of Crimson Wind occupied the west side, discussing where to go scavenge tomorrow. The Psyker reserves of Crimson Spirit gathered in the central tent, where Schrodinger Bro was organizing the first batch of psychic talent screenings. Cries of, holy shit, I'm D-tier, and, haha, I'm B-tier, could be heard intermittently. The tech otakus of Crimson Machina burrowed into the prefabricated building serving as their workshop. They began researching the various materials needed to be purchased for the subsequent base expansion, as well as the specialized facilities required for each chapter's quarters. And most importantly, all the foundational knowledge regarding mechanical manufacturing available in the store. Zeke looked at the bustling, fiery scene with a smile on his face. He issued the first official announcement in the main chapter channel. Crimson Dawn chapter announcement. Brothers, the chapters are founded, and our paths are chosen. Next, we have 3 things to do. 1. Complete Phase 1 base construction within 3 days. We must have at least dormitories that block the wind and rain, a cafeteria, latrines, and basic defensive fortifications. 2. Each branch chapter will begin targeted training and preparation based on their developmental direction. Strike trains physique and melee, Wind trains mobility and marksmanship, Spirit studies psychic foundations, Machina handles technical construction. 3. After 3 days, we organize our first large-scale exploration operation. Target, resource nodes, human settlements, and ruins within a 100-kilometer radius of the base. Anywhere we can score Imperial coins. Remember, we are no longer miners. We are warriors, we are pioneers, and we are the Crimson Dawn that is going to show this world what we're made of. Now, dismissed. Get to work. The channel flooded with a neat row of copy that. The setting sun sank completely below the horizon. Night descended on Aurelian, but inside the ruined base, lights burned brightly. Not electric lights, but simple glow rods bought from the shop and homemade torches. And the faint glow of an old model generator, purchased collectively by the Crimson Machina chapter for research purposes. The light pierced the darkness. Though it was faint, it was indeed shining. The Crimson Dawn, this spark of daybreak, was preparing to start a prairie fire. Goal equals 600 power stones. Chapter 44, Crimson Dawn Base, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 600 power stones. 3 days slipped by quietly in the Warhammer universe. But for the Crimson Dawn base, these 72 hours could be written into the 4th Scourge's crash course on infrastructure construction. The morning mist hadn't yet fully dispersed when Zeke climbed to the top of the completely repaired watchtower, which even had a makeshift rain canopy installed, and looked down. His first thought was, is this still the same ruined hellhole from 3 days ago where we had to dig our own latrines? Around the perimeter of the base, a stone wall fully 3.5 meters high and nearly a meter thick encircled the entire area. The stones were quarried from the nearby hills, their surfaces rough, stacked tightly with the gaps filled using cheap adhesive bought from the store. Every 20 meters along the top of the wall was a wooden guard tower, making a total of 8. 2 players stood in each tower, gripping las guns purchased from the store, vigilantly scanning the eerie jungle outside the walls. Inside the walls, the space was clearly divided into 5 sectors. The east sector was the territory of the Crimson Strike chapter. The most prominent feature was the training ground built from logs, taking up an area the size of a football field. At this moment, over 1,000 muscular bros were inside conducting various mind-boggling training routines. Some were doing squats with half-meter-thick tree trunks on their shoulders. Some were whacking each other's enhanced bodies with iron pipes to test impact resistance. There was even a circle of people watching two players in the center engage in wrestling, their muscles bulging as if they were about to explode. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and burning protein. These guys eat nutrient paste like it's rice. Tax Bro's voice came from the side. He had also climbed the watchtower, wearing only a sleeveless work tank top. His exposed arms were thicker than Zeke's thighs, and a faint metallic luster flowed beneath his skin. This was the sign that his Type 2 enhancement had passed 50% completion. Yesterday, some idiot ate 15 tubes of nutrient paste in one day and ended up with indigestion. Squatted in the latrine for 2 hours. Tax Bro grinned. In the end, Cogboy had to pour half a bottle of lubricating machine oil down his throat to get him to shit it out. Zeke's eye twitched. As long as you guys are happy. The West Sector was the headquarters of the Crimson Wind chapter. There were no large buildings here, only rows of low but exceptionally sturdy wooden cabins. Parked in front of the cabins were 15 light transport vehicles. These vehicles had been purchased through a chapter fundraiser. At 8,000 Imperial coins each, their performance rivaled standard Imperial Guard models, though their exterior looked a bit shabby. The hulls were spray-painted with various graffiti. Speed is justice. Deja vu. I reckon this car can fly. White Scar was leading dozens of players in tinkering around one of the vehicles, attempting to attach simple jet thrusters bought from the store. Theoretically, it works. White Scar's voice could be heard from far away. Even though these thrusters were originally meant for single-person hoverboards, if we attach a few more, maybe it can really get the car off the ground for a short time. A player next to him asked weakly, "What about landing?" White Scar waved his hand dismissively. Landing. That's a technical issue for the next phase. For now, we solve whether it can fly. Zeke. Did these guys get their minds broken by the neural reflex and sensory acuity modifications? The Central Sector was the joint headquarters for Crimson Spirit and Crimson Machina, and it was also the most civilized place in the base. A 2-story stone and wood building, reinforced and damp-proofed, served as the public cafeteria and assembly hall. It was now jokingly referred to by the players as the Dawn Hall. Next to the hall were several relatively clean and tidy wooden cabins, hanging signs that read, Psychic Meditation Room, Mechanical Workshop, Medical Station, Supply Warehouse. What comforted Zeke the most was the public latrine built next to the warehouse out of stone slabs, complete with a rudimentary waste disposal system. 3 days ago, the players were still digging holes in the open to relieve themselves. Now they finally had a relatively decent place, even if the smell was still a bit touching. After all, we can't afford the Warhammer world's air purification technology right now. Schrödinger Bro had climbed up at some point as well. He wore a washed-out work jacket with some unidentified stains on the cuffs. His gaze was even more unfocused than it was 3 days ago. But at least it's cleaner than Nurgle's garden. Schrödinger Bro raised his right hand, palm up. Faint energy with a pale blue halo swirled around his fingertips, tracing a simple geometric pattern. Psychic control progress, 12%. He lowered his hand, and the halo dissipated. A B-tier talent isn't bad. It's just that every time I finish meditating, I feel like Tsench is banging gongs and beating drums in my head, trying to sell me his knowledge subscription package. Zeke frowned. Is it dangerous? Not for now. Schrödinger Bro shrugged. I have the protection methods from the basic meditation manual and the rudimentary safeguards provided by the game system. Even though it's crude, it at least lets me distinguish which voices are warp whispers and which ones are my own stray thoughts. He paused, then added, by the way, my current psychic level is 1/12, faint grade. By Warhammer standards, that's roughly equivalent to being able to light a cigarette. That's not bad. Keep leveling up and you'll get stronger eventually. The North Sector was the living and agricultural area. The living area consisted of neatly arranged wooden and stone cabins. 8 to 10 people lived in each cabin. Although cramped, it at least provided shelter from the wind and rain. The agricultural area was a plot of land roughly 10 acres in size that had been cleared and tilled. Tender green shoots were already sprouting from the soil. Potatoes. Tax Bro pointed over. Improved seeds sold in the shop. Growth cycle shortened to 40 days, resistant to pests and diseases. The taste is just, well, about the same as nutrient paste. As long as we can eat it. Zeke was very pragmatic. It's better than eating synthetic nutrient paste every day. I swear, if we keep eating that stuff, our intestines are going to turn into plastic tubes. The South Sector housed one of the base's most important assets, the water treatment facility. An aqueduct, dug manually by the muscular bros from a river 14 kilometers away, wound its way here, emptying into a sizable concrete pool. Inside the pool, a clunky but exceptionally sturdy machine hummed as it operated. Basic water filtration system, heavy, price 30,000 Imperial coins. The single largest public investment made by the Crimson Dawn chapter. The machine sucked in river water that gleamed with oil slicks and suspicious colors at one end, and spat out relatively clear liquid at the other. Though it still needed to be boiled before drinking, it was at least fine for washing clothes and bathing. Cogboy tested the water quality yesterday, Schrödinger bro said. Heavy metal content still exceeds standards, but at least there's no obvious chaos contamination or mutant viruses. He said if we spend another 3,000 coins on a psychic purification module, we can drink it straight. Zeke smiled helplessly. Money. At the mention of money, all three fell silent. Base construction had burned through a massive amount of Imperial coins, building materials, tools, vehicles, the water filtration system, seeds, basic medical supplies. Even though the players had donated a portion of the coins they earned in the industrial zone to the public fund, the expenses of 5,000 people were a bottomless pit. Not to mention, everyone had their own enhancement needs. Zeke had pushed his own basic physique enhancement to Type 2, and completed the Type 1 neural reflexes and sensory acuity modifications. In total, he had spent 700 coins. He was now 1.85 meters tall, and his weight had increased by 15 kilograms, all solid muscle and reinforced bone. Standing there, he looked like a human Big Mech. Taxbro was even more exaggerated. Through frantic training, his Type 2 completion had reached 51%. His muscle mass was visibly larger, and he could now lift a 200-kilogram boulder with one hand. The price was a skyrocketing appetite. He could put away 5 tubes of nutrient paste in a single meal. White Scar had taken the agility route. His Type 2 neural reflex optimization was at 40% completion, and Type 1 sensory acuity at 25%. His reflexes were now fast enough to catch flies barehanded. Schrödinger bro's psychic talent screening cost 100 coins. He spent 1,000 coins to awaken his B-tier talent, and another 500 on the basic meditation manual. He had to spend time meditating every day, and while he currently had no combat capabilities, he could faintly perceive the life force and emotional fluctuations of the living beings around him. Cogboy and the players of Crimson Machina spent their money on knowledge. The skill books in the store covering mechanical principles, basic electronics, and an overview of Imperial Standard Template Constructs, STC, technology ranged from 20 to 300 coins each. They bought over a dozen of them and were now holed up in the workshop all day studying, trying to modify those 15 transport vehicles to be more practical. It's not easy for the players. In reality, after eating and finishing their chores, they log into the game to move bricks and build. There's no helping it. This game is simply too realistic. Schrödinger bro patted Zeke's shoulder. Zeke sighed. The main issue is that the daily 0.3 coin tax is still being deducted. Even though everyone still has a little cushion in their accounts, eating into our savings isn't a long-term solution. As the provisional leader of this small base, Zeke was actually quite anxious. Right now, he felt like he was steering a small wooden rowboat through the raging tempest of the Warhammer universe. One wrong move, and the ship would shatter, drowning them all at the bottom of the sea. 5,000 people might be a lot in another world, but this was Warhammer. Taxbro, Schrödinger bro, and the others actually understood Zeke's worries. After all, this wasn't an ordinary world, this was the Warhammer universe. Was there a single chapter master here who wasn't drowning in stress? A/N, for details, please refer to Dante, Calgar, Grimner, Azrael, Tushan, etc. Zeke looked out at the jungle shrouded in the morning mist in the distance, his gaze gradually firming. It's time to head out and take a look. Next goal equals 150 power stones. Chapter 45, First Deployment. 1 hour later, in the Dawn Hall. Thousands of players crammed inside, those who could fit were squeezed in, and those who couldn't listen to the live broadcast through the regional channel outside. In the center of the hall sat a massive, roughly hewn wooden table. Spread across its surface was a hand-drawn parchment map, a rudimentary topographical map of the surrounding area surveyed by the Crimson Wing players over the past few days. Comrades. Zeke stood at the head of the table, his enhanced voice booming with greater resonance. First of all, on behalf of the Supreme Command of the Crimson Dawn chapter, I have good news to announce. He paused, a smile breaking across his face. After 3 days of hard work, our home has been initially established. We have walls. We have houses. We have latrines. We have clean water. And we have a potato field. For the bottom rung of the Warhammer universe, this is already a fucking luxury mansion setup. The hall erupted in laughter and applause. However, Zeke's tone shifted sharply. We cannot rest on our laurels. The breathing tax is 0.3 coins a day. For 5,000 people, that's 1,500 coins a day. Base maintenance costs money. Enhancements cost money. Buying gear costs money. And piloting mechas in the future will cost even more money. Therefore, he slammed his hand on the table, making the parchment tremble. The Crimson Dawn's first large-scale exploration operation will depart on time today at 2 p.m. The crowd stirred, a spark of excitement lighting up everyone's eyes. Quiet. Let me finish. Zeke pulled up the system interface and projected a more detailed operational map onto the wall. This was the result of him and several chapter officers staying up half the night. We have 5 exploration vectors. 1 team per vector, 500 personnel per team, formed by mixed detachments from all chapters. Team 1, heading northeast. Zeke pointed to a marked spot on the map. According to previous reconnaissance, there's a small promethium vein 30 kilometers in this direction. It was mined 80 years ago and subsequently abandoned. Objective, confirm the vein's reserves, evaluate its mining potential, and see if there's any leftover mining equipment we can recycle. Command, Tax Bros Crimson Strike will act as the main force, accompanied by 50 technicians from Crimson Machina. Tax Bro stood up, slamming a fist against his chest. I guarantee we'll haul that mine back. Team 2, heading southeast. Zeke pointed to another location. 50 kilometers this way is an abandoned outpost, suspected to be a ruin from the House Blayek era. Objective, explore the ruins, collect any potential technical data or artifacts. Watch out for potential defensive traps or other things. Command, Schrödinger Bro's Crimson Spirit will lead, escorted by 100 personnel from Crimson Wind. Schrödinger Bro nodded. He was toying with a psychic focus crystal bought from the shop. It cost him 200 coins and could slightly amplify his psychic perception range. Team 3, heading due south. Zeke traced a line across an area. 70 kilometers away is a human settlement called Red Town. Population roughly 3 to 4,000, primarily reliant on scavenging and small-scale handicraft. Objective, make contact with the local residents, gather intel on the current state of Aurelian, and attempt to establish trade relations. Use our surplus pelts and other supplies to trade for ore, mechanical scrap, or information. Important reminder, no robbing. No forced buying or selling. We are the Crimson Dawn, not bandits. If we're going to rob, we rob the big capitalists and the great houses. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed through the hall. Command, White Scar's Crimson Wind will lead, escorted by 50 bodyguards from Crimson Strike, and 20 appraisers from Crimson Machina to evaluate goods. White Scar grinned widely. Don't worry, we'll win them over with virtue. Team 4, heading northwest. Zeke pointed to the edge of the map. 100 kilometers out is a major transit artery connecting Aru City and several other large hive cities. Objective, establish hidden observation posts, monitor traffic flow, and gather intel on the movements of passing merchant caravans and military forces. This is a long-term mission. The team will establish a forward operating base there and rotate shifts. Command, handled by the main chapter's direct reconnaissance detachment. Members will be drawn from the elites of all chapters. Team 5, heading due west. Zeke finally pointed to an area marked in red, his expression growing serious. This is the Red Blaze Wasteland. The direction of the former industrial zone. Objective, maximum range reconnaissance. Confirm the status of the industrial zone, gather intel, and see if there's an opportunity to go back and loot another wave. Warning, this is the most dangerous direction. We may encounter mutated creatures, warp demons, rebel organizations, or Aru group forces. This is strictly a reconnaissance mission, so we don't need a large force. Only 100 operatives are required. However, all operatives must have completed at least Type 1 basic enhancement, and carry sufficient ammunition and purification gear. Command, I will lead this team personally. The moment he finished speaking, the hall exploded. Zeke, you can't go. It's too dangerous. If anyone goes, it should be us from Crimson Strike. We're tanky. Zeke raised a hand, suppressing the clamor. I have to go precisely because it's dangerous. His voice was calm. As the chapter master, I need to know exactly what we're facing. And besides. He smiled. I've completed my Type 2 enhancement. I can take a beating right now. If we really need to run, you guys might not even be able to catch up to me. The statement was half joking, but it did put the crowd slightly more at ease. Alright, the specific team rosters will be finalized internally within each chapter. Assemble at the training ground at 1 p.m. for equipment checks. We move out precisely at 2 p.m. Zeke delivered his final words. Remember, our mission is to explore for intel and gather resources, not to throw our lives away. If you encounter something you can't beat, run. If you encounter something weird, fall back. If you encounter something you don't understand, record it and bring it back for discussion. Even though we can respawn, most of us have undergone enhancements. If you die, you have to pay a hefty resurrection fee to perfectly restore this vessel, otherwise, you can only spend 5 coins to respawn in a basic body. I want every single one of you coming back alive, you hear me? We're having potato and meat stew when you get back. For the Crimson Dawn. For the Crimson Dawn. The roars shook the heavens. After the meeting adjourned, the players mobilized rapidly. The brutes of Crimson Strike began inspecting their weapons and armor, sharpening their machetes until they gleamed. The speedsters of Crimson Wind packed their gear, ensuring everyone had enough water and dry rations, mostly nutrient paste, terrible tasting but high in calories. The Psyker reserves of Crimson Spirit, led by Schrödinger Bro, conducted one final group meditation to stabilize their mental states. The intern tech priests of Crimson Machina performed final maintenance on the vehicles, loading them with tools, spare parts, and some newly purchased light machine guns for firepower. Zeke returned to his cabin. As the chapter master, he had a private room. Though it was only 10 square meters, it at least offered some privacy. He opened his personal panel to check his status. Individual ID, eternally loyal to the Emperor. Physiological status, excellent stamina, 94%. Enhancement progress, basic physique type 2, 42%, neural reflexes type 1, 22%, sensory acuity type 1, 24%. Psychic talent, unawakened. Imperial coins, 1,276. Daily survival tax, paid, 0.3/0.3. Chapter rank, Crimson Dawn Chapter Master. Chapter contribution, 2,150 points, rank 1. Everyone had donated funds and labor to the base's construction. As the chapter master, he naturally had to set an example, donating 2,000 Imperial coins to the public fund. He now had a little over 1,000 coins left. It seemed like a lot, but Zeke knew it was nowhere near enough to buy anything truly good. I hope this trip to the Red Blaze Wasteland yields something worthwhile. Zeke sighed. Chapter 46, Chosen Candidate. Deep within the warp, the humanoid form manifested by Lucian Sanctus rested his chin in his hand, observing the projection of the real universe. Images of Zeke assigning tasks in the Dawn Hall, the players enthusiastically building the base, and the 5 transport vehicles driving out of the stone gates toward the Red Blaze Wasteland all unfolded in his mind like a multi-screen surveillance feed. This kid. Lucian's energy body rippled with appreciation. Organizational skills, a sense of responsibility, the charisma of a commander, he lacks none of it. He recalled Zeke's choice during the final moments in the industrial zone. He hadn't run away. Instead, he organized the players to save as many native workers as possible. Although most of them ultimately died to artillery fire and demons, that spirit of striving for the impossible was rarer in this dark universe than a smile from the Emperor himself. Crimson Dawn. Lucian murmured the name of the chapter, complex light surfacing on his energy body. Declaring they will bring the dawn to a dark galaxy, with the slogan of never being slaves again. He wasn't untouched by it. Even though Lucian acknowledged he had fallen onto the evil path and became a warp entity, and even though he relied on absorbing emotional energy to survive, and even enjoyed it, he had, in his past life, been an ordinary person raised under socialist education. When watching Warhammer fan-made videos, behind all the jokes and memes, there was always a sense of sorrow for the tragic fate of the common people at the bottom rung of this universe. Those high and mighty primarchs, space marines, and imperial nobles are always going on about the sea of stars and grand narratives. Lucian's energy body vibrated slightly. But the tens of billions of civilians who died to exterminate his orders, the workers who toiled to death on Hive City assembly lines, the innocents casually used as sacrifices by chaos, who cares about them? Zeke cared. Or at least, he was trying to care. He then focused on the feed of the convoy. Zeke was sitting in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle. His profile was half-lit by the cabin lights as he spoke to the driver, his finger tracing a route on the map. His Type 2 enhanced physique completely filled the passenger seat. The lines of his muscles were clearly visible even through his work clothes. A true talent. Lucian muttered. Such a good leak, ahem, such a good seedling. I wonder if I can. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. As a newborn evil god, even though he was currently so weak he had to hide behind the system to secretly siphon emotions, he was still a warp entity. If the 4 gods could grant the mark of the chosen, could he? System, Lucian summoned the system. Is there a protocol to permanently anchor the player, Zeke, to his vessel in this universe? The cold, mechanical voice responded instantly. Searching protocols. Search complete. Protocol exists. Protocol name, Soul Vessel Permanent Anchoring and Bestowal of Resurgence. Cost, 10.1 million units of system material energy. Details. 100,000 units are used to solidify the cross-universe soul transit channel, permanently binding the individual's native universe soul to their vessel in this universe. 10 million units are used to construct the power of perfect resurgence. Note, this resurgence mechanism differs from the standard player isomorphic vessel resurrection. Perfect resurgence means that upon the individual's death, their body will be perfectly reconstructed at a designated save point in the exact state prior to death, including all enhancement progress, skill mastery, and memory integrity, with absolutely zero degradation. Additional option, bestowal of the chosen. As the absorber of the full emotional spectrum, the host may expend additional material energy to select a specific emotional trait from the absorbed emotional repository and bestow it upon the selected individual as a chosen blessing. Different emotional traits have different costs. For example, unyielding will requires 3.5 million units. Heart of compassion requires 4.2 million units. Pioneering spirit requires 3.8 million units. Note, bestowing the mark of the chosen will establish a shallow faith link between the host and the individual. The individual will subconsciously lean toward the emotional domain represented by the host, but their free will shall not be warped or overridden. Lucian's energy body violently rippled. I can actually do it. He quickly pulled up the energy reserve interface. Current system material energy, 33.1212 million units. Followed by a detailed list of sources, the vast majority came from the players frantically recycling supplies in the industrial zone, and a small portion from the transaction fees the system extracted during the base construction and enhancements over the past few days. Over 33 million. Lucian calculated. Anchoring Zeke plus a chosen blessing will cost roughly 14 to 15 million, which leaves me over 10 million in reserve. His gaze returned to the convoy feed. The 5 transport vehicles were bumping along the wasteland. The vehicles had been modified by the Crimson Machina chapter, their chassis and suspensions reinforced, and crude machine gun mounts welded to the roofs. Currently, players lay prone on the roofs, manning crude heavy machine guns bought from the store. They were essentially scaled-up black powder weapons, but the 20mm caliber was enough to deal with mutant beasts. Let's observe a little longer. Lucian suppressed the urge to invest immediately. A candidate for the chosen should undergo some testing first. The real universe. The edge of the red blaze wasteland. Zeke stuck his head out the window. The wasteland wind blew in, carrying sand and a smell resembling rotting humus, making him squint. 30 kilometers left. In the driver's seat was a player with the ID, veteran driver, take me with you. In reality, he actually was a freight truck driver, and his hands on the steering wheel were incredibly steady. Given these garbage road conditions, it'll take over an hour. Better to go slow. Zeke pulled his head back in and checked the rearview mirror. All the vehicles maintained a 50-meter spacing. This was a marching protocol established by the Crimson Wind chapter to prevent them from all hitting a mine or getting wiped out simultaneously. There were 20 people in each vehicle, making a reconnaissance team of 100, all drawn from the elite of the various chapters. His team's composition was very balanced, 30 muscular bros from Crimson Strike, 40 quick draws from Crimson Wind, 20 faint-grade psychers from Crimson Spirit, and 10 technicians from Crimson Machina. Zeke, 3 o'clock direction. The report from the spotter on the lead vehicle came through the vehicle comms. Signs of biological activity. Looking at the footprints, they seem human, but the stride is very strange. Zeke grabbed his binoculars and looked over. In a weathered rock zone about 500 meters away, several hunched figures were digging through something. They wore clothes patched together from rags, carried filthy sacks on their backs, and moved with stiff, sluggish motions. Scavengers. A voice came from the second vehicle. Blood Angel's second emperor, a player who also possessed B-tier psychic talent, was scanning with his newly learned psychic perception. Vitals are very weak. Slight mutation characteristics, but it's not chaos contamination. Chronic malnutrition coupled with radiation sickness. Do we make contact? The veteran driver asked. No. Zeke shook his head. Keep our distance. If our fully armed convoy rolls up, we might scare them. He paused, then added, mark the location. On the way back, if it's convenient, we can drop some nutrient paste and water. Toss it from a distance. This was a rule Zeke had set before setting out, when dealing with bottom-rung survivors in the wasteland: no robbing, no harassing, and if they had the means, lend a hand. Although some players had grumbled about this, we're dirt poor ourselves. Zeke had insisted. We are the Crimson Dawn, not bandits. Even though this is just a game, there are no grind mobs to level up mechanics here. Meaninglessly killing these people serves no purpose. That was what he had said at the pre-departure briefing. If we're going to rob, we rob them and eating, blood-drinking capitalists like the Aru group, those damn feudal slave lords. For those scraping food out of the mud just like we did, we pull them up if we can. The convoy continued forward. The closer they got to the direction of the industrial zone, the more bizarre the environment became. Goal equals 150 power stones. Chapter 47, The Battle of the Industrial Zone. After a bumpy ride, the convoy came to a halt on a mountain ridge about 5 kilometers from the industrial zone. As for why they didn't dare get any closer, it was because their reconnaissance had revealed that a massive battle was currently raging. Zeke was the first to jump out of the vehicle. Lying prone on the edge of the ridge, he raised his binoculars. Behind him, the players rapidly spread out to form a defensive perimeter. The Crimson Wind members mounted machine guns on the roofs of the vehicles, pointing the muzzles in every direction from which enemies might approach. Through Zeke's binoculars, a bizarre and terrifying scene was unfolding over the industrial zone. The area where the industrial zone used to be was currently enveloped by a semi-transparent barrier. Flowing across the surface of the barrier were geometric shapes and fragments of language that constantly shattered and reassembled. Just looking at those symbols made one's head throb. Outside the barrier, the joint forces of the four great factions were locked in a bitter struggle. "That's a logic lockdown field from the Order of the Omniscient Mind," a player's voice came from behind. He was crouching next to the second vehicle, his eyes glowing with a faint psychic blue light. A typical countermeasure against sea-ancient demons. Zeke zoomed in. The armored forces of the Aiton's Night House were launching a charge. 12 knight armigers painted in a black and gold livery advanced with heavy strides, every step leaving deep craters in the wasteland. They fired a volley from their shoulder-mounted melta cannons. The blinding white beams slammed into the barrier, but only caused ripples to spread across its surface. Inside the barrier, the scene was even more horrifying. Hundreds of horrors of Tsench were leaping through the ruins. These twisted blue creatures possessed avian talons, reptilian scales, and the compound eyes of insects. Each held weapons coalesced from pure sorcery. Cackling shrilly, they hurled fire, frost, and lightning at the lines of the joint forces. Deeper inside, the Herald of Tsench, the changer of ways summoned by rain, had swollen to the height of a 3-story building. It now had 7 arms. At the end of each arm was not a hand, but a constantly shifting organ, a tome with flipping pages, a test tube dripping venom, or a tentacle drawing runes in the air. "Report enemy firepower composition," Zeke lowered his voice. The voice of the spotter, Tao Kuan, "Here is a flower maiden," rang out. Visual confirmation: the joint forces possess 12 knight armigers, Lehman Russ tank wreckage, fuck, at least 20 have been blown up, only 8 are still moving. Roughly 30 sentinel walkers, and infantry, estimated at 7,000. "They can't hold, have you been loyal today?" said. "Look at their formation. The Aiton's knights are charging the front, while the private soldiers of the Zymon's trade consortium are slacking off in the rear. The Psyker squads of the Konmo dynasty haven't even deployed, they're hiding in their transport vehicles. Betrayers are unforgivable," spat on the ground. Classic teammates. Just then, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. 4 self-propelled artillery guns opened fire from the rear positions. These were assets belonging to the Order of the Omniscient Mind, their barrels engraved with binary litanies. The high explosive shells arced through the air, but roughly 100 meters from the barrier, they bizarrely changed direction and flew right back toward the artillery positions. Mirror reflection. "Have you been loyal today?" exclaimed. The signature ability of a Herald of Tsench. It can warp the causal trajectory of an attack. Explosions engulfed the artillery positions. 3 basilisks were blown to pieces by their own shells. The 4th managed an emergency stop, but its barrel was twisted into a pretzel. The front lines of the joint forces began to waver. Zeke watched as an infantry company belonging to the Aiton's Knights attempted to fall back, only to be ambushed halfway by flesh hounds erupting from beneath the earth. These cornate demons looked like flayed hounds, with exposed musculature and fangs dripping with corrosive saliva. In just 3 bites, they tore through the joints of the soldiers' carapace armor, dragging them out to be eaten alive. "Korn's stuff is fierce as always," Zeke muttered. "But this script isn't quite right, is it?" "Boss, something's wrong," veteran driver suddenly spoke up. "Look inside the barrier." Zeke swung his binoculars. The Herald of Tsench's 7 arms were all pointing simultaneously toward the ridge where they were stationed. On its main head, 3 eyes composed of spectral blue flames were staring straight at them from 5 kilometers away. "It spotted us." Every hair on Zeke's body stood on end. "Fall back. Everyone mount up." Almost exactly as the order was given, a rift tore open at the edge of the barrier. 12 horrors of Tsench squeezed their way out. Instead of charging into the battlefield like the other demons, they moved with a bizarre, erratic gait, sprinting straight for the ridge. "Drive. Drive." Zeke scrambled into the passenger seat. "Veteran, drive like you're hauling illegal freight and the cops are on your tail." "You got it." Veteran driver slammed the gas pedal. The transport vehicle's engine roared. The 5 vehicles executed frantic U-turns on the ridge, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. In the rearview mirror, the speed of those horrors was terrifying. With every step they took, a glowing geometric pattern appeared beneath their feet, and their bodies would instantly blink dozens of meters forward. At this rate, they would catch up in 3 minutes tops. "Open fire." Suppressing fire. Zeke grabbed the vehicle comms. The machine guns on the roofs roared to life. The crude heavy machine guns spat tongues of flame, their 20mm black powder bullets tracing visible paths through the air. But the horrors merely giggled. The moment before the bullets hit, they twisted sideways, not physically dodging, but briefly phasing their bodies out of reality, letting the bullets pass straight through where they had been. Psychic phase shift, a psyker player yelled from the second vehicle. Ordinary physical attacks have a hard time hitting them. Use lasers. The extreme heat of Lost weapons can disrupt their phase stability. You should have said so earlier. Have you been loyal today? Popped half his body out of the third vehicle's sunroof, gripping a Lost pistol. He pulled the trigger repeatedly. Crimson beams of light tore through the air. The first shot missed, melting a crater into the ground beside a horror. The second shot grazed a horror's arm just as it was phase shifting. Its blue scales instantly carbonized, and it let out a piercing shriek. It works. Have you been loyal today? Grinned. More Lost weapons opened fire. Players leaned out of windows and sunroofs, firing standard Lost guns, Lost pistols, and even whipping out 2 Hecatomb laser carbines. Chapter assets bought through the Crimson Spirit chapter, gritting their teeth and pooling funds, costing 230 coins each. The beams of light wove into a net. After being hit by 3 consecutive Lost beams, one horror's phasing ability finally collapsed. Its body solidified, and immediately after, a 20mm bullet struck it dead center in the chest. Blue scales and twisted flesh exploded outward. The creature collapsed onto the ground, dissolving into a puddle of smoking pus. Kill confirmed, Horror of Tsench X1. Estimated recycling value, 350 Imperial coins. The game system prompt chimed in the ears of all players. Holy shit, they're worth so much. Too bad we can't recycle it right now. Have you been loyal today? Said regretfully. Another player spoke up in the regional channel. Should we turn around and gank them? They're worth so much money. Killing 2 pays for everything. Killing 1 is worth 3 days in the mines. Turn around. Turn around and gank M. Gank my ass. Zeke roared into the regional channel. Keep retreating. Look behind you. More horrors were pouring out of the barrier. Not 12. 30, 50. And it wasn't just horrors. There were also bloodletters, the low-tier demons of Khorne, wielding flaming great axes, leaving scorch marks on the ground with every step they took. Chapter 48, Tragedy on the Wasteland. The small convoy led by Zeke raced across the wasteland of the Red Blaze expanse. Veteran driver floored the gas pedal, spinning the steering wheel frantically to dodge ravines and boulders. Inside the vehicle, the bumping was so severe it felt like their internal organs were going to shift, but no one complained. Everyone's eyes were glued to the rear. The pursuit lasted for about 15 minutes. Just as the right rear tire of the fourth vehicle was blown out by a flaming axe thrown by a bloodletter, nearly causing it to flip over, the pursuit suddenly stopped. The horrors and bloodletters halted simultaneously, roughly 20 kilometers away from the industrial zone. They stood before an invisible boundary, roaring in frustration at the retreating convoy, but they didn't take another step. The edge of the contamination zone. The psyker player who had spoken earlier, Blood Angel's second emperor, said between pants, the chaos contamination hasn't spread this far, yet. The convoy drove for another 5 kilometers to ensure there were no pursuers before finally stopping in a relatively flat patch of wasteland. Zeke's legs felt a bit weak when he got out of the car. He checked the system time. From the moment they were spotted to their successful escape, it had taken exactly 25 minutes. But running on adrenaline, it felt like half a day. Damage report, he said hoarsely. Car 4's right rear tire is blown, needs a spare. Car 3's gas tank was grazed by a stray bullet. Leaked about a third. Personnel, 0 casualties, but 7 players were grazed by the shockwaves of demon sorcery while returning fire. The worst is a burn through thigh, but we've stopped the bleeding with a medkit. Zeke nodded, just about to speak when, have you been loyal today, suddenly pointed into the distance. Boss, look over there. About 2 kilometers away was a cluster of low-lying buildings. It looked like an abandoned quarry. There were a few dilapidated bunkhouses, a rusting elevator derrick, and mountains of discarded ore. But right now, figures were moving between the bunkhouses. Many, many figures. A scavenger settlement. Blood Angel's second emperor frowned. But there are way too many of them. Zeke grabbed his binoculars. Through the lenses, the people were indeed wearing tattered clothes, but looking closely. The base color of those clothes was uniform. Though caked in grime, the original style was still discernible. They were the work uniforms of the Aru group. Could it be? Zeke muttered softly. The convoy carefully approached the quarry. At a distance of 500 meters, Zeke ordered the vehicles to stop. He took, have you been loyal today, Blood Angel's second emperor, and, I'm not the regent, I'm Gilliman, and approached on foot. They kept their hands raised to signal they had no weapons drawn, though Lost pistols were holstered at their hips. The entrance to the quarry was blocked by a crude low wall made of piled scrap ore. Behind the wall, dozens of pairs of eyes watched them warily. Then, someone recognized Zeke. Is it you? A hoarse voice rang out. A man so emaciated he was barely recognizable stepped out from behind the low wall. He was in his 40s, with hollow cheeks and sunken eye sockets, but Zeke remembered his face. Back in the transport tunnel in the northwest corner of the industrial zone, this was the man who had held 2 children and bowed repeatedly to thank the players. "Are you Aska?" Zeke asked tentatively. A glimmer of light flashed in the man's cloudy eyes. "You remember my name?" He turned and shouted behind the wall, "It's the ones who saved us. It's the kind people in the helmets." A commotion broke out behind the low wall. More workers stepped out. Most were supporting each other, their steps faltering. Zeke saw that many of them had ulcers and severe bruising on their exposed skin, the result of chronic malnutrition and harsh environments. The condition of the children was even worse. To the consortium, a slave's value was never determined by age, even young children were sent into that hellish sweatshop. Some children, looking to be around 10 years old, were huddled in their mother's arms, their bellies bulging high, not from being full, but from severe edema. Their eyes were enormous, looking incongruous on their tiny, gaunt faces, and their gazes were completely hollow. "How many people are here?" Zeke asked. "When we escaped, there were over 3,600 of us." Aska's voice trembled. "Now, there are just over 2,100 left. Over 400 died on the road. After we got here, another 900 died." He pointed toward the back of the quarry. There lay a patch of freshly dug shallow pits. Piled beside them were over 100 corpses covered in rags. Some of the corpses were very small, clearly children. Zeke's Adam's apple bobbed. Even though he still believed this was just a game at this moment, seeing a mass grave like this with his own eyes, how could he not be moved? Was it that they didn't want to live happily, eat until they were full, wear warm clothes, and have a stable job? No, they wanted that very much. Unfortunately, they were born in the Warhammer universe. Born in a world where human lives were merely currency in the Emperor's hands. The execution threshold. They were already in an execution state from the moment they were born. How could there be an execution threshold? From birth, it was predetermined that they would only be expendable consumables. They couldn't choose their own destiny. Freedom. Wealth. Food and warmth. They didn't even dare to dream of it. He suppressed the emotion rising in his heart, turned around, and spoke into the regional channel, "Everyone dismount. Unload all the spare clean water and nutrient paste from the vehicles. Veteran driver, take a few guys and find firewood nearby. Dry stuff, whatever burns. Boss, with all the equipment we redeemed, our rations are only enough to last us 10 days, have you been loyal today?" whispered a reminder. "Execute the order," Zeke cut him off. Zeke walked around to the back of a transport vehicle. He opened the system store and operated it rapidly. Purchased, large marching cauldron X1. Cost, 20 Imperial coins. Purchased, standard nutrient paste X100 tubes. Cost, 30 Imperial coins. Purchased, purified water X100 units, 1 liter/unit. Cost, 30 Imperial coins. A flash of white light, and a cast iron cauldron 1.5 meters in diameter appeared on the truck bed, piled next to vacuum-sealed nutrient paste tubes and water bladders. He spoke to the players below the truck. "Move all of this out. Build fires and cook." "Copy that, boss." These players had all undergone the Type 1 enhancement, moving this bit of gear was effortless. When the workers saw the benefactors who had saved them begin to prepare food, they froze. Aska opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. "Don't just stand there." Zeke waved at the players. "Help build the stoves and boil the water. Blood Angel, take the Crimson Spirit guys and check the wounded. Anyone with medical knowledge, go help. If you need to buy medkits, buy them and come to me for reimbursement later." The players mobilized. Some moved rocks to build stoves, some dismantled wooden parts from abandoned minecarts for firewood, and others retrieved medkits from the vehicles. They had bought those with their own Imperial coins and were originally a bit reluctant to use them. But since, eternally loyal to the Emperor, wanted to do this, they couldn't really object. They just treated it as playing a charity simulator. The players set up the iron cauldrons, poured in the water, tore open the nutrient paste packages, and tossed them into the boiling water. The grayish-brown, viscous paste dissolved in the heat, emitting a smell that was a mix of grain and synthetic protein. To the Hive City workers, this was a familiar smell, they had eaten this nutrient paste for the vast majority of their lives. But to them at this moment, it was the smell of salvation. Zeke personally held a wooden ladle, distributing the food to the queuing workers. Half a ladle of gruel per person, paired with a small broken-off piece of compressed hardtack the players had bought from the store. The first person to take a bowl was a woman nearing 50. Her hands trembled so much she nearly spilled the gruel. She didn't rush to eat it. Instead, she turned around and handed the bowl to a little girl of 11 or 12 standing behind her. The little girl swallowed greedily, the gruel dribbling down the corners of her mouth. The woman squatted beside her, watching, her cloudy eyes filled with nothing but tenderness. Zeke looked away. This was a mother's love. No matter how starving she was, her first thought was still her child. Goal equals 150 power stones. Next goal equals 300 power stones. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Is Logic a Bad Thing? Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 150 power stones. Why didn't you go to Red Town or the nearby hive cities? Zeke asked. Isn't there a settlement there? I went and asked. Aska smiled bitterly. The town won't take us. There are too many of us, and they're afraid we're carrying contamination from the industrial zone. They think we're unclean. What about the other scavenger camps? The nearby camps all rejected us. They said the Aru group workers are cursed. Anyone who takes us in will be retaliated against by the consortium. We don't dare go to the big cities. Going there is just throwing ourselves into the net. We'd be captured again and sent to other mines or factories. We don't want to be slaves again. Aska's voice grew lower and lower. We tried trading our belongings for food, but when we escaped, we only brought a few personal items. They were traded away in days. Zeke remained silent. He looked deep into the quarry. The workers had built crude hovels out of scrap ore and tattered canvas, barely enough to block the wind. But it was the dry season on Aurelian 4. Daytime temperatures could reach 40 degrees Celsius and plummet below freezing at night. In this environment, without medicine and without enough food, people died like weeds. What are your plans now? Blood Angel walked over and asked. He had just performed basic first aid on over a dozen critically injured people using medkits. His hands were still stained with blood. I don't know. Aska shook his head. We live one day at a time. At least here we're far from the industrial zone. Those demons probably won't come this way. As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily darted toward the industrial zone. The sky there was still shrouded by the chaos barrier, occasional flashes of lightning tearing through the clouds. Zeke suddenly spoke up. Do you know about the crash of Sector 7? Aska trembled. I know, he said after a long silence. That was 80 years ago. My grandfather's generation saw it with their own eyes. Giant men of steel descended from the sky and burned Dawn City to glass within 7 days. The members of House Blayak were hung from the wreckage for public display. The psychers of House Aller were taken away by the black ships. Millions died in the orbital bombardment. Billions died in the ensuing unrest. It was during that time that our family went from living a relatively decent life to what we are now. My grandfather said chaos bred in those times. Various monsters and demons played their games, and in the end, the current 4 great factions snatched everything left by the houses, the land, the wealth, the people. And then it became like this. Aska smiled bitterly. People like us just changed masters. We went from working for the houses to mining and selling our labor to the consortium. Have you been loyal today? Listened from the side and couldn't help interjecting. Then did you never think about rebelling? He regretted the words the moment they left his mouth. They were too flippant. But Aska didn't get angry. He just looked at, have you been loyal today, and said softly, young man, you might not understand, in a hive city, just staying alive takes everything you have. Rebel. What do we rebel with? People who have never even touched a lost gun going up against corporations with tanks and mechas. He paused, then added, moreover, the Imperium doesn't allow it. House Blayak rebelled 80 years ago. And the result? The entire population of the Dawn City Administrative District was erased. All subordinate forces belonging to House Blayak and its ally, House Aller, suffered devastating blows. And back then, Sector 7 sat at the very top of what is now Aru City. It was the family seat of House Aller. A mysterious family possessing powerful, bizarre abilities. But in the end, Sector 7 was still blown out of the sky and crashed into the red blaze wasteland. This is information passed down through generations in my family. It's precisely because I know this that I despair all the more. The Imperium will not tolerate any disobedience. Especially from mortals like us. The atmosphere grew heavy. Just then, I'm not the regent, I'm just passing by. Gilliman returned from scouting the perimeter, his face grim. Boss, I found fresh tire tracks 2 kilometers to the east. Judging by the tread, it's a scout vehicle. Someone was here. Zeke frowned. Could it be the great factions? Probably. Passing by. Gilliman lowered his voice. But they didn't enter the quarry. They just observed from a distance for a while and left. I suspect, these factions might know the location of these workers. They might not have time to deal with them, or they're intentionally leaving them alone. Blood Angel's second emperor spoke coldly, leaving the workers to fend for themselves on the wasteland. If they die, it saves trouble. If they survive and happen to develop into psychers or mutants, they can capture them to use as experimental subjects. Zeke recalled the experiments he had seen in the underground detention center in Aru City. The psi-suppressant type 7, the genetic testing labs, the organ dissections. He suddenly stood up and walked over to the workers who were still queuing for food. Listen up, everyone. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough. We are the Crimson Dawn. Our base is deep in the Red Blaze wasteland, about 110 kilometers from here. The workers raised their heads, looking at him blankly. If you are willing, you can come with us to our base, Zeke said. We have a water filtration system, an agricultural zone currently being reclaimed, walls, and weapons. I can't say it's great, but at least, your children won't starve to death in the mud. Dead silence. Then, an explosion. Is that true? There are so many of us, can you afford to feed us? Won't we drag you down? Aska grabbed Zeke's hand. Those hands were so thin they were nothing but bone, yet he gripped tightly. Why? We're just a bunch of useless workers, we can't help you with anything. Zeke looked into his eyes. At that moment, a phrase from his past life surfaced in his mind. What is a true bastion of iron? It is the masses, the millions upon millions of people who genuinely and sincerely support the revolution. That is the real iron bastion which no force can smash, no force whatsoever. Big Golden Mech, you have been isolated from your subjects for too long. P.S. This is a Warhammer alternate universe. Please do not connect it to reality. But the words that actually left his mouth were different. Because you are human too, Zeke said. And in this world, there are very few people willing to treat ordinary humans as humans. But luckily, I'm not one of them. I am willing to treat you as equals. No one should be abandoned. The Emperor and the Imperium abandoned you to become slaves to the slave lords in the factories, but I am willing to give you a new life. Hearing these words, Aska and the young people behind him were deeply shaken. Zeke then turned and issued orders to the players. Crimson Strike, organize the workers into formations. The elderly, weak, women, and children get on the vehicles. Able-bodied adults walk. Crimson Wind, advance recon. Clear any threats along the route. Crimson Spirit, continue medical support. Focus on the critically wounded. Crimson Machina, check the status of all vehicles. Make sure they can make it to the base. He looked at the system interface. Even after the recent purchases, he still had a decent amount of Imperial coins left. Gritting his teeth, he purchased another 300 tubes of nutrient paste and 5 large barrels of water. Move out, Zeke said. We need to be back at the base before noon tomorrow. As the sun set, a procession of nearly 2,500 people moved slowly across the wasteland. The 4 transport vehicles were packed with children, the elderly, and the wounded. Even the roofs of the vehicles were full. The vast majority of the workers walked behind the vehicles, supporting each other. Their steps were exhausted but resolute. Zeke walked at the very front of the procession. He glanced back toward the industrial zone. Under the setting sun, the chaos barrier glowed with an eerie purple light. Further away, the joint forces of the 4 factions were likely still fighting a bitter battle, while the direction of Red Town remained silent. Boss. Have you been loyal today? Walked up beside him, handing him half a tube of nutrient paste. You haven't eaten all day either. Zeke took it and took a bite. The taste of synthetic protein and grains dissolved in his mouth. It couldn't be called delicious, but it filled the stomach. Do you think I did the right thing? He suddenly asked. Have you been loyal today? Grinned. How should I know? But I think, it's better than those idiots who watch people starve to death while spouting nonsense about the glory of the Imperium. Blood Angel's second Emperor, caught up from behind. His psychic perception remained active, guarding their surroundings. Actually, from a utilitarian perspective, taking in these workers isn't a loss. They are familiar with mining, smelting, and mechanical operation. As long as we provide enough nutrition and tools, they'll become an excellent workforce. Furthermore, he paused, they are familiar with the local situation on Aurelian 4. They know how the 4 great factions operate, and might even know some secrets regarding Sector 7. That's all valuable intel. Zeke smiled. Your logic is giving Schrödinger bro a run for his money. Is this how all you psychers get after awakening? Is logic a bad thing? Blood Angel's second Emperor replied. This is a world modeled after the Warhammer universe. You can't survive long on hot-blooded passion alone. Next goal equals 300 power stones. Chapter 50, the cold, the desire to survive. Is logic a bad thing? Blood Angel's second Emperor replied. This is a world modeled after the Warhammer universe. You can't survive long on hot-blooded passion alone. Who can say for sure? Zeke replied. With anything, there always have to be idealists who put their ideals into action to prove whether passion is actually useful or not. The fact that you and I can live stable lives today and have the opportunity to play this game, isn't it precisely because there were idealists in the past who shed their blood to put their ideals into action? Blood Angel's second emperor smiled and patted Zeke's shoulder. It seems choosing you as our main chapter master was not a mistake at all. I hope you can lead our wave of immortal warriors to realize these ideals you speak of. He looked at the surrounding players with a smile. Did you hear that, brothers? Looks like the Warhammer universe is about to get another legendary chapter master. The surrounding players all let out hearty laughs at Blood Angel's teasing. The procession continued forward. Over a dozen players held the chapter's most elite equipment, over a dozen lost guns, vigilant against any mutant beasts that might suddenly attack. The players on the flanks held the cheaper kinetic black powder rifles. There was no helping it, Imperial coins had to be spent carefully. Equipping everyone with lost guns was impossible right now. Deep within the warp, the energy body of Lucian Sanctus was watching this scene. He saw Zeke's lack of hesitation when redeeming supplies. He saw the expressions in the workers' eyes, as if they were looking at a god, when Zeke told them, "You are human too." Compassion, equality, justice, responsibility, hope. Lucian murmured. To think such emotions can still exist in the Warhammer universe. Young man, you are truly impressive. He pulled up the system interface, hovering his cursor over the Bestowal of the Chosen option. His energy body rippled slightly. Ultimately, he did not click confirm. Wait a little longer. He told himself. Observe a little longer. The mark of the chosen must be his own choice and desire, not something I force upon him. Night fell rapidly on the red blaze wasteland, and soon after, the freezing wind began to howl. The scorching heat of the day dissipated rapidly after sunset. In less than 2 hours, the temperature had plummeted below freezing. The freezing wind blew in from the northern ice plains, carrying sand and grit that cut across exposed skin like countless tiny knives. The players were fine. Having undergone the Type 1 physical enhancement, coupled with the system's default 30% pain reduction, this kind of cold merely felt a bit chilly to them. Some were even wandering around in thin work jackets, rubbing their hands in the freezing wind and making sarcastic remarks. This temperature difference is just like my hometown down south. Short sleeves during the day, bundled in a quilt at night. But the workers couldn't handle it. The procession of over 2,000 people cast long shadows across the wasteland. The 4 transport vehicles were packed with the elderly, the weak, women, children, and the wounded. The roofs were temporarily covered with canvas tarps as windbreaks, but the freezing wind still seeped through the gaps. The people inside huddled together, relying on each other's body heat to stay warm. But the vast majority walking outside suffered horribly. They wore the thin work uniforms they had escaped the industrial zone in. The fabric was thin to begin with, completely unsuited for the outdoors. When the freezing wind blew, the clothes clung to their bodies, offering as much protection as wearing nothing at all. Children were held tight in their parents' arms. Their little faces were purple from the cold, their lips trembling, but they couldn't even cry out, they no longer had the strength to cry. Zeke walked in the middle of the procession, watching all of this, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. "Boss, we can't keep going like this." Blood Angel's second emperor returned from the front. His psychic perception allowed him to clearly see the workers' vitals. The points of light representing their life force were flickering in the freezing wind like candles about to blow out. At least 300 people have core temperatures below the safety line. If it drops any lower, they'll die of hypothermia. I know. Zeke's voice was hoarse. He opened the system store and scrolled rapidly. Military thermal blanket, 12 Imperial coins/EA. Portable heating unit, 25 Imperial coins/EA power supply, 8 hours. He checked his remaining balance, 487. Redeeming the nutrient paste and water earlier had spent more than half of what he had left. Even if he spent all 400 coins on thermal blankets, it would be a drop in the bucket. Fuck. For the first time, Zeke felt disgust toward Imperial coins. The thrill he felt watching the numbers soar during the robbery in the industrial zone vanished completely. Now, he only felt the coldness of this currency. It could buy lost guns, it could buy enhancements, but it couldn't buy human lives. He closed the store, took a deep breath, and spoke into the regional channel. Listen up, everyone. Take out any spare fabric or clothes from your inventories. Even if it's just a torn rag, give it to the workers. If you bought extra gear, take off your jackets. Give them to the elderly and children first. Crimson Machina, check the vehicle engines. See if you can divert some of the exhaust heat into the cabins. I know it's crude, but it's better than nothing. Also. He paused. Everyone, talk to the workers next to you. Tell them to hold on just a little longer. Tell them there is a warm camp ahead, with hot food and beds. Tell them we will not abandon a single person. This isn't charity. This is mutual aid between comrades. The channel was silent for a few seconds. Then someone replied, "Copy that, boss. I have an extra work jacket here. Bought it from the store earlier but haven't worn it yet. I have 2 tarps. They don't insulate well, but they block the wind. Everyone in the vehicles, squeeze to the sides. Make some more room." The players sprang into action. Someone took off a newly redeemed leather jacket and wrapped it around a shivering child. Someone pulled out fragments of canvas they had picked up earlier. Though tattered, folding it a few times made a decent windbreaker. Several players from Crimson Machina who had studied the auto-repair textbooks actually began dismantling the vehicles. Using tools, they pried open the floorboards in the rear of a transport vehicle and used metal pipes to divert some of the heat from the engine compartment into the cabin. The efficiency was pitifully low, but it provided at least a little warmth. Zeke walked up to a mother and daughter. The mother looked to be under 40, but chronic malnutrition and hard labor made her look over 50. The girl in her arms was about 10 years old. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her breathing faint. Zeke crouched down and took off his jacket. It was a standard-issue field jacket redeemed from the store. Though not incredibly thick, it had a lining. He wrapped the jacket around the girl. "You shouldn't." The mother tried to refuse, but her hands were so stiff from the cold her movements were sluggish. "Wear it." Zeke pressed down on her hands, they were as cold as ice. "The child cannot fall ill." He stood up and said to several players nearby, "Take turns carrying this child. Don't let her catch the wind anymore." "Yes, boss." Zeke continued walking forward. Blood Angel walked beside him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up. "Seeing this reminds me of something from the real world." Zeke turned his head to look at him. "Our ancestors." Blood Angel's voice was very soft, almost inaudible in the howling wind. The road they walked was much longer than this. Tens of thousands of miles. The suffering they endured was far worse. They had no physical enhancements, no system, no respawning. But they finished the march. Zeke patted his shoulder. "We can't change the past. But we can do whatever little we can about the present." He paused, then added in a low voice, "I still refuse to believe this is merely a game." Blood Angel nodded, about to say something when the regional channel suddenly exploded. "Contact front. Northeast direction, approximately 1,100 meters. Something is approaching." Chapter 51, Beast Swarm Attack. The voice continued over the regional channel. "Spotted through binoculars, it's a mutant beast swarm. About 50 of them, charging straight for us. They're moving fast. Estimated contact in 3 minutes." Zeke's pupils contracted. "Everyone, prepare for combat." He immediately turned around and issued orders to, passing by Gilliman, beside him. "Take 10 people and hold the rear of the procession. Make sure no one falls behind, and guard against attacks from other directions. The rest of you, up to the front with me. Flank defense teams hold your positions. Maintain vigilance." The orders were rapidly transmitted through the regional channel. The players' reactions were faster than Zeke had anticipated, perhaps due to having experienced life and death situations in the industrial zone. Or perhaps the training over the past few days had paid off. Almost the instant the order was given, the 30-plus players at the front sprang into action. Aska led the workers backward, squeezing behind the makeshift barricade formed by the transport vehicles. The players began pulling sandbags out of their inventories. These were the rapid deployment fortification kits, bought from the store, 10 coins per kit, containing 6 pre-filled sandbags. Though cheap, they could save lives in a moment like this. Over 30 sandbags were piled into a waist-high low wall within 20 seconds. The players crouched behind the wall, drawing their weapons from their inventories. By the time Zeke reached the front line, combat preparations were complete. He swept a glance over the line. There were 43 players in total. 20 of them held various LOS weapons, LOS pistols, LOS guns, and even 2 heavy stubbers modified into auto shotguns. The remaining players used cheaper kinetic weapons, black powder rifles. Their equipment was a mixed bag, but at this moment, no one showed any fear. They were all caught in the excitement of finally being able to grind mobs. "Are the mines set?" Zeke asked. "Set," shouted a Crimson Machina player named Transcendent Mechanic. "I scattered 16 proximity mines 50 meters out. They're not super powerful, but they'll at least slow them down." "Grenades." "Everyone has at least 2 frag grenades, some even have incendiaries." Zeke nodded. He raised the LOS pistol in his left hand and drew a long sword from his back with his right. It wasn't a Space Marine chains word, those were too expensive, he couldn't afford one yet. This was the most basic, Astra Militarum standard melee sword from the store. It cost 45 Imperial coins. The blade was forged with monomolecular edging and sheathed in a kinetic field. Though rudimentary, it was enough to hack up mutant beasts. He looked forward. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of the beast swarm were already clear. They were a mutant species native to Aurelian 4. Their official scientific name was Red Blaze Hyenodon, but the workers called them razor dogs. They looked like hyenas magnified 3 times in size, but with bone plates growing along their backs. Their mouths were filled with interlocking serrated teeth, and their forelimbs had evolved sharp bone blades capable of easily tearing through light armor. Preliminary combat assessment: a single razor dog was roughly equivalent to an untrained, ordinary Astra Militarum guardsman. Target confirmed. Razor dog swarm, quantity 54. 54 of them charging together was enough to tear through the defensive lines of 2 platoons. Blood Angel had his eyes closed, his psychic perception fully extended. The one leading is larger. It has glowing crystals on its back. It might be a psychic mutant. Psychic mutant. Zeke frowned. In the Warhammer universe, anything is possible. Blood Angel opened his eyes. Be careful. That thing might breathe fire or shoot shock waves. The beast swarm entered the 500-meter range. The players held their breath. 400 meters. 300 meters. Open fire. Zeke ordered. Laser beams tore through the night sky. The first volley focused on the leading psychic mutant. 7 or 8 loss beams struck it simultaneously, sparking against the crystal plates on its back. The beast roared in pain, letting out a shrill shriek, but its speed actually increased. Fuck, it didn't penetrate, someone cursed. The swarm breached the 200-meter line. Minefield, detonate. Boom. 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 A continuous string of explosions lit up the area ahead. The proximity mines weren't very powerful, each roughly equivalent to 2 hand grenades, but 18 of them detonating simultaneously still flipped over 7 or 8 razor dogs. Severed limbs and blood splashed under the moonlight. But the remaining 40-plus beasts didn't pause for a second, trampling over the corpses of their kin as they continued the charge. 100 meters. Grenades, throw. Over 40 frag grenades arced through the air, landing amidst the swarm. The flashes of explosions merged into a sea of light, shrapnel flying in every direction. Another dozen razor dogs fell, but the survivors had already breached the 50-meter line. Prepare for melee. Zeke vaulted over the sandbag wall, the first to charge forward to meet them. His Type 2 enhancement was fully displayed in this moment. Pushing off the ground, his body launched forward like a cannonball, his speed vastly exceeding the ordinary players. His left hand fired continuous bursts from the Lost pistol. 3 beams accurately struck a razor dog in the head, blowing its skull clean off. His right hand swept the longsword in a horizontal slash. The kinetic field activated, the blade humming as it cut through the air. A razor dog lunging from the flank was cut in half at the waist, its internal organs spilling all over the ground. The other players charged up as well. The muscular bros of Crimson Strike were the most conspicuous. They charged at the very front, wielding modified sapper shovels redeemed from the store. They were essentially just thickened, weighted iron shovels, but backed by the strength of the Type 1 enhancement, a single swing could smash a razor dog's head into its chest cavity. In the name of the Crimson Dawn. The muscular bros roared. They excelled at fighting with numerical superiority, pooling their strength to smash one beast, then turning to gang up on the next. The players of Crimson Wind skirmished on the flanks. They didn't fight head-on. Instead, they used their speed advantage to continuously fire harassing shots. When the razor dogs turned to chase them, the players behind them would focus fire. Kite them. Do you know how to kite? 800k versus 600k, the advantage is mine, yelled in the channel while running. Don't just stand there trading blows. We're not space marines. If you keep this up, I'm going to start micromanaging you. Blood Angel didn't go to the front lines. Standing behind the sandbag wall, his eyes glowing faintly with psychic light, he was using the most basic psychic techniques to anticipate trajectories and provide early warnings for the frontline players. 3 on the left. Pouncing on, have you been loyal today? In 5 seconds. The big one on the right flank is about to spit. Dodge. His warning saved several players. A razor dog opened its mouth and spat a glob of corrosive mucus. The warned player rolled away just in time. The mucus hit the ground, hissing as it burned and released white smoke. The battle entered a fever pitch. Although the players had undergone enhancements and training, they weren't professional soldiers, mistakes were inevitable. Someone's arm was slashed by a razor dog's bone blade, and he dropped to his knees in pain. A 30% pain reduction didn't mean it didn't hurt. But no one retreated. Being able to respawn was their greatest source of confidence. Even though their enhancements would disappear upon death, even though reviving cost 5 Imperial coins, and even though the interest rate on the system's loan was absurdly high, at least, they would live. Zeke wove through the beast swarm. His combat skills were learned from the basic melee combat manual he bought from the store a few days ago. It cost 10 imperial coins, and its contents were crude. But it at least taught him how to exert force and how to dodge. Coupled with the physical attributes of his Type 2 enhancement, he alone was tying down 3 razor dogs. His Laspistol's energy cell ran dry. He casually tossed it aside and gripped his sword with both hands. A razor dog lunged at him head-on. He sidestepped, thrusting his sword into its neck backhanded, then twisted his wrist, shredding its spine. Another tried to sneak attack him from behind. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, he ducked low and swept its legs. The moment the beast lost its balance, he slashed upward with his blade, disemboweling it. But precisely because his combat prowess was greater than the other players, the psychic mutant locked onto him. The beast was a full size larger than its kin, the crystal plates on its back radiating an eerie purple light. It didn't charge indirectly. Instead, it stood 20 meters away and opened its jaws. A beam of purple energy surged forth. "Boss, watch out." Blood Angel screamed from the rear. "Please donate Power Stones if you like the chapter. Goal equals 300 Power Stones." Chapter 52, a psyker among the workers. Zeke instinctively rolled to the side. The energy beam grazed past his shoulder and struck a mutant beast behind him. The beast didn't even have time to let out a scream, its upper body was instantly vaporized. Its lower half remained standing in place for 2 full seconds before finally toppling over. "Holy shit!" Someone gasped in the regional channel. The psychic mutant opened its jaws again, a second beam of light brewing within. Zeke gritted his teeth, preparing to charge forward and risk it all. Ayawa. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd of workers. It wasn't a scream of terror, but rather, a shriek of release. Zeke snapped his head around. Within the crowd of workers, a girl who looked to be around 10 years old was kneeling on the ground, clutching her head. The space around her was warping, the air rippling as an invisible force erupted outward with her at the epicenter. Psychic power. A surge of raw, unguided, uncontrolled psychic energy detonated purely by emotion. The child raised her head. Her eyes had turned completely milky white, void of pupils. She looked at the psychic mutant and reached out a hand. The purple beam of light spat by the psychic mutant abruptly bent in midair. As if pinched by an invisible hand, it reversed direction and slammed directly into the mutant's own skull. The head exploded into a mist of blood. The massive body collapsed stiffly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blackish-red blood flowed sluggishly from its stump of a neck. Having lost their leader, the remaining razor dogs instantly fell into chaos. The players seized the opportunity to counterattack. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining 24 beasts were entirely wiped out. The battle was over. The battlefield was a mess. Razor dog corpses were scattered everywhere. The players were panting heavily. Although there were no fatalities, over a dozen were severely injured, and almost everyone had sustained light wounds. But at this moment, no one cared about any of that. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that child. The girl was still kneeling on the ground, her milky white eyes slowly returning to a normal brown. She looked blankly at her own hands, then at her surroundings, and finally at Zeke. Her lips trembled. What did I do?" Zeke walked over and crouched in front of her. "You saved everyone," he said softly. "But I feel like there's something inside my body." The girl's voice was laced with tears. "It wants to come out. I can't control it." Zeke looked at Blood Angel. Blood Angel walked over, scanning the girl with his psychic perception. His expression was grave. Psychic talent, at least A tier. She spontaneously awakened without any guidance, and the intensity of that strike just now has already reached the level of an official psyker. She's 2 full tiers stronger than a faint-grade psyker like me. Author's note, psychic levels are categorized into 12 tiers: faint, low, official, mid, high, master, storm, gamma, beta, alpha, demigod, and evil god. This is an alternate universe setting, please do not get overly pedantic with the lore. Is she in danger? Extreme danger. Blood Angel lowered his voice. In the Warhammer universe, if a psyker has no one to teach them control, they either explode on their own or get targeted by things in the warp and become a gateway. Zeke fell silent. He looked at the girl's mother, the woman who had accepted his jacket earlier. She rushed over and hugged her child, tears streaming down her face, completely at a loss for what to do. The surrounding workers looked at the girl with complex expressions. There was fear, curiosity, and a trace of awe. They knew all too well what a psyker meant in a hive city. They were either sent to the black ships as part of the tithe, their fates unknown. Or they were controlled by major factions and turned into tools. Or they lost control and killed everyone around them. "Boss, what do we do? Have you been loyal today?" walked over, covered in blood. This child. Zeke stood up and looked at all the workers. Listen up, everyone. His voice carried clearly through the freezing wind. This child is one of us. She just saved everyone. Her ability is not a curse, it is a gift. In our Crimson Dawn, we will not ostracize or fear anyone just because they possess special abilities. We will teach her how to control it, teach her how to use it, and let it become a power that protects everyone. If anyone feels uneasy, you can leave now. I won't stop you. The workers looked at each other. Aska was the first to step forward. I trust the chapter master. The chapter master brought us food and is leading us to warmth. He is our savior, he would not harm us. He walked over to the girl and patted her shoulder. Little girl, you were very brave just now. The other workers also began to voice their support. If it weren't for her, we'd all be dead. Thank you for saving us, child. Zeke breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Blood Angel. When we get back, you and Schrödinger bro figure out how to teach her basic control. There's a psychic training manual in the store. I'll buy it. It's 500 coins, Blood Angel reminded him. I'll buy it. Zeke didn't hesitate. He turned and addressed everyone, clean up the battlefield. Gather any materials we can recycle. Prioritize treating the wounded. For the injured players, take down their names. When we get back, we'll issue a unified Imperial coin reimbursement, and you'll get an extra injury allowance. Hearing this, the injured players immediately perked up. That's so generous. An injury allowance. Absolute loyalty to Boss Zeke. The crowd of players erupted into laughter. Zeke smiled helplessly. All right, enough messing around. Keep moving. We must be back at the base before noon. The procession resumed its march. This time, the way the workers looked at the players had changed. It was no longer just pure gratitude, there was an added layer of trust. And the players stood a little straighter. That battle just now proved they weren't just thieves who stole ore. They were warriors capable of protecting others. The feeling of guarding someone and earning their gratitude was actually pretty damn good. Zeke walked at the very front of the procession, his sword sheathed. Blood Angel walked beside him, speaking in a low voice, that child's psychic fluctuations share similarities with the residual psychic frequencies in the industrial zone ruins. Zeke turned his head. Meaning what? 80 years ago, the psychers of House Aller were taken by the black ships, but psychic talent is hereditary. Blood Angel said, I suspect there might be others among the workers who have latent psychic talents that just haven't awakened yet. So the crash of Sector 7 wasn't just a political purge, Zeke muttered. It was also meant to sever the transmission of a psychic bloodline. There are no coincidences in the Warhammer universe, Blood Angel said. Everything happens for a reason. Zeke didn't reply. He looked up at the night sky. Aurelian 4 had 2 moons, one red and one white. They hung at the zenith right now, casting a cold light down upon them. In the dark night, the stars shimmered with a faint glow. Deep within the warp, Lucian's energy body observed the projection of reality. He saw the march through the freezing night, the beast swarm attack, the psychic child's awakening, and Zeke's choice. The resurgence of a psychic bloodline, the legacy of Sector 7. Lucian's energy visage revealed a contemplative expression. House Aller was taken by the black ships back then, but their bloodline was never severed. He absorbed the emotions generated by the players during that battle, the exhilaration of combat, the fear of injury, the ecstasy of victory, the shock of witnessing the psychic eruption. His gaze lingered on Zeke. The man was speaking to the workers, guiding them forward, a tired yet resolute expression on his face. Comrades, mutual aid, abandoning no one. Lucian's energy body rippled slightly. In the Warhammer universe, this kind of responsibility is far rarer than psychic powers. He recalled the Warhammer lore he had read in his past life, Primarchs turning on their brothers, the ruthless slaughters carried out by space marines, the cold apathy of imperial bureaucrats, the maddening corruption of chaos cultists. In this universe, kindness was a luxury, sympathy was a weakness, and mercy was suicide. But Zeke was practicing a different possibility. Even if he thought it was just a game. Perhaps. Lucian whispered to himself, this is the very reason I exist, and the variable they bring. It's not like a respawn system is a cheat. After all, reincarnators and perpetuals aren't exactly rare in this world. The true variable originates from this group of souls from another universe, bringing entirely different core values into this dark galaxy. He pulled up the Bestowal of the Chosen interface, the cursor hovering over Zeke's name. In the trait repository, several options were flashing. Lucian did not select any of them. He closed the interface and continued watching the projection of reality. Zeke's face was sharply defined in the moonlight. Wait a little longer. Let the spark of fire burn a little brighter. Wait until you realize the truth of this world yourself, until you realize exactly what it is you are fighting for. When that time comes, you will willingly step into my garden. The energy body slowly faded into the depths of the warp, leaving behind only a single whisper drifting through the void. And I will have the crown ready to crown you myself. Chapter 53, recalling the hardships of yesterday. Zeke. Cleanup complete. Have you been loyal today? Jogged back from the other side of the battlefield, his face still splattered with the black blood of razor dogs. He was grinning widely. 53 regular razor dogs, average recycling value of 140 imperial coins each. Even though the psychic mutant's head was smashed, the psychic crystal plates on its back and its body sold for 480. A total of 7,900 imperial coins. They've all been transferred into the chapter's public vault. Zeke nodded and opened the chapter management interface. A pale blue holographic screen unfolded before him, densely packed with detailed data from the battle just now. Every player's kill count, damage taken, healing contributed, degree of tactical order execution. The system had even thoughtfully assigned everyone a performance score. Distribute according to contribution, Zeke said softly. His fingertips swiped across the screen. Imperial coins flowed out of the public vault, accurately distributed into the accounts of the 43 players who had participated in the battle. Ding. Imperial coins plus 187. Ding. Imperial coins plus 203. Ding. Imperial coins plus 165. Chimes rang consecutively in the ears of the frontline players. Holy shit. I got 210. I got 190. Enough to buy a lost gun. Massive profit. This wave was definitely not a loss. Cheers erupted into the freezing wind. Most of these players had experienced the cruelty of the industrial zone. Back then, they risked their lives stealing ore and only made 8 or 9 coins a day. Now, a single battle yielded the equivalent of over half a month's hard labor back then. Watching their excitement, a smile touched the corners of Zeke's mouth, but his hands didn't stop moving. He transferred 637 imperial coins out of his personal account, his personal reward calculated by the system based on his command, kills, and covering fire during the battle. Then, he distributed it evenly among the 56 players who had stayed behind to guard the flanks and rear of the procession. 12 coins per person. Not a lot. But it was enough to buy a week's worth of nutrient paste or purified water. This was his token of appreciation. Ding. Imperial coins plus 12. The same chime rang in the ears of the players who had been holding their rifles, standing guard, and protecting the refugee procession. The regional channel went silent for a moment. Then it exploded. Boss Zeke, what is this? We didn't fight. Why give us imperial coins? Zeke immediately spoke into the regional channel, you didn't not fight, and you aren't without merit. In that battle just now, the players at the front were risking their lives, but what were you doing? You were protecting over 2,000 unarmed workers. You were watching for danger that could have pounced from any direction. You were maintaining order in this long procession. If you hadn't secured the rear, would the guys at the front have dared to fight with everything they had? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the players. Some were holding their guns, watching the darkness around them. Others were continuously supporting elderly people who could barely walk. Saving the refugees was my personal choice, Zeke said. You could have completely ignored my orders as the provisional chapter master. You could have gone off to play on your own, exploring the wasteland, hunting mutant beasts, looting other settlements. Maybe you'd earn imperial coins faster that way, and maybe the game experience would be more thrilling. But you listened. You chose to trust me, a stranger you've known for less than half a month. You chose to trust each other with your backs. And you chose to do something on this wasteland that seems incredibly stupid in the Warhammer universe. Zeke raised his voice slightly. Therefore, I won't let you suffer a loss for it. This universe is vast. So vast it brings despair. We've experienced the price of weakness. I'm sure none of you have forgotten what it felt like when 5,000 of us were caught like chickens by 1,000 armed guards and sent to laboratories to be sliced up for research. At the mention of this, the players grew subdued. That experience had been too oppressive. After all, they couldn't log off back then. They didn't know if it was really a game or if they had actually transmigrated. Those memories were etched too deeply, the lights of the interrogation rooms, the cold syringes piercing their flesh, the scalpels cutting open their stomachs. In this world, individual strength has its limits. Zeke emphasized every word. Even someone as strong as a Primarch needs the support of a legion. Even someone as fierce as the War Master needed the massive armies of the Great Crusade. Right now, we can't even compare to standard Astra Militarum infantry. At least they have formal training, standard issue gear, and logistical support. What do we have? Even though we're immortal, without real power, we are absolutely nothing in this world. In the Warhammer universe, human lives are the cheapest currency. Fortunately, we still have He looked at the surrounding players, watching the light gradually kindling in their eyes. We still have each other. Only united as a fortress of iron will we have a chance to survive long-term in this dark galaxy. Only then can we grow stronger. Only then can we realize the bullshit we bragged about when we entered the game, and truly pilot mechas one day. When his voice faded, the channel remained silent for 2 seconds. Then, a player with the ID, 3 Kingdoms Paving Boy, spoke up first, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Zeke, say no more. I get it. I used to play that strategy game called 3 Kingdoms. I paved roads for the Alliance leader like my life depended on it, paving all the way from the starting province to Luoyang. I didn't sleep for 48 hours straight. And after we took the city, the Alliance leader said paving was an obligation and refused to reimburse me the $80 I spent on it. My heart went fucking cold. Another player beside him, Rate Earth Backstab Specialist, chimed in, that's nothing. I've been backstabbed 3 times. The first time, my ally took my land in the middle of the night. The second time, management ran off with the funds. The third time was the worst. During an alliance, we agreed to attack a city together. They lured my main force into an ambush and wiped them out, just to raid me. That's why I chose this name. He smiled. In a gaming circle where the average person has many ulterior motives, meeting a chapter master like you. It's worth it. More voices flooded in. Yeah, exactly. We're all brothers, talking about money makes us sound like strangers. Zeke is righteous. I've been gaming for 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen a guild master pay out of his own pocket to subsidize non-combatants. Say no more. From now on, if you say go die, I'll die. Someone started it, and incredibly, singing actually rang out across the wasteland. It was off-key, the voices cracked, and they couldn't remember all the lyrics. Carrying all the hardships of yesterday. To exchange for some perfection and happiness tomorrow. Listening to it, Zeke felt his eyes grow wet. He turned his face away, taking a deep breath of the freezing air to push the rising emotions back down. When he turned back, his face had returned to the calm expression of a chapter master. Keep moving. Before noon, we returned to base. The procession set out once more. But the atmosphere was completely different. The players walked with straighter postures, their gazes sharper when standing guard. They thoroughly enjoyed the looks the refugees gave them, the looks one would give to heroes. These are looks they could rarely experience in the real world. This sense of honor is motivating them to press forward. Goal equals 300 power stones. Next goal equals 300 plus 150 is equal to 450 power stones. Chapter 54, The Mysterious Men, House Aller, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 300 power stones. Meanwhile, the workers. Aska, supporting an elderly miner with bad legs, quietly observed all of this. He looked at the chapter master who said he would treat them as human beings and grant them equality, and at the surrounding warriors who were willing to lend them a helping hand, watching their joyful expressions. This was unlike any faction he knew. The overseers of the Aru group would deduct wages on payday and whip workers with power mauls if they demanded an explanation. The private soldiers of the Aiden's Night House would rob settlements and small towns of their property, and sometimes the residents themselves, under the guise of protection fees. The lords of the Kanmo Psyker dynasty viewed mortals as ants. When they were in a bad mood, a single thought could drive a person insane. The tech priests of the Order of the Omniscient Mind, they fundamentally didn't care whether flesh and blood lived or died. But these people were different. They fought, but not just to plunder. They were powerful, but they didn't bully the weak. They actually treated workers as human beings. Uncle Aska, a young worker beside him, whispered, "The base they mentioned, is it real?" Aska looked into the distance. On the horizon, the morning light was gradually tearing away the veil of night. He revealed a faint smile. "It must be real," Aska murmured. "The chapter master wouldn't lie to us." TL/N, damn, is that hope I see in Warhammer. High noon. The scorching sun of the red blaze wasteland began baking the earth once more, but right now, no one complained about the heat. Because everyone, Zeke's squad and the 2,137 workers, stood before a stone wall 3.5 meters tall. The wall was built from wasteland boulders gathered on site and held together with some kind of adhesive. Its surface was rough, but it looked sturdy. Upon the 8 watchtowers dotting the wall, figures could vaguely be seen holding guns and keeping watch. A heavy metal gate was shut tight. Painted on the gate in crimson pigment was a symbol, a sun rising from a dark horizon. It was simple, yet full of power. "We've arrived at the base," Zeke said. He stepped forward and waved at the wall. A few seconds later, the sound of grinding gears echoed, and the metal gate slowly swung inward. The scene behind the gates unfolded before the workers' eyes. Level, compacted dirt roads divided the area into neat sections. To the east was a training ground where dozens of players were practicing marksmanship and close-quarters combat. To the west, 7 or 8 modified vehicles were parked, with people currently conducting maintenance on them. In the center was a public area set up with simple sunshades and long tables. To the north was a plot of reclaimed land, where green saplings had already begun sprouting. To the south was a humming water purification system, clear water gushing from its pipes. Though crude, it was orderly and full of life. "Welcome to the Crimson Dawn," Zeke turned and opened his arms to the workers. "From now on, this will be your home." At that moment, many workers cried. Children were held in their parents' arms, their wide eyes curiously taking in this unfamiliar environment. The elderly dropped to their knees, touching the solid earth with their hands, murmuring thanks to unknown deities. Aska walked up to Zeke and bowed deeply, his forehead almost touching the ground. "Chapter Master, we don't know how to repay you." "No need for repayment," Zeke helped him up. "Here, you trade your labor for survival, and your efforts earn respect. As long as you aren't lazy and don't break the rules, you can attain total equality. It's that simple." He waved over a few players. "Take the workers to the North District. Clear out those empty bunkhouses. Distribute nutrient paste and purified water by head count. Prioritize the wounded and children." "Understood." The players immediately sprang into action. These ordinary people, who might be students, programmers, or delivery drivers in reality, displayed astonishing organizational skills at this moment. Registering names, assigning housing, distributing supplies, arranging medical care, everything was done methodically. Boss, Blood Angel's second emperor, walked over, his expression somewhat grave. I asked about the girl's background. The two moved to a relatively quiet corner. Blood Angel pulled up the system memo recording his conversation with the girl's mother. "Her name is Hilovia Elner. She's 11 years old. She took her mother's surname. As for her father..." He paused. "Her mother said he was a mysterious man. They only had a few chance encounters in the lowest levels of the Aru City Hive, and she fell hopelessly in love with him. But one day, the man suddenly vanished without a trace or a warning. After the child was born, she raised her alone. Because she had a child out of wedlock, she faced severe discrimination in the Underhive. In the end, she had to sign up for the Aru Group's recruitment and was forced to come make a living in the Red Blaze Wasteland Industrial Zone." Zeke frowned. "A mysterious man? Any other distinguishing features?" "Yes," Blood Angel lowered his voice. "Her mother described him as having black hair, gray eyes, and a very faint scar on his left cheek." He spoke very softly, but every word seemed magical. "The most crucial part is..." He looked toward the training ground. Hilovia was currently surrounded by several female players asking if she was hungry or cold. Her mother said the man once accidentally let slip that, in the past, relying on his surname alone would have allowed her to live a very good life. Aller. Zeke's pupils contracted. 80 years ago, the 7th administrative sector at the peak of the Dawn City Hive crashed. The Blayek House was exterminated, and the Psychers of House Aller were taken by the Black Ships. These two massive factions had suffered endless persecution across all of Aurelian 4. But a psychic bloodline is hereditary. So Hilovia's father is an orphan of House Aller. Or, the descendant of some Psyker who luckily escaped the Black Ships. Very likely, Blood Angel nodded. Furthermore, I checked Hilovia's psychic signature. Although she just awakened and is still very raw, its fluctuation frequency is a 70% match to the residual psychic imprint we sensed in the industrial zone. Meaning what? Meaning. Blood Angel took a deep breath. The psychic bloodline of House Aller was never truly severed. The purge 80 years ago by the Iron Hands only eradicated most of their power on the surface. Although the other three great factions, excluding the Order of the Omniscient Mind, have been hunting them ever since, they still have scattered bloodlines hidden in the Underhive, surviving. Zeke fell silent. He walked onto a jutting rock and looked out over the entire base. In the distance, players were helping the workers build temporary shelters, laughter mixing with shouts. Nearby, Hilovia took a piece of nutrient paste and ate it in small bites. A bit of color finally returned to her pale face. The wind blew past, lifting the hem of his jacket. This body created by the game was 1.87 meters tall, its muscle definition clearly visible beneath the fabric. The Type 2 enhancement brought not just physical strength, but also a steady, composed aura. Hilovia, the vanished man. House Aller, the psychic bloodline. Zeke pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The unrest involving millions in a planetary hive sector, and billions across the world, might merely be an acceptable margin of loss on a spreadsheet within the Emperor's grand design. He spoke very softly, but the words carried immense weight in Blood Angel's ears. Because this was the cruelest truth of the Warhammer universe, behind the grand narratives of the Sea of Stars involving gods, primarchs, and space marines lay a road paved with the bones of countless mortals. And what the Crimson Dawn was doing right now was giving these bones a chance to stand up. Hilovia's treatment and training will be handled by you and Schrödinger. Zeke hopped down from the rock. Buy a copy of the Advanced Psychic Control Manual from the store. Use chapter funds. Remember, our goal isn't to train her into a war machine. It's to let her control her powers so she can live like a normal person. Who knows, maybe one day she'll give us a pleasant surprise. Understood, Blood Angel nodded. What about the other workers? Is it possible there are latent psychic talents among them? We don't touch them for now, Zeke shook his head. They aren't players like us whose psychic awakening only costs Imperial coins. Their psychic awakening requires a catalyst. Forcing it is too dangerous. We just need to create a safe environment and let them grow naturally. If any more awaken later, we'll handle them the same way. Then. Blood Angel hesitated. Should we proactively investigate the industrial zone? There are definitely things left behind by House Aller there. It might help Hilovia, and it could help us understand the history of this planet better. Zeke pondered this for a moment. The chaos incursion in the industrial zone had already proven that the place was far from simple. Chaos energy welling up from the underground had empowered the demons, indicating that there was either a warp rift down there, or something terrifying was sealed away. Exploring it recklessly was extremely risky. But knowledge is power. In the Warhammer universe, ignorance often got you killed faster than taking risks. Wait until the base stabilizes. Wait until the workers are settled in, and wait until we have sufficient equipment and strength prepared, Zeke finally said. When the time comes, I'll personally lead an elite squad to investigate. All right. Blood Angel left to make arrangements for Hilovia. Zeke stood alone in the center of the base, looking at everything before him. The players were training, the workers were laboring, and the children were playing. The water purification system hummed, the young seedlings in the agricultural zone stretched toward the sunlight, and the flags on the watchtowers fluttered in the wind. Next goal equals 400 power stones. Chapter 55, Night Meeting in the Mess Hall. That night, after a half-day of bustling activity, the players finally finished erecting rows of makeshift shelters using wasteland rocks and scrap materials on the outer perimeter of the potato cultivation zone. Fires burned outside the shelters, the dancing flames driving away the piercing cold of the wasteland night. After eating warm gruel made from boiled nutrient paste, the 2,000-plus refugees who had escaped the Red Blaze wasteland industrial zone finally experienced their most stable and warmest night since leaving that hellhole. The sound of snoring soon rose and fell within the shacks, intermingled with the occasional sobs of children in their dreams. Most of the players had also logged off by this point, and the base sank into an exhausted tranquility. However, on the second floor of the central mess hall, the players' command center, the lights were burning bright. Power was supplied by several sets of batteries that had been charged during the day using a portable fuel generator bought from the store. The lighting wasn't very bright, but it was enough to illuminate this room simply constructed from large stones. A group of people sat around a crude, 8-meter-long conference table polished from a single massive wasteland boulder in the center of the hall. Zeke sat at the head of the table. He had taken off the field jacket he had given to the workers in the freezing night and was now only wearing a thin, gray work tank top. Seated to his left were Schrödinger Bro, Tax Bro, Cogboy, and White Scars. Seated to his right were Blood Angel's Second Emperor, Soul of Cadia, I'm not the Regent, I'm just passing by Gilliman, Bro G, have you been loyal today, and other newly promoted chapter officers. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Everyone, Zeke was the first to break the silence, his voice slightly hoarse. The reason I asked you to stay behind is to discuss an urgent matter. The total Imperial coins of our main chapter and all the subchapters combined is running low. He pulled up the compiled data, projecting the chapter's financial situation for everyone to see. Crimson Dawn main chapter funds, 91,237 Imperial coins. Crimson Strike subchapter funds, 8,412. Crimson Wind, 7,903. Crimson Spirit, 11,028. Crimson Machina, 15,671. Total, 134,251. A little over 130,000, Zeke tapped his fingers against the rough stone table. It sounds like a lot, but divided among 5,000, it's less than 30 coins per person. The breathing tax we have to pay every day is 1,500 coins. The nutrient paste we consume daily costs 4,500 coins. For the continued development of the base, and so everyone can continue upgrading their strength, we must find new sources of income. Otherwise, we'll eat through our savings in a matter of days. At this moment, fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, seated to his left, spoke up. That's correct. I've done the calculations. After all the physical enhancements, skill learning, psychic awakenings, and equipment purchases over these past few days, the Imperial coins in the players' personal accounts generally do not exceed 200. And the chapter funds everyone previously contributed. The 6 accounts combined indeed only amount to 130,000. Add to that the over 2,000 natives you brought back today, Chapter Master. Even if we calculate their bottom line food and water at the absolute minimum survival standard of 0.5 imperial coins per person per day, we will have an additional daily expenditure of over 1,000 coins. That is not a small sum. Zeke nodded, a look of apology on his face. Taking them in was my own unilateral decision. I didn't discuss it with you all beforehand. I will try my best to find a way to cover this additional expenditure and make up the shortfall. Cogboy, however, shook his head. Zeke, I'm not blaming you. On the contrary, from a rational perspective, taking in this batch of natives brings us more benefits than disadvantages. Setting aside the potential value of that little girl who is a suspected A-tier psyker, the over 2,000 skilled workers themselves are a massive asset. They are miners, smelters, machine operators, and porters, and they are familiar with the local environment of Aurelian 4. That far outweighs the small imperial coin expenditure. More importantly, they can gradually take over our logistical work. They can cultivate more potato fields, build sturdier housing, perform basic nighttime guard duties, and maintain the equipment and walls. This will greatly liberate the productivity of our players, allowing us to focus on exploration, combat, and leveling up. This is a long-term investment. I agree with Cogboy's analysis. Taxbro spoke in a muffled, resonant voice, his fists unconsciously clenching. When I was helping them build shelters during the day, a few young guys secretly asked me if I could teach them how to use guns. I asked why. They said they didn't want to be herded around like livestock anymore like they were in the industrial zone, and they wanted the ability to protect their own people. Just for that sentence alone, I think it's worth it. White Scars nodded as well. I agree too. Money can be earned again. But if people die, they can't respawn like us. Schrodinger bro slowly opened his eyes. I support it. The other officers also voiced their agreement. No one opposed taking in the refugees, in fact, they all believed it was the right, even necessary, choice. Zeke looked at his companions around the table, people who were willing to follow him in making a seemingly irrational choice in this cruel world. He took a deep breath and simply said 2 words, thank you. This support was worth more than any amount of imperial coins. All right, Zeke reined in his emotions and sat up straighter. Since everyone agrees, the next step is how to make money and open up new income streams. How did your various scouting missions go? What's the specific situation? White Scars, you start with Red Town. White Scars sat up straight, his face unusually grim. Red Town only allowed 15 people inside. I didn't force my way in. The town has a magistrate appointed by the Aru group with a garrison of a few hundred under his command. Their equipment is garbage, mostly outdated kinetic firearms. The town primarily guards the trade route leading to the Kent mining city. It has a permanent population of a little over 2,000, the rest are bandits, gangsters, and scavengers. It's a typical Warhammer wasteland town, chaotic, impoverished, and cannibalistic. We traded pelts and tools for some intel and food. Besides expired nutrient paste, it was flatbreads made from mutant beast meat mixed with some unknown substance. It's even worse than nutrient paste. There wasn't much valuable intel. The Kent Hive is to the southeast, it's a major mining site for the Aru group. Zeke took notes. So Red Town has very low trade value. Extremely low, White Scars affirmed. There is nothing but exploitation there. Zeke nodded and looked at Taxbro, what about your mining pit? Hearing this, Taxbro perked up. I took 500 players to check out that mining pit. The location is good, to the northeast. I had some in our chapter who know geological surveying take a preliminary look. There's definitely still ore inside. Although the promethium purity isn't high, there should be a sizable deposit. However, the ore isn't the main point for us right now. The main point is that the area around the pit is basically a paradise for mutant beasts. I personally saw dozens of packs of razor dogs, plus some burrowing ones, some with carapaces, all sorts, and a lot of them. For us right now, those are all walking imperial coins. The eyes of everyone at the table lit up. When they were short on money, a monster spawn point like this was essentially a massive treasure trove. Zeke also nodded slightly, this was indeed a solid short-term resource stream. He then looked at Schrodinger. What about the ruins of the outpost you went to? Schrodinger's face was expressionless, his voice calm. We thoroughly searched that old outpost of the Blayak house. Any equipment that could be moved or data drives holding valuable knowledge were either taken by the evacuees 80 years ago or scavenged clean by scavengers or the 4 great factions later on. There is essentially nothing left that is of use to us. Hearing this, Zeke couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had originally hoped to find some machinery or historical records in that former outpost. Seeing the disappointment flash across Zeke's face, the corners of Schrodinger bro's mouth twitched upward almost imperceptibly. However, he dragged out the word. Chapter 56, Gene Seed Selection. Goal equals 450 Power Stones. Every eye around the conference table instantly locked onto him. To us, the abandoned instruments and equipment themselves aren't actually that important, Schrödinger bro said unhurriedly. At that exact moment, a striking notification suddenly popped up on Zeke's system interface. System notification: Schrödinger's loyalist, chapter master of the Crimson Spirit, has initiated a transfer of 1,800,000 Imperial coins to your chapter's fund account, Crimson Dawn. Zeke's eyes went wide. He stared blankly at the figure, his brain completely stalling for a second. 1.8 million. Schrödinger, where the hell did you get so many Imperial coins? Zeke's voice was laced with pure disbelief. Only then did Schrödinger bro let out a chuckle. Beside him, Codboy, Tax Bro, and White Scars also cracked grins. Because we took that entire empty outpost base, Schrödinger bro said, emphasizing every single word, and recycled it completely. Even though that outpost looked like a worthless pile of rusted metal frames and crumbling walls on the surface, its main structure was actually built from a unique alloy native to Aurelian 4, heavily enriched with promethium. 80 years of weathering meant severe surface corrosion and massive energy depletion, but it had one massive saving grace: sheer volume. Once I realized that, I immediately told the remaining players in the chapter to buy the cheapest heavy-duty cutting and dismantling tools from the system shop. We didn't bother looking for hidden treasures. We just treated that massive outpost like a set of building blocks, slicing it into giant chunks from the roof right down to the foundation, and then... He made a quick gesture with his hand. We sold the whole thing to the system shop. 1.8 million was the recycling price the system offered. Hearing this, Zeke was a mix of shock and pure joy. He slapped Schrödinger bro hard on the shoulder. Schrödinger, you're a genius. Absolutely brilliant. He gave him a massive thumbs up. With this massive windfall, the base's immediate financial crisis was mostly resolved, meaning many stalled projects could finally be restarted. But have the players who took part in the operation gotten their shares yet? Amidst his excitement, Zeke didn't forget this crucial detail. Schrödinger bro shook his head, his smile fading slightly. Before you got back, we originally planned to split this evenly among everyone who helped. But after seeing you bring back so many local refugees, and hearing Blood Angel recount everything you did on the way, well... He glanced over at White Scars. White Scars took a deep breath and picked up the thread. His voice was lower now, heavy with a suppressed weight. Chapter Master, there are some things I need to report in detail. For the next 10 minutes, White Scars used a dry, raspy voice to describe everything he had witnessed in Red Town. It wasn't a generalized overview like before, but raw, specific details and bloody, horrific realities. There was a man who sold his wife and daughter to a casino for a measly 500 Aurelian coins in gambling chips. When the casino turned around and sold the mother and daughter to a passing band of bandits, the woman's weeping pleas were delivered in a local Aurelian dialect, featuring perfect grammar and precise word choices. It possessed a level of sound, internal logic that no simple NPC script could ever replicate. As White Scars spoke, his eyes welled up with redness. The screams of that mother and daughter are still ringing in my ears. Meanwhile, her husband was sitting at the gambling table, completely indifferent, throwing down those pathetic chips. 500 Aurelian coins. Heh, I looked into the local prices. 500 coins can only buy 5 tubes of nutrient paste. Yet, the price paid was 2 human lives completely extinguished. This is something I couldn't even fathom back in the real world, he choked out. The newly appointed officers and Zeke were visibly shaken upon hearing this. And there's a shop inside the town where they openly carry corpses in to sell for cash, White Scars added. Heh, what could they possibly use dead bodies for that makes them worth money, someone scoffed. What else do you think they use them for in Warhammer? White Scars replied darkly. If the other players hadn't held me back at the time, I swear I would have pulled a gun straight out of my inventory and executed those bastards right then and there. Even though Codboy, Tax Bro, and Schrödinger bro had already heard about it, their fists still clenched white-knuckled at the retelling. On a street corner, a few militia soldiers were beating an elderly scavenger half to death just because the old man had picked up a cigarette but they threw away. The old man's ribs were shattered, and the blood he coughed up had tiny parasites wriggling inside, a textbook symptom of drinking heavily contaminated water over a long period. In a corner of the shanty town, several children huddled together in the freezing wind. The youngest looked barely 5 years old, his belly horrifically bloated, not from a full meal but from severe malnutrition edema. The child's eyes were massive, protruding starkly against his emaciated face, his gaze as hollow and empty as a pair of dried-up wells. When we left, we found that man's corpse in a scrap heap about 3 kilometers outside of town. White Scar's voice began to tremble. He was stripped completely naked and tossed aside. There were 17 stab wounds on his body, I counted them myself. His fingers were still deathly locked around 2 unspent gambling chips. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot. We inspected the body. He hadn't been dead for more than 6 hours, meaning he died barely 4 hours after selling off his wife and daughter. Judging by the footprints and tracks left at the scene, the killers were none other than that exact same casino gang. A degenerate gambler who destroyed his own family certainly deserved to die, but the behavioral logic behind the entire event exposes a chilling reality. White Scar's knuckles popped loudly as he squeezed his fists. Chapter Master, what kind of game designs a storyline this complete? What kind of game goes out of its way to arrange for an NPC to be murdered and dumped like trash after they've already served their purpose of moving the plot forward? This isn't fucking game logic. This is too real. It's so real that it feels exactly like an actual, living world. A deathly silence enveloped the hall. The faint, buzzing hum of the battery-powered lantern sounded exceptionally piercing in the quiet. Schrödinger bro spoke up slowly, his voice terrifyingly crisp amid the stillness. And this isn't an isolated incident. Aurelian 4 has a total population of roughly 23 billion. It falls short of the minimum 50 billion threshold required for a standard hive world, so it can best be classified as a semi-hive world or a mining hive hybrid planet. Since most of its surface consists of desolate wastelands and extensive mining pits, it is highly likely a frontier mining planet. Over 18.5 billion of those people live crammed inside hives. The largest hive, the City of the Holy Anthem, holds 5 billion citizens, while even the smallest secondary hives house tens of millions. There are countless small towns scattered across the planet's barrens. Despite the hostile conditions of the surface wasteland capping their average lifespan at under 30 years, they still manage to stubbornly survive, accounting for a population of over a billion. Furthermore, this red blaze wasteland we currently occupy falls under the jurisdiction of the Aru City Hive Zone, controlled entirely by the Aru Group. The total population of this hive zone alone is 550 million. Schrödinger bro raised his eyes, sweeping his gaze across every face at the table. Out of all these people, how many are enduring the exact same nightmare as Red Town right now? How many fathers are selling off their children? How many kids are starving to death? How many elderly folks are being thrown onto scrap heaps to die? He paused briefly, looking directly at Zeke. Zeke. Schrödinger bro called him by his real name. Zeke's body stiffened slightly. We've known each other in the Terra Underground Cyber Tavern group for over 5 years now, Schrödinger bro said calmly, though his words carried an immense, crushing weight. Even though we've never met in real life, the amount of time we spent staying up late on voice chat playing games, shooting the breeze, and shooting the shit adds up to more time than you spent dating your ex-girlfriend. I know exactly what kind of guy you are at your core. You're an idealist. You have that inner fire that absolutely refuses to stand by when you see injustice. It's just that the real world was too stable, too safe, and too mundane, so that fire got buried and ground down by routine. He tapped his finger against the rough stone tabletop, then pointed out the window toward the pitch-black wasteland. But here, in this dark universe, that fire of yours is exactly what's needed. We admit that we don't have that kind of capacity ourselves, we aren't invested enough, and we lack that kind of absolute resolve. But all of us want you to lead the charge. This isn't just a game, Zeke. Even if it were just a game, since we've already ended up here, we might as well try to change it for the better, don't you think? You don't need to worry about your real-life finances either, you can go ahead and quit your shitty day job tomorrow. My family just went through a massive property redevelopment back home, and we were compensated with over a dozen apartments. I also happen to hold a teeny tiny percentage of shares in a certain corporation. I can easily sponsor you to eat steaks every single day. Zeke fell silent. He recalled his conversation with Blood Angel amidst the freezing wasteland wind. He recalled the warping of the air when Helovia Elner awakened, the frostbitten hands of the laborers, and the severely bloated bellies of the starving children. He recalled the sheer despair in the eyes of that mother and daughter from White Scar's description. At this moment, numerous fragmented memories began to assemble themselves in his mind, the dissection tables in the industrial district's underground shelter, and Rain's eyes transforming into eerie blue flames during the chaotic ritual. Every piece of this puzzle was too complete, too real. It was real enough to make it hard to breathe. Zeke exhaled slowly, his breath condensing into a pale white mist in the freezing hall. He lifted his head, his gaze once again sharp and focused. I understand. He looked around at his companions seated at the table. What do you want to do? Schrödinger bro, Tax bro, Cog boy, and White Scars traded glances. It was a look of absolute unspoken understanding, a plan they had already hammered out beforehand. Finally, Schrödinger bro spoke up, delivering a proposition that sounded rather peculiar: transfer that 1.8 million Imperial coins from the chapter's public fund into your own personal account. Zeke frowned. Transfer it to me. Why? Just transfer it, and you'll see. Zeke looked at his old crew, the buddies he had spent 5 years shooting the breeze within the online chat group, and a full month fighting alongside in this hellhole. He didn't press further. Trust required no explanation. Bringing up his system interface, he tapped through a few menus. The entire treasury of Crimson Dawn, the remaining 90,000 odd coins plus the 1.8 million just sent by Schrödinger bro, totaling 1,892,370 Imperial coins, was completely transferred over to his personal account. Transfer complete. Player eternally loyal to the Emperor, personal balance, 1,892,370 Imperial coins. The very moment the digits locked into place and his balance surged past the 1 million mark, a crisp chime resounded inside his mind. Ding. System notification, it has been detected that player eternally loyal to the Emperor's personal holdings of Imperial coins have exceeded 1 million units. Basic shop upgrade triggered. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Zeke snapped his head up, locking eyes with Schrödinger bro, who gave him an encouraging nod. Taking a deep breath, Zeke commanded in a low voice, upgrade. Command confirmed. Upgrading basic shop. Upgrade complete. The basic supply shop has been upgraded to the advanced genetic technology shop. Zeke instantly reopened the shop menu. A far more intricate layout had replaced the old broad categories. A dazzling array of new items flooded his vision, high-tier personal weaponry, advanced armor sets, and heavy vehicle components. However, his gaze was instantly and unyieldingly locked onto a single option prominently showcased at the very top of the screen, enclosed in a dull gold frame and radiating a faint, mystical glow. The option was straightforward, containing only a handful of words. Yet, it was precisely those words that caused Zeke's breath to hitch in his throat. Gene Seed Selection. Price, 1 million Imperial coins. Note, this option only provides the selection of a legion's gene seed and does not include subsequent implantation surgeries. Acquisition unlocks deep augmentation trees and corresponding future redemptions for the chosen pathway. Gene Seed. Chapter 57, Time Waits for No One, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 450 power stones. Deep within the warp, a subtle transformation was taking place within Lucian's energy body. If his previous absorption of the player's emotions was like a starving ghost swallowing whole any food it could find, then right now, he was carefully savoring the emotional fluctuations transmitting from the Crimson Dawn base. Hope, compassion, a sense of responsibility, trust between comrades, righteous anger toward injustice, and the unyielding resolve to change the world. These emotions were as staggeringly rare as oxygen in a vacuum within the Warhammer universe. Yet, at this moment, they were continuously swelling within the hearts of these player leaders, merging into a crystal-clear stream that bypassed the system's safety filters and flowed directly into Lucian's energy core. Lucian let out a sigh of profound satisfaction. The surface of his energy body shimmered with a warm, golden-red luster. He was reminded of two types of services he had experienced at massage parlors in his past life. One was a basic foot bath that only relieved physical fatigue in the legs. The other was a full-body essential oil SPA, where every single cell from the top of the head to the tips of the toes experienced total relaxation. Previously, absorbing negative emotions like fear, greed, and wrath was just like the foot bath, useful, but strictly limited to the absolute basic function of replenishing energy. But now, these positive emotions. It's like getting 10 premium hydrotherapy sessions with a complimentary psychological counseling package thrown in. Lucian's energy body stretched out, rolling over in the void of the warp with the lazy posture of a Garfield cat basking in the sun. He gazed at the physical projection of Zeke's stunned face, looking at those prominent, dark gold words on the shop interface, Gene Seed Selection. Figured out this isn't just a game. Good, Lucian muttered to himself. You can't wake a person who is pretending to be asleep. But someone who wakes up on their own. They are the only ones truly qualified to choose their path. He recalled his own extreme caution when he first awakened, too afraid to absorb any emotions tainted by the chaos gods, hiding behind the system to secretly grow, terrified of attracting the attention of any higher entities. But now, his mindset had fundamentally shifted. If the 4 chaos gods can elevate their own champions, why can't I? Lucian mused. If Horus could be corrupted by chaos, why can't Zeke walk a different path? The moment you truly make your choice, I will pour a massive reserve of fuel onto your spark to set the galaxy ablaze. Real universe, Crimson Dawn base. The air seemed to freeze solid. Zeke stared unblinkingly at those words on the shop interface. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, but no sound came out. Gene Seed. Astartes. Space Marine. He knew all too well what these terms represented in the Warhammer community. The Imperium of man's most elite superhuman warriors, living bioweapons personally designed by the Emperor, the sharpened blades of the Great Crusade, and the tragic brothers who slaughtered one another during the Horus Heresy. And now, for just 1 million Imperial coins, he could secure the chance to become one. This. Zeke finally found his voice, though it was terrifyingly hoarse. What does this mean? He raised his head to look at his comrades around the table. Schrodinger bro, tax bro, cogboy, white scars, everyone wore an incredibly calm expression. They clearly already knew what the shop upgrade would unlock. It means exactly what it says, cogboy pointed out. 1 million imperial coins unlocks the right to select a gene seed. But look closely at the fine print. He pointed at the line of small text. It clearly states it only provides the selection of a legion's gene seed and does not include the subsequent implantation surgeries. What does that mean? Zeke pressed. It means you spend 1 million, and you only get a seed, Cogboy said, his tone turning dead serious. As for how to make that seed sprout and grow inside your body, ultimately transforming you into an Astartes, that's going to require significantly more imperial coins, an insane amount of resources, and a complete set of augmentation surgery equipment and procedural protocols. Pulling up his own system memo, densely packed with data scraped together from various channels, he continued, according to the lore of the Warhammer 30k era, a complete Astartes augmentation process consists of 19 major organ implantation phases. From the secondary heart, the osmodula, and the biscopia, all the way to the black carapace, the preomner, and the progenoid glands. Every single organ requires highly specialized equipment for surgical implantation, strict post-op recovery periods, and highly specific hormonal and nutrient therapies to sustain them. Simply put, 1 million imperial coins is just buying you an entry ticket. To truly become an Astartes, the subsequent investments could easily equal this amount, or potentially require another 1 to 2 million more. The conference room fell absolutely silent. 1 million was already an astronomical figure. The follow-up surgical costs. Zeke took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He looked toward Schrodinger bro, so the reason you guys had me transfer that 1.8 million into my personal account was so I'd be eligible to buy this qualification to become a space marine. Schrodinger bro nodded. Yes, but it's more than just that. He stood up and walked over to the rock wall where a crude, hand-drawn map of Aurelian 4 hung, charted by the players after their scouting missions over the last few days. Zeke, look here, he said, tracing a finger across the map. This is our base, nestled deep in the Red Blaze wasteland, a lawless buffer zone. 150 kilometers to the east is Red Town, that man-eating hellhole White Scars just described. 200 kilometers to the southeast is Kent Hive, a massive mining hub for the Aru group garrisoned by at least 5,000 regular troops, complete with tanks and mechs. 300 kilometers to the north is the Aru City Hive Zone, home to 550 million people and the headquarters of the Aru Pharmaceutical Group. His finger finally tapped on a region heavily marked in red. And right here is the Industrial District. The place where chaos has already invaded. The 4 factions are locked in a bitter struggle, but everyone knows perfectly well that they won't be able to hold the line. Do you know what that means? Zeke remained quiet for a few seconds before slowly answering, it means Aurelian 4 is sliding right into the abyss. If the chaos invasion spirals out of control, the absolute best-case scenario is the planetary governor calling down an exterminatus. Orbital bombardment, glassing the planet's surface, and taking tens of billions of lives with it. But if chaos wins... He paused. Then it becomes a second Davin. The entire planet turns into a demon playground. Exactly, Schrodinger bro replied, his voice calm, yet every syllable carried a crushing weight. And we, 5,000 players and over 2,000 laborers, are as insignificant as ants in a world that's on the verge of total collapse. He walked back to the table, bracing both hands against the rough stone surface, leaning forward to stare directly into Zeke's eyes. Take our time scaling up. Play it safe and climb the tech tree. By the time we roll our very first Lehman Russ tank off the assembly line, chaos might have already swallowed half the planet. By the time we save up enough Imperial coins to give everyone a Tier 3 physical enhancement, the orbital lances of an exterminatus fleet might already be locked onto our coordinates. Tax Bro chimed in at that moment, a rare, piercing sharpness cutting through his normally goofy and honest features. Chapter Master, we've sat in the lockups of the Industrial District, taken the lashings, and been sliced open and studied like lab rats. We know exactly what happens to the weak in this universe. You either die strapped to a laboratory table, drop dead in a mining pit, or get chewed up in the jaws of a chaos demon. I refuse to be weak anymore. He clenched his fists tight. Neither do I. Next goal equals 600 power stones. Chapter 58, How the Steel Was Tempered. Neither do I. White Scars took over the conversation. The shadow of that mother and daughter from Red Town still lingered in his eyes. But what I want even less is knowing we have the potential to do something, but being forced to just watch these tragedies happen because we haven't scaled up enough and lack the strength. Cogboy continued his analysis, pointing out. I've built a basic mathematical model. At our current rate of earning Imperial coins, relying mostly on hunting mutant beasts and scavenging ore in abandoned facilities, it'll take us about 6 months to reach a level where we can go toe-to-toe with a regular Aru Group infantry regiment. And that's assuming the 4 major factions and chaos don't make a move on us. He paused, his tone growing heavier. But reality is a different beast. The chaos corruption in the industrial zone is spreading. Sooner or later, the four major powers will notice this unidentified armed group that just suddenly popped up out of nowhere. Optimistically speaking, the safe farming time we have left is no more than 3 months. The conference room fell silent once more. Cold, hard numbers were infinitely more persuasive than any impassioned speech. 3 months. 5,000 players who had only just completed their Type I enhancements, plus over 2,000 unarmed workers, standing against the inevitable encirclement by the four major factions, chaos invasions, and maybe even an imperial purge. So. Zeke spoke slowly. What's your plan? The 4 chapter masters exchanged glances. Finally, Cogboy spoke on their behalf. His voice was calm, almost freezing. We've discussed this privately many times, and we've reached one conclusion. In the Warhammer universe, especially at this specific point in the timeline, playing it slow means death. We have to take an unconventional development path. And the core of this path requires meeting 3 conditions. The first is that we need to form a sufficiently powerful tip of the spear fighting force in the short term. The second is having sustainable expansion capabilities, and the third is possessing a clear ideological manifesto to unite the people. Cogboy looked at Zeke. For the first point, the tip of the spear, we need a hero. A banner. An entity strong enough to face chaos demons head-on, crush corporate armored divisions, and inspire absolute confidence in everyone. In the Warhammer universe, what kind of existence fits the criteria? He answered his own question. A Primarch. But those are natural-born demigods. We can't craft one. A step below that, an Astartes chapter master. A transhuman warrior with centuries of combat experience. A step below that, a newly ascended Astartes initiate. But even they are still transhumans. Psychers rely too heavily on innate talent, their training is agonizingly slow, and they're too prone to falling into ominous corruption. So they're out of the question. Cogboy tapped his finger against the tabletop. Gene Seed. It's currently the most reliable path to achieving man-made transhumans that we have access to. As for the second point, sustainable expansion. Bro G took over. Just having one transhuman isn't enough. We need an army, a base of operations, and a system capable of continuous growth. He pointed to the map. Aurelian 4 has a population of 23 billion. Over 90% of them live in the underhives, the mines, and the manufactorums, living lives even more miserable than those people in Red Town. It's not that these people lack the will to resist. Over the years, rebellions of all sizes have sprung up and made waves, but they all ultimately failed. The Sicklyman rebel forces fought back, but they walked the twisted path of colluding with chaos. What they lack is true hope. A leader who can guide them out of the dark, and a practical, viable blueprint. Bro G looked at Zeke, a certain light flickering in his eyes. Zeke, do you know what Pavel Korchagin said and how the steel was tempered? Zeke froze for a moment, instinctively replying, man's dearest possession is life. No, not that part. Bro G shook his head. It's another line. Under our banner, the oppressed are gathering. He stood up, his voice gradually rising. We're not here to build an empire. We're not here to replace the 4 major factions and become the new oppressors. What we need to do is give those oppressed souls a banner, a reason to unite, and a path to survival. Tax Bro slammed his hand on the table. Exactly. Just like you told the workers out on the wasteland, Zeke. Labor in exchange for survival, effort in exchange for respect. Why should hive workers slave away until they die, only to eat moldy nutrient paste? Why should a miner's son be doomed to be a miner the moment he's born? Why do those Aru group bastards get to use living people for their experiments, and then act like they're the fucking superior class? White Scars sneered coldly. Just because they have guns, tanks, and psychers. Well, what if we had them too? What if we not only had them, but could arm even more people with them? Cogboy continued to lay out the analysis. I've run the numbers. If we can control 3 small towns like Red Town, use them as base camps, organize the planet's citizens for production, train militias, and establish order. Within a month, we could arm a light infantry force of at least 3,000. In 3 months, if we can take Kent Hive and secure its industrial equipment, we can begin mass-producing standard-issue weapons and rake in a massive amount of Imperial coins. In 6 months. He paused. If we manage to cultivate a second, and then a third Astartes during this process. A full squad of Astartes. Then we'll finally have the right to sit at the same negotiating table as the 4 major factions. Or. Cogboy finished, flip the damn table. And bring about a total revolution. The conference room was so quiet you could hear the wind howling across the wasteland outside. Zeke looked at his comrades around the table. Bro G's composure, Tax Bro's straightforwardness, Cogboy's cold rationality, and White Scar's razor-sharp edge. They came from all corners of the world. In reality, they might have been programmers, drivers, students, or rich kids. But in this grimdark world, they were plotting something truly insane. So. Zeke's voice was soft. You guys chose me. Yeah. Bro G didn't hesitate. The rest of us talked it over. Tax Bro has a wife and kids. Even though they aren't hurting for money, he can't pour his entire heart and soul into this. Cogboy's parents are in poor health and need him to take care of them. As for White Scars, he's too hot-headed. Built for the frontline vanguard, not for sitting back and calling the shots. And me. Bro G chuckled. In reality, I'm just a minor trust fund kid. I'm fine pulling the strings behind the scenes and drawing up blueprints, but asking me to stand at the very front and carry the banner. He shook his head. I don't have the grit for that. Nor do I want to be that exhausted. But you're different. Bro G stared at Zeke. Your parents are gone. You have no attachments. You don't even have a girlfriend. What the hell do I need one of those for? Zeke shot back instinctively. Do you know how expensive dating is nowadays? They want luxury fucking vacations just to get tanned. Tax Bro laughed. See, that's exactly why we chose you. There's this, how do I put it? This stubborn, idealistic streak in you. Once you lock onto something, you see it through to the bitter end. You saving the workers in the industrial zone, you taking in the refugees on the wasteland, we saw all of it. But most importantly. Bro G paused, his tone turning solemn. You treat people like actual human beings. In a world that treats people as consumables, as statistics, as sacrificial lambs, that trait is more precious than any superpower. In this grimdark galaxy, kindness is a luxury and mercy is suicide. But if we throw away even this basic shred of humanity, then what makes us any different from chaos? What makes us any different from those imperial bureaucrats who treat mortals like disposable batteries? Tax Bro nodded emphatically. Zeke, you little punk, we've known each other for over 5 years. We know exactly what kind of guy you are. Having you as our banner, we're convinced. White Scars chimed in. Convinced. Cogboy added, from a purely rational standpoint, you are the optimal solution. So our plan is simple. We pool all our resources and power level you into a fully fledged Astartes first. Not some half-baked augmentation. A genuine space marine, fully developed gene seed and all 19 implantation surgeries completed. Then, you'll lead the charge with your transhuman strength. We'll start from Red Town and conquer them one stronghold at a time. The 4 major factions control the hives and the mining zones, but they can't control every single small town and wasteland settlement. Bro G stood up and walked over to the crude map of Aurelian 4 pinned to the wall. He tapped his finger against the markers one by one. 80 kilometers south of Red Town, there's a settlement called Merida Town. Their primary industry is scrap metal recovery. 120 kilometers east from there is Narvik Town, guarding a small water source. To the northwest is Bordeaux Town. They've got some underground manufactorums left over from the Blayek House era. It's currently occupied by a massive gang of bandits, and the town itself houses over 10,000 residents. His finger traced a circle on the map. These towns, each one has anywhere from a few thousand to tens of thousands of people. They are squeezed dry by the 4 major factions and pillaged by bandits. They live worse than dogs. That man in Red Town who sold his wife and daughter for 500 coins. He's not an isolated case. That's the baseline reality of this entire planet. Bro G's voice rang out. It was calm, but every word felt like red-hot iron. So what we're going to do isn't directly headbutt the 4 major factions. Instead, we're taking the route of using the wasteland towns to encircle the hives. We'll secure these small towns first, and liberate those oppressed imperial citizens. Chapter 59, Salamander's Gene Seed. If we rally every bit of strength we can gather, they will help us. They'll help because we can give them the hope to survive, and we can give them equality. They can help us scavenge resources in exchange for food and water, and we can convert those resources into imperial coins. Then we can use those imperial coins to arm more players and train more warriors. And then we'll take down even larger strongholds and liberate even more people. Cogboy provided a detailed breakdown. Let's assume we capture our first small town and liberate 5,000 people. Out of those 5,000, even if only a tenth of them are willing to help us gather resources, and each person averages a yield of 10 imperial coins a day, that's 5,000 coins a day. 50,000 in 10 days. 500,000 in 100 days. With 500,000 coins, we can arm 500 players, buy 50 makeshift vehicles, or exchange them for heavy weaponry. Then we take down the second small town and liberate 10,000 people. Rinse and repeat. He looked up, his eyes shining. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Now, in this grimdark Warhammer world, we are going to prove it. Listening to him, Zeke felt his heart pounding wildly. He looked at everyone around the table. You guys. Zeke's voice choked up slightly. You planned all this out from the start? No, Bro G replied. Only since the day you organized the rescue operation in the industrial zone. We started thinking, if this world truly needs a revolution, then why can't we be the ones to start it? Tax Bro slapped the table. The Emperor's mission to protect humanity isn't wrong. Sitting on the golden throne and burning himself alive for 10,000 years. I respect that level of dedication. But his attitude toward his subjects is dead wrong. In his eyes, mortals are just tools. They're consumables. Acceptable collateral damage in his grand crusade. But we're going to tell him he's wrong. Every single life has value, and every single mortal deserves to live with dignity. White Scars chimed in. So, this is a corrective operation. For now, we don't care about chaos, or Xenos, or human supremacy. We'll deal with those grand narratives in our own way once we have the power. But those narratives are absolutely not an excuse to sit idly by while our own people are being oppressed. Right now, we're only doing one thing, making sure the people on Aurelian 4 have enough to eat, enough to wear, and aren't sold off like livestock. It's that simple. Of course, this also aligns with our interests, Cogboy added. Having a stable rear guard, a supportive population base, and a sustainable channel for resource acquisition is infinitely better than 5,000 of us blindly fumbling around in the wasteland. Bro G offered the final summary. So, Zeke. He stared directly into Zeke's eyes. If you don't want to do this, we won't force you. But if you're willing to take this, all of us, 5,000 brothers, will back you up with everything we have. In the real world, I'll cover your living expenses. You can quit your dead-end job tomorrow. In the game, all Imperial coins will be prioritized for your enhancements, you get first pick of all the gear, and we'll run support for all your missions. We are going to dump every resource we have into building our very own Astartes. Silence fell over the room. Zeke stared at the option hovering on the system interface. Gene seed selection, price, 1 million Imperial coins. Zeke started, his voice incredibly hoarse. He looked at his companions. When my parents passed away, I didn't cry. I thought they were going to a better place, a place where they wouldn't have to worry about my mortgage or car loans anymore. When my ex cheated on me and we broke up, I didn't cry either. But just now. He took a deep breath. Listening to you guys say all that just now, I really kind of fucking want to cry. Tax Bro grinned broadly. Cry my ass. Save your tears for when we've conquered the whole damn planet. Zeke smiled back. He raised a hand, wiped his face, and projected the shop's contents for everyone to see. Then, under everyone's watchful gaze, he clicked the option. Confirm exchange for gene seed selection. Yes/no. Confirm. 1 million Imperial coins deducted. Remaining personal account balance, 892,370 Imperial coins. White light. A blinding white light erupted from the system interface, instantly flooding the entire command center. It wasn't just ordinary light. Flowing streams of data, spiraling genetic blueprints, and countless flashing symbols and runes danced within the brilliant glow. Loading gene seed repository. Loading available Legion gene seed templates. A massive list unfurled in front of Zeke. Each option featured a detailed description, including traits, pros, and cons. Dark Angels Legion gene seed. Traits: high discipline, loyalty, secretive. As you know, the First Legion has no secrets. Emperor's Children Legion gene seed. Traits: perfectionism, artistic perception, sensory enhancement. Iron Warriors Legion gene seed. Traits: resilience, engineering affinity, endurance enhancement. Emotional blunting. White Scars Legion gene seed. Traits: high-speed reflexes, maneuver warfare mastery, free will. Great for drag racing, assuming you have a bike. Space Wolves Legion gene seed. Traits: heightened senses, lupin genetics, melee specialization. You might occasionally feel the urge to howl at the moon. Imperial Fists Legion gene seed. Traits: defense specialization, perseverance, architectural affinity. You will become the ultimate besieger or defender. Night Lords Legion gene seed. Traits: night vision, terror tactics mastery, stealth. Do you want to be Batman? Blood Angels Legion gene seed. Traits: artistic affinity, agility, bloodlust, controllable. It looks cool, but do you really want to drink blood? Iron Hands Legion gene seed. Traits: mechanical affinity, logical processing, cybernetic inclination. Tired of the weakness of flesh? Embrace mechanical ascension. Salamanders Legion gene seed. Traits, heat resistance, forging affinity, protective instinct towards the weak. Good guys, but good guys don't live long in this universe. Raven Guard Legion Gene Seed. Traits, stealth, reconnaissance, guerrilla warfare mastery. Perfect for sniping from the shadows. Alpha Legion Gene Seed. Traits, disguise, intelligence operations, jack of all trades. Who knows? Maybe you are Alpharius. Ultramarines Legion Gene Seed. Traits, multi-domain adaptability, organizational skills, tactical flexibility. Very balanced, very comprehensive, very average. Word-bearers Legion Gene Seed. Traits, fanatical devotion, psychic affinity, rhetorical mastery. Do you want to catch Tsench's eye too? Death Guard Legion Gene Seed. Traits, endurance, toxin resistance, tenacious vitality. Things might get a bit squishy. Thousand Suns Legion Gene Seed. Traits, psychic aptitude, thirst for knowledge, cognitive enhancement. Tsench is watching you. World Eaters Legion Gene Seed. Traits, strength, melee instincts, pain tolerance. You might feel the urge to chop something up at all times. Sons of Horus Legion Gene Seed. Traits, charismatic leadership, tactical intuition, all-rounder. Want to join the Grand Betrayal? The list was extensive, offering 18 options in total, each representing a distinct possibility and a different path. Zeke looked at the options, his hands trembling slightly. This wasn't as simple as picking a class in a video game. This was choosing what kind of existence he would become, what kind of transhuman. Which one are you picking? Taxbro leaned in, his eyes gleaming. If you ask me, go with World Eaters. Max out your strength and chop down anyone in your way. Are you an idiot? White Scars rolled his eyes. If he uses that, his brain will only be wired to hack and slash. How is he supposed to lead us then? Ultramarines, then, Cogboy suggested. Comprehensive, balanced. Perfect for a leader. Bro G shook his head. In this universe, balance means mediocrity. He pointed to one of the options. This one. Zeke followed his finger. Salamander's Legion Gene Seed. Traits, heat resistance, forging affinity, protective instinct towards the weak. Salamanders. Zeke muttered softly. He remembered. In Warhammer lore, the Salamander's Legion was one of the very few that genuinely cared about mortals. Their Primarch, Vulcan, was a towering giant, yet he would crouch down just to speak with children. They would disobey direct orders if it meant protecting civilians. They would rage at the atrocities committed by the enemy, true, righteous anger born from the suffering of others. Protective instinct towards the weak. Zeke whispered the trait aloud. Exactly, Bro G said. We don't need a mindless killing machine, and we don't need a god of war. We need a leader who will crouch down to drape a coat over a refugee child. A warrior who burns with anger when he sees injustice. An Astartes who truly sees mortals as human beings. Zeke stayed silent for a few seconds. Then, he reached out his hand. His fingertip rested on the Salamander's Legion Gene Seed option. Confirm selection of Salamander's Legion Gene Seed. Yes/no. Confirm. Gene Seed template bound. Unlocking subsequent augmentation options. Astartes Augmentation Surgery, Phase 1, Genetic Compatibility Restructuring Preparation. Price, 10,000 Imperial Coins. Includes, Primarch Template Adaptability Conditioning, Host Gene Chain Restructuring, establishing the physiological foundation for subsequent organ implantation, and baseline improvements to toxin and radiation resistance. Estimated augmentation time, 1 hour. Warning, there is a 10% risk of failure during the augmentation process. Failure will result in permanent damage to the host. Please scan host to determine if baseline physical requirements for gene seed implantation have been met. Chapter 60, Feet on the Ground, Steady Development. System prompt, the host's current constitution is insufficient to withstand the augmentation. Please undergo further enhancement before attempting again. The system prompt was like a bucket of ice water poured over the fire Zeke had just ignited. He stared blankly for 2 seconds, then let out a helpless chuckle, stowing that gene seed model, which radiated a warm, orange-red glow like flowing magma on the system interface, into his inventory. No good. Zeke turned and shrugged at his companions gathered around the conference table. System says my constitution is too low. I have to upgrade it to a standard that can handle the augmentation first. What? Taxbro's rugged face fell, looking like a man who had waited all day for a feast only to be told it wasn't cooked yet. You mean that million was spent for nothing? Not for nothing, Bro G chimed in. We bought the admission ticket, but we need to get in shape before we can enter the venue. Zeke, what's your progress on the Type 2 basic physique enhancement right now? Zeke pulled up his personal panel. Pale blue holographic data unfurled in the air. Player, eternally loyal to the Emperor. Type 2 basic physique enhancement, 67%. Type I heightened senses enhancement, 34%. Type I neural reflex enhancement, 31%. Remaining Imperial coins, 892,370. That battle with the Razorhound pack at dawn bumped up the progress on all 3 of my enhancements by a good chunk, Zeke explained. Especially my basic physique, it jumped straight from 42% to 67%. Combat really is the best catalyst. Bro G nodded, a flash of understanding in his eyes. It seems the system's enhancement mechanics aren't just about dumping Imperial coins to max them out. They also require practical application and stress stimuli to adapt the body. He looked at Zeke. At this rate, if you engage in high-intensity combat and training every day from now on, while continuing to pump Imperial coins into your enhancements, your basic physique should hit Type 2 100% in a day or so. That should unlock the Type 3 enhancement. Your senses and neural reflexes should be in the same boat, hitting Type I 100% and then unlocking Type 2. Cogboy began his analysis. I ran the numbers. Pushing all 3 of these basic enhancements to Type 3 will cost approximately 6,300 Imperial coins. Plus the 10,000 coins for the first phase of the Astartes augmentation surgery. And that's just the beginning, he added. With 19 implantation surgeries in total, none of them are going to be cheap. Conservatively speaking, building Zeke into a complete Salamander's Astartes is going to cost no less than 3 million Imperial coins. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. 3 million. That number dropped a heavy weight on everyone's shoulders. So we need to tweak our plan a bit. White Scars tapped the table. We can't just rely on Zeke getting stronger. We all need to get moving. On one hand, we farm for money, on the other, we boost our own combat power. Agreed. Zeke stood up, his gaze sweeping over the group. Starting tomorrow, we split into 2 forces. The main force, led by me, Taxbro, and White Scars, will head to the mining pit to the northeast. On one hand, we assess the value of the ore veins. On the other, he looked at Taxbro, didn't you say the mutant beasts there were packed as tight as a wet market? We'll go there to grind mobs. We can farm Imperial coins and accelerate our enhancement progress through actual combat. Taxbro's eyes lit up. Hell yeah. My hands have been itching for a fight. The second force. Zeke looked at Bro G and Cogboy. You two will hold down the fort. Bro G, you're in charge of continuing Halovia's psychic training. Also, take some time to look into those unknown tech tree items in the system shop. You might find something useful. Cogboy, base defenses and vehicle modifications are on you. Also, if possible, try to manufacture some weapons and ammo ourselves. Constantly buying them from the shop is burning a hole in our pockets. The two nodded in agreement. Oh, right, Blood Angel. Zeke suddenly remembered something and looked toward Blood Angel's second emperor, who had been quietly listening in the corner. You awakened a B-rank psychic talent. Judging by the trait description, it leans towards belief resonance and willpower reinforcement. It's kind of like... He paused, searching for the right words. Kind of like the path of an Imperial Commissar or a chaplain in Warhammer lore. Blood Angel raised an eyebrow. So I think you have the potential to be Crimson Dawn's, well, ideological officer. Zeke laughed. When you log off, go look up some classic literature on inspiring people, building collective unity, and speech techniques. Blood Angel was taken aback for a moment before laughing too. What a coincidence. I actually have a few of those at home. How the Steel Was Tempered, records of tavern speeches, and a few pamphlets on organizational mobilization. My dad used to be the union bookworm at his factory, left a whole bookshelf of that stuff. Then it's settled, Zeke finalized the plan. Everyone log off early and get some rest today. Tomorrow morning, we officially get to work. Real world time, 11 p.m. Zeke stood up from his 5-year-old computer chair and stretched. His cervical spine popped with a soft crack. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. Outside was the neon glow of the city night. Scattered lights still burned in the distant office buildings, fellow corporate wage slaves working overtime, just like he used to do. Zeke gazed out into the night. The shadows of the mother and daughter in Red Town, Aska's calloused hands, Hilovia's milky white eyes when she awakened her psychic powers, these images flashed through his mind. It's not a game. He muttered softly to himself, then shook his head and headed for the bathroom. As the hot water washed over his body, he suddenly recalled what Blood Angel had said, in this world, that stubborn streak of yours will definitely come in handy. Maybe. In-game time, the dawn of a new day. When the sun over the red blaze wasteland of Aurelian 4 rose above the horizon, the Crimson Dawn base was already wide awake. The players bustled about like a colony of ants. 10 transport trucks, fully modded by Cogboy, were parked inside the stone gates. Detachable machine gun mounts were welded to the roofs, makeshift bulletproof steel plates were bolted to the sides, and the tires had been swapped for off-road treads better suited for the wasteland terrain. Hitched behind each truck was a crude trailer loaded with digging tools, spare parts, medkits, and a massive stockpile of cheap ammo exchanged from the shop. It was mostly black powder rifle rounds. You could buy 20 of those for a single Imperial coin, making them cheap and plentiful. "Is everyone here?" Zeke asked over the regional channel. "Crimson Strike, 1,600 members total. 1,200 present. 400 left at the base for rotating guard duty and local recon. Crimson Wind, 1,119 members total. 800 present, the rest are on mobile patrol. Crimson Spirit and Crimson Machina each left 200 technical corps members behind. The rest are deploying with the convoy." A grand total of several thousand players piled into the 10 transport trucks and over 20 cheaper large cargo trucks. Though called cargo trucks, they weren't much different from tractors. But they were incredibly cheap at only 700 coins a pop. They were slow, but as long as they ran, it was fine. Rollout. Chapter 61, The Speech of the Crimson Dawn Commissar. The roar of engines echoed across the wasteland as the convoy formed a long, serpentine line of steel, rolling over the gravel towards the mining pit in the northeast. Standing on the base's stone walls, Bro G and Cogboy watched the convoy disappear into the distance. "How much do you think they'll bring back from this run?" Cogboy asked. "Imperial coins." "Hard to say." Bro G kept his eyes on the taillights vanishing into the morning mist. "But as for Zeke's enhancement progress, I bet my last dollar his basic physique will hit Type 3 100% within 5 days. That optimistic? He's got this ruthless streak in his bones. He's hard on others, but he's even harder on himself." Just as the convoy departed, the 2,137 workers gathered in the open space at the center of the base had finished their breakfast. It was still the same nutrient-paced gruel, but today it had been mixed with some synthetic protein powder redeemed from the system shop, making it taste better and pack more nutrition. Aska stood at the front of the crowd, ready to assign the day's tasks as he had discussed with Zeke the night before: reclaiming new land, maintaining the water purification equipment, gathering firewood, tending to the potato sprouts. But Blood Angel walked over. "Aska, hold on a moment," Blood Angel said. He turned and faced the massive sea of people. He was dressed differently today. Gone was his combat gear, replaced by a simple, dark gray long coat exchanged from the shop, resembling the attire of an old-world intellectual from the last century. He held no weapons, only a single book in his hand. "Fellow workers," Blood Angel began. His voice wasn't loud, but by deliberately using his psychic abilities to subtly vibrate the air, it reached everyone's ears with absolute clarity. The crowd fell silent, over 2,000 pairs of eyes fixing on him. "Before we assign today's tasks, I want to say a few words." Blood Angel's gaze swept over the crowd, passing over faces that were numb and exhausted, yet still held a faint glimmer of hope deep within. "My name is Blood Angel, and I am a warrior of the Crimson Dawn chapter. Like our chapter master, Zeke, I come from a very faraway place." He paused, as if organizing his thoughts. "Before coming here, I had heard of Aurelian 4. They say it's a prosperous planet, rich in promethium reserves, with magnificent hives, a shining jewel on the frontier of the Imperium." Blood Angel's voice gradually rose. "But what did I see? I saw a man in Red Town sell his wife and daughter for 500 Aurelian coins, just enough to buy 5 tubes of nutrient paste. And 4 hours later, he died in a scrap heap outside of town, still clutching the unspent chips in his hand." A low murmur rippled through the crowd. Many workers lowered their heads, having seen similar tragedies, or perhaps even experienced them firsthand. "I saw factories owned by the Aru group where workers labored for 18 hours a day, sorting radioactive ore with their bare hands, with an overseer's power whip ready to fall on their backs at any moment. Got injured? Throw them in the Mecha bay. If they survive, they go back to work. If they can't, drag them to the incinerator. I saw children in the underhives with bellies swollen like balloons from drinking contaminated water for years. That wasn't from eating until they were full, that was edema. That was parasites gnawing at their innards." Blood Angel's voice began to tremble with anger, not a performance, but genuine fury surging from the bottom of his heart. How did a perfectly good planet turn into this? Where are the ordinary citizens of the Imperium supposed to go? What are they supposed to do? Aurelian has abundant mineral wealth, a complete industrial foundation, and enough mining potential to feed 50 billion people. So why do the vast majority live worse than the mutant rats in the underhives? He took a step forward and pointed toward the east, in the direction of the Aru hive. Because those high and mighty lords, knight scions, merchants, psychers, and tech priests have monopolized everything. They monopolized the mines. For every piece of ore a miner digs up, 90% of the profit goes straight into their pockets, leaving the miners with nothing but moldy nutrient paste and a body full of occupational diseases. They control the food and the water. In under-hive families, parents and children take turns eating because there is never enough food. They control the military force. Whoever disobeys, whoever resists, is met with power whips, lost guns, tanks, and mechs. With the amplification of his psychic powers, Blood Angel's voice rolled across the wasteland like thunder. They claim this is the Emperor's will. That this is the order of the Imperium of men. But is the Emperor's will to have mortals butcher each other? To have fathers sell their daughters? To have children starve to death in the streets? He suddenly swung his arm, pointing toward the Crimson Dawn flag flying above the base's stone wall, a crimson sun rising from a dark horizon. No. The Emperor's will is the unity of humanity. It is the resurgence of mankind. It is ensuring that every single mortal can live with dignity. And those parasites, those leeches sucking the blood of the 23 billion people on Aurelian 4, have twisted the Emperor's will and turned it into an instrument of oppression. The crowd began to stir. Workers whispered among themselves, a certain fire igniting in their eyes. Standing at the very front, Aska's fists were clenched so tightly his veins bulged. He thought of his father, who had died in the mines, and his younger sister, who was dragged away by the Aru group enforcers and never returned. Crimson Dawn did not come here to become your new lords, your new masters. Though the players knew the Emperor didn't actually care about these ordinary mortals, they still had to borrow his name a little. After all, the awe inspired by the Emperor's crusade forces was no less than a god descending upon the world. Blood Angel's voice softened, but his tone grew even more resolute. Our Crimson Dawn chapter has descended upon Aurelian 4 carrying the true will of the Emperor. We are here to tell everyone who is oppressed, you do not have to kneel forever. Labor should be exchanged for food and warmth, not slavery. Effort should be rewarded with respect, not the lash of a whip. Life should be lived with dignity, not consumed like disposable batteries. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace them all. In this base, there are no overseer's power whips, no docked wages, and no senseless slaughter. The land you reclaim, the food you grow, belongs to you. The houses you build to shelter yourselves from the storm belong to you. The order you maintain, the families you protect, belong to you. Blood Angel took a deep breath and roared with every ounce of strength he had. And Crimson Dawn will stand in front of you. We will use our guns to block the bullets fired by those who seek to plunder you. We will use our blood to pave a road to dignity for you. Until the day comes when no one on Aurelian 4 has to sell their children out of hunger, no one dies in the streets out of poverty, and no one is ever treated like livestock again. Because we are comrades. We are brothers fighting side by side. We are companions who will welcome the dawn together. Dead silence. And then, an explosive cheer erupted from the crowd. The workers pumped their fists into the air, screaming and crying, as if venting decades, generations, of pent-up humiliation and rage all at once. Aska was the first to rush forward. He grabbed Blood Angel's hand, tears streaming down his face. My lord. My lord. Can we really? We can. Blood Angel gripped his calloused hand tightly, his voice unwavering. But only if all of us stand up. No more kneeling. Grip tightly to everything in your own hands, and use your own strength to fight for a brighter future. Chapter 62, Teaching Hilovia, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 600 Power Stones. Next goal equals 750 Power Stones, hope we complete it before the Power Stones reset. Blood Angel turned back to the crowd. Now, I will announce the provisional regulations of the Crimson Dawn base. Article 1, all labor will be compensated according to contribution. More work means more reward, less work means less reward. Basic food and water rations are guaranteed daily. Article 2, a communal mess hall, public Mecha stations, and a childcare center will be established. Priority goes to the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Article 3, a militia self-defense force will be formed. Anyone between the ages of 16 and 50 in good physical health may volunteer for basic training to protect our home. Article 4, the Aurelian Youth League will be established, with representatives elected by everyone to participate in base management and affairs. Any decisions must be discussed by the committee before being submitted to the Crimson Dawn chapter. Final judgment and execution remain the sole responsibility of Crimson Dawn. With every article announced, the crowd's cheers grew louder. This wasn't charity, this was empowerment. By the wall, a few players left behind on guard duty watched in sheer disbelief. A player with the ID, "I'll just rub it don't go in," swallowed hard and typed in the regional channel. Holy shit. Blood's speech. I'm so fucking hyped listening to this, I want to grab a gun and go blast the Aru group right now. Soul of Cadia, this vibe is too perfect. It's like watching a historical documentary. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is more right. With this combo of moves, the loyalty and cohesion of these workers are going to skyrocket to terrifying levels. And the Aurelian Youth League idea, it gives them a sense of participation while ensuring we maintain control. What does Bro Blood actually do for a living in the real world? Grandfather Nurgle loves all. Is Blood Angel the reincarnation of some guy with a funny mustache? This isn't a beer hall. And there's no beer. Meanwhile, the workers in the crowd had already begun organizing themselves spontaneously. Aska was elected as the first temporary representative of the Aurelian Youth League. With red eyes, he began assigning tasks according to the list Blood Angel had given him. The young and strong went to reinforce the walls and join the militia training. Those with farming experience went to tend the potato fields. The women were organized into groups to venture into the forest behind the base to gather any salvageable materials and resources. The children were organized under the guidance of a few players with educational backgrounds to learn basic reading, writing, and arithmetic. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the base was transforming from a temporary shelter into a fully functional settlement. Meanwhile, in a solitary tent in the corner of the base, Hilovia sat cross-legged on a crude straw mat, her hands resting flat on her knees, palms facing upward. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her tender little face tense, and fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Sitting across from her was Blood Angel, his hands forming a complex mudra, a basic meditation posture detailed in the advanced psychic control manual he had purchased from the shop for 5,000 imperial coins. Relax, Hilovia, Blood Angel's voice was soft, carrying a strange rhythm. Don't try to control it. Feel it, like you're breathing. Psychic energy is a part of you. Just like your hands, or your eyes. You don't actively think about how to move your hand, do you? You just want to move it, and it moves. Hilovia tried her hardest to follow Blood Angel's instructions. She could feel the warm energy inside her, like a restless little river flowing through her veins and bone marrow. With every breath, it rippled gently. But whenever she tried to command it, it grew irritable, like a startled wild horse. Imagine it as a ray of sunlight, Blood Angel guided. You're sitting in the sun, and the sunlight shines on you, warming you. But you don't try to grab the sunlight, right? You just enjoy it. An image surfaced in Hilovia's mind, a winter morning, her mother holding her while sitting by the door of the workers' shed. Sunlight peeked through the cracks and fell on her face, warm and comforting. She felt the power inside her gradually calm down. It stopped rushing around violently and began to flow slowly, in time with her breathing. The air inside the tent began to warp slightly, the light refracting into rainbow-colored halos. A flash of surprise crossed Blood Angel's eyes. This child's talent was even higher than he had anticipated. This was only her second formal guidance session, yet she was already able to enter a deep meditative state and involuntarily affect her surroundings. Very good. Blood Angel lowered his voice. Now, try to guide it to your palm. Don't force it. Let it gather naturally, like sunlight. Hilovia concentrated on the image. 3 minutes later, a faint crimson halo manifested just above her right palm, a flickering candlelight blooming from her hand. Blood Angel's pupils constricted slightly. Pyromancy. 50 kilometers away to the northeast. The convoy led by Zeke arrived at the mining pit area Taxbro had scouted previously. It was a massive open-pit mine, over 2 kilometers in diameter and seemingly bottomless. The pit walls spiraled downward, with the entrances of abandoned mine shafts faintly visible along the descent. Scattered around the edge of the pit were rusted mining rigs, overturned mine carts, and mountains of discarded slag and ore. And right now, amid those slag heaps, dozens of pairs of crimson eyes were locked dead onto these uninvited guests. Heads up. Zeke raised his fist. The convoy slammed to a halt. The players rapidly disembarked, using the vehicles for cover as they trained their guns on the perimeter. Taxbro grinned, licking his lips. Dinner time, boys. From the shadows at the edge of the pit, the first Razorhound stepped out. Then the second, the third. Within 10 seconds, over 100 Razorhounds poured out from all directions, forming an encirclement. They crouched low, baring their jagged, bone-white teeth. From the depths of the pit, an even heavier, far more brutal roar echoed. A massive silhouette slowly crawled out of the darkness. Zeke tightened his grip on his lost gun. The power granted by his 67% Type 2 basic physique surged through his veins. He took a deep breath of the air, thick with dust and the stench of beasts, and the fire of battle ignited in his eyes. For Crimson Dawn. He pulled the trigger. Open fire. Laser beams tore through the silence of the wasteland. The battle had officially begun. And deep within the distant warp, Lucian's energy body watched all of this unfold. He saw Blood Angel's impassioned speech, the reignited hope in the worker's eyes, the crimson psychic energy blooming in Hilovia's palm, and Zeke's resolute pull of the trigger at the edge of the mining pit. Looks like there's quite a lot of talent in this batch of players. Lucian muttered. The surface of his energy body began to ripple with increasingly complex, blazing patterns. Chapter 63, S-Rank Pre-March Psyker. The air inside the base tent vibrated violently. Hilovia sat cross-legged on the straw mat, her palms facing upward. The crimson psychic halo, which had started out the size of a candlelight, had expanded to the size of a basketball. The light wasn't static, it rotated slowly above her palm like a living entity, with patterns resembling flowing magma faintly visible inside. "Keep breathing, Hilovia." Blood Angel's voice was soft, but fine beads of sweat were already forming on his forehead. He could feel it, the psychic energy inside this child was increasing exponentially. It wasn't a gradual progression. It was like a volcano that had been suppressed for years, finally erupting all at once. "Teacher. I can't control it." Hilovia's voice carried a crying tone, her tender face contorting from the sheer effort. The crimson orb of light in her palm began to expand and contract irregularly. Fine sparks sprayed from its edges, instantly burning charred holes the moment they touched the straw mat. The temperature inside the tent spiked at a speed visible to the naked eye. The air distorted from the intense heat, and the fabric of the tent began to curl and scorch. "Hold steady." Blood Angel let out a low shout. He formed a madra with his hands, and a pale blue psychic barrier surged from his body, attempting to envelop the out-of-control psychic flames. But the instant the two connected, boom. The crimson psychic torrent erupted like a burst dam, instantly shattering Blood Angel's barrier. The canvas roof of the tent was blown clean off. A scorching shockwave of heat blasted outward with Hilovia at the epicenter, sweeping away all the grass clippings, dust, and gravel within a 10-meter radius. Blood Angel was thrown to the ground by the impact. He struggled to raise his head, and his pupils violently constricted. Hilovia was floating in midair, her entire body engulfed in crimson psychic energy. Her eyes had completely turned the color of molten magma, and her long white hair danced wildly amidst the turbulent psychic currents. The straw mat beneath her had long since been reduced to ashes, and a scorched, blackened circle 3 meters in diameter had been burned into the ground. But what was even more terrifying? In the dimension of the warp, this erupting burst of psychic energy was as blindingly bright as a lighthouse in the dead of night. Deep within the warp, Lucian's energy body shot up from its lazy lounging posture. He had been happily absorbing the pure emotional energy radiating from the mining pit battlefield and the base, when he suddenly sensed an abnormally pure and powerful psychic pulse erupting from the surface of Aurelian 4 in the material universe. The intensity of that light. A rank. No, this is at least S rank. Primarch initiate level psychic talent. The ripples on the surface of Lucian's energy body vibrated violently. He pulled up a projection of reality and locked onto the source of the light. It was the little girl, Hilovia, right in the center of the Crimson Dawn base. Right now, from the perspective of the warp, Hilovia's psychic light looked like a newborn star. While not yet stable, its essence was astonishingly pure. More importantly, this light had absolutely no trace of chaos corruption. It was pure, unadulterated human psychic talent. This is bad. Lucian immediately realized the problem. In the Warhammer universe, powerful psychers are like bonfires in a dark forest, they attract every predator around. Tsench would want to corrupt her into a pawn, Khorne would want to turn her into a sacrifice on an altar of blood, Nurgle would want to rot her purity with plagues, and Slaanesh would want to drag her into the ultimate sensory experience. And that wasn't even counting the demons roaming the warp. Who wouldn't want to take a bite out of such a delicious soul? I have to block it. Lucian didn't hesitate. He pulled up the system interface, his cursor flying across the screen. Initiate warp shielding. Target, specific psychic entity, Hilovia Elner, at coordinates on the surface of Aurelian 4, Crimson Dawn base. Shielding intensity, 4 gods level. Duration, continuous effect until manually deactivated by the host. Estimated energy consumption, 1 million units of physical energy. A million units to buy the life of an S-rank psychic genius, worth it. Command confirmed. 1 million units of physical energy deducted. Warp shielding field generating. Back in the material universe, at the Crimson Dawn base. Just as Hilovia's psychic energy was about to completely lose control and potentially tear open a warp rift, an invisible membrane silently wrapped around her. The membrane was entirely imperceptible in the physical dimension. It absorbed every single psychic fluctuation Hilovia emitted, converting it into harmless background noise. Tentacles reaching out from Tsench's demonic realm flailed aimlessly in the void for a few moments, having lost their target. The gazes cast from Khorne's domain of blood swept over the area in annoyance, finding absolutely nothing. In Nurgle's garden, a plague bud that had just turned toward the direction of the spike tilted its head in confusion, then went back to sleep. And inside Slaanesh's palace, a seductive melody that had just begun to play abruptly stopped. Shielding complete. The psychic flames surrounding Hilovia began to slowly recede. The magma-like color faded from her eyes, and her body gently drifted down from midair. The moment her feet touched the ground, her legs gave out, and she collapsed. Hilovia. Blood Angel rushed forward and checked her vitals. Her breathing was steady, her heart rate slightly fast but stable. It was just a coma induced by psychic overexertion. He looked up at the sky. In that brief instant earlier, he clearly felt some kind of gaze peering down from the warp, but then it immediately vanished, as if the connection had been forcibly severed by something. Was that the game system? Or... Blood Angel muttered to himself, then shook his head. He scooped Hilovia up and sprinted toward the medical tent. Whatever it was, the kid survived. And her talent, it far exceeded anyone's expectations. Meanwhile, at the mining pit to the northeast, the battle ended even faster than expected. 137 Razorhounds, Taxbro counted them up during the post-battle tally. Under the saturated fire coverage of over 2,000 players, the pack lasted less than 8 minutes. Laser beams, black powder bullets, and even a few player-crafted Molotov cocktails rained down on the horde like a torrential downpour. A Razorhound's bone plating could stop a bullet or two, but it couldn't stop the concentrated fire of dozens of guns firing simultaneously. Standing on the roof of a transport truck, Zeke watched the last Razorhound drop dead after taking 3 laser blasts to the head at the same time. He raised his hand and issued an order over the regional channel. Cease fire. Scavenger teams, move up. Hundreds of players instantly rushed out from behind cover, holding portable scavenging devices, redeemed from the shop, which were essentially just power tools with cutting functions, and swiftly began dismantling the corpses. Hound pelt, 70% integrity, salvage price 85 coins. Pair of fangs, 32 coins. Crystal shard from a psychically mutated specimen. It's shattered, but there's still residual energy, 142 coins. Prices were shouted out one after another. The system shop's salvage mechanics were highly intelligent. It could appraise materials in real time based on their integrity, residual energy, and special properties, directly depositing the funds into the chapter's account. Zeke hopped off the truck and walked over to the edge of the pit. This open pit mine was even larger than he had imagined. It looked to be over 2 kilometers in diameter, and the bottom was nowhere in sight. The walls of the pit spiraled downward, with 5 pitch-black mine shaft entrances visible at different elevations along the descent. Chapter Master, how are we playing this? Taxbro walked over, resting his modified stubber shotgun on his shoulder. The barrel was still smoking. Compared to shotguns, he much preferred bolters, but unfortunately, they couldn't afford them right now. Chapter 64, Art is an explosion. Power Stone goal equals 150 Power Stones. Zeke looked back at one of the players, God-tier Mechanic. This core member of Crimson Machina was the most heavily augmented member of the chapter, second only to Cogboy. He had already completed a basic neural interface implantation, and his right arm was entirely mechanized from the shoulder joint down to his fingertips. The silver-gray metal casing gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Right now, he was contemplating augmenting his left arm as well. Even more eye-catching was the half-human-sized toolbox backpack strapped to his back, stuffed full of all sorts of custom-made tools. Got a way in? Zeke asked. Easy. God-tier Mechanic flexed the fingers of his mechanical right hand. A miniature scanner slid out from his palm, and he swept it over the entrance of Mine Shaft 1 for a few seconds. The boulder structure is unstable, and there are fissures inside. We can blow a path open using directional blasting without triggering a secondary cave-in. What materials do you need? Black powder, potassium nitrate, sulfur, charcoal. They're all sold in the shop, dirt cheap. And get me some metal containers for the casing. God-tier Mechanic ran the calculations. Total cost won't exceed 500 coins. I can rig up a directional explosive device equivalent to a 300 kilogram TNT yield. Zeke nodded. Approved. How long do you need? 20 minutes to prep, 10 minutes to set the charge, 3 minutes to evacuate, and then. God-tier Mechanic formed a boom shape with his mechanical right hand. My, art is an explosion. Zeke patted his mechanical arm. Get to work, Daedara. 20 minutes later. The players had all pulled back to a safe distance along the edge of the pit. God-tier Mechanic stood alone, 30 meters from Mine Shaft 1, holding a long, thin fuse with his mechanical right hand. To save Imperial coins, he hadn't even bought an electronic detonator, opting for the most primitive powder fuse instead. Lighting it up. Tremble before the art of explosions. Even though he was a Mechanicus player, his Chinibio soul remained unchanged. He sparked a windproof lighter bought from the shop, lit the fuse, turned, and sprinted. He instantly broke into a 100-meter dash pace. He cleared the 30 meters in 3 seconds flat. 3 seconds later. Boom. The massive shockwave staggered God-tier Mechanic, who hadn't quite made it fully out of range, sending him sprawling flat on his face. A muffled explosion tore out from the depths of the shaft, rumbling like thunder. The ground vibrated slightly as a massive cloud of dust erupted from the entrance, but the surrounding rock walls held firm. They waited 10 seconds. No secondary cave-in. It worked. God-tier mechanic slowly got to his feet and flashed an OK sign. Zeke led the way toward the shaft. The entrance, previously sealed tight by the boulder, now had an irregular, 8-meter diameter tunnel blasted through it, with thin wisps of smoke still drifting from the jagged edges. The players lit up torches, long-lasting cold light torches, bought from the shop for 10 coins each, which provided illumination for 8 hours, and filed inside. The interior of the mine was far more spacious than they had imagined. The main tunnel was over 5 meters high, wide enough for 2 transport trucks to drive side by side. The walls were solid rock with obvious signs of artificial excavation. Rusted metal support beams lined the walls every 20 meters. After walking for about 5 minutes, a massive natural cavern opened up before them. And then, everyone froze. The light from their torches danced across the cavern walls, reflecting countless specks of faint, pale blue luster. It wasn't rock. It was crystal. Naturally formed promethium crystals were embedded in the rock layer like sapphires, densely packed and stretching as far as the eye could see. Some were as large as a fist, others the size of a thumb. Under the torchlight, the entire cavern wall looked like a night sky studded with countless stars. Holy shit. Taxbro's jaw dropped, his shotgun nearly slipping from his grasp. Zeke walked forward and reached out to touch the nearest cluster of crystals. They felt warm to the touch, and he could sense a faint flow of energy inside. He snapped off a small piece. Crack. It broke off crisply. Detected, natural promethium crystal, medium purity. Estimated salvage value, 1.4 imperial coins. The system prompt automatically popped up. Zeke stared at the ore in his hand. A piece this small was worth 1.4 coins. And the total reserves in this cavern. He raised his torch, illuminating the depths of the cavern. As far as the light reached, the walls were covered in these pale blue crystals. In some spots, the crystal veins were nearly half a meter thick. We struck gold. Zeke muttered, then roared into the regional channel. Everyone. Stop farming mobs outside. Get in here and start mining. It's time to shovel money into sacks. The channel instantly exploded. What's going on? A mine. An actual mine. The chapter master says we're shoveling money. Charge. Move, move, move. I'm a level 10 professional miner. In less than 10 minutes, every player outside the pit who had intended to form mob farming groups flooded into mine shaft 1. When they saw the sea of crystal veins, everyone went wild. Holy fuck. Did we just walk into a treasure vault? One piece is worth a few coins. Every swing of my pickaxe is going to rake in dozens. Who needs to farm mobs? Mining is the real endgame. Step aside. I grew up in a mining family in real life. Let me show you how a pro does it. Players whipped out mining pickaxes and chisels. Some even started cutting the rock using their loss guns on low power mode. It wasted energy, but the efficiency was unmatched. The clinking and clanging of pickaxes instantly echoed throughout the cavern. Standing at the entrance, Zeke watched the fervent, bustling scene and finally cracked a smile. An hour later. At a makeshift command post erected outside the shaft, Zeke examined the yield from the first haul. A mountain of promethium crystals sparkled enchantingly with a pale blue glow under the sunlight. 2 players from Crimson Machina were rapidly sorting and appraising the haul using a portable scale and a scanner. Preliminary estimates, the yield over 3 hours is approximately 3.4 tons. Cogboy walked over holding a data slate, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. Average purity is medium. Total salvage value. 345,000 imperial coins. A collective gasp swept through the surrounding players. 340,000 in 3 hours. Then 30 hours would be 3.4 million. If they ran 3 shifts a day. Don't get too optimistic, Zeke said calmly. Mining efficiency will drop as we go deeper. Plus, we have to factor in tool wear and tear and personnel fatigue. He paused, then continued, but even so, this mine is enough to sustain our development for a very long time. He looked at the chapter masters present. My suggestion is to split into 3 teams. Team 1, the primary mining crew. Zeke pointed at Taxbro, Crimson Strike will deploy 800 men. 3 shifts, 24-hour non-stop mining. Prioritize mining safety. If necessary, exchange 4 small mining mech arms from the shop to boost efficiency. Taxbro thumped his chest. Leave it to me. I guarantee we'll dig fast and we'll dig right. Team 2, the hunting and security squad. Zeke looked at White Scars. Crimson Wind will deploy 600 men to patrol the perimeter of the pit. Clear out any mutant beasts and salvage their corpses, we double dip. At the same time, secure the transport routes. The extracted crystals must be transported back to base promptly. We can't let them pile up here. White Scars nodded. Understood. I suggest forming a few more mobile squads to explore the other 4 mine shafts to see if there are more veins. With the division of labor settled, the players immediately sprang into action. The mining crew swung their pickaxes with rhythmic clangs, while the hunting squad fanned out, establishing a perimeter around the mining pit. Chapter 65, 5 Days of Harvest. 5 days passed by in the blink of an eye amidst the scorching sun and blowing sands of the Red Blaze wasteland on Aurelian 4. As the 5th night fell, a convoy fully loaded with a rolled over the packed dirt road and returned to the Crimson Dawn base. The door of the lead vehicle swung open, and Zeke stepped out. Moonlight cast down on his figure. His original height of 1.87 meters had now solidly hit 1.9 meters. His military uniform stretched tight across his frame. On his exposed arms, the muscle definition bulged with explosive power. His entire body had undergone a metamorphosis under the 100% completion of the Type 3 basic physique enhancement. Bone density, muscle fiber arrangement, neural reaction speed, all of them had reached the theoretical limit of a mortal body without resorting to forbidden methods. By the base gates, Bro G and Cogboy were already waiting. The base right now was a world apart from the desolate outpost it had been 5 days ago. The 3.5-meter stone wall had been raised and reinforced to 5 meters. Its surface was coated in a quick-setting composite mortar redeemed from the shop, giving it a pale, gray-white sheen. 12 new watchtowers had been added along the walls. The tops were mounted with modified heavy machine guns and makeshift searchlights, their beams crisscrossing as they swept the night sky. The perimeter of the walls had expanded inward by a full 100%. Rows of long houses built from neatly cut stone blocks now stood upon the once empty wasteland. Though they were still large communal dorms housing 20 people to a room, they offered shelter from the wind and rain, sturdy and warm, the fruit of the joint labor between the workers and the players. Even more eye-catching were the mechanical creations. A small wind turbine array had been erected next to the water purification zone, its blades spinning slowly in the night breeze. In the vehicle maintenance area, several assault tractors, Frankensteined by Cogboy with welded-on extra armor and heavy weaponry, were undergoing final adjustments, emitting the rugged, guttural roar of diesel engines. You could even see 2 crude, 4-meter-tall engineering mechs, scavenged and modified from abandoned mining mech arms, clumsily hauling construction materials. Bathed in bright lights and faint chatter, a settlement brimming with vitality and the fruits of united labor had firmly taken root deep in the wasteland. Looks like the mining is just about done. Bro G stepped forward with a smile, extending his fist. Zeke bumped fists with him, and then with Cogboy. The moment their knuckles met, they could feel the refinement in each other's strength and control. You guys aren't slouching either, Zeke said, looking at Bro G. The latter's aura had grown increasingly serene. As he blinked, an extremely faint glimmer of psychic light occasionally flowed in his eyes, the mark of highly concentrated mental fortitude, signaling his formal entry into the realm of a true psyker. He then looked at Cogboy. The tech maniac's arms had been completely replaced from the shoulder joints down with silver-gray mechanical prosthetics. They were intricately structured, with fingertips that could swap between at least 5 different tool interfaces. His left eye had also been swapped out for a mechanical bionic eye flashing with a pale blue data stream. Right now, it was silently scanning Zeke's biometric data. You're straying further and further down the path of not being human, Zeke teased. Cogboy's mechanical eye adjusted its focus with a faint click, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Flesh is weak, embrace mechanical ascension. Besides, no matter what our bodies are made of, we're still us, aren't we? Damn straight. Zeke nodded. His smile faded, and his tone became absolutely resolute. We will always be us. The group said no more, walking in silent understanding toward the largest stone building in the central district. What was once the mess hall and command post had now been expanded and reinforced, serving as the central hub for the Crimson Dawn chapter. Up in the second-floor conference room, the core members gathered once again around the rough-hewn stone table. The atmosphere was different from the heavy, impassioned tone of 5 days ago when they first planned their future. It now carried the sharp, steady edge of having amassed real power. Bro G didn't waste any time. He pulled up a set of charts. Let's take stock of our assets first. The Northeast Mining Pit. 5 days of total excavation. All confirmed rich ore veins have been completely tapped out. Between all the assorted ores, associated crystals, and a small quantity of rare metals, the system's total salvage value is. He paused, announcing a number that made everyone's breath catch in their throats. 11,170,000 Imperial coins. The conference room fell dead silent, save for the faint whir of the servomotors in Cogboy's mechanical arms. In accordance with our previous resolution, 6 million of that has already been distributed as development stipends and combat contribution bonuses to all the players who participated in the mining, defense, and transport operations. It was primarily used for self-enhancement, purchasing gear, and acquiring skills. Current average player enhancement levels, Type 2 basic physique has generally reached over 50%. The core chapter members have practically maxed out Type 2, with a few starting their push for Type 3. Sensory and neural reflex enhancements have also broadly entered the Type 2 bracket. Bro G swiped his finger in the air, switching the chart. The chapter's public account currently holds a balance of 6,670,000 Imperial coins. Based on Cogboy's analysis, and cross-referencing the pricing items we dug up under the genetic augmentation category in the shop. He looked at Zeke, his eyes burning bright. It is enough to support you through the Salamander's Space Marine augmentation surgeries, from Phase 1 all the way to, at least Phase 19. And it's enough to equip you with the corresponding armor and weapons loadout. Meaning, it's enough to let you step across the threshold from an enhanced mortal into a true transhuman, acquiring the complete physical constitution, organ functions, and traits of a fully fledged Astartes. TL/N, transhuman means a human who has had science enhance them. Zeke's hands, resting on his knees, silently clenched into fists. The upgrades across the players are comprehensive, Tax Bro added gruffly. He was built like a bear wearing a utility vest. The Type 3 physique enhancement had caused his muscle mass to explode. The boys in Crimson Strike can now run off-road sprints while hauling heavy machine guns modified from stubbers. And don't even get me started on White Scar's crew. Their neural reflexes are maxed out. White Scars crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Crimson Wind is entirely spec'd for high mobility. I won't speak for anything else, but when it comes to penetrating enemy lines, launching sneak attacks, and grabbing loot before bolting, we are the professionals now. Bro G continued his report, a hint of awe in his voice. As for the Crimson Spirit chapter, in 5 days, every single member completed their psychic awakening. The lowest evaluation is E rank, the average is C rank, and we have 17 B ranks. They've also grasped the basics of psychic linking techniques. When channeling their psychic energy collectively, they can subtly alter reality. Things like collectively deflecting low-velocity projectiles for a short duration, casting small-scale optical illusions, or sparking an engine. He cracked a small joke, but no one laughed. Hundreds of psychers, even low-level ones, constituted a terrifying force that could not be underestimated in the Warhammer universe. The Crimson Machina chapter, Cogboy's electronic voice was flat and calm. Over 90% of our members have completed mechanization on at least one limb or sensory organ. Efficiency has improved significantly. We even reverse-engineered the schematics of some weapons sold in the shop. Although we couldn't perfectly replicate them due to material and energy constraints, we managed to cobble together a few usable, self-made energy weapons and enhanced munitions. The base's defense systems and vehicle modifications have completed their initial iteration phase. Also, those 2 engineering mechs, Shovel 1 and Pickaxe 2, might walk slow, but they've got plenty of muscle. He paused, his mechanical eye flashing blue. With our current overall strength, organizational structure, equipment tier, individual combat prowess, and logistics, as long as you, Zeke, successfully complete that critical metamorphosis and secure Astartes-level core combat power. Then, confronting and crushing a standard Aru group infantry regiment lacking in heavy firepower, or capturing a lightly defended small town or industrial outpost on the outskirts of the hive, has a feasibility rate exceeding 80%. The goal had never felt so clear and within reach. Bro G shifted the topic, his tone growing serious. Then there's Helovia. That name made everyone's expression tighten. After multiple psychic resonance observations, we have finally confirmed her talent, S rank. It's not simple pyromancy. It's a rare trait that leans closer to energy conversion and shaping. In just 5 days, under the guidance of Blood Angel and myself, combined with the aid of the Advanced Psychic Control Manual, her psychic level has skyrocketed to high tier. A high-tier psyker. Back in the late Warhammer 30k era, a high-tier psyker was a formidable existence capable of single-handedly fighting lesser demons, swaying localized battlefields, or even holding high-ranking positions within a legion's librarius. And Helovia was only an 11-year-old child. During that accidental psychic overload 5 days ago, the peak intensity momentarily reached a level capable of tearing the veil of reality and triggering a warp rift. Bro G's voice dropped to a low whisper. But right on the verge of losing control, that fluctuation was forcibly cut off and shielded by some unknown power. We detected the gazes cast from the warp vanish the very second they approached. Since then, Helovia has been perfectly fine. Her psychic growth is rapid and stable, showing absolutely zero signs of chaos corruption. He looked around the table. I don't know who or what mechanism is protecting her. But the fact remains, she is now an incredibly powerful, yet extremely dangerous card in our hand. She must be handled with caution and protected with maximum security. Zeke took a deep breath and nodded. The Hilovia situation was a sweet burden but also a responsibility they absolutely had to bear. Finally, we have external intel. White Scars took over, pulling up a hand-drawn localized map of Aurelian 4, heavily marked with red lines. Our recon squads have been operating at great risk along the fringes of the industrial zone's corruption. Latest confirmation, the scope of the chaos corruption has spread from the core of the industrial zone, now covering roughly 55% of the territory previously controlled by the Aru group. The main demon forces, primarily Tsench's pink horrors and changelings, mixed in with a portion of Khorne's bloodletters, are massing together. Their spearhead is aimed directly at the Aru hive. The joint military forces of the four major factions are mounting layered defenses, but they are taking staggering casualties. Their battle lines are constantly retreating. He pointed to the region on the map between the Aru hive and the industrial zone, which had been heavily shaded in red pen. We estimate that in a month, tops, the demonic vanguard will reach the very gates of the Aru hive. When that happens, the four factions will have zero time or manpower to spare for anything else. Every single resource and troop will be thrown into a life-or-death defense of the hive. This is our strategic window for development. As for the demons themselves, Bro G's eyes flashed with calm analysis. We don't need to worry about their potential to completely wipe out the planet. The Great Crusade is not over. The Emperor himself has not yet returned to Terra. His attention might have withdrawn from the front lines, but the Imperium's war machine is still operating at peak efficiency. The galaxy has not yet begun to burn. The Golden Throne hasn't been ignited, and the Emperor isn't bound to the seat yet. A chaos invasion of this scale at this specific point in the timeline is more likely a probing move by Tsench, or the prelude to some grand conspiracy. I hypothesize that if the Aru hive truly nears the brink of collapse, the Imperium, specifically whichever Astartes legion is stationed closest, will absolutely not sit by and watch a vital mining world fall completely into the hands of chaos. Reinforcements will arrive, sooner or later. He looked at Zeke, his gaze burning bright. Therefore, the time we actually have left is far tighter than we imagined. We must use the cracks in this titanic wrestling match between the Imperium and Chaos to grow as strong as possible. We have to lay down an unbreakable foundation and secure the right to speak on equal terms with the four major factions, all before the Imperial reinforcements arrive and redraw the world order. And the prerequisite for all of this, Tax Bro summarized gruffly, slamming his fist onto the stone table, is that you, old Zeke, have to become a space marine first. Everyone has saved up the money and sharpened their skills. We're just waiting for you to lead the charge. Every eye focused entirely on Zeke. Zeke slowly stood up. His 1.9-meter frame cast a long shadow under the flickering lights. He surveyed every face around the table. He walked to the center of the conference room, where there was nothing but empty space. But he could see it, the Salamander's Legion gene seed he had purchased for 1,000,000 Imperial coins. It was resting quietly in his inventory, radiating the warm, fiery breath of flowing magma. You all paved the road all the way to this point, Zeke began, his voice not loud, but carrying a quiet, immense power. You've piled the resources right in front of me. You staked all your hope and trust on this choice. In that case, I have absolutely no reason to hesitate. Let's begin. Chapter 66, Undergoing Augmentation. Goal equals 150 power stones. On the third floor of the command building, inside a concealed operating room. Zeke lay flat on a massive stone operating table. Beneath him was a medical-grade cushioning gel pad redeemed from the shop. His upper body was bare. The 100% completion of the Type 3 basic physique enhancement had brought this body to the theoretical state of perfection for a mortal, assuming no psychic powers or genetic modifications were used. In the observation room next door stood Schrodinger Bro, Tax Bro, Cogboy, Blood Angel, White Scars, Bro G, Soul of Cadia. All the core members were squeezed in front of the one-way glass, holding their breath and watching intently. Zeke took a deep breath and retrieved the Salamander's Legion gene seed from his inventory. Inside the fist-sized crystal, flowing magma seemed to be sealed away. A warm sensation transmitted through his skin, and he could even feel a faint, steady pulsing, like a slumbering heart. It's starting. Cogboy's mechanical eye adjusted its focus, pale blue data streams rapidly scrolling across his retina. Detected, host has met implantation standards. Confirm initiation of Astartes augmentation surgery, Phase 1, genetic compatibility restructuring preparation. Price, 10,000 Imperial coins. Estimated duration, 1 hour. Warning, there is a 10% risk of failure during the augmentation process. Failure will result in permanent damage to the host. Zeke didn't hesitate. Confirm. Command accepted. 10,000 Imperial coins deducted. Remaining personal account balance, 6,671,131 Imperial coins. Augmentation sequence initiated. Above the operating table, the air began to warp. It was the same rippling distortion carrying the aesthetic of precision machinery. Invisible gears meshed and turned in the void. A point of silver light burst forth from the center of the ripples, rapidly expanding into a circular portal half a meter in diameter. Flowing inside the portal was a phantom projection made of countless tiny cogs, piston drive shafts, and energy conduits, like the internal blueprint of some ultra-complex machine. From within the portal, 3 mechanical arms slowly extended. The metal gleamed with a cold luster. The joints were spherical universal gimbals, and the tool heads at the front could change shape as needed. They shifted into scalpels, forceps, syringes, staplers, laser cutters, and more. There were even molecular-level probes meant for gene splicing. Even having witnessed the system's augmentation scenes several times before, Zeke couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The technology behind this game had completely surpassed the realm of his understanding. Suddenly, Zeke felt his body sink. An invisible force field locked him firmly onto the table. It was a flawless immobilization. Every joint and every muscle was perfectly secured in the optimal position for the surgery. From the portal above, the tip of the left mechanical arm morphed into a long, slender hypodermic needle. The syringe was filled with a pale gold liquid. Anesthetic. Zeke thought to himself. The moment the needle pierced his carotid artery, the icy liquid surged into his bloodstream. But the anticipated haziness of consciousness never arrived. On the contrary, his senses became even sharper. His hearing could pick up the suppressed breathing of the crowd in the observation room next door. His vision could discern the nanometer-level machining grooves on the surface of the mechanical arms. He could even feel the exact trajectory of his blood flowing through his veins. It's not an anesthetic. It's a sensory enhancer. Zeke was stunned. The right mechanical arm moved. The tool head shifted into a high-frequency vibrating scalpel. The edge of the blade glimmered with the sharpness of a monomolecular edge. It hovered directly over Zeke's chest, slightly adjusting its angle. Then, it descended. SSSSHK. Skin, muscle, and fascia were sliced open without the slightest resistance. The incision was so clean it looked as though it had been carved by a laser. But strangely, Zeke realized he didn't feel any pain whatsoever. The wound didn't bleed, either. Some sort of energy field formed a temporary hemostatic barrier along the edges of the incision. Everyone watching through the one-way glass drew a collective breath of cold air. Holy fuck. Tax Bros Adam's apple bobbed. This is so fucking hardcore. White scars unconsciously rubbed his own chest. Just looking at it hurts. It's not about whether it hurts or not. Cogboy's mechanical eye recorded every single detail of the surgery. It's the precision. Look at the depth of the incision. It touches the exact surface of the sternum. Not a millimeter off. That level of control. Inside the operating room, the mechanical arms continued their work. After opening the chest cavity, the left arm inserted a probe equipped with a microcamera, projecting the internal imagery into the air. Zeke could clearly see his own beating heart. It was strong and vigorous, but it was still a mortal heart. The third mechanical arm extended from the portal. Its tip was a complex, multiporous syringe. It aimed at the vascular cluster surrounding Zeke's heart and plunged the needle in. The pale gold liquid began to inject. It was no ordinary drug. The moment the fluid entered his bloodstream, Zeke felt a searing heat erupt from his heart, rapidly spreading to every blood vessel and every cell in his body. His gene chains were restructuring. He could feel it. It was a profound, molecular-level reconstruction. Under the influence of some external force, his DNA double helix was being disassembled, edited, and reconnected, rearranging itself to match a predetermined template. A holographic projection materialized in the air. Zeke's original genetic blueprint was displayed side by side with the template blueprint extracted from the Salamander's Legion gene seed. Countless specks of light flowed between the two blueprints, representing the replacement and fusion of genetic fragments. Pre-March template adaptability conditioning in progress. Progress, 17%. Time slipped away amidst the precision surgery. 1 hour later. Phase 1 augmentation complete. Genetic compatibility restructuring successful. Host has acquired the physiological foundation to accept subsequent organ augmentations. Toxin resistance plus 300%, radiation resistance plus 500%. Basal metabolic efficiency increased by 150%. The incision on his chest slowly closed under the influence of the energy field. Only a faint red line remained on the surface of his skin, newly formed tissue that would completely vanish in a few days. Zeke sat up and flexed his arms. His strength hadn't noticeably increased, but he could feel that something deep within his body was different. It was tougher, and far more, brimming with potential. It was as if a container that was previously full had its capacity expanded, waiting for new contents to be poured in. He looked at the system interface. A new option had unlocked. Complete Astartes Augmentation Surgery Suite, Salamander's Legion Standard Template. Includes the full 19-stage primary organ implantation surgery protocol. Estimated total duration, 24 hours. Price, 1,999,999 Imperial coins. Note, includes basic post-surgery adaptability training regimen. Nearly 2 million. Zeke pulled up his account interface. Balance, 6,671,131 Imperial coins. He raised his head, looking through the one-way glass at his companions in the observation room. Everyone was looking back at him. Taxbro gave him a thumbs up, grinning widely. White Scars made a charge gesture. Cogboy gave a calm nod. Blood Angel pressed his palms together in a gesture of blessing. Schrödinger bro. He simply watched him quietly, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation. Zeke smiled. Then, he clicked confirm. Command accepted. 1,999,999 Imperial coins deducted. Account balance, 4,671,132 Imperial coins. Complete augmentation sequence initiated. Warning, this process is irreversible and cannot be interrupted. Host must remain conscious throughout the process. Chapter 67, KFC Crazy Thursday. The portal expanded again, its diameter widening to 2 meters. More mechanical arms extended from the void, 6, 8, finally stabilizing at 12. They arranged themselves in a precise formation, the tool head at the end of each arm distinct from the rest. One held an incubation chamber cultivating some kind of biological tissue, another was a syringe loaded with microscopic nanobots, yet another was a probe array meant for neural splicing. The gene seed hovering over Zeke's chest violently shuddered. Immediately after, from deep within the mechanical portal above, a pure white torrent of energy, as dense as a pillar of liquid light, crashed down, completely swallowing the gene seed. Under the infusion of energy, the cooling magma shell on the seed's surface instantly turned transparent, revealing an internal biological structure as complex as a miniature galaxy. It began to pulse like a heart. With every beat, it expanded a fraction, frantically devouring nutrients from the energy torrent. Using this seed as a blueprint and massive amounts of system energy as raw material, a complete, living set of Salamander's transhuman organs, tailored exclusively for Zeke, was being cultivated in a higher dimensional mechanical manufactorum within the void. Secondary heart cultivation complete. Commencing implantation. The first mechanical arm reached out. At its tip was a beating, fist-sized mass of flesh, the secondary heart. The surgery had officially begun. Outside the observation room, in the main hall. When Schrödinger bro pushed the doors open and walked out, the hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Hundreds of players were gathered there. Some had just returned from patrol missions, some were resting after sparring in the training zone, and others were just there to mooch off the public lighting and enjoy the lively atmosphere. The long stone tables were packed. Some players were wiping down their weapons, some were studying maps, but most were just shooting the shit. I'm telling you, my aim today was God tier. 3 razorhounds, 3 headshots, smooth as butter. Give me a break, you practically shoved your lost gun down the dog's throat. You call point blank DPS God tier. What the hell do you know? It's called tactics. Close range guaranteed kill. Speaking of which, how long has Schrödinger bro been in there? Almost 2 hours. Phase 1 should be done by now, right? Schrödinger bro is out. Someone sharp-eyed spotted Schrödinger bro coming down the stairs, and a crowd immediately swarmed him. Schrödinger bro. How's Zeke doing? Is the augmentation going smoothly? When's he gonna turn into a space marine? Schrödinger bro looked at the familiar faces before him. Some IDs he remembered, others he only recognized by sight, but every single pair of eyes held the same anticipation and concern. He walked over to the stone dais in the center of the hall and cleared his throat. His voice rang out over the regional channel. Everyone, quiet down for a second. The hall quickly fell silent as every player turned to look at him. Schrödinger bro surveyed the room and slowly spoke. First off, Zeke's Phase 1 augmentation has been successfully completed. Genetic compatibility restructuring was a success. Right now, the full 19-stage augmentation surgery has begun. A low cheer rippled through the crowd. Secondly, Schrödinger bro paused, his tone turning solemn. I want to speak from the heart for a minute. He looked at the crowd. It's been almost a month since we were pulled into this game. We started out as 5,000 unlucky bastards waking up in an abandoned workshop without even a decent weapon to our names. Now, we have a base, we have gear, we have enhancements, and we have over 2,000 native brothers fighting side by side with us. We did time in the Aru group's lockups, took lashes from overseers' whips, and were sliced open and studied like lab rats. But we also saved workers, fought demons, and built this stronghold out here on the wasteland. Normally, logic dictates that this is just a game. Everyone does their own thing, grinds mobs, levels up, and keeps things light and fun. Schrödinger bro's voice rose slightly. But we didn't do that. We chose the hardest path. We decided to do something different in this cesspool of a world. To save people. To build a base. To conquer new territories. To change this world. And you guys. He took a deep breath. Not a single one of you complained. Not a single one of you dropped the ball. Running 3 shifts during the mining operation, working non-stop even with blistered, bleeding hands. Charging forward in battle, dying, respawning, and charging right back in. Everyone is pulling their weight in building this base. The hall was completely silent. Honestly. Schrödinger bro smiled, a touch of deep emotion in his expression. In the real world, I, Schrödinger's loyalist, am just an ordinary guy with a bit of spare cash. All I can do is support our collective, support Zeke, who is willing to stand at the very front and carry our banner, with everything I've got. He paused, then suddenly raised his voice. Therefore, I announce. Every player perked up their ears. Tomorrow is Thursday. Schrödinger bro flashed a wide grin. Everyone is gonna take shifts logging off to rest. I, Schrödinger's loyalist, am treating every single brother to a KFC Crazy Thursday. I'll Venmo you all $50. Go eat to your heart's content, it's all on me. Dead silence. And then. Holy shit. Daddy. Schrödinger bro is too generous. Crazy Thursday. I'm gonna eat till I fucking explode. Roars of laughter, cheers, and whistles practically blew the roof off. A Psyker player was laughing so hard he was doubling over. Schrödinger bro. You really are my sugar daddy. From now on, you point east, and I won't even look west. Another player wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. Honestly, Schrödinger bro, you didn't have to get so sentimental. We're all brothers who did time in the same cell and took lashes from the same whip. Everyone here knows exactly what kind of character you guys have. If you guys were selfish, we would have disbanded and gone solo a long time ago. Exactly. Someone chimed in, this game is no joke, and we all know it. With the way things are, sticking together is the only way to survive. Running off on our own. We'd just get dragged off for experiments sooner or later, or corrupted by chaos into some freak of nature. A player with the ID, I want to be a hive governor, chuckled. Honestly, I'm just here for the thrill of it. I work a boring, straight-laced job in the real world. Can't I at least live a little in a game? Once our faction gets big enough, just make me a hive consul and I'll be happy. I won't ask to be planetary governor, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist the temptations of Slaanesh. The crowd burst into laughter. Give me a break. Temptations of Slaanesh. Get a girlfriend first. Hive consul. In your dreams. Let's conquer Red Town first. But seriously though, it's only been a month, and we've already gone from being slave miners to this. In the future, everyone getting their own planet isn't completely impossible, right? Warhammer might lack a lot of things, but planets aren't one of them. There are millions of human-colonized worlds in the galaxy. Then I'm calling dibs on an agri-world. I'll farm all day, entirely cut off from the galaxy's bullshit. I want a forge world. I'm gonna build tanks, mechs, and battleships. Schrödinger bro looked at the players dreaming about their futures, shaking his head with a smile. Alright, alright. You'll all get your chance, but the prerequisite is that you don't get corrupted by chaos. We're here to change this world, not become just another batch of monsters in it. Don't worry, Schrödinger bro. A player patted his chest. I have food, drinks, family, and friends in the real world. Why the hell would I want to get corrupted? Exactly. If we're gonna rule, we're gonna be clean officials, capable ministers, and, you know, the totally just and incorruptible kind. Amidst the laughter, the atmosphere was passionate and warm. Meanwhile, in the workers' residential area in the northern sector of the base, over 2,000 workers lay on communal beds inside the stone houses. They could faintly hear the laughter carrying over from the distant main hall. Aska lay on his side. Listening to the joyous laughter of their guardian angels, the corners of his mouth unknowingly curled up into a smile. The young worker beside him whispered. Uncle Aska, what are they laughing about? They're laughing about the future. Aska said softly. Laughing about the future they believe is coming. The young worker only half understood, but he smiled anyway. When they laugh, I feel happy too. Go to sleep. Aska patted his shoulder. We still have work tomorrow. Tending to the fields, reinforcing the walls, building our home to be even sturdier, that's what we can do to help. Inside the stone house, the sounds of breathing gradually evened out. The workers, exhausted from a long day's labor, drifted into deep sleep. In their dreams, there were no overseer's power whips. There were no eternally empty stomachs, and there were no children with bellies swollen from edema. There were only solid walls, warm fires, and those guardian angels who were willing to crouch down just to speak with them. Chapter 68, The Iron Hands. In deep space. A torrent of steel sailed through the void. It was a fleet, a strike group composed of over 37 warships. The vanguard consisted of 3 battle barges, their prows branded with the emblem of the Iron Hands Legion, a silver-gray metallic fist. Escorting them were destroyers, frigates, and 2 massive Mechanicus arcs, technical vessels sent by the Martian Adeptus Mechanicus to accompany the fleet. On the bridge of the Gloriana-class battleship Fist of Iron, Primarch Ferrus Manus stood before the observation deck, his hands clasped behind his back. Over 3 meters tall, he wore custom-forged power armor. His exposed hands were made of gleaming silver necrodermis, seamlessly fused with his flesh and blood. His face was chiseled and unyielding, his pale gray hair cropped close to the scalp, and his gaze was piercingly cold. Aurelian 4. Ferrus's voice was deep, laced with a metallic resonance. We were there 80 years ago. Behind him, Karen Santos, captain of the Iron Hands 4th Company, stood at rigid attention. Yes, father. At the time, the Blayak House refused to join the Imperium. We subjected them to 7 days of orbital bombardment and ground purges. I remember. Ferrus turned around. The fingers of his necrodermis left arm flexed and clenched tight, emitting a faint hydraulic hiss. That royal house worshipped some heretical deity, claiming they could attain power through sacrifice. Fools. His tone was brimming with impatience. 80 years is more than enough time for a planet to rebuild its order, and now, a distress signal from the Korrivan sector governor's palace states that the local defense forces are being heavily routed by an anomalous power, requiring Astartes support. Ferrus stepped up to the tactical hololith and pulled up the real-time stellar map of Aurelian 4. On the planet's surface, a specific region was highlighted in deep red. It was a chaos corruption zone. The perimeter of the corruption was expanding slowly but persistently. Heretical powers. Ferrus spat the words out like something utterly filthy. And a whole population of men can't even handle this. Karen responded cautiously. The distress signal mentioned that the source of the corruption is suspected to be connected to the ruins that fell in Sector 7 80 years ago. It is possible that warp residue from back then was not entirely purged. Then they should have reported it sooner. Ferrus slammed a fist into the console, causing the metallic surface to slightly cave in. Dragging their feet until the corruption has spread to this degree. The efficiency of these bureaucrats is an absolute insult to logic. He pulled up the fleet status report. Tell the navigators to adjust our heading. Target, Aurelian 4. The entire fleet is to enter combat readiness. Inform the tech priests to prepare the purification protocols. If the corruption levels exceed the threshold, initiate the contingency protocols for orbital bombardment. Also. Ferrus paused. Contact Mars. Ask them about the branch of the Order of the Omniscient Mind on Aurelian 4, have them provide ground intelligence. Yes, Primarch. Karen saluted and turned away to relay the orders. Ferrus looked back out at the starlit void beyond the observation deck. Aurelian 4 was merely a single speck of light on the stellar map, but to the people living on it, it was their entire universe. We purged it once 80 years ago. Ferrus muttered to himself. And now we have to go clean it up again. Mortals always repeat the exact same mistakes. They require a stronger force to correct them. A trace of dark red luster flowed across the surface of his necrodermis left arm. It was a rare metal integrated during the forging process, only visible under specific lighting. Then let us correct them. The fleet adjusted its heading within the warp, sailing toward the Korrivan sector in the Ultima Segmentum. Estimated time of arrival, 20 standard Terran days. The base. The operating room. 18 hours had already passed. Zeke lay on the operating table, the surface of his body coated in a layer of translucent medical gel. Beneath the gel, the faint outlines of new organs could be seen pulsing under his skin. Out of the 19 surgical phases, the procedure was nearing its end, approaching the implantation of the black carapace. This was one of the most critical and complex steps in the creation of a space marine. Implanting a neural sensory and interface matrix beneath the skin layer would allow the warrior to neurologically interface directly with power armor, wearing it like a second skin. 6 of the 12 mechanical arms were working in perfect coordination. One arm used a surgical laser to make microscopic incisions at specific locations on Zeke's back, chest, and limbs. Another arm inserted an injection probe, depositing nanoscale neural interface units beneath the skin. A third arm followed closely behind, spraying a biocatalyst to promote tissue integration. Although Zeke couldn't feel any pain. In reality, his senses had been amplified to their absolute limits by the enhancement stims. Every cut, every needle, and the numb, itching sensation of every tissue fusion was excruciatingly clear. Mentally, he had entered a bizarre state. It felt as if he were floating in an ocean of consciousness, a bystander watching his own body undergo its metamorphosis. He could see the secondary heart beating powerfully within his chest cavity, working in tandem with his primary heart to form a dual-pump system. He could feel the osmodula secreting substances into his bone marrow, increasing his bone density until it rivaled solid alloy. He could perceive the biscopia weaving muscle enhancement bundles between his muscle fibers, providing explosive strength. And then there were the specialized organs. The preomner, capable of digesting the vast majority of toxic or indigestible substances. The multi-lung, a tubular organ providing oxygen in hypoxic or toxic environments, allowing a salamander to breathe amidst volcanic toxic gases and subterranean tunnels. The Susan membrane near the pituitary gland, allowing the body to enter a state of suspended animation when critically wounded, giving a salamander the ability to wait out long periods for rescue even when severely injured in a volcanic environment. The Laramens organ, granting instantaneous blood clotting and rapid wound healing capabilities. Neural nodes that heightened his reaction speeds and sharpened his senses. The catalepsian node implanted in the occipital bone allowed half his brain to rest while the other remained alert, eliminating the need for deep sleep and making volcanic vigils and tunnel ambushes highly efficient. The neuroglottis in the mouth, enabling the detection of toxins and tracking by taste, allowing a salamander to literally taste the composition of ore veins and the toxicity of magmatic gases. The mucranoid, a modified sweat gland that secreted a waxy, protective layer to resist extreme heat, vacuum, and corrosion, perfectly adapted for volcanic heat and magma splatter. The Becher's gland, secreting highly acidic saliva capable of corroding metal or breaking restraints, making it easier for a salamander to clear subterranean obstacles. Every surgical phase pushed him further and further away from the realm of mortals. The 18th phase implanted the progenoid glands, one in the neck and one in the chest, to store and cultivate gene seed. The salamander's gene seed was remarkably stable, carrying with it their strong traditions of the forge. The 19th and final phase was the black carapace. Implanted beneath the skin of the torso, it generated the neural interfaces necessary to connect with power armor and life support systems. The salamander-specific carapace was particularly optimized for interfacing with melta and flame weaponry. For the gene seed integration, that initial salamander gene seed, having absorbed the massive amount of energy provided by the system, had already developed into a complete cluster of organs within the incubation pod. Now, these organs had been implanted into Zeke's body one by one, completing their ultimate integration with his physiological systems. A gene seed was not merely an organ donor, it was a complete biological template that fundamentally transformed the recipient into a true member of that specific legion. The salamander's resilience, their innate talent for the forge, and their instinct to protect the weak, these traits would fuse with the genetic integration, becoming a permanent part of Zeke. Phase 19 surgery complete. Gene seed integration rate, 100%. Salamander's legion template fully loaded. Injecting adaptive training data. A colossal stream of information flooded into Zeke's mind. It wasn't a set of memories, but pure instinct teaching him how to use his new body. It taught him how to control his vastly augmented strength, how to coordinate the operation of 19 newly added organs, and how to trigger his new specialized abilities. There were also fragmented visions. A volcanic world of flowing magma. A giant figure kneeling before a child, gently patting the child's head with a hand as large as a forging hammer. Warriors using their own bodies to shield civilians from artillery fire in a burning town. The rhythm of hammers striking metal in a forge, as steady and resolute as a heartbeat. Augmentation fully complete. Total time elapsed, 23 hours, 47 minutes. Host vitals stable. All organs functioning normally. Adaptive training data injection complete. The mechanical arms slowly retracted. The medical gel automatically peeled away, revealing the brand new physique beneath. Zeke opened his eyes. He sat up, his movement so smooth and fluid it didn't look like he had just endured a day and night of horrific surgical augmentation. Looking down, the surface of his body was covered in a thin, keratin-like tissue. It was the outer layer of the black carapace, which would require some time to fully mature and sink seamlessly beneath the skin. But the power. He clenched his fist. The air was crushed into a popping sonic boom. It wasn't a rhetorical exaggeration, there was an actual, faint sonic crack. His pure physical strength had crossed a specific threshold, where the mere act of making a fist was enough to violently compress the surrounding air. Zeke stood up. Height. He looked at the crude measurement markings on the wall. 2 meters and 32 centimeters. He was nearly half a meter taller than before. His muscle mass hadn't ballooned grotesquely, but the definition was impossibly sharp. Every single muscle bundle harbored explosive, catastrophic power. His skeletal structure had also been subtly adjusted, optimizing the biomechanical load distribution for a superhuman frame. He walked over to a metal plate embedded in the wall, a striking target Cogboy had installed to test impact force. Without winding up, he threw a casual punch. Thud. A muffled impact echoed like a war drum. The center of the 5 cm thick alloy plate caved in, leaving a crystal-clear fist imprint. The metal around the edges twisted and cracked from the sheer force. Zeke pulled his hand back and looked at his fist. The skin wasn't broken. There wasn't even a red mark. Player, eternally loyal to the Emperor. Race, human, Salamander's Legion Astartes. Basic status, height, 2.32 meters. Weight, 487 kilograms, including augmented skeleton and organ mass. Strength tier, Astartes standard, approximate, lifting capacity of 3 to 5 tons. Reaction speed, 0.02 seconds standard reaction time. Stamina, capable of sustained high-intensity combat for 72 hours without rest. Special abilities, Salamander Resilience, Extreme Environmental Resistance plus 500%, Toxin Resistance plus 400%, Radiation Resistance plus 600%. Forge Affinity, Metalcraft Skill Learning Efficiency plus 300%. Guardian Instinct, Willpower checks plus 200% when protecting noncombatants. Organ Functionality Integrity, 100%. Black Carapace Maturity, 83%, expected to fully mature in 1 day. Zeke looked at the data and slowly exhaled. He did it. He really did it. From an ordinary player waking up in an abandoned manufactorum a month ago, to a genuine space marine now. Using a mortal body to rival the gods. On this path, they had only just taken their very first step. Chapter 69, Champion of the 5 Traits, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 150 Power Stones. Next goal equals 300 Power Stones. Deep within the warp. Lucian's energy body hovered in the void, gazing into the operating room in the material universe. Zeke had just completed his augmentation and was feeling out the newfound power in his body. The time has come. Complex patterns rippled across the surface of the energy body, marking a resolute decision. He pulled up the system interface. His hand hovered over the Bestow Champion Status option for a moment, but he didn't click it. TL/N, chosen will be champion from now on. Bestowing it directly is too blunt. I have to let him choose it himself. Lucian recalled all the various methods the Emperor used to drag people into his crusade from his past life's knowledge. He also remembered how Tsench operated in the Warhammer universe, using knowledge and power as bait to lay traps that seemed brimming with hope. Then. I'll borrow a skin. His energy body vibrated slightly, utilizing true energy to construct a space caught between reality and illusion. It wasn't a pure hallucination. Using the massive amounts of emotional energy he had absorbed as material and true energy as the framework, Lucian wove together a hypothetical life. A piece of teaching material meant to let Zeke personally experience the absolute hell mortals live through in this universe. Material Universe, Crimson Dawn Base, Operating Room. Zeke had just acclimated to the surging power in his new body and was testing the exertion of every muscle fiber. Suddenly, his vision went black. His thoughts were overridden by some higher dimensional entity, his consciousness forcibly ripped from his body and plunged into a sea of pure white light. When Zeke opened his eyes, he found himself no longer in the operating room. He was standing in a filthy, squalid alleyway. Looking down, he saw a pair of thin, small hands, caked in grime and covered in frostbite. He was wearing clothes stitched together from torn burlap sacks and scrap fabric. The biting wind cut through the gaps, making him shiver violently. Where am I? Zeke tried to speak, but the voice that came out belonged to a young child. Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. They were the original memories of this body's life. His name was Paul Barnes. He was 6 years old, living in the underhive of Dawn City. His father had been a clerk in the midhive, and his mother an elementary school teacher. During the upheaval that swept through the Dawn City hive 3 years ago, his parents, terrified of being purged, abandoned their property and fled to the underhive with him. They barely scraped by on scavenging and odd jobs. The memories were crystal clear. The image of his father teaching him how to read under a dim oil lamp. The warmth of his mother sneaking her own rations into his hands. And those vague legends about the glory of House Aller. His grandmother was apparently a distant relative of some branch family. Then, disaster struck quickly. It was the chain reaction of a collapsing order. After Dawn City was subjected to orbital bombardment by the Iron Hands Legion, its entire ruling structure disintegrated instantly. The assorted scum previously suppressed by the Blaek House and House Aller, small gangs, wasteland bandits, and opportunistic merchants, swarmed in like vultures scenting rotting meat. They carved up territories and established their own rules. When Paul was 5, a bandit group calling themselves the Bloodfang Gang raided their underhive settlement. His father tried to protect the family's last tube of nutrient paste. A bandit chopped his head off with an axe. Before his mother was dragged away, she shoved him into a hidden compartment under the floorboards. He huddled in the dark for a day and a night, listening to the screams, manic laughter, and explosions outside gradually fade away. When he crawled out, the settlement was a ruin. His mother's body had been casually discarded on a street corner, piled among dozens of others, already being gnawed on by mutant rats. Paul didn't cry. He crouched down and pried a rusted metal ring from his mother's stiff fingers. It was a wedding gift his father had carved from scrap metal. Then, he turned around and walked deep into the ruins. Time flowed agonizingly slow. From a first-person perspective, Zeke lived through this life. At 10, fighting wild dogs for food in a junkyard, he lost a section of his left pinky finger. At 12, he joined a small scavenger gang and learned how to stab someone with a shiv. The target was the kidney, it incapacitated them quickly without killing them instantly. At 14, the scavenger gang was swallowed up by a larger syndicate. Kept around because he was ruthless enough, he laid hands on a real gun for the first time, an ancient auto-stub pistol that jammed 30% of the time. At 16, he caught a bullet to the gut during a gang shootout. With no Medicae available, he branded the wound shut with a red-hot piece of iron. He ran a high fever for 3 days and nearly died. He survived, but was left with a hideous, hand-sized scar on his stomach. On his 18th birthday, he sat alone on the highest point of the ruins in the settlement, staring up at the eternal darkness of the underhive ceiling. In his hand was a moldy nutrient paste, traded for half a bottle of purified water he had robbed from someone that morning. The wind blew, carrying the unique damp and gloom of the underhive. He suddenly remembered something his father had told him a long time ago. "Paul, do you know? In the eyes of the Imperium, people like us aren't even statistics." He hadn't understood it back then. Now, he did. He understood because his life was worth even less than a statistic. A statistic at least proved you existed. But him. And the thousands of others living in these ruins just like him. Their existence wasn't even acknowledged. Right at that moment. The pitch-black sky above suddenly lit up. A mass of pure, warm, and holy white light, as if capable of dispelling all darkness, bloomed. Within the light, a figure slowly descended. The figure was cloaked in a halo, making its exact features indiscernible. Yet, its silhouette was graceful, its posture majestic, radiating an aura that made one feel safe, even evoking a desire to drop to one's knees and worship. It landed in front of Paul, slightly lowering its head. Its voice was like the gentlest spring breeze. "Hello, Zeke." Zeke froze. "First of all, I am not a god. I am hope." The figure continued, its tone warm and candid. "Because you are the first player to attain power surpassing a mortal, and your reputation has met the hidden requirements. You have unlocked the hidden quest, the path of the champion." It extended a hand, palm facing up, and a swirling orb of light materialized. "Are you willing to become a champion? The sole objective of the path of the champion, complete the salvation of humanity within this Mecha universe. Warning, becoming a champion will permanently lock you out of logging off until the quest is completed. By becoming a champion, you will receive the champion trait, the perfect respawn trait, and an S-rank all-rounder psychic talent." It was an overwhelming amount of information. But Zeke's mind, sharpened by both his original memories and a decade of surviving in the ruins, operated with abnormal clarity. First, the entity called him Zeke. It knew his player identity. Second, it said, "First of all, I am not a god." That line alone was incredibly suspicious. In the Warhammer universe, besides the Emperor making such claims, no Chaos God ever denied their divinity. Third, salvation of humanity of the Mecha universe. That goal was absurdly grandiose. It sounded like a massive, empty promise. Also, what was with the Mecha universe name drop? Fourth, no logging off until it was done. That meant once he accepted, there was absolutely no turning back. Fifth, the rewards were terrifyingly generous, the champion trait, perfect respawn, and an S-rank psychic talent. That surpassed the scope of blessings given to most primarchs. Zeke slowly stood up. His 18-year-old body was gone from chronic malnutrition, but his eyes were as sharp as knives. He looked at the figure before him, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. Tsench. The most likely culprit. The Lord of Deceit, who delighted in weaving long-term conspiracies, loved using knowledge and power as bait, tricking his prey into thinking they were outsmarting the trap they were walking into. This entire speech, offering him power to save the world, smelled entirely like the architect of fate's handiwork. The Emperor? Impossible. Some unknown warp entity? Also possible. The Warhammer universe was vast. Beyond the 4 major gods, there were countless minor gods, demigods, Old One constructs, and Tan shards. But Zeke smiled. That smile contained the ruthlessness honed by a decade of underhive survival, and the decisiveness forged as the chapter master of Crimson Dawn. It also contained something much deeper, a stubborn, almost foolish perseverance etched into his very bones that had never changed. He thought of the sacrifices Schrödinger Bro and the others had made. Those ordinary people in the real world had staked all their resources, their trust, and even a shared ideal entirely on him. He thought of Aska's calloused hands. The terrified look in Helovia's eyes when she awakened. The despairing wails of the mother and daughter White Scars had mentioned. He thought of every starving child, every casually slaughtered civilian, and every life struggling in the mud that was never seen during his decade-long illusionary life. This is just what everyone endures in this cesspool of a Warhammer world. Zeke muttered softly to himself. Then, he raised his head, staring straight at the holy figure. I accept. No hesitation. No bargaining. He didn't even ask what would happen if he failed. Because he knew there were some paths that, once seen, left you with no reason not to walk them. Even if it might be a trap. Even if it might be a Chaos God's game. Even if it demanded a price from which there was no turning back. I have always been me, Zeke said. From the moment I saved those workers in the industrial zone, from the moment I took in the refugees on the wasteland, from the moment I chose the salamander's gene seed, I never intended to be some saint. But if power allows me to do what I want to do, and change the world I want to change, then even if it means dancing with demons or striking deals with chaos gods, I'll take it. The figure seemed slightly moved. It nodded, a trace of genuine appreciation creeping into its voice. Very good. The figure raised its hands. The pure white light surrounding it began to split and condense, transforming into 5 orbs of light, each a different color. The first, golden, radiating pulses of hope. The second, green, exuding the aura of compassion. The third, red, carrying the weight of resolve. The fourth, blue, pulsating with the vitality of pioneering. The fifth, white, shining with the brilliance of wisdom. With these 5 great traits, the foundation of the champion is forged. Chapter 70, Paul Dawn. The figure brought its hands together, and the 5 orbs of light furiously spun, collided, and fused. Ultimately, they coalesced into a mass of chaotic, indescribable brilliance, a light that seemed to embody the most beautiful, resilient, and radiant aspects of the human emotional spectrum. Trait fusion complete. The figure gently pushed the orb of light toward Zeke. Zeke opened his arms. He offered no defense, no resistance, allowing that brilliance to sink into his chest. Boom. In the material universe, inside the operating room, Schrödinger Bro and the others watching through the one-way glass were suddenly greeted by a shocking sight. Without any warning, blinding light erupted from Zeke's body as he lay on the operating table. It wasn't the light of psychic energy. It was a light of absolute essence, sublime, carrying the very weight of conceptual existence. What the hell is going on? Tax Bro nearly pressed his face flat against the glass. Cogboy's mechanical eye flashed furiously, waterfalls of data scrolling across his vision. Energy readings are spiking, breaching the measurement threshold. Biometrics undergoing drastic changes. Psychic fluctuations are generating. Zeke levitated into the air. Beneath his skin, the black carapace had fully matured, revealing faint, grid-like patterns. But right now, those patterns were being dyed a pale gold. His height increased once more. 2.32 meters, 2.35, 2.4, finally stopping at 2.45 meters. His physique became even more perfectly proportioned, every inch of muscle harboring explosive power and absolute control. TL/N, roughly 8 feet and 1 inches. His psychic level skyrocketed like a rocket. Faint level. Broken through instantly. Low tier, official, mid-tier, high tier, master tier. In a mere 3 seconds, he crossed the thresholds that ordinary psychers needed decades, even centuries, of agonizing training to reach. And it was still climbing. Storm tier. It finally stopped right at the threshold of gamma level. An S-rank all-rounder psychic talent meant he didn't specialize in a single discipline, he could learn and master the techniques of all psychic schools. Biomancy, pyromancy, divination, telepathy, telekinesis. Given enough time and training, he could attain mastery in all of them. The perfect respawn trait activated. This meant that from this moment on, Zeke's respawn mechanics would be entirely different from the other players. Upon death, he would reconstruct at a designated save point in the exact same state he was in prior to dying, retaining all enhancement progress, skill mastery, and memory integrity without a single drop of degradation. More importantly, the champion trait began to manifest. He slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his left pupil, a miniature, crimson sun was rising, the emblem of Crimson Dawn. Deep within his right pupil, a continuously rotating geometric shape appeared, the symbol of the 5 great traits fused together. Zeke touched down, his feet landing silently on the floor, as if gravity had lost all meaning to him. He raised his hand and looked at his palm. With a mere thought, a cluster of warm, golden flames ignited in his hand, the outward manifestation of the hope trait. The flames shifted into a gentle green, compassion. Then morphed into a somber red, resolve. Blue, pioneering. White, wisdom. 5 great traits, shifting at will, under absolute, perfect control. Deep within the warp. Lucian's energy body let out a long breath, even though energy bodies didn't need to breathe. Total consumption, 34,200,000 units of physical energy. Breakdown, bestowing champion status 33.2 m, Earth original body storage and preservation 1 m. That really bled me dry. Lucian muttered. He looked at the fully metamorphosed Zeke in the projection of reality, genuine anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He had borrowed the Emperor's recruitment playbook and Sench's seductive rhetoric, but his core intent was entirely different. The 4 gods bestowed the title of champion to corrupt, to use, and to place pawns on their chessboard. Lucian bestowed the title of champion to give trust, to grant power, and to invest in a possibility. Don't let me down, kid. He murmured, then issued a command. System announcement published. System shop comprehensively updated. Effective immediately, the shop's redeemable item catalog has been expanded to encompass all known technology and creations within this universe. New monthly anomalies section added. Every month, 5 items or fragments of knowledge not belonging to this universe will be refreshed. These may originate from other sci-fi, fantasy, or even unknown dimensional universes. This update is effective immediately. As the announcement rang out in the minds of every player, Lucian took one last look at Zeke. Using the last of his spare energy, he completely shielded and encrypted Zeke's aura, disguising it as natural background psychic dissipation. Then, he faded deep into the warp. Outside the operating room at the base. By the time Schrödinger Bro and the others rushed into the room, Zeke had already changed into a plain gray combat uniform retrieved from his inventory, standard casual wear. "Oh Zeke, did you?" Tax Bro opened his mouth, unsure of how to even ask. Zeke turned around, a calm smile on his face. That smile carried the heaviness of having just lived through a decade of agonizing hardship, and the profound clarity of acquiring the power of a champion. But at its very core, he was still the same Zeke who had organized the rescue of the workers in the industrial zone. "I picked up a hidden quest," he said simply. "The rewards are pretty good." Then, he opened the system interface, pulled up the shop, and found an item that had been listed for a long time, the ID rename card. Price, 100 Imperial coins. Confirm. Purchase. Use. Please enter a new ID. Zeke stayed silent for 2 seconds, then entered a single word. Paul Dawn. Confirm. ID changed successfully. Player, eternally loyal to the Emperor, has been renamed Paul. He closed the interface and looked at his comrades. From today onward, I am no longer eternally loyal to the Emperor. My name is Paul Dawn. As for why? He walked to the window, looking at the workers laboring in the base, looking further out toward the faint outline of Red Town on the pitch-black wasteland, and finally, looking at the chaos-corrupted sky at the edge of the horizon. I will spend my entire life fighting for the freedom, equality, justice, and happiness of the Imperium citizens, until the final dawn arrives. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly throughout the operating room. Schrödinger Bro was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "All right, Paul, it is. You're still you, anyway." Tax Bro scratched his head. "Paul, that name sounds familiar." Blood Angel chimed in softly. "How the steel was tempered. The protagonist is named Pavel Korchagin. Paul for short." "Right." Tax Bro slapped his thigh. "Paul Korchagin, damn, Zeke, picking a name like that, you've got some massive ambitions." Paul, formerly Zeke, smiled, choosing not to explain that the name actually came from the illusionary life he just lived. He simply looked at Schrödinger Bro, the shop updated. "Did you see?" "I saw it." Schrödinger Bro pulled up his interface, his eyes shining. "All known technology and creations within this universe, that scope is insanely huge, and the monthly anomalies. The first 5 items for this month have already spawned." He read off the list. 1. Foundations of Psionic Theory, Protoss Simplified Edition, Fragment. From a certain interstellar warfare universe. 300,000 coins. 2. Force Field Generator, Cybertronian Tech, Blueprint Fragment. From the Transformers universe. 250,000 coins. 3. Force-Sensitive Meditation Guide, Jedi Padawan Edition. From the Star Wars universe. 180,000 coins. 4. Beginner Spiral Energy Resonance Guidance Technique. From the Gurren Lagann universe. 500,000 coins. 5. Magical Girl Transformation Device, Damaged State. From a certain Magical Girl universe. 1 million coins. Everyone listened, exchanging bewildered glances. What the hell is all this? White Scar's mouth twitched. A Magical Girl Transformation Stick. Why not throw in a spark lens? Why not an Emperor Armor Summoner? Cogboy, however, was so excited the blue light in his mechanical eye was flashing erratically. Cross-universal tech trees. Even if they're just fragments and torn pages, the thought processes and foundational principles within them could bring subversive inspiration to our current technological trajectory. Especially this force field and psionic theory. If we combine them with our current promethium energy and psychic tech, we might actually invent something entirely new. Paul nodded. Buy them. The funds will come from the chapter account. Prioritize the tech items. Give the psychic-related ones to Blood Angel and his crew to study. He paused, then added, also, notify all the players. In 2 days, we will hold a general assembly. It's time to lay out the next phase of our plan. The target. He pointed at the small town marked with a red circle on the map. Red Town. Paul stood alone atop the highest watchtower of the base, the night wind fluttering his gray combat uniform. In the palm of his left hand, a cluster of golden flames burned quietly. In the palm of his right hand, an orb of moon-white light slowly rotated. He looked up at the sea of stars. The galaxy flowed above him, countless stars flickering in and out of existence. Who knew how many of them were currently staging tragedies just like Aurelian 4? The path of the champion. Save the humanity of the universe. Paul softly repeated that quest, a quest so grandiose it bordered on the absurd. And then, he smiled. Then we start with Red Town. We start from this very first corner of this cesspool world. Clean up the trash, establish order. Send those who deserve to die to hell, let those who deserve to eat, and let those who deserve to live live. Paul turned and walked down the watchtower. Deep within the warp, Lucian sensed the complex cocktail of emotions radiating from Paul: resolve, hope, compassion, pioneering spirit, and rationality. He stretched out his energy body in deep satisfaction. Yes. Exactly like that. Hold on to your humanity. Walk your path. As for whether you become a hero or plunge into the abyss in the future, I'll be watching closely. Chapter 71, We Are Human Beings. The sky grew faintly bright. On the horizon of the red blaze wasteland on Aurelian 4, a dull red sun slowly rose, dyeing the firmament in a shade of dark crimson. Paul stood in front of 2 well-tended acres of reclaimed land. His height had now reached 2.45 meters. Even standing perfectly still, his post-Astartes augmentation physique cast a heavy, imposing shadow in the morning light. Row upon row of tender green stalks broke through the dirt, growing stubbornly in Aurelian ivy's barren soil. This was the first crop planted using the special modified potato seeds, redeemed from the shop. 100 imperial coins a bag, bearing the labels, high environmental adaptability, short growth cycle, and medium yield. On non-agricultural planets, these crops were the top choice for refugees and pioneers. They didn't require fertile soil, as long as they were watered, they would survive. At worst, the yield would just be slightly reduced. But Paul closed his eyes, feeling the entirely new, massive system of power surging within his body. Storm-tier psychic power and an S-rank all-rounder talent surged like a docile river deep within his consciousness. Guided by his will, a pale green light slowly emanated from the surface of his body. Like mist in the morning dawn, it gently blanketed the potato field. This was the outward manifestation of the compassion trait. In the lineage of champions in the Warhammer universe, the power bestowed upon a champion often reflected their core traits. Tzeentch's champions excelled in deceit and knowledge, Khorne's champions pursued blood and glory, Nurgle's champions spread plagues and his twisted fatherly love, Slaanesh's champions drowned in excess and perfection. As for the Emperor, Paul had only ever seen Games Workshop hand out nerfs and buffs, balance was entirely at GW's whim. But the 5 great traits Paul had acquired, hope, compassion, resolve, pioneering, and wisdom, were unique champion traits forged by Lucian using over 30 million units of physical and emotional energy. The power of the compassion trait didn't stop at mere healing. Restoration, acceleration, curing, it could even apply a compassion buff to allied warriors on the battlefield. A 30% increase in total vitality, a 20% increase in recovery speed, and a heightened resistance to fatal blows. It was safe to say this was a god-tier ability. The other 4 major traits had their own unique characteristics as well. As long as he had enough psychic energy, he could use them infinitely. Compared to other champions, although there was no direct infusion of divine power, his abilities possessed incredibly potent growth potential. The moment the pale green psychic energy seeped into the soil, the potato sprouts began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The stalks shot up, the leaves unfurled, and the tubers beneath the ground rapidly expanded. This wasn't time acceleration, it was a direct infusion of life energy, pushing the plant's innate growth potential to its absolute limit. 5 minutes later, the soil beneath the first potato plant bulged slightly. Paul crouched down. Given his current size, he had to be exceptionally careful not to crush the ridges of the field. Using fingers that, despite his Astartes augmentation, still possessed pinpoint control, he gently brushed the dirt aside. A fist-sized potato rolled out. The skin was a healthy, earthy yellow. It was plump and showed absolutely no signs of disease or mutation. Paul picked it up between 2 fingers and rested it in his massive palm. In a hand capable of effortlessly lifting 10 tons, the small tuber looked like an insignificant little bean. But his eyes were incredibly solemn. This wasn't corpse starch. It wasn't that gray paste synthesized from underhive organic waste, industrial slag, or unknown biomass. This was true food, grown from the earth. It was the crystallization of life, born from seeds, soil, water, sunlight, and a little bit of help from his trait abilities. Frankly speaking, this tiny potato meant nothing to the Imperium as a whole. The Emperor had never once considered solving the plight of the Imperium's remote, impoverished agri-worlds. Chapter Master. A hoarse, awe-filled voice came from behind. Paul had sensed his approach long ago. His augmented senses were terrifyingly sharp. He could hear a heartbeat from 100 meters away and differentiate dozens of distinct scents carried on the wind. He slowly turned around, his movements unhurried and composed. Aska stood 3 meters away, carrying 2 crude wooden buckets used for hauling water. The old miner, who was in his 40s, looked much better than he did half a month ago. Some color had returned to his cheeks, his hunched back had straightened a bit, and his eyes were no longer filled solely with numbness and despair. But right now, those eyes were glued to the potato in Paul's palm. His pupils were dilated, his lips trembling. Is that? Aska's voice choked up. Paul nodded. The first fully grown potato. Paul's voice was calm, yet carried a power that set the listener's heart at ease. He had deliberately adjusted his vocal cords, making the deep, augmented resonance of his voice sound closer to the original Zeke. And not the Paul who had scraped out a living in the ruins of the illusion. After all, deep down, he was still Zeke. Paul was simply the name he chose to present to this world, and a public declaration of his newfound conviction. Thump. Aska dropped to his knees. It wasn't the fearful kneeling of the oppressed before a tyrant, it was the devout prostration of a believer witnessing a miracle. He pressed his forehead to the ground, his calloused hands digging into the dirt, his voice thick with tears. Thank you for letting us grow real food. Thank you, Chapter Master. You are our savior. Paul looked down at the man kneeling before him. He remembered Aska bowing and thanking him while holding those 2 children in the industrial transport tunnel. He remembered the sight of Aska shoving his last half-ration of nutrient paste into a child's hands on a freezing night in the wasteland. He remembered the light slowly returning to this old miner's eyes as he led the workers in building the base over the past month. I am not a god. Stand up, Aska. Paul spoke slowly. Aska froze, then looked up. Paul extended his right hand, a hand that could easily crush a skull, and gently rested it on Aska's graying hair, ruffling it softly. The movement was incredibly gentle. Then, he gripped Aska's arm and firmly hoisted the man, who was nearly a meter shorter than him, to his feet. The nobles and the consuls made you kneel to accept their slavery. Paul looked directly into Aska's eyes, enunciating every word clearly. I want you to stand up. To stand tall as a human being. To possess everything you were always meant to have, food, shelter, dignity, and the right to choose how you live your life. He gently placed the potato from his palm into Aska's trembling hands. This is the first potato. I am giving it to you. Organize the workers, and use it to make the first real meal of your new lives. Aska cupped the potato as if it were the most precious gemstone in the world. When you eat the food made from this potato, I want you all to remember a few things. Paul continued, his voice carrying far on the morning wind. First, this food did not come easily. It was not charity handed down by the lords. You earned it with your own 2 hands, by reclaiming the land, planting the seeds, tending them day and night, and trading your sweat and labor for it. Second, this is only the beginning. 2 acres of potatoes in the farming zone are fully mature. After breakfast, organize a crew to harvest them. Set aside the best tubers as seeds for the next season, the rest is your food. Then, plant those seeds again. Rinse and repeat, and we will have an endless supply of food. Third. He paused, looking toward the sun rising higher in the east. Remember how you feel right at this very moment. Remember what it feels like to have a full stomach, and what it feels like to have hope. And then ask yourselves, why is it that you can slave away until you drop dead in the Aru Group's factories, yet you couldn't even earn a single potato like this? Why do those high and mighty lords in the hive get to casually decide whether you eat nutrient paste or eat the lash of a whip? Aska's tears finally fell. A turbulent surge of complex emotions, gratitude, hope, rage, and resolve, all crashed together at once. I understand, Chapter Master. He wiped his tears away fiercely and clutched the potato tightly to his chest. I will make sure every person who comes after us remembers this day, remembers that we are no longer consumables. We are human beings. Chapter 72, Blitzkrieg on the 3 towns, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 300 power stones. Next goal equals 500 power stones. The command room on the 2nd floor of the Crimson Dawn main hall had fallen into a heavy silence. Tax Bro chewed on a cigarette. He bought them from the shop for 50 Imperial coins, the smoke slowly spiraling upward in the dim light. His fingers holding the cigarette trembled slightly, the cherry flaring and dimming with every breath. The dozen or so people around him had all lit up as well. Amidst the swirling smoke, their faces appeared blurred and solemn. So. Tax Bro's voice was hoarse. Now, you really can't log out of the game, Zeke. Paul calmly nodded. Seated in a specially elevated stone chair, his 8-foot frame still loomed massively over everyone else. Wasn't this within our expectations? After the Astartes vocal cord augmentation, his voice was a deep, resonant rumble, though he kept the volume deliberately low. He looked around the rough-hewn stone table at the 15 core officers. These were the trusted members who had passed a month of life and death trials and rigorous evaluation. The 4 chapter masters, Blood Angel, G-Bro, Soul of Cadia, Have You Been Loyal Today, I Thinks It Works, and a few others. Schrodinger Bro spoke slowly. Then why didn't you discuss it with us before agreeing? He paused, offering a helpless smile. Oh, right, I forgot. You didn't really have the option to discuss it, did you? But aren't you gambling with your life? Even though you have the perfect respawn trait, what if you can never finish that quest to save humanity in the Mecha universe? What do you do if you can never go back? Are you just going to stay in this cesspool of a world forever? A few suppressed sighs echoed in the command room. Paul swept his gaze over the group. No need to be so pessimistic. He said, I know the plot, and I have your help. We know exactly what's going to happen over the next 10,000 years. The Horus Heresy, the Siege of Terra, the Emperor sitting on the Golden Throne, the War of the Beast, the Great Rift, Guilliman's resurrection, there's so much room to maneuver. He stood up and walked over to the massive map of Aurelian 4 on the wall, his black carapace rippling faintly beneath his skin. There's no point worrying about things so far in the future. Paul tapped his finger against the map, producing dull thuds. Right now, we need to focus on how to conquer Aurelian 4. Cogboy finally spoke up. His mechanical eye blinked with a rhythmic blue light, and the servomotors in his arms hummed softly. What's done is done. There's no point dwelling on it. All we can do is put everything we have into helping him complete the quest. He pulled out a projector and cast a holographic data display into the air. Current comprehensive combat assessment of Crimson Dawn. Total players, 5,000. Average enhancement level, Type 2 basic physique 62%, Type 2 sensory/neural reflex 41%. Number of psychers, 513, B rank or higher, 27. Mechanically augmented players, 891. Heavy weaponry, loss gun popularization rate 83%, heavy support weapons, modified stubbers, heavy loss, 142 units. Vehicles, modified transport trucks 34, standard transport trucks 60, armed assault tractors 12, engineering mechs 2. Native workers, 2,137, militia reserves currently in training, 816. Imperial coin reserves, total chapter account is almost equal to 4.7 million. Cogboy's voice was completely flat. With Zeke's current power as an Astartes and a Storm-tier Psyker, combined with our current Imperial coin reserves and player combat strength, we could easily conquer not just small towns, but even some of those minor hives. White Scar's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? The main forces of the 4 major factions are currently pinned down by demons in the industrial zone. This is the perfect time to strike. Let's pull off a massive heist while they're distracted. That's exactly the problem. Cogboy shook his head. One of his mechanical arms traced a red circle in the air, highlighting the Aru hive cluster. Because they are being pushed back by the demons, we absolutely cannot attack the hives. Blood Angel looked thoughtful. You mean, they'll call for reinforcements? Cogboy pulled up the intel compiled by the workers and recon squads. The Aru hive cluster has a total population of 550 million. They aren't going to just hand it all over to demons. If the demons reach their gates and they realize they can't hold them, what will they do? Soul of Cadia drew a sharp breath. They'll beg for help from the Novus Imperialis, or even an Astartes Legion. Exactly. The blue light in Cogboy's mechanical eye flared. If we attack the hive now, we expose our scale and motives too early, putting ourselves right in their crosshairs. When the Astartes Legion arrives, all the 4 major factions have to do is hand them a report claiming Crimson Dawn is an allied faction of the Chaos Rebellion and the inside men for the demon invasion. He paused, a rare note of gravity creeping into his voice. If that happens, we will be added straight to the Astartes Legion's purge list. With our current strength, even if we grew 10 times larger, we wouldn't stand a chance against a fully equipped Astartes strike fleet. We're talking about thousands of space marines, backed by battle barges, cruisers, and orbital bombardment arrays. The command room went dead silent. Taxbro took a drag of his cigarette, then ground the butt out hard against the stone table. Fucking hell, these game devs are dogs. We can't attack the hives, but if we don't attack, we have no resources to develop. That's why we stick to the original plan. Paul's finger traced across the map, bypassing the red icons denoting the hives, and came to a stop over dozens of gray markers scattered across the wasteland. Using the towns to encircle the hives. He looked at the group. In the short term, the returns might look incredibly low. A small town has a few thousand to tens of thousands of people, limited resources, and a weak industrial foundation. But as long as we play our cards right, we can snowball. In the window between the demons clashing with the four factions and the arrival of Imperial reinforcements, we can quietly complete our primary accumulation of power. White Scars frowned. But the towns have weak defenses. It's easy for us to take them, but hard to hold them. The main forces of the four factions might be pinned down, but they can still spare mobile strike teams to wipe us out. That is a tactical issue. Paul smiled. It wasn't a Astartes smile, harboring an almost inhuman, chilling rationality. We don't raise our flags. We don't claim occupation. We intervene under the guise of mercenaries, a wandering warband. He tapped 3 locations on the map. Red Town, Merida Town, Bordeaux Town. These 3 towns form a triangle. All 3 are within 100 to 150 kilometer radius of our base. We know Red Town. Chaotic, impoverished, indirectly controlled by the Aru group. Merida Town survives mostly on scrap metal recovery. The actual rulers are local gangs. Bordeaux Town is the most unique. It houses underground manufactorums left over from the Blayek House era. It's currently occupied by a massive bandit syndicate called the Iron Claws. The town has over 10,000 residents living as semi-slaves. Paul tapped hard on Bordeaux Town. These 3 towns share one thing in common: they are on the very fringes of the four factions' control, and have never truly been integrated into their management systems. The Aru group only has a single tax-collecting consul and a few hundred guards stationed in Red Town. The gangs in Merida Town pay an annual tribute to the Aiden's Night House. And the bandits in Bordeaux Town, they don't answer to anyone, but they're smart enough not to provoke the major factions. So, our strategy is this. He looked around the room. In one day, we are going to take all 3 towns. Chapter 73, Chain's Word, Power Armor. White Scars broke into a grin. Since it's decided, then let's get to work. 5,000 of US did time in the lockups and took lashes from the whips. Why would we be scared of this? No matter what happens, we don't regret a thing. He abruptly changed the subject, his eyes lighting up like he'd just found buried treasure. Never mind that. White Scars rubbed his hands together, looking exactly like a kid waiting to tear open a birthday present. Put on that power armor and Chain's Word you bought and let us see. How cool is it? Does it look just like in the game? The dozen or so people gathered around the stone table all turned their heads, their eyes practically glowing. Tax Bro pinched out his second cigarette. Schrodinger Bro leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. Cogboy's mechanical eye adjusted its focus. Soul of Cadia had already whipped out his homemade sketchbook. The kid was an art student in the real world, claiming he was going to document the historical moment of Paul's transformation. Paul looked at these comrades, people who, half a month ago, were thieving off an assembly line, but were now ready to conquer and change a planet with him. He let out a helpless chuckle. All right. He retrieved the equipment, worth millions of Imperial coins, from his inventory. The first piece was the power armor. It wasn't standard Mk4 or Mkv. It was a custom Astartes power armor, unlocked after the shop update. It was entirely dark gray, with a fine matte finish that barely reflected any of the dim light in the command room, exuding the low-key, gritty texture unique to practical combat gear. The armor plating was incredibly thick. The joints featured complex hydraulic dampening structures, and the back housed the specialized interface array for the black carapace. In the center of the chest plate, there was no Imperial Aquila, nor the volcanic emblem of the salamanders. Instead, there was a dark red sun lined with gold, rising from a pitch-black horizon. The emblem of Crimson Dawn. Holy shit. Taxbro muttered. This texture. It looks so real. Paul began to suit up. He first slipped on the undersuit. The material felt like some high-strength synthetic fiber, yet it perfectly conformed to his augmented Astartes physique. Then came the main body of the power armor. Greaves, cuirass, gauntlets, pauldrons, piece by piece, they snapped into place. The maglocks engaged with crisp clicks. Then came the most critical step. When the backpack locked into place on his back, Paul felt the instant the black carapace connected with the power armor's neural interface array. It felt as though countless microscopic tendrils were extending into the subdermal grid beneath his skin. It wasn't painful, it was a bizarre sensation of absolute connection. He shifted his intent. The servomotors at every joint of the power armor hummed low in unison. The entire suit, weighing hundreds of kilograms, felt as though it had become a seamless extension of his own body. Raising an arm, clenching a fist, turning his body, the movements were as fluid and natural as moving his own limbs, without a single trace of sluggishness or bulk. Black carapace connection complete. Cogboy's mechanical eye recorded the data. Neural link efficiency, practically perfect. Next came the weapons. When the chain's word was pulled from the inventory, everyone held their breath. The blade was roughly 1.5 meters long. The monomolecular edged teeth gleamed with a cold blue light under the room's lamps. A power field generator was embedded within the spine of the blade. When activated, it would sheath the entire weapon, allowing it to cleave through Astartes' power armor, tank plating, and even light fortifications. The hilt was wrapped in a rough, anti-slip material, sized perfectly for the massive grip of an Astartes. Paul gripped the hilt and pressed the activation stud with his thumb. VRMMO. The teeth of the chain's word instantly began spinning at terrifying speeds, letting out a roar that tore through the air. It wasn't the whine of an electric motor. It was a more primitive, far more violent mechanical roar, like a slumbering beast of steel suddenly awakening. The blade vibrated slightly, but in his grip, it was as steady as a mountain. Finally, the bolter. A standard Mark V bolter, the mass-issue weapon of the Astartes legions during the Great Crusade. The casing was thick, the barrel massive. Every single mass-reactive bolt loaded into its magazine was equivalent to a small grenade. Paul held the gun in one hand. With his other, he unclipped a magazine from his ammo belt. The magazine was larger than a normal human's entire hand, loaded with 20.75 caliber bolts. The full loadout was complete. Paul stood in the center of the command room. His height of 2.45 meters, plus the added bulk of the power armor, meant his head nearly scraped the 3-meter-high ceiling. Dark gray armor encased his entire body. The crimson sun emblem on his chest looked as though it were genuinely burning in the dim light. In his left hand, the chain's word purred with a low hum. In his right hand, the bolter hung naturally by his side. Dead silence. And then, an explosion of noise. Holy fuck. White Scars was the first to jump up, practically running circles around Paul, his eyes wide as saucers. This is so fucking cool. It looks way better than the game's CG. Tax Bro swallowed hard. This whole set. Power armor, 1 million. Weapons, hundreds of thousands. Augmentations, over 3 million. We just dropped over 4 million Imperial coins like that. 5,222,000, to be exact. Cogboy calmly recited the numbers. Gene Seed, 1 million. Full Augmentation Suite, 1,999,999. Power Armor, 1 million. Chain's Word, 450,000. Bolter, 300,000. Ammo and Accessories, 470,000. Over 5 million. Soul of Cadia's hand trembled, ruining a stroke on his sketch. How much nutrient paste could we buy with that? Schrödinger bro walked up and reached out to touch the power armor's pauldron. It was freezing and rock hard to the touch, with a fine anti-slip texture on the surface. Worth it, he said, just 2 words. Paul. Have you been loyal today? Squeezed his way to the front, looking straight up. Right now, he barely reached Paul's waist. How does it feel? How many tanks do you think you can take on right now? Paul smiled. He powered down the chain's word. The teeth stopped spinning, and the command room fell quiet again. Then, he made a simple movement. He clenched his fist and threw a light punch forward. He didn't hit anything, but the air in front of his knuckles violently compressed, producing a loud sonic crack. It wasn't an exaggeration. A visible white shockwave expanded outward from his fist, sending the blueprints on the table fluttering wildly. Combined with my psychic power, Paul's voice sounded from the helmet's external vox speakers, processed to sound even deeper and more imposing. A tank's main cannon would barely scratch me. The compassion trait, paired with my psychic energy, can generate a continuous shield. The resolve trait lets me tank impacts head-on. And if things get really bad, I can use the pioneering trait to execute a short-distance phase shift to dodge. He paused, aiming the chain's word at the Aurelian 4 map on the wall. The tip hovered directly over an icon marked Lehman Russ Battle Tank. As for my strike, the blade suddenly activated, the teeth roaring back to life. He didn't swing. He merely thrust the sword gently forward. The tip was still half a meter away from the map, but the distorted air around the blade and the faint glow of the power field along the monomolecular edge made everyone perfectly understand the lethality of that strike. To a tank, it's fatal. Paul powered down the chains word and looked at everyone gathered around him. Slicing through the armor joints from the front, or piercing straight through the weaker top armor. The strength of an Astartes combined with the power field of a chains word. The defense of a Lehman Russ won't hold. A chorus of gulps echoed in the room. The players were so envious their eyes were practically bloodshot. They looked like hyenas that had starved for 3 days suddenly staring at fresh meat. Paul reached up and removed his helmet. Astartes' power armor helmets were magnetically sealed. He pulled it off easily with one hand, revealing a face whose jawline was sharper from the augmentations, but whose eyes were just as familiar as ever. He smiled. All right, that's enough. Paul tucked the helmet under his arm. With his free hand, he lightly patted the shoulder of Tax Bro, who was standing closest to him. The tap was gentle, but it still made Tax Bro sway slightly. Sooner or later, I'll get all of you augmented too. His gaze swept across every face in the room. White Scars, Schrodinger Bro, Cogboy, Blood Angel, Soul of Cadia, G Bro, have you been loyal today? I thinks it works. Behind these IDs were real, living people. Just a month ago, they were merely players sitting behind a screen. Now, they were his most solid pillars of support in this grim dark universe. Trust me, Paul said. That date won't be too far off. Chapter 74, Operation Dawn Rescue. The next day. Crimson Dawn Base, Central Plaza. At 6 in the morning, the sun of Aurelian IV had just peeked over the horizon, dyeing the gravel of the wasteland a dark crimson. The plaza was densely packed with people. 3,500 players, almost every player who could be notified, were present and accounted for. They were formed up by chapter. The heavy infantry phalanx of Crimson Strike stood at the very front. Every single one of them had maxed out the Type 3 physique enhancement, their muscles stretching their utility uniforms taut. They carried heavy machine guns modified from stubbers, or massive combat shotguns. Crimson Wind's mobile forces flanked the wings. Their gear was lightweight, and many of them carried homemade rocket launchers or flamethrowers on their backs. The Psyker Corps of Crimson Spirit formed the center vanguard. With over 500 of them standing together, the air around them rippled with subtle distortions. Crimson Machina's technical core was scattered throughout the formations, their mechanical prosthetics gleaming coldly in the morning light. Aside from the players, there were also 300 selected members of the Aurelian Youth League reserves. These were the young, able-bodied workers who had the will to fight. After a week of basic training, they now wore crude armor crafted from scrap fabric and leather, gripping black powder rifles bought from the shop. It was primitive gear, but they stood tall and straight. A grand total of 3,800 people formed 10 massive phalanxes in the plaza. The sheer killing intent radiating from them made the chilling morning wind feel even more biting. Footsteps echoed. Heavy, steady. Every step struck the ground like a beating war drum. Zeke walked out of the command building and headed toward the makeshift podium at the front of the plaza, which had been cobbled together from an abandoned minecart. TL/N, the author here is juggling between Zeke and Paul, so I will also translate it as it is. He was clad in his full set of power armor, though his helmet was off. The dark gray plating gleamed with a metallic luster in the dawn light, and the crimson sun emblem on his chest looked as if it were truly burning. With his chains word hanging at his left hip and his bolter slung over his right shoulder, every step he took made the ground tremble slightly. He stepped up onto the podium, turned around, and faced the 3,800 pairs of eyes. Silence. Only the howling of the wasteland wind blowing past the walls could be heard. Zeke spoke, his voice amplified by the power armor's Vox speakers, echoing across the plaza above. Brothers. Fellow workers. He paused for 2 seconds, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The players' eyes were burning with fervor, while the workers' eyes held a mix of awe, anticipation, and a trace of unease. A month ago, when we woke up in that abandoned pre-processing workshop number 7. Back then, we had nothing. No weapons. No food. Unfortunately, we were captured. Dragged into that nightmare of a factory to perform slave labor. But fortunately, we escaped. And we built this base out here on the wasteland. Zeke raised his arm. The servomotors of his power armor hummed as he pointed to the surrounding stone walls, the watchtowers, the water purification equipment, and the farming zones. We built all of this with our own 2 hands. Every brick, every tile, every blade of grass, it was all paid for with our sweat, our blood, and even our lives. Why did we do it? He lowered his arm, his voice rising slightly. Because in this universe, the weak do not have the right to survive. The workers in the hive slave away until they die, only to eat moldy nutrient paste. A miner's son is doomed to be a miner the moment he is born. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Aru group get to eat well, drink well, live in luxury, and casually use living people for their experiments. Why? Zeke clenched his fist. The chains word at his hip vibrated faintly. Because they have guns. They have tanks. They have power. And we do not. So we are going to get them. His voice exploded like thunder. Today marks the Crimson Dawn chapter's first official rescue operation. We are going to tell the cesspool of a world that the citizens of the Imperium are not consumable sacrifices. They are not statistics. They are not useless objects that can be casually bought, sold, slaughtered, or thrown away. No matter what grand narrative tries to force their hand, no one has the right to casually strip away another's life as collateral. We can volunteer to die, but we will never allow ourselves to be made into sacrificial lambs. That is why the Crimson Dawn chapter is here. We fight for the salvation of the Imperium citizens. The plaza was dead silent. And then, it erupted into earth-shattering roars. Fight for the salvation of the Imperium citizens. The players raised their weapons. The workers raised their rifles. The war cry of 3,800 people shook the dust right off the stone walls. Zeke waited for the roar to subside before continuing. So our objective is crystal clear. He turned, pointing the power armor's gauntlet toward the east, the direction of Red Town. Using blitzkrieg tactics, we will take down 3 towns in a single day. Red Town, Merida Town, and Bordeaux Town. We will establish order there. We will ensure that those who deserve to eat, eat. Those who deserve to live, live. And those who deserve to die. He paused, his voice turning freezing cold. Go straight to hell. For this operation, all 3,500 players will deploy. The 300 Youth League reserves will handle logistics and escort duties. Our mission isn't just occupation. It's subsequent control, screening eligible civilians to escort back to the base, and hauling away every single usable resource. Zeke cast one final look over the crowd. Remember our rules of engagement: no indiscriminate killing, no pillaging civilians, and no mistreating prisoners. But as for those irredeemable slave drivers, gang bosses, and bandit leaders, take no prisoners. Now. He drew his chain's word and activated it. VRMMO. The roar of the spinning teeth echoed across the plaza. Move out. Target, Red Town. The final moments before departure. The massive convoy had already assembled outside the base gates. 94 modified transport trucks, 12 armed assault tractors, and the 2 engineering mechs, Shovel 1 and Pickaxe 2, were woven into the formation. Though they moved slowly, they would be incredibly useful for smashing through barricades or hauling heavy loads. The players were running final checks, loading ammo, medkits, and spare parts onto the vehicles. Zeke stood by the lead vehicle, going over the final confirmations with Schrödinger Bro. Intel on Red Town just updated, Schrödinger Bro said, holding a data slate. The Aru Group console station there is named Harmon. He has a guard force of about 300, equipped with outdated loss guns and a few heavy stubbers. There are also a few local gangs in town, numbering around 200 in total. Their weapons are even more of a mixed bag. They aren't much of a threat. Zeke nodded. The key is speed. We have to lock down the entire town within an hour. Then, I'll lead a strike team to blitz Merida Town. Understood. Just then, Blood Angel walked over, bringing someone with him. Blood Angel led the way. Following behind him was Hilovia, the 11-year-old girl with S-rank psychic talent. The little girl was dressed differently today. She was no longer wearing ragged worker's clothes, but a fitted shirt and pants sewn from gray fabric, with a small-sized bulletproof vest layered over top, likely crafted for her by one of the players using scrap materials. Her long white hair was tied back into a neat ponytail. Her small face was tense, but her eyes were extraordinarily resolute. She walked up to Zeke and tilted her head back. With Zeke currently wearing power armor, she only reached up to his thigh. Uncle. Hilovia's voice was childish, but her tone left no room for argument. Take me with you. I can help. Zeke was stunned. He crouched down, a movement that was a bit clunky for him while wearing power armor. He rested on one knee, bringing himself eye to eye with Hilovia. Hilovia, Zeke's voice sounded through the helmet, deliberately softened. Battles are very dangerous. I'm not scared. The little girl shook her head, her white ponytail swinging with the motion. Teacher Angel taught me a lot. I can control my power now. Really? She reached out a small hand, palm facing up. A gentle, crimson halo materialized. It wasn't the violent, raging fire from before, but a stable, warm orb of light, much like a candle flame. The orb slowly rotated in her palm. Magma-like patterns flowed within it, but it was under absolute control. Zeke looked over at Blood Angel. Blood Angel nodded. She's made genius-like progress over the last 5 days. Her psychic level has stabilized at the master tier. Though, it seems the momentum pushing her rapid growth has capped out for now. The important part is her control. She's mastered precise manipulation. She won't lose control and overload again. Hilovia retracted her psychic energy. Her tiny hand grabbed onto one of the fingers of Zeke's power armor, a single finger that was thicker than her entire hand. "Uncle," her large eyes were filled with pleading. "You saved me. You saved my mom. You saved everyone. I want to help too. I don't want to just hide in the back all the time." Zeke fell silent for a few seconds. He thought of Paul Barnes, surviving in the ruins of the illusion. Losing everything at age 6, fighting wild dogs for scraps of food in junkyards. If someone had just reached out to pull him up back then. If someone had just given him a chance. "I can bring you along." "No problem." Zeke finally spoke, and Helovia's eyes lit up. But, he held up a single finger, his armored digit looking like a small iron rod. "When Uncle tells you not to use your powers, you have to stay quiet and stay put. Can you do that?" "I can." Helovia nodded vigorously, her eyes wide and completely serious. "I promise." Zeke smiled. He retrieved an item from his inventory. It wasn't a weapon or a piece of gear. It was a lollipop. Bought from the shop for 5 Imperial coins a pop, its wrapper printed with childish cartoon graphics. He peeled off the wrapper and handed it to Helovia. The little girl was stunned. She looked at the round, colorful candy, then looked back at Zeke. "Here." Zeke pressed the candy into her hand. "Have some candy." Helovia took it and carefully placed it in her mouth. The very next second, her eyes crinkled into happy little crescents. "It's so sweet," she mumbled, her voice carrying the unique, bubbling joy of a child. "All right then." He stood up and looked at Blood Angel. "Have her ride in your truck. You're in charge of watching her." "Understood." Zeke turned around and faced the fully prepped convoy. 3,500 players, 300 reserve members, 94 transport trucks, 12 assault tractors, and 2 engineering mechs, stretching into a massive serpent under the morning light of the wasteland. He put his helmet on. VRMMO. The power armor systems fully engaged. Various data streams flashed across his retinal display, vitals stable, weapon systems online, psychic reserves full. Zeke raised his chains word. "Move out." The roar of engines exploded like a thunderstorm. The convoy rolled over the gravel of the wasteland, heading east toward Red Town. Galloping straight toward the very first battle for Dawn in this grimdark universe. Within the stream of vehicles, Helovia leaned against a window, the lollipop in her mouth. Her eyes were locked onto the towering, dark gray figure leading the charge at the very front. Her tiny hand quietly balled into a fist at her side, a faint crimson glow flashing briefly in her palm before vanishing. Goal equals 500 power stones. Chapter 75, Gloriana-class battleship. The convoy bumped along the wasteland, the kicking dust trailing long tails in the rising sun. White scars stuck his head out of the back of the transport truck. The wasteland wind blasted his face, making him squint. He shouted into the regional channel at the top of his lungs. "When are we going to get to drive proper tanks? Spacious helicopters? Or those massive armored personnel carriers that can fit a whole platoon without feeling cramped?" He slapped the inner wall of the truck bed, the metal echoing with a dull thud. "This piece of junk, all of us are augmented muscle heads now. We're packed in here like a tin of sardines. I can't even stretch my legs." A chorus of agreement instantly erupted in the truck bed. "Right." A player with the ID, "I want to drive a Baneblade," was curled up in a ball. "I'm 1.75 meters in real life, but I'm 1.93 meters in the game." They definitely didn't factor in our size when they built this truck bed. Another player, Slaanesh chosen still not chosen today, rested his head against the side panel, looking completely drained. "Right now, I feel like mutant beast meat stuffed into a can, the expired kind. You guys should be grateful." I thinks this truck can fly, who was manning the machine gun mounted on the roof, poked his head down. His helmet was caked in a layer of dust. "At least you get to sit inside. I've been hanging outside in the wind for half an hour. My mouth is full of sand. Then come down and let me go up. In your dreams. The gunner seat is mine." Laughter and banter exploded across the regional channel. This convoy was carrying over 3,000 warriors heading into battle, yet the atmosphere was as relaxed as a weekend picnic. This was the unique trait of players. In combat, they could be as precise and disciplined as a machine, but during downtime, they completely lacked the suffocating tension typical of a regular army. Sitting in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, Paul listened to the chatter in the channel, the corners of his mouth unknowingly curling up. He keyed his mic. His deep voice, processed by the power armor's Vox speakers, carried a reassuring magnetism. "Think the trucks are junk? Then work harder." The channel instantly went quiet. Everyone perked up their ears. "Don't forget, the potatoes we grow can be salvaged and exchanged for Imperial coins. Once we've saved more civilians, scaled up our farming, and planted potatoes across the entirety of Aurelian 4. Paul paused, deliberately drawing out his words. Never mind heavy personnel carriers, assault dropships, gunships, or fighters. Even a Baneblade super heavy tank. Or a Gloriana-class battleship. The shop can give you whatever you want. BZZZT. The channel exploded. Holy shit. A Gloriana class. Omnicia, I request to drink Promethium. S voice was shaking. Just one of those is enough to suppress an entire solar system. The shop actually sells that. I want the Macridge's honor. The Smurfs flagship is the coolest. Bullshit. The Vengeful Spirit is way more badass. Even if it is Horus's flagship right now. You guys are dreaming. Even if there was a Gloriana class, how many Imperial coins would that cost? You could sell all of Aurelian 4 and it still wouldn't be enough. Paul chuckled. That's why we take it one step at a time. First, we secure these 3 towns, ensure more people have food to eat, and get more land to farm. The Imperial coins will come. The gear will follow. Hey, Paul. A player with the ID, I want to marry a psyker wife, laughed mischievously. When we actually get our own fleet, do you think some noble lady from a wealthy paradise world might take a fancy to me? Give me a break. Have you been loyal today? Laughed and cursed. With a name like that, psykers would cross the street to avoid you. Marry a psyker. Aren't you afraid she'll sleep strangle you with her mind in the middle of the night? I could teach her how to game. I'm a grandmaster in real life. There's no League of Legends in the Warhammer universe, you idiot. Amidst the laughter, the convoy crested the final hill. The silhouette of Red Town appeared on the horizon. It truly was just a small town. As a semi-hive world, the true essence of Aurelian 4 was concentrated in those massive hive spires reaching tens of kilometers into the sky. A settlement like Red Town, situated on the fringes of the wasteland, surviving on trade routes and fragmented mining operations, was more like the very end of a capillary in the hive system. The walls were built from wasteland stone quarried locally, roughly 3.5 meters high and less than 2 meters thick. The surface was pitted and uneven, patched up in numerous places with scrap metal and wooden planks. A few faded flags fluttered atop the walls, the gear and vile emblem of the Aru group, the simplified Aquila of the Aurelian planetary governor, and a few tattered rags of unknown origin. It was time for the morning shift change, and the guards on the walls were yawning incessantly. Most of these guards were actually local civilians recruited into service. They wore a chaotic mix of clothing, worn-out utility suits, homemade leather armor, and some were even wearing scraps of uniforms scavenged off dead bodies. Their weapons were a grand exhibition of a ragtag militia. Antiquated solid-slug rifles, a few lost guns with rusted barrels, and homemade muskets cobbled together from steel pipes and black powder. The guard captain was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a scar on his cheek. He was crouching behind a battlement, smoking a cigarette. The cigarette was rolled with cheap, locally grown tobacco. The smell was acrid. "Captain, whose turn is it to patrol the water station today?" A young guard wandered over and asked. "Draw straws." The captain blew a smoke ring. "Damn it, there are too many mutant beasts out there. Last month, a 3-man patrol went out, and only one came back. He's still screaming in the Mecha tent. Then if I draw the short straw. Tough luck." The captain had barely finished speaking when he caught something out of the corner of his eye. He stood up, squinting toward the west. The rising sun was in that direction, making the light a bit blinding. But he saw it, kicking dust, an endless trail of it, wriggling across the wasteland like a giant, earth-yellow python. Then came the roar of engines. Deep, dense, and getting closer. "What is that?" the captain muttered. At the front of the dust cloud, the silhouettes of the vehicles emerged. 1, 2, 10, 20, too many to count. Modified transport trucks topped with welded armor plates and mounted machine guns, the truck beds packed entirely with people. Even more terrifying were the 2 engineering mechs in the middle of the convoy, towering over 4 meters tall. Though they walked slowly, the ground trembled with every step. Yeah, it had a bit of a Budget Astartes Legion vibe to it. The cigarette dropped from the captain's mouth. Enemy attack. A shrill roar tore through the morning peace. The guards on the walls fell into a panic. Someone rushed to pull the alarm bell, a makeshift contraption built from a scrapped speeder hubcap that clanged loudly when struck. Some raised their guns, their hands shaking too much to aim. Others immediately bolted for the stairs, trying to slip off the wall. "Don't fucking panic." The captain drew the antique Las pistol from his hip and fired a shot into the air. "Get back to your posts. Prepare for combat." He then grabbed the deputy captain, a man in his early 30s whose face had gone deathly pale. "You. Keep an eye on things here." The captain spoke rapidly. "I'm going to report to the consul. I'll have him contact the Kent mining hive immediately and request troop reinforcements." "Captain, I." "That's an order." Hold the wall. Having said his piece, the captain turned and bolted for the stairs. He moved with a speed that entirely belied his age, vanishing from the wall in seconds. The deputy captain opened his mouth, watching the rapidly approaching convoy, his calves cramping from fear. He thought of his family, his wife and 2 kids, who lived in the Underhive residential sector of the Kent mining hive. It had cost him 10 years of savings and bribes to 3 different officials to secure that residency. If Red Town was lost under his watch. According to the rules of the Aru group, the families of officers who lost territory would have their residency revoked. They would be exiled to the bottommost levels of the Underhive, or simply subjected to humane disposal. A shiver ran down the deputy captain's spine. He suddenly whipped around and roared at the chaotic mob of guards on the wall. Open fire. Fire at will. Don't let them get close. The convoy slowly ground to a halt 800 meters from the wall. This distance was already within the effective range of most laser weapons, but it was far beyond the accurate range of the rusted solid slug rifles held by the Red Town guards. Paul pushed the vehicle door open. The heavy boots of his power armor crunched against the gravel, letting out a dull thud. He looked up at the wall. Scattered gunfire rang out. The guards were firing. Solid slug bullets traced chaotic paths through the air. Most lost their kinetic energy and dropped to the ground 400 or 500 meters out. The few that made it across were weak, leaving only faint white scratches on the transport truck's armor plates. Is that it? White scars sneered over the channel. My grandma shoots better than them. Paul didn't respond. He stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, gradually accelerating. The servomotors of the power armor ran at maximum capacity. The dark gray armor left a blurred afterimage in the morning light. 800 meters. For an augmented Astartes physique, a full-speed sprint took only a dozen seconds. The guards on the wall were completely stunned. They watched this 3-meter-tall giant of metal charge at them at a speed that defied the laws of physics. The bullets that hit him were deflected by his armor in a shower of sparks. A monster. A guard's nerve broke. He dropped his gun and bolted for the stairs. With bloodshot eyes, the deputy captain shot the deserter dead. Anyone who runs dies. Think of your families. Fear overrode reason, and the guards continued firing. 2 heavy stubbers swung their barrels around, the thick ammo belts roaring to life. Paul had already closed the distance to within 100 meters of the wall. He didn't slow down. His right foot slammed violently against the ground. Boom. The gravel blasted out into a shallow crater. The leg muscles, amplified by the power armor, exploded with terrifying force, launching his entire body into the air like an artillery shell. A 3.5-meter wall required a ladder or rope for a mortal. For an Astartes, it was nothing more than a slight jump. He's jumping up here. Chapter 76, The Might of One Man. Amidst the screams, Paul landed steadily on the top of the wall. The stone blocks beneath his boots cracked like spiderwebs. The closest guard was only 5 meters away. He looked no older than 20, clutching a rusted rifle. His finger was on the trigger, but he was trembling so violently he couldn't press it. Paul glanced at him. The wisdom trait operated silently. It was a psychic-based empathic perception, capable of roughly reading a target's emotional spectrum and the weight of their sins. It wasn't a divine judgment, but a discernment based on Paul's own moral compass. This young man, fear, confusion, coercion, but very little stench of blood. Paul withdrew his gaze. He moved. Advancing with the steady, hyper-efficient stride of a killing machine. 3 guards on his left raised their guns simultaneously. Paul swept his left arm out. The forearm plating of his power armor shattered their rifles and, without losing any momentum, slammed into all 3 of their chests. The muffled cracks of shattering bones were drowned out by the hum of his armor's servomotors. The 3 men flew backward, crashing against the battlements and moving no more. A guard on his right tried to thrust a bayonet at his knee joint, a relatively weak point on power armor. Paul didn't even look down. A side kick with his right leg sent the guard flying off the wall like a torn burlap sack. His scream faded into the distance before abruptly cutting off. A heavy stubber emplacement was positioned at the corner of the wall. The 2 gunners were desperately trying to swing the barrel around. Paul drew his bolter and aimed it one-handed, without even bothering to line up the sights properly. Bang. Bang. 2 mass-reactive bolts struck with pinpoint accuracy, one hitting the ammo feed, the other striking where the barrel met the receiver. An explosive flash swallowed the gunners, and the heavy stubber was reduced to twisted scrap metal. This wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. The absolute disparity in strength between an Astartes and mortal soldiers was put on full, terrifying display on the walls of Red Town this morning. Paul didn't use his chains word, nor did he unleash any devastating psychic powers. Relying solely on the strength, speed, and defense granted by his power armor, along with burst fire from his bolter, he operated like a precision killing machine on a rusty assembly line. 39 seconds. From the moment he vaulted onto the wall to clearing this 50-meter stretch of the ramparts, it took exactly 39 seconds. 53 guards fell. 37 died instantly, 6 were knocked unconscious with severe injuries. The remaining 30 or so survivors either dropped to their knees in surrender or scrambled over each other to flee down the stairs. Paul walked to the inner edge of the wall and looked down into the town. The streets of Red Town were narrow and filthy, lined with squat stone houses and shanties. Right now, the streets were in total chaos. Civilians were terrified, bolting indoors to hide. A few men dressed like gang members tried to organize some resistance, but the moment they saw the slaughter on the wall, they scattered like frightened birds. In the center of the town stood a relatively decent 2-story stone building, the consul's residence. Paul raised his bolter, aimed, and then lowered it. He spoke into the regional channel. "White Scars, tax bro, G bro, bring the boys and drive the trucks in. I'll open the gates." He turned and walked toward the guards on the other side of the wall who were still pointing their guns. The guards watched him approach as if they were looking at a demon. "Open fire." The deputy captain was still putting up a futile resistance, screaming at the top of his lungs. But his voice was abruptly cut short as a chain's word plunged straight into his mouth, vertically splitting him in two. Paul's massive frame surged into the mob of guards. It was an absolute bloodbath. 10 minutes later, the iron-reinforced wooden gates of Red Town were pushed open by Paul single-handedly. The heavy wooden beams and locks behind the doors folded like paper under the strength of an Astartes. The players' convoy slowly rolled into town. White Scars, Tax Bro, and G Bro hopped out of their trucks. Looking at the carnage and the sea of kneeling prisoners, their expressions turned a bit complicated. "Good lord." Tax Bro scratched his head. "Bro, were we just brought along to watch the show?" He pointed back toward the wall. "A 300-man guard force, and you chopped through over 200 of them yourself. The rest are all on their knees." White Scars crouched down to check the injuries of an unconscious guard. "For broken ribs, internal bleeding, but still alive." "Did you hold back?" "Yeah." Paul took off his helmet and tucked it under his arm. His breathing was perfectly steady, and there was not even a single scratch mark on the surface of his power armor. "This is just step one," he said. "Red Town has the weakest defense. I ended it fast to save time. Once we're done wrapping things up here, we split up. You guys will get your turn to fight." He looked at the three of them. "White Scars, Tax Bro. Take 2,000 men and head to Merida Town. That place is controlled by nearly 2,000 gang members. It'll be a messy fight. G Bro, take 500 men and hold Red Town. Maintain order and start screening the population." "What about Bordeaux Town?" White Scars asked. "I'll take the remaining 1,000 men and head there." Paul put his helmet back on. "They've got underground manufactorums, the defenders are organized bandits, and there might be leftover automated defense systems. I have to handle it personally." He paused, looking at the prisoners kneeling on the ground. "But for now, let's clean up this mess." Paul walked toward the prisoners. Over 80 guards knelt on the ground with their hands behind their heads, shivering uncontrollably. Most of them were quite young, some still had childish features on their faces. Many of them were injured, though none fatally. Paul's wisdom trait silently swept over them. The weight of their sins formed blurry silhouettes in his consciousness, like looking at stones at the bottom of a murky pond. For some, the silhouettes were heavy and dense, radiating the stench of blood. For others, they were much fainter, mostly colored by dull fear and numbness. He raised a finger and singled out 23 men. You, and you, step forward." The guards he pointed out instantly went pale. Some collapsed entirely, some cried and begged for mercy, and some tried to run, only to be immediately tackled to the dirt by the players. These 23 men, Paul's voice was freezing cold, during their time as guards, participated in no less than 3 instances of pillaging, raping, or torturing civilians. 7 of them directly or indirectly caused the deaths of civilians. He looked at the remaining 57. "The rest of you, while you took money you shouldn't have and bullied civilians, you have no blood on your hands. Most of you were just trying to scrape by. I am giving you 2 choices." Paul held up 2 fingers. "First, continue to resist, and I'll send you to meet whatever God you believe in, assuming you have one. Second, confess your crimes, serve your sentence, and redeem yourselves through hard labor." The prisoners froze. They thought they were either going to be executed by firing squad or sold into an even darker mining pit as slaves until they died. But this sounded, even though it was hard labor, it was at least a way to stay alive. I choose the second one." A young guard was the first to shout out. "I'll mine. I'm willing to work. I'm willing to." "Sir. I was just forced to wear this uniform. I've never killed anyone. Paul nodded and turned to G-Bro, tie them up. Later, depending on the situation, escort them back to the base along with some of the good-natured civilians. Understood. G-Bro waved his hand. The players moved in, using plastic zip ties to bind the prisoners' wrists behind their backs, linking them together in groups of 5. Paul then walked toward the 23 men steeped in sin. Their faces were already ashen, like the Walking Dead. Some cursed, some went limp, some made a final, desperate struggle, only to be pinned down hard by the players. Paul drew his chains word. VRMMO. The teeth began to spin. The roar made everyone's heart vibrate in their chests. You don't have the right to redeem yourselves. That was the only thing he said. And then, the blade flashed. Every strike aimed perfectly at vital points, guaranteeing instant death, sending them straight to hell to pay for their sins. 23 corpses fell at the base of the wall, their blood seeping into the sandy soil. The surviving prisoners kept their heads buried tight to their chests, not daring to look. Paul powered down his chains word and turned toward the 2-story stone building in the center of the town. Now, it's time to pay the consul a visit. Chapter 77, Purgatory Town, 1, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 500 power stones. Paul stood at the base of the wall, the blood streaked across his power armor gleaming with a dull, crimson hue under the fading sunlight. He surveyed the town he had just breached. Through the multispectral vision of his helmet, he could see the terrified faces peeking out from behind windows. He saw the deep shadows within the alleyways, and he could smell the pervasive stench of rot lingering in the air. Tax bro. Paul spoke into the regional channel. Take the boys from Crimson Strike and set up a perimeter around the town. Do not let a single person escape. Understood. Tax bro responded instantly. He vaulted down from the transport truck, his body landing with a heavy thud. He waved to the players behind him. Crimson Strike. With me. Squads 1 through 3, lock down the eastern exit. Squads 4 through 6, secure the west. Squads 7 through 10, split up north and south. Get the trucks moving. Block the roads dead. Over 1,000 players from Crimson Strike sprang into action. They split into 4 torrents, rapidly advancing along the dirt roads encircling the town. The engines of the modified transport trucks roared, kicking up clouds of dust. Within moments, they had established makeshift barricades at all 4 points of the compass around Red Town. The players moved with crisp efficiency and clear division of labor. In a mere 3 minutes, Red Town was transformed into an isolated island surrounded by an iron blockade. White scars. Paul looked over at him. Take your guys and round up all the residents into the central plaza. He paused, then added, if you run into any gang members, arrest them all. If they dare resist, no mercy. You got it. White Scars flashed a wide grin. Boys of Crimson Wind. Let's move. Groups of 5. Knock on every door. Be polite, but firm. If you see tattoos, weapons, or anyone looking at you funny, tackle them and tie them up. If you run into a tough guy. The guns in our hands aren't for show. Over 800 players from Crimson Wind scattered into the narrow alleyways of the town like a gale. They moved blindingly fast. The Type 3 physique enhancement paired with the Type 3 neural reflex enhancement made their movements impossibly fluid. Every single one of them was practically a mini Astartes. With those 2 tasks delegated, Paul took a deep breath. His augmented Astartes lungs filtered the heavy, pungent odor from the air. The rest of you, with me. He stepped forward. The heavy boots of his power armor crunched into the muddy surface of Red Town's main street, leaving deep prints with every stride. Over 100 players followed closely behind him, their las guns raised, sweeping their surroundings with high alert. The sight of the main street silenced every single player. When White Scars had reported back at the base, he had described Red Town as a place that ate people. No one had really felt much about it at the time, assuming it was just standard grimdark flavor for the Warhammer setting. But seeing it with their own eyes, they finally realized White Scars had put it too lightly. The street was lined with squat stone houses and shanties. The walls were plastered with some unidentifiable black grime. There was no drainage system. Sewage flowed straight down the middle of the road, forming a putrid, foul-smelling creek. And lying next to that stinking creek were things. The first thing was huddled in a corner, wrapped in rags. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a living person, or rather, it used to be. The entire left side of the man's body was overgrown with grayish-green moss. The fingers on his right hand had fused together into webbed digits. His eyes were a cloudy, milky white. Hearing their footsteps, his eyes slowly rolled toward them, and he let out a rattling, wheezing gasp from his throat. Further down the street lay a second, and a third. Some had grotesque, swollen limbs. Beneath their skin, writhing tumors could be seen pulsing. What the fuck? The player, I want to be a hive governor, spoke with a trembling voice. Are they mutants? Prolonged radiation exposure, combined with drinking contaminated water and eating tainted flora and fauna. Data streamed across the mechanical eyes of God-tier mechanic. The background radiation levels on the surface of Aurelian 4 are naturally high. These refugees don't have any protection. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was painfully clear. Even more chilling were the frozen corpses. At night, the temperature plummeted below freezing. These homeless souls huddled in street corners and under eaves, and when morning came, they simply never woke up. Some were locked in curled-up fetal positions, as if they had frozen to death while dreaming. Others were frozen with their arms outstretched in a begging gesture, their stiff fingers pointing accusingly at the sky. Their clothes were thin and ragged, some were wearing nothing more than a few scraps of cloth. And right beside these corpses lay dry bones. They weren't complete skeletons. They were bones that had been gnawed on and scattered across the ground. Some belonged to adults. Some belonged to children. Holy shit. Slaanesh's chosen reserve subconsciously covered his mouth, his face turning pale. Are they eating people? In this world, it's nothing unusual. Schrödinger Bro's voice was deathly calm. During famines in the underhives, there are recorded instances of people trading their children for food. Paul didn't say a word. He kept walking, his power armor's visual sensors recording everything. His Astartes emotional regulation system suppressed any physical discomfort. He thought back to the life of Paul Barnes in The Illusion. The boy who fought wild dogs for scraps of food in a junkyard, and the mutants lying next to the sewage ditch right now. At their core, there was no difference. They were all consumables, treated as garbage and disposed of by this world. Along the sides of the street, surviving residents occasionally peeked out through cracks in doors and windows. A girl, no older than 6 or 7, huddled under the eaves of a roof, holding an even smaller child tightly in her arms. Both children wore nothing but thin rags, shivering violently in the morning wind. When the girl saw Paul and his heavily armed group of mini Astartes approaching, she instinctively shoved her little brother further into her arms. Her eyes were wide, filled with absolute terror. Paul. Have you been loyal today? Spoke, his voice choking up. Are we really just playing a game? No one answered him. Because everyone could see it. The genuine terror in the eyes of those residents. The twisted agony of the mutants, the stiff despair of the corpses. This was an atmosphere that no game engine could ever render. This was a bloody, miserable reality happening in another universe. When GW was writing the lore. Soul of Cadia muttered, they definitely used real-world homeless encampments as a reference, right? But in the real world, there are at least charity organizations handing out expired food. God-tier mechanic replied, here. There's nothing. The 4 factions only care about taxes and minerals. The planetary governor doesn't give a damn about human lives. Imperial law is basically toilet paper in these fringe sectors. That's why the so-called imperial truth completely fails to protect them. The emperor rejects faith and enforces the imperial truth simply because he's the emperor. And when it actually comes to seeking out truth, he loses his mind. Throw yourself into the arms of Slaanesh, and they'll at least give you a fleeting moment of pleasure. Throw yourself into the arms of Nurgle, and he'll actually give you the warmth of a loving father. Only the emperor, preaching the word truth, brings nothing but endless despair to his own citizens. Next goal equals 700 power stones. Chapter 78, Purgatory Town, 2. Paul raised his head and looked ahead. The 2-story stone building had come into view. Compared to the squat shanty surrounding it, this building, constructed from neat stone blocks and coated with a layer of white lime, looked like a goddamn palace. Paul walked up to the iron-reinforced wooden door. It looked fairly sturdy. He raised his right foot. The servomotors in the leg of his power armor engaged at maximum capacity. The hydraulic system compressed to its absolute limit, and then... boom. The entire door, along with the doorframe and a chunk of the surrounding wall, exploded inward from the kick. Wood splinters, stone fragments, and twisted iron rained across the room, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The scene behind the door was revealed. Inside the grand hall, over 20 gunmen stood ready. They wore a hodgepodge of clothing, but their weapons were relatively high-end, las guns, combat shotguns, and even 2 automatic weapons modified from heavy stubbers. Seeing the door violently blown open, the gunmen pulled their triggers almost entirely on instinct. Open fire. A torrential storm of bullets and laser beams poured toward the entrance. Paul stood in the doorway, making no attempt to dodge or take cover. A psychic barrier expanded in front of him. As the bullets pierced the barrier, their velocity plummeted drastically, eventually clattering harmlessly to the floor. The laser beams refracted and scattered across the surface of the barrier, burning scorched black holes into the walls and ceiling. He wasn't in a rush to attack. Instead, he slowly stepped into the hall. 1 step. 2 steps. The gunman's fire grew even more frantic, but every single attack was rendered entirely useless against the psychic barrier. Finally, one of the gunmen broke. Monster. He's a monster. The man dropped his gun and turned to run. Paul moved. He drew the chain's word from his hip and pressed the activation stud with his thumb. VRMMM. The roaring of the furiously spinning teeth instantly drowned out the gunfire. Paul's figure blurred into a dark gray afterimage. The Type 3 neural reflex enhancement, combined with the superhuman physiology of an Astartes, pushed his speed far beyond the limit of mortal perception. The first strike was a horizontal sweep. 3 gunmen standing side by side were cleanly bisected at the waist. Amplified by the chainsword's power field, the monomolecular edge was completely unstoppable. Slicing through flesh, bone, and even the solid wood table behind them was as effortless as cutting through tofu. The second strike was a diagonal cleave. A gunman attempting a point-blank shotgun blast was split diagonally in half, weapon and all. Blood and organs splashed across the wall, painting a grotesque, macabre mural. The third strike, the fourth. Paul didn't use any flashy swordsmanship. Just the most fundamental slashes, cleaves, and thrusts. But backed by absolute power and speed, every single strike guaranteed the taking of 1 or more lives. One gunman tried to flank him, aiming for the weaker joints of the power armor. Paul didn't even turn his head. A backhand punch with his left fist smashed directly into the man's face. With the strength of an Astartes and the weight of the power armor behind it, the man's head exploded like a water balloon. 7 seconds. From the moment Paul stepped into the hall until the final gunman fell, it took exactly 7 seconds. 23 gunmen, completely wiped out. The floor was dyed red with blood. Severed limbs and shattered bodies were scattered everywhere. The heavy stench of blood mixed with the smell of gunpowder, filling the entire hall. Paul powered down the chain's word, the teeth slowly grinding to a halt. He flicked the blood off the blade and cast his gaze toward the far end of the hall. There sat a massive leather sofa. Crouched behind it, a tall, skinny, middle-aged man was desperately trying to hide himself. The man wore a relatively sharp, dark blue uniform, with the Aru Group's gear Envile emblem pinned to his chest. His face was deathly pale, his entire body trembling violently. A massive wet patch stained his crotch, he had literally pissed himself in terror. Paul walked over, the boots of his power armor squelching through the pools of blood. He stopped in front of the sofa, looking down at the men. Consul Harmon. I. Harmon finally squeezed out a few words. I am the consul of Red Town, appointed by the Aru Group. This is an armed rebellion. The group won't let you. Paul ignored him. He extended his left hand, hovering it directly over Harmon's head. Wisdom trait, activated. Sensing the weight of his sins. In Paul's psychic vision, Harmon's body began to emit a dark red glow. Within that glow, countless fragmented images surfaced. An old man kneeling on the ground, begging, only to be kicked to death by Harmon. A family of 5 dragged into the basement of a stone house. The father beaten to death on the spot. The mother and 2 daughters gang raped, then sold to a passing slaver caravan. John from the east side of town, tied to a post in the plaza and burned alive by the sun because he couldn't pay the sanitation tax. The images kept coming. And they got darker. A secret room hidden beneath the stone house. Inside, there were pieces of human meat. Some were salted. Some were air-dried. Some were still fresh. Harmon sitting at the head of a long table, raising a glass with his cronies. You actually cannibalize your own kind. Paul withdrew his hand, his voice like ice. The players behind him heard the words and drew a sharp collective breath. The number of people who died directly by your hand exceeds 300. Paul glared at Harmon. His augmented eyes, capable of seeing perfectly in the dark, were now burning with a freezing rage. The number who died indirectly because of you is uncountable. You extorted, robbed, raped, murdered, trafficked slaves. With every word he spoke, Harmon's face grew a shade whiter. And finally, you cannibalized your own kind. Consul Harmon. Chapter 79, Operation Deep Sea. Paul's freezing voice echoed through the blood-soaked hall. Is this how the Aru Group taught you to manage a town? He stood in front of Harmon. His 3-meter-tall power armor completely shadowed the consul. Harmon huddled behind the sofa. The face that had once tyrannized Red Town was now completely drained of color. I. Harmon's lips trembled violently. I was following group regulations, collecting taxes, maintaining order. Order. Paul cut him off. He slowly lowered the tip of the chain's word, pointing it at the spreading pool of blood on the floor. Soaking in the blood was a severed hand. On one of the fingers sat a ring set with cheap red glass, the last memento of some civilian Harmon had murdered. You call this order? Paul lifted his foot. The sole of his power armor boot stepped directly into the pool of blood. He took a step forward, the blood clinging to his boot in sticky strands as he lifted it. Harmon completely broke. He scrambled out from behind the sofa on his hands and knees, crashing down onto the floor, which was littered with porcelain shards shattered by his own gunman. The shards pierced his knees, and blood immediately began to seep out, but he didn't feel the pain. Compared to the death looming over him, this pain was absolutely nothing. I was wrong. My lord. I was wrong. Harmon kowtowed, slamming his forehead against the floor mixed with blood and broken porcelain. Thud. Thud. Every time he smashed his head down, tiny droplets of blood splashed up, sticking to his face and graying hair. Paul didn't move. He simply stood there, watching this man, who had once held the power of life and death over thousands in Red Town, begging for his life. After kowtowing over a dozen times, Harmon raised his head. His entire face was a mess of blood and grime. I was really wrong. Harmon's voice was thick with tears. I can give you all the money I've hidden. I have a property in the Aru Hive. My daughter is married to a branch family of the Aiden's Night House in the Aru Hive. I can introduce you. Shut up. Paul didn't raise his voice, but it completely cut off Harmon's groveling. He casually slotted the chain's word back onto the maglock at his hip, producing a crisp click. Paul turned and walked to the relatively intact leather sofa on the other side of the hall. It was where Harmon usually sat to receive guests. The armrests were decorated with cheap brass, mimicking the styles popular in the upper echelons of the hive. When the immense weight of the power armor sat down, the sofa frame groaned under the strain. Paul raised his left hand and tapped the side of his helmet. He opened the regional channel. Schrödinger bro, his voice broadcast through the channel. Proceed with the plan. Footsteps sounded from outside the door. Schrödinger bro walked into the stone house. His gaze swept over the hall. 23 piles of meat and bone that barely resembled human beings. The heavy stench of blood mixed with the burnt ozone of gunpowder formed a smell putrid enough to make a mortal vomit. But Schrödinger bro's expression didn't change in the slightest. A month of life and death experiences, from the dissection tables in the industrial lab to facing down demons on the wasteland, had forged this ordinary guy into someone with the cold composure of a veteran soldier. Cleaned up faster than expected. Schrödinger bro spoke, a trace of approval in his voice. I thought it would take at least 10 minutes. Just trash mobs. Paul leaned back into the sofa, tilting his helmet slightly toward Schrödinger bro. Did you bring the people? They're outside. Schrödinger bro nodded, turning back to the door and gesturing. 3 people walked into the hall. The one leading the way was a player with the ID, Crimson Deep Sea. He wore a set of casual clothes redeemed from the shop, an incredibly ordinary dark brown jacket and cargo pants. He looked to be in his early 30s, with a face so aggressively average that he would vanish the second he stepped into a crowd. He had specifically changed his ID for this operation. Hence, Crimson Deep Sea. Behind Deep Sea were 2 young adults, a boy and a girl, both looking to be in their early 20s. The boy's name was Leon Baker. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with a close-cropped blonde buzz cut and blue eyes. The girl was Vanessa Mitchell. She was half a head shorter than Leon, her dark brown hair tied back into a sharp ponytail, with a dusting of light brown freckles across her cheeks. Her deep green eyes were currently locked onto Paul sitting on the sofa, her hands balled into tight fists at her sides. These 2 young adults had been meticulously selected from the pool of over 2,000 workers. They were the first wave of operatives for Operation Deep Sea. In simple terms, spies. If Crimson Dawn was going to use the towns to encircle the hives, the same way one might use fringe planets to encircle Holy Terra, they couldn't afford to be completely blind to what was happening inside the major hives. Exactly how many troops did the 4 factions have? How far had the Chaos incursion progressed in the industrial zone? When would the Imperial reinforcements arrive? Who would they be? Throughout human history, intel had long proven itself to be one of the most decisive factors in winning a war. In the grimdark universe of Warhammer, this was doubly true. As for how they were going to infiltrate them, Leon and Vanessa stopped 3 meters in front of Paul. At this distance, they had to crane their necks to look up at the chapter master, the godlike entity who had dragged them out of hell. The 2 dropped to one knee in perfect unison, their movements as crisp as if they had drilled them 1,000 times. Harmon was still kneeling nearby, the piss stain on his pants now reaching his knees. He stared blankly at these 2 young adults who had suddenly appeared, then looked at the ordinary-looking man standing next to Schrödinger bro. He couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. But he didn't dare ask. He didn't dare move. He barely dared to breathe, terrified of drawing the attention of the giant metal demon. Paul's gaze fell on the 2 young adults. His helmet's faceplate slowly lifted. The faceplate retracted backward, revealing the familiar face they all recognized. Leon Baker. Vanessa Mitchell. Paul spoke. You two, he paused, his gaze sweeping across their faces, are absolutely certain you want to commit to an operation that could last anywhere from a decade to potentially over a century. They raised their heads. Leon's blue eyes burned with pure fanaticism. Vanessa's deep green eyes were more restrained, but a fire burned just as intensely deep within. Yes, Chapter Master. Leon's voice trembled slightly, but he bit down hard on every single word. We volunteer to dedicate ourselves to the liberation of Aurelian 4. We volunteer to give everything we have for the arrival of the dawn. Vanessa firmly followed up. We volunteer to give our lives for the hope that all citizens of Aurelian might one day stand tall again. We will not hesitate. There was absolutely no trace of acting in their words. It was nothing but boundless, pure sincerity. Looking at them, Paul couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Blood Angel, that guy is terrifying. In such a short period of time, this player, who was probably just an ordinary office worker in real life, had managed to deeply root the concepts of ideals, faith, struggle, and sacrifice into the heart of every single worker who joined Crimson Dawn through his speeches and teachings. He thought of the workers back at the base. During the day, they hummed the songs Blood Angel taught them while they worked. Say goodbye before dawn breaks, smile through the tears to welcome the tomorrow you deserve. Even if the night blooming Sirius only flashes for a moment, it must bloom blindingly bright. At night, they gathered around the fire to listen to Blood Angel tell stories from another world. The stories were cleverly adapted, scrubbing out the specific names of people and places. But the core message was crystal clear. The weak unite to fight against the oppressors, and eventually, the light of dawn will arrive. Brainwashing. Maybe. But in this cesspool of a Warhammer world, if you didn't plant something in their hearts capable of fighting back the darkness, they would quickly be corrupted by chaos, or worse, turn into walking corpses out of sheer despair. Very good. Paul nodded and stood up from the sofa. He walked up to the two young adults. I see your resolve. He extended his right hand, the gauntlet of the power armor spread open, palm facing up. But resolve alone isn't enough. The moment his words fell, psychic energy surged around Paul, and his eyes abruptly flared with light. Deep within his left pupil, the miniature crimson sun began to spin rapidly. In his right pupil, the geometric shape representing the 5 great traits unfolded layer by layer. Hope, resolve, wisdom. 3 major traits intertwined deep within his consciousness. 3 threads of different colors were woven together into a perfectly round orb of light. This wasn't a violent infusion of power like the blessings of the Chaos Gods. This was a champion exerting microscopic, precise control over their authority. The 5 traits Lucian had bestowed upon him were, at their core, an incredibly high-dimensional application of emotional energy. For the past 5 days, aside from acclimating to his new body, Paul had spent most of his time studying exactly what these traits could do. Now, he had found one of their applications. 2 incredibly faint, almost transparent orbs of light drifted out from his eyes. The orbs were composed of countless tiny specks of light. If one looked closely, they would see even smaller symbols spinning within each speck, representing hope, resolve, and wisdom. The orbs floated slowly toward Leon and Vanessa, eventually sinking straight into their foreheads. Both of their bodies jolted simultaneously. Leon felt a surge of warmth rush into his forehead and flow down his spine, spreading through his entire body. It wasn't an increase in power, but rather, a sense of direction. It was as if a lighthouse had suddenly lit up in the fog. He knew exactly where he needed to go and how to get there. Vanessa's experience was much more subtle. She felt her mind sharpen with absolute clarity. The fears and hesitations that had once plagued her were gently brushed away by a firm, comforting hand. She knew exactly what she was doing. She knew why she was doing it. And she firmly believed that what she was doing was right. Paul retracted his hand, the light in his eyes slowly fading. This was a derivative application of his trait abilities, a heavily weakened version of a trait mark. Calling it weakened was an understatement, it was dialed back by several orders of magnitude. The 5 traits Lucian had given him were complete authorities. What he had just bestowed upon these 2 was merely an infinitesimal fraction of that power. But that fraction was more than enough. It would guide them, ensuring they always moved in the direction of hope, a direction set by Paul at the moment of bestowal. The liberation of Aurelian 4, the dignity of mortals, and the ideals of Crimson Dawn. It would grant them resolve, ensuring they wouldn't be corrupted or shaken during their long infiltration. It would grant them a faint perception of wisdom, allowing them to instinctively discern good from evil and avoid the darkest traps. Of course, there were side effects. Very minor side effects. As they walked the path of hope, they would unconsciously be influenced by Paul. It wasn't mind control. It was a subconscious leaning. They would identify more closely with Paul's ideals and be far more willing to execute actions that aligned with his will. It wasn't that Paul didn't trust them. On the contrary, it was precisely because he trusted them that he couldn't take any risks. There were far too many mind-corrupting powers in the Warhammer universe. The whispers of the 4 Chaos Gods, the mind control of Psychers, the mental implants of certain Xenos races. No matter how resolute Leon and Vanessa were, they were still mortals. They needed a safety net. A safety net branded personally by the chapter master of Crimson Dawn. TL/N, next week gonna be special. I will do the same type of Power Stones event I did in my previous translation. Chapter 80, Macrage, 1. Paul leaned down and extended his hands to help the two of them up. His movements were incredibly gentle. The fingers of his power armor merely supported their elbows. But Leon and Vanessa felt an irresistible force pull them up from the floor. Deep Sea. Paul looked at the player who had been standing quietly off to the side. Crimson Deep Sea stepped forward. His expression remained calm, but there was a newfound gravity in his eyes. He had clearly seen the entire process of Paul bestowing the trait marks. Your mission, Paul stared directly into Deep Sea's eyes, is to help these two grow. Within the Hive, within the 4 major factions, and if possible, even within the future bureaucracy of the Imperium. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. The higher they climb, the better. To the sector level. To the Ultima Segmentum. To the 500 worlds of Ultramar. He spoke the last few words incredibly slowly. To Macrage. Deep Sea's pupils contracted slightly. Macrage. The homeworld of the Ultramarines Legion, the world of the Primarch Robot Guilliman, and the very core of the 500 worlds of Ultramar. It was one of the most glorious and orderly places in the Imperium of Men at the end of the Great Crusade, and it was the closest center of civilization to Aurelian 4. If they could really infiltrate to that level. I understand. Deep Sea nodded. His voice finally held a trace of fluctuation, not fear, but excitement. If the day comes, Paul continued, his tone solemn, that your cover is blown. Remember this, you must protect these two at all costs. He pointed at Leon and Vanessa. You can die. Players have the respawn function. But they don't. Deep Sea smiled. It was a faint smile, the kind of confidence a professional player showed when faced with a challenge. Don't worry, Paul. He patted his chest. I don't have many defining traits, but I have a serious passion for playing the spy. In the real world, I've rewatched undercover shows like Lurk, The Cliff, and Kite no less than 10 times each. Biographies. I've chewed through the vertical print editions of The Secret Courier of the Kremlin and Memoirs of a CIA Black Site. Novels. I can recite entire paragraphs of Le Carré Smiley trilogy. He ticked off his fingers, his tone incredibly relaxed. Documentaries. BBC's Double Agent, Silent Merit. I even managed to dig up photocopies of Stasi training manuals from the Cold War. Deep Sea gave his final summary, holding up 3 fingers. Online Werewolf, 3,000 games played, 89% win rate. He looked at Paul, his eyes completely serious. Paul, do you know what kind of stats those are? Paul smiled. Deep Sea was always the quietest one in the group. But whenever they played Werewolf, he was either the seer hard carrying the entire lobby or the clutch werewolf who survived till the very end. There was one time Tax Bro didn't believe the hype. He set up a massive 20-person lobby, claiming he wanted to see just how good Deep Sea really was. Deep Sea drew a vanilla villager card that game. Through sheer logical deduction and micro-expression reading, he pinpointed all 4 werewolves by the 3rd day without making a single mistake. I trust you. Paul raised his hand and tapped a few times on his system interface. The Crimson Dawn public account has transferred to player, Crimson Deep Sea, 500,000 Imperial coins. The notification chimed in Deep Sea's head. Deep Sea raised an eyebrow. 500,000. That was nearly 1/10 of Crimson Dawn's entire total reserve right now. Paul was placing a massive bet on him. Do it right. Paul's heavy hand clapped Deep Sea on the shoulder. Even with Deep Sea's Type 3 augmented physique, the pat still made him stagger slightly. Whatever you need, buy it. Don't skimp. Gear, intel, luxury goods for bribes. The shop has everything now. Money is not an issue. Paul paused, his tone half joking, half serious. I'm expecting you to pull an infernal affairs on us. Hit me up one day and say, if you don't reel me in soon, I'm going to become the boss of the whole faction. That way, we won't even have to try so hard. Deep Sea laughed out loud. Paul, you're underestimating me. Infernal affairs is just cops and robbers. You're thinking too small. Deep Sea's gaze deepened, as if he could truly see far into the future. Have you ever heard of the Studebaker boys' law? What about the Cadillac L theory? He spread his hands. In this chaotic Warhammer world, those theories apply perfectly. Hive politics. It's nothing more than the exchange of interests, balancing power, and leveraging threats and temptations. The four major factions aren't an unbreakable monolith either. Give them what they want, and take what we need. The highest realm of being an undercover spy isn't staying hidden. It's making them physically unable to function without you. Paul nodded, saying no more. Commence the operation. Deep Sea walked to the center of the hall, finding a relatively clean spot on the floor. He opened the system shop interface. Avatar Reconstruction Service. Price, 50 Imperial coins. Confirm use. Deep Sea selected yes, then turned toward Harmon, who was still kneeling on the floor. He stared at Harmon's face, studying him the way a sculptor observes a rough block of marble. Harmon felt his blood run cold under the scrutiny. He wanted to shrink back, but his body was stiff and refused to obey. He was terrified that Paul would just chop him in half. Don't move, Deep Sea said, his tone entirely flat. Let me get a good look. His eyes swept over every single feature of Harmon's face. The direction of the wrinkles on his forehead, the depth of his crow's feet, the curve of the bridge of his nose, the thickness of his lips, the distribution of stubble on his chin. Even the shape of his ears and the placement of a mole on his neck. A minute later, Deep Sea closed his eyes. Within the shop interface, the appearance customization module began to run. Deep Sea constructed Harmon's face in his mind, striving for absolute perfection in every detail. It wasn't for aesthetics, it was for survival. Any minor discrepancy could be noticed by someone familiar with Harmon. Another minute passed. He opened his eyes. Confirm reconstruction. Command accepted. 50 Imperial coins consumed. Reconstruction initiating. Chapter 81, Macrage, 2. White light. A gentle white light rose from beneath Deep Sea's feet, enveloping his entire body. Within the light, his silhouette began to change. His height dropped slightly. His shoulders narrowed. His stomach bulged, taking on the pudgy, middle-aged physique of Harmon. The changes to his face were the most drastic. Bone structure shifted, skin texture altered, his hair faded from dark brown to a graying white, and a receding hairline appeared. The white light dissipated. There were now two Harmons in the hall. Wearing the exact same dark blue uniform, with the exact same graying hair, and the exact same slightly bloated face. Deep Sea cracked his neck. The cervical vertebrae of his new avatar let out a soft pop. He looked down at his hands. They were the pampered hands of someone who never did manual labor, with thick knuckles and faint liver spots on the back. Not bad. When he spoke, even his voice was a 90% match for Harmon's. It only lacked the arrogant, tyrannical edge born from years of unchecked power. The real Harmon's eyes went wide. His lips trembled, trying to say something. Deep Sea ignored him. He walked to the corner of the hall, where a heavy iron stool had been knocked over during the gunfight. The stool legs were solid cast iron, and the seat was thick wood. It easily weighed over 20 kilograms. Deep Sea bent down and picked the iron stool up with one hand. The strength granted by the Type 3 physique enhancement was still there. Even though his avatar now looked like a pampered middle-aged bureaucrat, the sheer power beneath the muscle remained completely unchanged. Carrying the stool, he walked up to the real Harmon. Harmon finally realized what was about to happen. And no, you can't. I am appointed by the Aru group. Since you've already served your purpose, you can go straight to hell and pay for all the people you've killed. Deep Sea raised the iron stool high. He brought it crashing down. The first strike hit Harmon directly on the shoulder. The sound of his collarbone shattering was as crisp as snapping a dry twig. Harmon screamed in agony. The second strike landed squarely on his chest. His ribs caved in, bone fragments piercing his lungs. The scream degenerated into a gurgling, wheezing gasp. Deep Sea didn't stop. The third strike, the fourth, the fifth. He struck with intense focus, making sure every blow landed on a different spot: arms, thighs, knees, stomach. He wasn't swinging wildly in a fit of rage. He was swinging rhythmically, carefully controlling his force. He wanted Harmon to feel the pain. He wanted him to feel the creeping terror of death closing in step by step, without letting him die immediately. Because Harmon didn't deserve a quick death. This piece of human garbage who sat at the head of a table feasting on his own kind. This bureaucrat who treated over 300 human lives as mere statistics. This scum who watched the residents of Red Town starve and freeze to death in the streets, yet only cared about collecting taxes. Why should he get to die easily? Deep Sea thought of the sights he had seen walking into town. The mutants in the corners, the frozen corpses, the gnawed bones. He thought of the little girl shivering under the eaves, and the infant floating in the sewage ditch. The iron stool in his hands grew heavier with every swing. Harmon's screams gradually faded to nothing. His head and face were an unrecognizable bloody pulp. His nose bridge was entirely caved in, and shattered teeth mixed with bloody froth spilled from the corners of his mouth. But Deep Sea kept smashing. 103 strikes. The iron stool finally came down directly onto the top of Harmon's head. For this strike, Deep Sea used his full strength. Harmon's skull exploded like a watermelon hit by a sledgehammer, turning into a puddle of bloody paste mixed with bone fragments. Deep Sea stopped. He stood there, panting heavily. He looked down at the iron stool in his hands, completely coated in red and white gore. He loosened his grip. The iron stool clattered into the pool of blood. Deep Sea turned around and walked back toward Leon and Vanessa. The two young adults were pale, but they stood perfectly steady. There was no fear in their eyes, only absolute resolve. Scared? Deep Sea asked. Leon shook his head. Vanessa took a deep breath. He deserved it. Good. Deep Sea wiped his face. The motion smeared blood and grime onto his cheek. Right now, he looked even more like a Harmon who had just crawled his way out of hell. Remember this feeling. He stared at the two young adults. Remember why we are doing this. It's not for revenge. It's to make absolutely sure that things like this never happen again. Paul stood by the railing on the second floor of the hall, looking down at everything below. He watched Deep Sea smash Harmon to death. He watched Leon and Vanessa force down their discomfort and stand their ground. He watched White Scars organizing his men outside, tying up the captured gang members string by string. Reports continuously filtered through the regional channel. East Sector cleared. 87 gang members captured. 22 resisting hostiles neutralized. Underground casino discovered in the West Sector. Over 30 captive civilians rescued. Assorted weapons seized. North Sector. South Sector. Paul closed the channel, his gaze returning to the hall below. Deep Sea had washed himself off using Harmon's stored water supply. He changed into a set of Harmon's clothes and began walking toward the exit with Leon and Vanessa. When they reached the door, Deep Sea stopped, turned around, and nodded up at Paul on the second-floor balcony. Leon and Vanessa turned around as well, bowing deeply in Paul's direction. Go. Paul's voice rang clearly in all three of their ears. For faith and ideals. The three stood up straight. Leon took one last look at Paul, the fanaticism in his blue eyes hardening into a more solid, unshakable resolve. Vanessa took a deep breath, her ponytail swishing sharply as she spun on her heel. Deep Sea walked at the front. The dim, yellowish sunlight poured in from outside, outlining Deep Sea in a golden halo. The light washed over his face, granting him an eerie, almost holy aura. The three figures disappeared out the door. Paul stood by the railing, remaining perfectly still for a long time. His gaze pierced through the shattered doorframe, looking out at Red Town, which was slowly being brought under complete control. Looking further out toward the horizon of the wasteland. Looking up at the sky, dyed purple by the corruption of chaos. This is only the first group. Chapter 82, Judgment and Salvation. The central plaza of Red Town. This patch of compacted earth was now packed to the brim with people. Over 2,100 residents had been herded here. They were dressed in rags, their faces sallow and bodies emaciated. Every single pair of eyes was filled with terror, the most primal, instinctive fear of violence that belonged to those struggling to survive at the very bottom of the Warhammer universe. On the north side of the plaza knelt a dense mass of people. 237 gang members, their hands tied behind their backs, forced to kneel in 10 rows. Some still had fresh wounds on their faces, blood scabs mixed with dirt forming a crust. Some had soaked their pant legs, having pissed themselves in terror when they were captured. Originally, there were more of them. When the players had gone door to door to clear them out, nearly 100 gang members had chosen to resist. They had subsequently proven a universal truth with their lives. In the face of these many Astartes armed with standard-issue Las guns, a thug's bravado was nothing more than a joke that accelerated their own death. Out of over 400, only these 237 had survived. The rest had become corpses littering the alleyways of Red Town. On the south side of the plaza, a crude, meter-and-a-half-tall stone podium had been erected. Paul stepped onto the podium. He was clad in his full set of dark gray power armor. The crimson sun emblem on his chest looked as if it were genuinely burning beneath the dim, yellowish sky. With the chains word at his left hip and the bolter slung over his right shoulder, every step he took made the entire podium tremble slightly. Standing at 2.45 meters, plus the added bulk of the power armor, he looked like a giant stepping straight out of mythology to these residents, whose average height was under 1.7 meters. Suppressed gasps echoed across the plaza. Children buried their faces in their mothers' chests. Women clamped their hands tightly over their mouths, terrified of making a sound. Men clenched their fists, their nails digging into their palms. They had seen bandits. They had seen gang shootouts. They had seen the private soldiers of the Aru group parading their might. But they had never seen an entity like this. That wasn't a size a mortal should possess. That wasn't gear a mortal should wield. That wasn't an aura a mortal should project. Paul walked to the center of the podium and stopped. He slowly raised his hand and tapped the side of his helmet. Click. The magnetic locks on the faceplate disengaged. The helmet split down the middle and retracted backward, folding neatly into the collar armor. A face was revealed. To everyone's surprise, it wasn't the grotesque, terrifying visage of a monster they had imagined. It was a human face. Sharp features, a high nose bridge, a strong jawline, but his eyes were very gentle. Paul's gaze swept across the plaza, across the terrified residents, across the kneeling gang members. He smiled slightly. Residents of Red Town. Paul spoke. His voice, amplified by the power armor's Vox speakers, echoed over the plaza. My name is Paul. I am the chapter master of Crimson Dawn. He paused, giving everyone time to digest the information. Today, we breached this town. We killed the station guards and captured these men kneeling here before you. One of the kneeling gang members spat on the ground. He was immediately kicked hard in the back by a player standing guard behind him, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. Paul ignored it and continued. I know you are afraid. You think we are just another group of bandits, another pack of raiders who attack a place, steal all the food, take the women and children, and then leave, leaving behind nothing but corpses and ruins. His gaze sharpened. But I am telling you right now, we are not. We came here for one purpose, and one purpose only. Paul raised his right hand, pointing his index finger toward the sky. Salvation. That word sounded incredibly jarring in the Warhammer universe. Incredibly naive. The plaza remained dead silent. The residents stared at him blankly, their eyes full of distrust. They had heard too many lies. The consul said collecting taxes was to maintain order. The gang said collecting protection money was to protect everyone. Salvation. Who was saving who? And how? Paul wasn't surprised by their reaction. He turned to face the kneeling gang members. Before I explain how we will bring salvation, we must first deal with some matters that need to be dealt with. He stepped off the podium. The boots of his power armor crunched against the ground. He walked toward the ranks of the gang members. Every step felt as if he were stepping directly onto the hearts of the kneeling men. Paul stopped at the far right of the first row. It was a man in his 30s. Bald, with a scar slashing diagonally from his forehead to his chin. Even while kneeling, he tried to keep his back straight, his eyes fierce. You, Paul asked. What is your name? The bald man grit his teeth and refused to answer. Paul didn't press the question. He simply raised his left hand, palm facing down, hovering about 20 centimeters above the bald man's head. Wisdom activated. A faint, pale gold psychic glow seeped from his palm, enveloping the bald man's head. He perceived the weight of the sins within the man's soul, the deeds he had committed, and the blood debts he owed. 3 seconds later, Paul withdrew his hand. He looked at the bald man, his eyes freezing cold. Graham Salt. One of the leaders of the Mad Dog gang in Red Town. The bald man, Graham, jolted violently. He clearly hadn't expected this giant to know his name. Paul's voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but everyone in the plaza could hear it clearly. You directly participated in 17 robberies targeting civilians, 8 of which resulted in civilian deaths. You have raped at least 9 women. Last winter, an old man refused to hand over his family's last half ration of nutrient paste. You hacked him to death with an axe and threw his body into the scrap heap to feed the mutant rats. With every crime listed, Graham's face grew a shade whiter. You also ran an underground casino on the east side of town. You lured people in to gamble, and when they lost everything, you forced them to sign indentured servitude contracts and sold their wives and daughters to the Kent mining hive. Paul paused, delivering his final summary. You have 23 lives on your hands. The number of people who died indirectly because of you is uncountable. Graham finally broke. He roared hysterically. So what? In this world, if you're not strong, you die. I was just. You do not have the right to defend yourself. Paul cut him off and turned back toward the podium. Taxbro stepped out from the ranks of players. He was wearing a sleeveless utility vest today. In his hands, he carried a modified heavy stubber shotgun with a sawed-off barrel, making it look even more vicious. Paul pointed at Graham, then swept his finger across every single person kneeling behind him. These men are all sentenced to death. Execute them on the spot. The moment the words fell, the plaza exploded. The gang members howled, cursed, and begged for mercy. No. You can't. I surrender. I surrender. You animals. The lords of Aru will punish you. I have an old mother at home. Please, I was just an errand boy. Taxbro flashed a wide grin, showing off a set of perfectly white teeth. About time we cleaned house. He waved his hand. 50 players from Crimson Strike stepped forward. Working in pairs, they grabbed the gang members and dragged them toward the edge of the plaza. A massive pit had already been dug there. The first one dragged to the edge was Graham. He had started out begging for his life, but when he saw Taxbro rack the slide on his shotgun, he completely lost his mind. You'll rot in hell. The Aru group will avenge us. The group army will kill every last one of you. I'll be waiting for you down below. Boom. The roar of the shotgun cut his curse short. A hole the size of a bowl blew open in Graham's chest, snapping his spine. His corpse toppled backward into the pit. The gunshot acted as a signal. Immediately after came the second shot, the third. Boom. 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 A dense barrage of gunfire rang across the plaza. The roar of solid slug weapons echoed endlessly. As Taxbro always said, when you're executing scum, you gotta use a weapon with a satisfying kick. Lost guns are too soft. The players moved efficiently. Drag M over, force M to their knees, pull the trigger, kick M into the pit. The process was brutally smooth. They had long since stopped caring. Life and death of these gang members were trivial. If someone steps out of line, you put them down. Some of the gang members tried to struggle, but the augmented players easily picked them up with one hand. 2 minutes. 237 gunshots. The pit was piled high with corpses. Blood seeped from the bottom, dyeing a massive patch of the ground red. The plaza was as silent as the grave. The residents' faces were deathly pale. Some vomited, some fainted, and even more were shaking uncontrollably. They had seen murder before, but they had never seen an assembly line execution like this. Paul stepped back onto the podium. He didn't speak immediately. He just quietly looked out over the terrified residents. Are you afraid? He asked suddenly. No one dared to answer. Then remember this fear. Paul raised his voice slightly. Remember why these men died. Not because they resisted us. Not because they belonged to a specific gang. They died simply because they committed evil, harmed others, and treated human lives like weeds. He pointed toward the smoking corpse pit. Under the Order of Crimson Dawn, this is the fate of the irredeemably wicked. There are no indulgences. There is no buying your way out of trouble. There is no excuse of, I was just following orders. A life for a life. It is the natural law. Another wave of silence washed over the crowd, but this time, the look in some of the residents' eyes began to change. The pure terror morphed into a complex mix of emotions. The fear was still there, but there was also a hint of vindication. Those who had been oppressed by the gangs, those whose loved ones had died at their hands, as they stared at the corpse pit, their eyes gradually reddened with tears. Paul caught the shift in their expressions. He continued. Now, we process the second group of people. His gaze swept over the ranks of the residents. The wisdom trait operated once more, precisely picking out those whose crimes didn't warrant death, but who had undeniably committed wrongs. A pale gold psychic ripple expanded outward with him at the center, washing over the entire plaza. The residents felt a faint wave of warmth, though they didn't know what it was. Paul pointed his finger. You. Third row, seventh from the left. The man in the gray coat. The man he pointed at jolted, his face draining of color. You. Fifth row, third from the right. The woman with the headscarf. The woman slumped to the ground. You. Eighth row. In total, he called out 143 people. Some of them were thieves, some were fraudsters, some had done dirty work for the gangs, and some had stolen food from others during famines. None of their crimes warranted execution, but they had harmed others. White scars. Paul looked to the side. Sir. White Scars stepped out. He had changed into a set of lightweight leather armor today, with 2 Lost pistols strapped to his waist. He moved nimbly. Take these people away and lock them up. Draw up a labor reform plan. They will compensate their victims with their labor and earn their own redemption. Understood. White Scars led a group of players from Crimson Wind forward. They separated the 100+ people from the crowd, bound their wrists with plastic zip ties, and moved them to the other side of the plaza to squat down. With that done, the remaining people in the plaza were almost entirely ordinary civilians. Paul took a deep breath. He knew that the next part was the most crucial. Now, it is your turn. He looked at the remaining 2,000 residents, his voice softening. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, these people killed the gangs and locked up the bad apples. Now it's time for them to steal our food, ruin our women, draft the able-bodied men as slaves, and kill off the old, the weak, and the sick. Right. Quite a few people subconsciously nodded. I am telling you right now, that will not happen. Paul spoke with absolute finality. Crimson Dawn did not come here to pillage, to conquer, or to act as new petty tyrants in this cesspool of a world. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and placed it over his chest, right over the emblem of Crimson Dawn. We are here to save the citizens of the Imperium. Chapter 83, The Imperial Truth Brings Starvation. On this planet forgotten by the Emperor and bled dry by the four major factions, someone has to stand up and tell those high and mighty lords, the citizens of the Imperium are not consumables. They are not statistics. They are not a price that can be casually sacrificed. His voice began to carry an infectious power. The hope and compassion traits silently activated in his eyes. Paul paused, enunciating every single word. The most precious thing a person possesses is life, and life is given to each of us only once. The plaza was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Those words were too simple, too plain. So plain that in the Warhammer universe, where everything is measured in stars and oceans of blood, they seemed so out of place. But it was exactly this incongruity that struck something deep within them. Those who worked to death on the assembly lines in the underhives. Those who inhaled dust in the mining pits until they coughed up pieces of their own lungs. Those who froze and starved to death in the streets, never even having their names remembered. Did their lives truly deserve the word precious? Paul saw the profound shock in the resident's eyes. A compassionate gentleness entered his voice. In the order of Crimson Dawn, every person's life is precious. Those who labor should have full stomachs. Those who contribute should receive respect. Children should have the chance to learn, and the elderly should enjoy their twilight years in peace. These are not acts of charity, they are the innate rights of every human being. To those willing to work, we will give you food. We guarantee you will be warm and fed. He turned slightly and gestured toward the edge of the plaza. Players who had been standing by on standby carried over a dozen massive vats. Inside the vats was a thick stew made from the freshly harvested potatoes at the base. Spiked with a bit of salt and some synthetic protein powder redeemed from the shop, it was steaming hot and exuded the rich, earthy aroma of crops. We will give you a safe place to live. Paul pointed outside Red Town, toward the direction of the base. Over 100 kilometers east, deep in the wasteland, we have already built a settlement. It has sturdy walls, water purification systems, reclaimed farmland, a place for medical care, and a place to study. We will give you dignity. His gaze swept over everyone. In Crimson Dawn, no one is a slave. No one is a consumable. Labor in exchange for survival. Contribution earns respect. It is that simple. The players began distributing the potato stew. It was served in crude wooden bowls, half a bowl per person. Though it wasn't much, to these residents who had lived in a state of semi-starvation relying solely on nutrient paste, it was a feast they hadn't seen in ages. The first to receive a bowl was an old woman who looked to be in her 60s, her face withered and gaunt. With trembling hands, she stared at the steaming, grayish-brown stew. Tears rolled down her cheeks without warning. She didn't rush to eat. Instead, she turned around and handed the bowl to a 7- or 8-year-old boy behind her, her grandson. The boy swallowed it greedily, the stew smearing all over his face. The old woman simply crouched beside him, watching, her cloudy eyes brimming with tears. More and more people received food. At first, they were cautious, taking careful, tentative sips. But when that first mouthful of hot food went down, when their stomachs felt a long-lost warmth, something inside them began to crumble. Suppressed sobbing began to echo from all around the plaza. Paul stood on the podium, quietly watching the scene. He knew that words alone could never truly move people's hearts. Starving stomachs, wounded bodies, despairing souls, these required far more tangible things to heal. Food was the first step. Just then, a frail, tiny voice came from the front of the crowd. You Paul looked down. It was a little girl, around 6 or 7 years old. She wore clothes fashioned from a torn burlap sack. Her small face was smudged with dirt, but her eyes were large and incredibly bright. Tied to her back with strips of cloth was an even smaller child, looking to be only 2 or 3 years old. His eyes were closed, his breathing dangerously faint. Paul recognized her. It was the girl he had seen under the eaves on the main street, the child who had shielded her little brother tightly in her arms. The little girl looked at him timidly. Her voice trembled, but she tried her hardest to speak clearly. My lord, is everything you said really true? Paul crouched down, reaching out a massive hand to gently pat the little girl's head. He brought himself down to eye level with her, just as Vulcan, the primarch of the Salamanders and Lord of Drakes, would have done. It's true, he said gently. What is your name? Adela Knox, the little girl whispered. And my brother is Luca Knox. Paul didn't bother asking the pointless question of where her parents were. In this weed-choked world, a 6-year-old girl carrying a toddler on her back explained everything that needed to be said. Adela, Paul repeated her name, his voice growing even softer. What did you want to ask? Adela bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. If you really came here to save people, could you save my little brother? She struggled to turn around, allowing Paul to see Luca on her back. The boy's face was a sickly pale blue, his lips purple. His breathing was so faint it was practically imperceptible. He had clearly been terribly ill for quite some time. Paul reached out. Adela, put your brother down. Let me take a look. The little girl hesitated for a moment, but clumsily untied the cloth strips anyway. Have you been loyal today? Stepped forward to help, carefully lifting Luca down and laying him flat on the ground. Paul rested on one knee, his right hand hovering over Luca's chest. The compassion trait activated. A gentle, pale green psychic glow flowed from his palm, seeping into the child's body like spring rain. It tenderly repaired his damaged tissues, purged the invading pathogens, and replenished his failing vitality. 3 minutes later, color visibly returned to Luca's face. His breathing became steady and strong. His eyelids fluttered, and slowly opened. He had large eyes very much like Adela's, only far more innocent and bewildered. Luca. Adela threw herself forward, hugging her brother tightly, her tears finally spilling over. You're awake, you're finally awake. Luca looked blankly at his sister, then at his surroundings, before his gaze finally landed on Paul. He reached out a tiny hand and grabbed one of Paul's fingers, a single finger thicker than his entire hand. Paul smiled. He let the child hold onto him. With his left hand, he retrieved a ration biscuit from the shop, broke off a small piece, and handed it to Luca. Luca took it timidly and popped it into his mouth. The newly recovered child, still not entirely sure what was happening, broke into a purely innocent smile. Adela looked at her brother's smiling face, then at Paul, and suddenly bowed deeply. Thank you. My lord, thank you. Paul shook his head and stood back up. He looked around. More and more residents were receiving food. More and more people were beginning to believe that these people might actually be different. Keep distributing, he said to the players. Make sure everyone gets a share. You can give a little extra to the children and the elderly. Understood. Paul turned and walked toward Schrödinger Bro at the edge of the podium. Schrödinger Bro had been quietly watching the entire process. Seeing Paul approach, a smile touched his lips. I knew I didn't misjudge you. You've got a real talent for this. Paul chuckled, then said calmly, Schrödinger Bro, you stay here for now. Work with G Bro, watch over these residents and screen for anyone we can use. Also, sweep the entire town. Scavenge all usable resources. Anything that can be converted into imperial coins, convert it. He paused, his tone growing a bit colder. This town is too filthy, too broken down. The contamination is too severe. We won't be staying here long term. Anyone willing to come with us, escort them back to the base. Anyone who refuses, let them fend for themselves here. Schrödinger Bro had no objections. Red Town's environment was genuinely atrocious. Prolonged residency here guaranteed radiation sickness and mutation sooner or later. The base had water purification systems and reclaimed farmland. That was where the future lay. Also, Paul added, notify Cogboy back at the base. Tell him to take a crew and chop down the entire mutant forest behind the base. Build more barracks. With so many people coming over, we won't have enough space. Understood. Tax Bro and I are heading out now. We'll split up and take Merida and Bordeaux. Paul glanced up at the sun. Before nightfall, I want all 3 towns secured. Schrödinger Bro nodded, sparing any pointless nonsense about staying safe. With Paul's current strength, there wasn't much on Aurelian 4 that could actually threaten him. Paul took one last look at the plaza. Adela was carefully feeding her brother the potato stew, bite by tiny bite. She refused to eat any herself, feeding it all to him. A player couldn't bear to watch and scooped her another half bowl. Only then did she blush and begin to take small, timid bites. Paul turned and walked toward the waiting convoy. Taxbro had already assembled the 1,000 men of Crimson Strike. The engines of 42 transport trucks roared in anticipation. White Scars had also rallied the members of Crimson Wind and was ready to move. Paul. Taxbro waved. Leave Merida Town to me and White Scars. We guarantee it'll be ours before lunch. Paul put on his helmet. The faceplate sealed, and the visual interface flared to life. Move out. The 2 convoys split up and drove out of Red Town, kicking up billowing clouds of dust. Schrödinger Bro stood atop a segment of the town wall that hadn't completely collapsed, watching the convoys disappear into the distance. The wind ruffled the hair on his forehead. This man, who was likely just an ordinary office worker in reality, now possessed a gaze that was terrifyingly profound. He thought back to the words Paul had spoken to him just before leaving. The most cruel thing in this world isn't the so-called threat of the warp, nor the law of the dark forest. It's the human heart. Schrödinger bro repeated it softly, smiling to himself. He's right. Why are the chaos gods growing increasingly powerful? Greed, excess, terror, sloth, all these evil intents stem from the darkest parts of the human heart. The Emperor is obsessed with annihilating the physical bodies of the chaos gods, yet he allows the soil that breeds them to fester across the Imperium's borders. He outlaws faith and enforces the imperial truth. But if truth can't even solve a mortal's need for food and warmth, what's the point? The imperial truth brings suffering and starvation to the citizens of the Imperium. But Crimson Dawn brings them hope and full stomachs. This is our path. This is our way. TL/N. Remember the special Power Stones event I mentioned last week? I have reduced the Power Stones goal so that every 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Before it was 200 horsepower per chapter, but it will increase next week, so continue donating. There is no limit to the bonus chapters one will upload this week, as long as we complete our PS goal. Highest number of bonus chapter 1 have uploaded in a single week is around 20. Chapter 84, The Advantage is Ours, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 100 Power Stones. Continue donating. More Power Stones equals more chapters. 3 kilometers outside Merida town, a convoy of 42 modified transport trucks rolled across the gravel wasteland, leaving deep tire tracks in their wake. Fuck. This road is gonna bounce my soft, sweet little ass to death. Tax Bro leaned out the passenger side window, raising a pair of binoculars to look at the dusty, gray town on the horizon. Merida town was named after the local specialty, a type of black iron ore. The ore didn't contain much promethium, but the associated heavy metals had specific uses in the forging industry. 80 years ago, during the reign of the Blayek House, this place had been a small mining settlement. After the house fell, the mineral veins were divided and controlled by several local gangs. The walls of the town were higher than Red Town's, standing at roughly 4 meters. They were built from waste rock excavated from the black iron mines. The deep brown surface of the walls actually gleamed faintly under the dark red sunlight of Aurelian 4. See that? Tax Bro spoke into the regional channel, tapping a finger against the barrel of his binoculars. All those black dots on the wall. Firing ports. These bastards turned the wall into a goddamn bunker. White Scar's voice came through from the truck behind him. Makes sense. The black iron ore here might not be high purity, but the reserves are stable. The 4 major factions might look down on this kind of petty profit, but to these gangs, it's their lifeblood. They'll definitely defend it to the death. Tax Bro lowered his binoculars and looked back into the truck cab. Hilovia sat in the back seat. Her long white hair was tied back in a neat ponytail, and she was clutching a lollipop, taking tiny, careful licks. White Scars, Tax Bro lowered his voice over the channel. Why did Zeke make us bring the little girl along? We're out here to conquer territory and fight a war. White Scar's reply carried a hint of a smile. Who knows? Maybe Zeke was worried about leaving her behind. But don't underestimate her. He paused, his tone turning serious. Blood Angel told me this girl's psychic talent is terrifyingly high. If she really lost her temper, even the few of us, TSK, we wouldn't be able to handle it. Tax Bro turned around and carefully studied Hilovia. Noticing his gaze, the little girl looked up, blinked her green eyes, and gave him a sweet smile. In that instant, Tax Bro thought of his daughter in the real world. His daughter was 8 years old this year. Every time he came home late from work, she would run up to him smiling exactly like that, holding a small biscuit she got from kindergarten, saying, "Daddy, eat." Tax Bro's Adam's apple bobbed. He reached back with a rough, calloused hand and gently ruffled Hilovia's hair. When we get to work in a bit, Tax Bro's voice softened unconsciously, you hide in the truck. Don't go anywhere. Remember to keep yourself safe, understand? Hilovia nodded vigorously, the lollipop twirling in her mouth. Okay, uncle. She paused, then added, Teacher Blood Angel said if you guys are in danger, I can help. No need. Tax Bro grinned. It was the kind of stubborn grin only a father could wear. As long as you're safe, we can go all out. Hilovia pouted, muttering softly. You guys are the kids. Teacher Blood Angel said you can't judge a person's mental age by their appearance. Tax Bro didn't catch what she said, because the channel suddenly exploded. Tax Bro. We're at Merida town. And they've spotted us. The shout came from the spotter in the lead truck, too handsome to live. Movement on the wall. They've pulled the alarm. Tax Bro brought his binoculars back up. Sure enough, shadows were scrambling across the walls of Merida town. The shrill clanging of metal could faintly be heard, makeshift alarm bells fashioned from scrap iron. Behind several firing ports on the wall, the glint of gun barrels could already be seen. Do we need to hail them? The spotter, too handsome to live, asked. Tell them to surrender. Taxbro lowered the binoculars, pushed the door open, and hopped out of the truck. His movements were crisp and clean. The 1.95-meter brute landed, kicking up only a tiny cloud of dust. He pulled a rocket launcher out from the back of the truck bed. It was a homemade contraption built by the Crimson Machina chapter using parts bought from the shop. The casing was an oil pipe, the propellant was a mix of black powder and potassium nitrate, and the warhead was packed full of scrap iron and nails. It was crude, but the firepower was no joke. Taxbro hoisted the rocket launcher onto his shoulder and spoke to everyone in the channel. Why waste our breath talking? They're a bunch of cannibalistic gangbangers. They need to be eradicated. He took a deep breath. The dry, dusty air of the wasteland filled his lungs. Execute the plan. Crimson strike. Dismount and form up. Crimson wind. Flank maneuvers. The moment the order dropped, all 42 transport trucks' back doors swung open with a clatter, and the players poured out. Their movements were rapid, their formations tight. A month of intensive training and real combat experience had molded these ordinary gamers into the very image of a professional military force. The 1,200 heavy infantry of Crimson Strike formed into 3 phalanxes at the front. They wore crude metal plating crafted by the mechanics. They carried heavy machine guns modified from Stubbers, standard-issue Loss guns, and dozens of them hoisted homemade rocket launchers identical to Taxbro's. In the eyes of a 30K Great Crusade-era professional army, these weapons were garbage. But in a ground war against planetary gangs, they were an absolute overwhelming force. The 800 mobile troops of Crimson Wind split into 4 groups, fanning out toward the left and right flanks. Their gear was lighter. Many carried Loss guns or Singleman rocket tubes, their belts lined with frag grenades. Their mission was to harass the flanks, find weak points in the wall, and rapidly breach the moment the main force blew an opening. Taxbro stood at the front of the vanguard phalanx, a rocket launcher on his shoulder, issuing commands over the regional channel. Hilovia, he said toward the truck. Close the door and cover your ears. Inside the cab, Hilovia nodded obediently and covered her ears with her small hands, though her eyes remained glued to the crack in the window, watching outside. Taxbro turned back to face Merida town. The gangs on the wall had completed their initial defensive setup. Roughly 600 men were distributed across the firing positions on the wall. The rest were likely on standby inside the town or guarding the other approaches. A few tattered flags fluttered above the wall. The largest one bore the image of a jagged, black bloody scar, the emblem of the Blood Scar Gang, the dominant faction controlling Merida town. Final confirmation. Taxbro spoke in the regional channel. We have 2,300 men. They have roughly 3,000. We have 52 heavy machine guns, 80 rocket launchers, 1,700 Loss guns. The rest are black powder rifles and shotguns. What do they have? He paused, then sneered. No more than 800 antique Loss guns. A chaotic mess of solid slug weapons. Maybe a few water-cooled heavy Stubbers. Those things need a 2-man crew, and you have to fill them with water before you can even shoot. No matter how you slice it. 2,300 against 3,000. The advantage is ours. Taxbro raised his left hand and clenched his fist. Every player held their breath. Phase 1, Taxbro's voice boomed through the speakers. Suppressing fire. Heavy machine gun squads. Spread fire at 300 meters. Rocket squads. Aim for the firing positions on the wall. Open fire. Fire. The moment the command dropped, the wasteland was torn apart by the roar of gunfire and artillery. 52 heavy machine guns roared to life simultaneously, spitting half-meter-long tongues of flame. Ammo belts fed furiously, emptying at a rate of 600 rounds per minute. A storm of metal swept toward the walls of Merida town, sparking wildly and chipping away stone as the bullets slammed into the rock surface. The gangs on the wall were completely stunned by the sudden, overwhelming firepower. It wasn't that they hadn't fought before. They fought gang wars, turf battles, and occasionally clashed with passing bandits. But they had never seen a formation like this. Tight ranks, unified equipment, and a level of tactical coordination that belonged to a professional military. Take cover. Get the fuck down. A man who looked like a boss screamed on the wall, but his voice was entirely drowned out by the gunfire. The very next second, the rockets launched. 80 homemade rocket launchers fired at once. The white smoke from the propellant formed a massive wall of fog in front of the players' formation. The rockets streaked across the sky, trailing plumes of flame. Their trajectories were wobbly and erratic, that was just the nature of homemade gear. The cogboys couldn't help it. Even though most of them had undergone mechanical augmentation, they relied heavily on the system shop. Without sufficient technical knowledge and properly leveled skill trees, it was incredibly difficult to craft high-precision tech. The fact that they could cobble these things together using scrap knowledge was already impressive. The blueprints and knowledge required for things like automated artillery tanks and gunships were insanely expensive. Paul, tax bro, and the others had no choice but to try and allocate a bit more of the Imperial coin budget to subsidize Crimson Machina. Fortunately, quantity makes up for accuracy. Out of 80 rockets, over 30 landed directly on or just behind the wall. The rest either veered off into the wasteland or blew up halfway. But those 30-plus rockets were more than enough. Explosions chained together across the top of the wall. The black powder and scrap iron warheads possess terrifying destructive power at close range. 3 heavy stubber emplacements on the wall were completely blown apart, the gunners reduced to a mist of blood and meat. Rubble and severed limbs rained down like a macabre shower. Phase 2. Tax Bro's voice rang out again. Crimson Wind. Flank Harassment. Crimson Strike. Advance 100 meters. Establish secondary firing line. The players moved. The flanking units of Crimson Wind sprinted out like cheetahs. They didn't charge the wall directly. Instead, they skirted the left and right flanks at a distance of 300 meters, taking potshots at the wall with lost guns and singleman rockets. It was an incredibly annoying tactic. The effective range of the gang's solid slug weapons was only about 250 meters. Their lost guns could reach, but with the players moving at high speeds, they were nearly impossible to hit. Meanwhile, every shot the players fired with their lost guns found a mark. Forced to split their forces to deal with the flanking fire, the gang's frontal suppression weakened instantly. The main force of Crimson Strike seized the opportunity to push forward. 1,200 infantrymen marched in perfect lockstep, the heavy thud of their boots echoing against the gravel. They fired as they marched, the heavy machine gun barrage maintaining absolute suppression over the wall. At 200 meters from the wall, Tax Bro ordered again. Halt. Remember, this event is only for this week. So donate as much as you can. Chapter 85, Irradiated Mutants, 1. Rocket Launchers. Second volley. Aim for the main gate and the heavy firing ports. The players halted their advance, dropping to one knee as the rocket gunners rapidly reloaded. Another 80 rockets soared into the sky. This time, the targets were much more focused, the iron-reinforced wooden gate of Merida Town, and a few firing bunkers on the wall reinforced with scrap metal. The explosions were far more concentrated than the first volley. The main gate was struck by 6 rockets simultaneously. The heavy wooden planks blew apart into splinters, and the iron latch behind them twisted and warped. Incredibly, it didn't snap completely. The iron forged from the local black iron ore was genuinely tough. But the firing bunkers on the wall weren't so lucky. Rockets flew straight into the firing slits of 3 heavy bunkers, detonating the ammunition stockpiled inside. The bunkers exploded from the inside out, launching debris and human remains over 10 meters into the air. That's about enough. Tax Bro licked his lips. He tossed the empty rocket launcher aside and pulled the modified heavy stubber shotgun from his back. He racked the slide, chambering around. Phase 3. Tax Bro raised the shotgun, aiming the barrel straight at the crumbling main gate. Crimson Strike. Charge. Breach the gap. Kill them all. For Crimson Dawn. For Crimson Dawn. The roars shook the earth. 1,200 infantrymen surged toward the wall like a tidal wave. They no longer maintained their rigid phalanxes. Instead, they broke into dozens of assault squads, covering each other as they advanced in alternating bounds. The gangs on the wall finally recovered from the initial shock. The remaining 400 or so men fired desperately with solid slug rifles and lost guns. A torrent of bullets and laser beams rained down. Players were hit and fell. While their augmented physiques gave them damage resistance far beyond a mortal, they were not completely invulnerable. Solid slug rounds striking their crude armor would bounce off if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, the rounds punched through, blossoming into a spray of blood. The laser beams were even more lethal, burning straight through the armor and into flesh. But the players did not stop. If I die, I die. The chapter offered death compensation anyway, and it wasn't like they were going to get scammed out of it like some players in other games. Right now, the only thought was, charge. The first assault squad reached the main gate. The squad leader was a player with the ID, Imperial Fist Smash Everything. He stood 1.91 meters tall, corded with rippling muscle, carrying a massive tower shield fashioned from a thick steel plate. Move. He roared, tucking himself completely behind the massive shield, and slammed headfirst into the already shattered gate. Crash. The crumbling gate finally gave way entirely, collapsing inward along with a chunk of the doorframe. A thick cloud of dust plumed into the air. The breach is open. Imperial Fist Smash Everything charged out of the dust cloud, his shield pitted with bullets and scorched by lasers. Behind him, dozens of players poured through the gateway. The wall was breached. But just as the players were about to surge into the town, the situation abruptly changed. Roar. An inhuman, guttural roar echoed from deep within the town. The sound was low and rasping. Immediately after, a dozen things appeared on the streets behind the wall. They used to be human. They still were, technically, but not entirely. They averaged 2.5 meters in height, their muscles grotesquely swollen and deformed. Their skin was dark red, covered in a carapace-like layer of crystallized black iron ore. Their arms were thicker than a normal man's thighs, and their fingers ended in razor-sharp black bone claws. The most terrifying part was their eyes. They had turned completely into a cloudy yellow, lacking pupils entirely, radiating only the feral viciousness of a beast. Irradiated mutants. Taxbro, leading the charge, felt his pupils contract the moment he saw them. Mutation in the Warhammer universe came in many forms. Mutations caused by chaos corruption. Mutations caused by warp energy erosion. And natural mutations occurring at the genetic level due to prolonged exposure to high radiation and heavy pollution. Merida town was rich in black iron ore. The heavy metals and radiation associated with the ore were more than enough to cause irreversible mutations in those exposed to it long term. These creatures in front of them had clearly been controlled or artificially accelerated into mutation by the gangs using some unknown method. Watch out. Taxbro roared. Before he even finished speaking, one of the mutants charged. Its speed was shocking. In just a few strides, it crossed 30 meters, swinging its bone claws straight at Imperial Fist Smash Everything's face. Imperial Fist Smash Everything raised his shield to block. Clang. A deafening clash of metal rang out. The bone claws gouged 3 deep grooves into the tower shield, and Imperial Fist Smash Everything was sent skidding backward 4 or 5 meters, his boots plowing 2 trenches into the dirt. Holy shit. He shook his numb arm and looked at the claw marks on his shield, drawing a sharp breath. The shield was made from steel plating nearly 2 centimeters thick. And it almost got torn straight through. Focus fire. Taxbro didn't hesitate. He leveled his shotgun at the mutant and pulled the trigger. Boom. A spray of 12-gauge buckshot slammed into the mutant's chest. A chunk of the crystalline carapace shattered, exposing raw, dark red flesh beneath, but the shot missed any vital organs. The mutant roared in pain, spinning around to lunge at Taxbro. Right at that moment. Taxbro, watch out. White Scar's voice called out from the flank. Without anyone noticing, he had led the Crimson Wind mobile troops over the side walls using grappling hooks and ropes, breaching where the defenses were thinnest. White Scars held a Lost pistol in each hand, firing rapidly while moving at high speeds. The laser beam struck the mutant precisely in the eyes. Rag. The mutant screamed, clutching its face. The eyes were one of the few vulnerable spots not covered by the carapace. Taxbro seized the opportunity. He lunged forward, pressing the barrel of his shotgun directly under the mutant's jaw. Boom. The second shot fired. The blast tore upward through the jaw, blowing off the top half of its head. The mutant crashed heavily to the ground. But there were still over a dozen left. Chapter 86, Irradiated Mutants, 2. These mutants possessed strength, speed, and defense far surpassing ordinary gang members. When the players fired their lost guns at them, it was incredibly difficult to deal lethal damage unless they repeatedly struck the exact same spot. Solid slug weapons were even less effective, as the carapace deflected most bullets. The battle instantly went white-hot. The players used their numerical advantage to swarm the mutants. Working in groups of 3 or 4, one would draw aggro while the others targeted vulnerable spots like the joints or eyes. Players were continuously torn apart by the bone claws, their bodies falling to the ground, but new players immediately stepped in to fill the gaps. Die. Respawn. Fight again. After undergoing multiple augmentations, combined with the game system capping their pain receptors at a maximum of 30%. Their immunity to pain had drastically increased. They barely felt anything. This was the most terrifying aspect of the players. They didn't fear pain, and they didn't fear death. The gangs completely broke. Watching these fearless, death-defying enemies slowly grind down the mutants, their ultimate trump card, their morale completely shattered. Run! Someone screamed. The surviving gang members threw down their weapons and fled deeper into the town. Taxbro didn't chase them. He stood there, panting heavily, watching as the final mutant was focused fired by a dozen lost guns simultaneously, turning it into a smoking sieve. The battle was over. From the first shot to the end, it took exactly 23 minutes. Player casualties. Taxbro checked the system statistics. Casualties this battle, 187 players. Enemy kills, approximate 2,100 gang members, 13 mutants. Friendly wounded, 89 severe, approximate 400 minor. 187 lives. Even though they could respawn, Taxbro's heart still sank. He shook his head, suppressing the emotion, and issued orders over the regional channel. Clean up the battlefield. Confiscate all weapons. Lock down all major intersections in town. White Scars, take your men and hunt down the rest of the gang members hiding in the town. Leave no survivors. Understood. White Scars acknowledged the order and led the Crimson Wind players deep into the town. Sporadic gunfire and screams soon followed. Taxbro turned and walked back to the transport truck. Hilovia was still sitting inside, her small face pressed against the window, her eyes wide. Taxbro pulled the door open. "Were you scared?" he asked. Hilovia shook her head, then nodded slightly, whispering. "A little, but I wasn't afraid." She paused, looking at the blood on Taxbro's armor. "Uncle, you're hurt." "Just a scratch." Taxbro looked down. The armor on his left arm had been grazed by a laser, scorching a patch of plating and lightly burning the skin beneath. It wasn't serious. He pulled a medkit from his inventory, sprayed some antiseptic on it, and slapped on a bio-bandage. "Come on," Taxbro reached out a hand. "Let's go see the place we just conquered." Hilovia hopped out of the truck, her tiny hand grabbing onto Taxbro's thick fingers. The two walked into Merida Town. The environment here was slightly better than Red Town. At the very least, the streets were relatively clean and had basic drainage ditches. The houses were also more uniformly built. Many were constructed from black iron or waste rock, giving the deep brown walls a unique aesthetic. But corpses littered the streets, both gang members and players. The surviving gang members had been herded into the plaza by Crimson Wind. They knelt on the ground with their hands behind their heads, numbering around 500 or 600. The town's residents had been gathered on the opposite side. It was a massive crowd, easily numbering 8,000 or 9,000. Most of them were gaunt and sallow, their eyes numb, but they seemed to have a bit more life in them than the people in Red Town. Perhaps it was because the stable black iron mining operations here meant they at least wouldn't starve to death. White Scars walked over from the other side of the plaza, carrying a dripping severed head. Boss of the Blood Scar gang, he tossed the head onto the ground. "Put up a fight, so I butchered him." The rest of the ringleaders have been pretty much cleared out too. Taxbro nodded, looking at the kneeling gang members. He didn't have Paul's wisdom trait, but he had a good eye for spotting scum. The viciousness and cruelty in these gang members' eyes couldn't be hidden. "Standard operating procedure," Taxbro said. "The worst offenders get a bullet. The lesser offenders go to labor reform. Start the screening." The players got to work. They picked out a few residents who had been directly victimized by the gangs to point out exactly what these men had done. The process went quickly. An hour later, a fresh corpse pit had been dug at the edge of the plaza. Over 500 irredeemable gang members were executed. Taxbro's handling was far more brutal than Paul's. Then came the residents. Taxbro walked to the front of the crowd, looking at nearly 9,000 people. He took a deep breath and repeated the speech Paul had given in Red Town, using his own words. Food, shelter, dignity, labor in exchange for survival. The residents' reaction was similar to Red Town's. At first, it was suspicion and fear. But when they saw the players actually start distributing food, using nutrient paste confiscated from the gang's warehouses, which, while disgusting, filled the stomach, the mood shifted. People gradually began to believe. Especially when the players dragged out the hoarded grain, water, and even a few crates of luxury goods, old clothes cast down from the upper hive, and trinkets, and handed them all out to the crowd. "Are you really not here to pillage?" a trembling middle-aged man asked. Taxbro crouched down, looking into the man's cloudy eyes. "If we wanted to rob you, we'd take the stuff and leave. Why would we go through all this trouble? What we want is for the citizens of the Imperium to stand up on their own 2 feet. He pointed around. "Those of you willing to work, willing to live an honest life, we will take you in. Those who aren't willing, whether you live or die after today, is none of our business." The man fell silent for a long time, then slowly dropped to his knees. It wasn't a kowtow of subservience. It was a kneel of, finally seeing hope. "My lord, thank you, thank you." Taxbro pulled him back up. "Don't kneel," he said. "We don't do that in Crimson Dawn. If you want to thank someone, thank yourselves for surviving all these years to finally see today." With that handled, Taxbro left White Scars in charge of securing the town, while he took Hilovia and a few technical players to the gang's warehouse district. This was where Merida Town's true wealth lay. It wasn't food. It wasn't water. It was black iron ore. The warehouses were piled high with processed ore, deep brown stones that were incredibly heavy. God-tier mechanic ran a scan with a portable auspex, his eyes lighting up. "Taxbro, the purity on this ore is pretty good. Even though the promethium yield is low, the associated heavy metals are worth a lot. The system salvage price is, roughly 1,000 imperial coins per ton." Taxbro did some quick mental math. There were easily 2,000 tons sitting in these warehouses. Not to mention the unmined veins still in the pits. We're rich. He broke into a wide grin, then turned to God-tier mechanic. Organize a crew. Load all this ore onto the trucks and haul it back to base. Send some guys to take over the mining pits too. From now on, this is our mine. Understood. TL/N, donate power stones people, only for this week every 100 horsepower equals 1 bonus chapter. Next bonus chapter equals 200 power stones. Chapter 87, Alpha Irradiated Mutant, 1, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 200 power stones. In the warehouse district of Merida Town, Taxbro was directing players as they loaded tons of black iron ore onto the trucks. God-tier mechanic scanned the ore purity data with his modified mechanical eye, the lens blinking with a blue light. Taxbro, if we haul this batch back to base, it'll fetch us at least 300,000 Imperial coins. God-tier mechanic's voice was practically shaking with excitement. That's enough to fully equip another 2 companies. Taxbro grinned and patted Hilovia on the head. Hear that? This is the capital we're going to use to buy tanks and airplanes. Hilovia looked up, her green eyes blinking. Uncle, what's a tank? A tank is. Taxbro scratched his head, trying to explain it in terms a kid could understand. It's a giant metal box on wheels, with a big cannon on top. One shot can blow a whole building down. And what's an airplane? An airplane is a metal bird that flies in the sky and drops bombs. Pew, pew, pew. Taxbro was gesticulating wildly when he suddenly froze. He heard a roar. It wasn't a sound a human could make, nor was it the roar of a normal mutant beast. It came from the back of the town, a low, raspy sound, like bone being ground into paste. Immediately following it was a scream. What's going on? Taxbro whipped around, snatching the modified shotgun leaning against the ore pile. The regional channel exploded. Holy fuck. What is that thing? It charged out of the mineshaft in the back mountain. It's so fast. It's got someone in its mouth. I think it's the second-in-command of the Blood Scar gang. Open fire. Shoot it. A dense barrage of gunfire erupted from the back of the town, mixing the distinct hiss of lost guns with the roar of solid slug weapons. Taxbro's face darkened. He roared into the channel, white scars. Citrep. Irradiated mutant. Alpha class. White Scar's voice was frantic. In the background was the continuous rattle of gunfire and the heavy, dull thud of something massive crashing into the ground. It's the size of a goddamn Lehman Russ tank. Its hide is absurdly thick. Fuck you and your Nurgle-blessed bananas, this thing is a beast. Heavy machine guns are barely tickling it. Position. It's charging toward the plaza. It's too fast, we can't pin it down. Taxbro spun toward God-tier mechanic and yelled, stay here and protect Hilovia. I'm going to check it out. Uncle. Hilovia tried to follow him, but God-tier mechanic gently held her back with his mechanical arm. Listen to Uncle. It's safe here. Taxbro was already sprinting away. His augmented body burst forth with shocking speed. When he burst out of the narrow alley and skidded into the central plaza, he saw the thing. An alpha irradiated mutant. That was the name the system scan provided, but Taxbro felt the name was far too civilized for the monstrosity in front of him. It might have once been a spotted hyena, if spotted hyenas could grow to 7 meters long and 5 meters tall. Its grayish-yellow fur was covered in dark green radiation spots, the patches glowing with a sickly, eerie light under Aurelian Ivy's dark red sun. Its eyes were a milky, cloudy white. There were no pupils, only pure, unadulterated madness. Its canine teeth jutted outward, each one as long as an adult's forearm, with shreds of bloody meat hanging between them. The most terrifying aspect was its claws. They had grown into some sort of keratinized, metallic gleaming deformed structure. Each claw was half a meter long, the tips as sharp as spears. Right now, the monster was tearing through the plaza. Scatter. Get the fuck back. White Scars roared from the other side of the plaza, continuously firing his lost pistol. But the beam striking the mutant only left shallow scorch marks on its carapace. The player's counterattack rained down. Heavy machine gun belts emptied into the monster, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Dozens of lost guns focused fire on a single spot, barely managing to burn through a patch of skin the size of a hand, exposing the dark red muscle tissue underneath. It was useless. The alpha simply shook its head, looking annoyed as if it had been bitten by a mosquito. With a sweeping strike of its massive tail, 3 players who failed to dodge were swatted away like flies. They slammed into the stone wall of a house at the edge of the plaza, the sickening crunch of their bones shattering echoing clearly. Fuck. A player with the ID, Cadia Shall Never Fall, had just reloaded his magazine. When he looked up, he saw the massive, bloody maw lunging straight for him. He instinctively raised his gun and fired, but the laser beam disappeared into the gaping mouth like a drop of water into the ocean. The next second, he was snatched up in its jaws. Holy beans. Your breath smells like shit. Ah. The scream was abruptly cut short. The alpha tossed its head back, throwing the player into the air, then opened its maw and caught him perfectly. A bone-chilling crunching sound echoed across the plaza as blood sprayed from between its teeth. I'll fuck your mother. Taxbro's eyes instantly went bloodshot. He remembered that player. In reality, he was a fresh college grad who bragged every day in the group chat about wanting to be the Wall of Cadia. In the game, he was one of the bravest. He always charged at the very front of the vanguard. Now he was dead, in the most gruesome way possible. Where are the goddamn rocket launchers? Bomb this motherfucker to hell. I wanna lick a Skaven waifu's feet. Where the fuck is your rocket squad? Taxbro roared into the regional channel. Right here, Taxbro. On the east side of the plaza, a player with the ID, I wanna lick a Skaven waifu's feet, popped his head out, hoisting a homemade rocket launcher on his shoulder. He was the captain of Crimson Strike's rocket squad. Behind him, 15 squad members readied their launchers. Aim. Blow this bastard to pieces. Taxbro yelled, simultaneously pulling a massive axe out from his inventory, a custom job forged by Codboy. The blade had been reforged from refined alloy bought from the shop, and the edge was treated to be monomolecular. It wasn't quite a chains word, but it was more than enough to chop up a mutant beast. Reload complete. Target locked. Fire. 16 rockets soared into the sky on trails of white smoke. The Alpha seemed to sense the threat. Its cloudy eyes rolled, and its massive body dodged to the side with unbelievable agility. 10 rockets missed completely, blasting deep craters into the plaza floor. But 6 found their mark. 3 struck its front left shoulder, and the other 3 slammed into its flank. Boom. Boom. The explosive flash swallowed half the monster's body. The warheads, packed with black powder and scrap iron, unleashed considerable destructive power at point-blank range. Thick smoke blanketed the plaza. Direct hit, a player cheered. Is it dead? Taxbro stared fixedly at the smoke, his grip on the axe tightening. Knowing the bullshit nature of the Warhammer universe, his rationality told him that a mutant of this caliber wouldn't die that easily. He was right. From the smoke, a black shadow burst out with the speed of a hurricane. A chunk of the carapace on its front left shoulder had been blasted apart. The dark red flesh was peeled back, revealing bones beneath that gleamed like black iron. There was a hole the size of a bowl in its flank, gushing thick, viscous blood that glowed with a sickly green luminescence. But it was still alive. And it was furious. Roar. The Alpha's roar shook the very ground of the plaza. Its cloudy eyes locked onto the direction of the rocket squad, and its 4 limbs violently pushed off the dirt. It was too fast. The 7-meter-long body blurred into an afterimage, crossing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. I wanna lick a Skaven waifu's feet, didn't even have time to reload before the bloody maw lunged directly at his face. The stench of rot washed over him, mixed with the acrid, burning smell unique to radioactive dust. It's over. He closed his eyes, preparing to embrace death and the exorbitant Imperial coin cost of respawning. But the expected pain never came. TL/N, I will be uploading the bonus chapter as soon as we reach the Power Stone goals. I know many people reserve their Power Stones for other FIC too, but only for this week I recommended giving all your Power Stones this FIC. Next goal equals 300 Power Stones. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Alpha Irradiated Mutant, 2. Get the fuck away from him. An explosive roar erupted beside his ear. Without anyone noticing, Taxbro had charged in front of him. He kicked the player to the side, gripped his great axe with both hands and brought it down, hacking directly into the Alpha's lower jaw. Clang. A deafening clash of metal. The axe blade struck the keratinized jawbone, sending a blinding shower of sparks into the air. The webbing between Taxbro's thumb and index finger tore open, blood streaming down the axe handle, but he held his ground. His muscle fibers were strained to their absolute limit. His bones groaned under the crushing pressure. Incredibly, he had temporarily locked the monster in a stalemate. The Alpha clearly hadn't expected this tiny little morsel to possess such strength. A flash of confusion crossed its cloudy eyes, instantly replaced by a far more violent rage. It bit down hard on the great axe and violently whipped its head. Taxbro was launched into the air like an artillery shell, smashing straight through a low stone wall at the edge of the plaza. Rubble rained down, burying him halfway under the debris. The great axe flew from his grip, clattering to the ground several meters away. Taxbro. White Scar's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He raised his lost pistols and fired frantically, trying to draw the monster's attention. But the Alpha's target was crystal clear. It wanted to kill the thing that had hurt it. It turned around and took a slow, deliberate step toward the rubble where Tax Bro was buried. The ground trembled with every stride. In the ruins, Tax Bro coughed up a mouthful of bloody froth. The force of the throw was too immense. He felt at least 3 ribs snap, and his internal organs were definitely damaged. The Type 3 physique enhancement made his body incredibly resilient, but it didn't make him truly invincible. He struggled to get up, but his left leg wouldn't respond. It was probably broken. His vision began to blur. He watched the monster approaching step by step. He looked at the massive maw dripping with blood and saliva, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Fuck. Zeke became a champion, so he gets the perfect respawn. If I die here and want to keep my current enhancement progress, the respawn cost is going to be thousands of Imperial coins. What a loss. Then he smiled. He smiled like an absolute idiot. Worth it, though. He had saved someone. The Alpha stopped in front of the rubble. It lowered its massive head, its cloudy eyes staring at the prey that was about to become its next meal. It opened its mouth. The stench of rot washed over Tax Bro's face. Just as those razor-sharp teeth were about to snap shut. Do not hurt, Uncle. A childish voice, laced with an indescribable, overwhelming power, echoed across the entire plaza. Every single player, the surviving residents, and even the Alpha instinctively turned to look at the source of the sound. On the west side of the plaza, next to the transport truck, Hilovia was floating. Her tiny body hovered half a meter off the ground. Her long white hair whipped wildly behind her, entirely untouched by the wind. Her once clear, green eyes had turned completely into burning, crimson gold, resembling 2 miniature suns. Even more terrifying was the psychic energy surging around her. It was a torrential flood of power, as violent as an erupting volcano. Crimson flames materialized out of thin air, wrapping around her body. The air distorted and warped from the sheer heat. The gravel beneath her feet began to melt, turning into glowing, liquid magma. Teacher said. Hilovia spoke. Her voice was still childish, but it carried an unquestionable, absolute resolve. The uncles and aunties of the Crimson Dawn are heroes who came from a very, very far away place. They aren't afraid of dying. They aren't afraid of pain. To save the people suffering here, they are willing to give everything. She raised her tiny hand, palm facing up. A crimson fireball, half a meter in diameter, coalesced in her palm. Within it, patterns resembling flowing magma spun frantically. Teacher also said, those of us who have been saved must learn to protect. Protect the food that was so hard to earn. Protect the homes that shelter us from the wind and rain. Protect the people who are willing to bleed for us. Tears shimmered in her crimson gold eyes. Uncle Paul gave me candy. Teacher Angel taught me how to read. Uncle Tax kept me safe. You are the best people I have ever met. She took a deep breath, her tiny chest heaving. And then, with every ounce of strength in her body, she screamed. So I won't allow it. I won't allow anyone to hurt you. The moment the words left her mouth, the fireball in her palm blasted forward. It wasn't ordinary fire. It was a highly compressed psychic construct, the unconscious manifestation of an S-rank talent pushed to the brink by an emotional explosion. The fireball streaked through the air, leaving a scorching trail in its wake. The air along its path was instantly ionized, producing loud, cracking snaps. The Alpha sensed the lethal threat. It tried to dodge. But it was too late. The fireball struck its flank dead-on, right into the wound that the rockets had blown open. Boom. An explosion 10 times more violent than the rockets erupted. The crimson psychic flames burrowed into the wound like a living creature, burning, detonating, and spreading wildly inside the monster's body. Rayag. The Alpha let out a howl of utter agony. Its massive body was blasted backward, rolling across the plaza. The bowl-sized wound on its flank was completely torn open, turning into a horrific, half-meter-wide crater. Psychic flames spewed from the hole, setting its fur on fire, setting its muscles on fire, even setting its very bones on fire. It thrashed wildly on the ground, trying to put the flames out. But this was psychic fire. It was the manifestation of emotional energy. It was the burning resolve of Hilovia's desire to protect. It could not be extinguished. More. Hilovia floated in the air. Her small face was as pale as paper, but her eyes remained utterly unyielding. She raised both of her hands. More flames materialized around her, a torrent of psychic fire. Her tiny body trembled faintly within the violent storm of psychic energy. Blood began to drip from her nose, and thin streams of blood leaked from the corners of her eyes. The power brought by Master Tier psychic ability was terrifying, but her body was ultimately just that of an 11-year-old child. Hilovia. Stop. White scars roared from a distance. Your body can't handle it. But Hilovia couldn't hear him anymore. In her eyes, there was only the thrashing monster, the severely injured Uncle Tax in the rubble, and the uncles and aunties of the chapter who had been hurt or killed trying to protect the town. The song teacher taught me. She muttered to herself, her voice as light as sleep talking. Say goodbye before dawn breaks, smile through the tears to welcome the tomorrow you deserve. She smiled. She smiled exactly like an ordinary child. Uncle Paul, Uncle Schrodinger, Uncle Tax, Uncle White Scars, Uncle Cogboy, you gave us tomorrow. My mom used to whisper to me in the middle of the night that a person must learn to be grateful. So today, it's my turn. She thrust both hands forward. To protect you. For the dawn that will eventually arrive. The torrent of crimson psychic fire, like a river bursting its dam, roared as it surged toward the alpha-irradiated mutant. Chapter 89, Bonebreaker Magnus. That unparalleled attack was a judgment against the alpha-irradiated mutant for daring to harm a member of Crimson Dawn. It was the reckless, all-consuming fire of vengeance from a saved child against the monster that hurt her savior. The flames swallowed the alpha. Swallowed its agonized howling, and swallowed its thrashing silhouette. 30 seconds later. The flames dissipated. In the center of the plaza, nothing remained but a writhing, burning lump of charcoal. The massive body that was once the size of a tank had been reduced to a shriveled lump less than 3 meters across, emitting the acrid, nauseating smell of scorched protein and evaporated radioactive matter. The plaza was dead silent. And then... thump. Hilovia fell from the sky. Her tiny body crashed onto the magma-paved floor that had cooled back into solid rock. Her white hair splayed out wildly. Her crimson-gold eyes had returned to their natural green, and they were tightly shut. She had fainted. Blood seeped from her nose, her ears, the corners of her mouth. She was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Hilovia. Taxbro found strength from some unknown source. He violently dragged himself out of the rubble and, dragging his broken left leg, scrambled and crawled over to her. He dropped to his knees, his trembling hand reaching out to check her breathing. She was breathing. It was incredibly faint, but it was there. Medics. Where the fuck are the medics? Taxbro roared into the channel, panic lacing his voice. The players finally snapped out of their daze. Several players with medical knowledge rushed over, pulling out portable medkits redeemed from the shop, and began administering emergency first aid to Hilovia. Vitals are weak. Severe psychic overexertion. Internal organ damage. Potential intracranial hemorrhaging. We need proper medical equipment. We can't handle this here. Taxbro gritted his teeth and pulled a pale gold syringe from his inventory, a high-efficiency cellular stimulant. It cost 500 imperial coins in the shop. It could drastically accelerate cellular regeneration for a short period and was typically used for emergency first aid when a player was mortally wounded. He didn't hesitate for a second, injecting it straight into Hilovia. The moment the stimulant entered her bloodstream, a trace of color returned to the little girl's pale face, and her breathing steadied slightly. But she remained unconscious. White scars. Taxbro whipped his head around. Take a squad. Take the fastest truck and get Hilovia back to base immediately. Find Schrodinger bro. Find Cogboy. Find Blood Angel. They'll figure something out. Understood. White Scars instantly organized a team, carefully lifting Hilovia and placing her in the transport truck. The truck's engine roared as it tore out of Merida town, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Taxbro stood there, watching the truck disappear into the distance, before turning back to look at the lump of charcoal in the center of the plaza. He slowly walked over to his great axe, bending down to pick it up. The blade still bore the notch left from its clash with the alpha. Taxbro. I want to lick a Skaven waifu's feet, walked over, his voice choking up. Just now, thank you. Taxbro didn't say a word. He simply raised his unbroken right hand and clapped the man heavily on the shoulder. Then he turned around, faced every player and surviving resident in the plaza, and spoke with an unshakable voice. Did you all see that? An 11-year-old child. To save us, look how far she was willing to go. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the players as his voice carried through the regional channel. So we have absolutely no reason to act like cowards. I don't care if this is the Warhammer world. I don't care about the Chaos Gods, Demons, Psychers, or Astartes. If they cross us, we kill them. Courage is the anthem of life. Sacrifice is the final note of that anthem. But guess what? We players don't do sacrifice. Everyone, clean up the battlefield. Treat the wounded. Strip this town of everything useful. And then. He looked toward the east, toward the direction of Bordeaux town. Once Zeke is done, we rendezvous with him. This cesspool of a planet. Taxbro tightened his grip on the axe handle, enunciating every word. Crimson Dawn is going to change it. Compared to the desperate, chaotic events in Merida Town, the operation led by Paul, with a smaller force of just over 600 men, was practically a leisurely stroll. Bordeaux Town. Situated in the corner of the Crimson Dawn wasteland, this town had once been one of the most important industrial outposts for the Blaek House 80 years ago. The 15-meter-tall watchtower in the center of town, topped with a heavy stubber, was a relic from the royal era. The walls were built to the standard design of Blaek House engineers, 6 meters high, 3.5 meters thick. The exterior was compacted with a mixture of hard scrap slag from the black iron mines and clay, while the interior was reinforced with stone brick. There was a firing bunker every 20 meters along the wall. Though many were dilapidated, the structure remained intact. The group controlling this town, the Iron Claw Gang, was the largest and best-equipped bandit gang on the Aurelian IV wasteland. They boasted over 3,700 members. More than 1,500 of them wielded standard-issue Lost guns, mostly surplus stock that had bled out of the Blaek House armories after the Iron Hands Legion purged Sector 7 80 years ago. The rest were armed with solid slug rifles, homemade shotguns, and even 3 makeshift artillery cannons modified from mining equipment. At this very moment, he was standing at the top of the watchtower, looking through a pair of binoculars smuggled from the Aru group, watching the dust cloud rising on the horizon of the wasteland. "How many?" he asked, his voice as raspy as sandpaper. His second-in-command, a tall, skinny middle-aged man known as One-Eyed Jeremy, replied. "No more than 700. Wait, the convoy size is wrong. There are only 22 trucks." Jeremy frowned. "Assuming 30 men per truck, that's 600 tops." Magnus lowered his binoculars, his rough face twisting in confusion. 600 men want to take Bordeaux. The Aru group sent 3,000 regulars last time and couldn't even break the wall. He thought back to the siege 3 years ago. The Aru group wanted to annex the old manufactorums beneath Bordeaux town, sending 3,000 infantrymen and 3 Lehman Russ battle tanks. Relying on the walls, underground bunkers, and pre-laid proximity mines, the Iron Claws had held out for 17 grueling days until the Aru group retreated for unknown reasons. "Maybe it's just a recon unit," Jeremy guessed. "A recon unit with 22 trucks." Magnus shook his head. "Something's not right. Tell the boys to stay sharp. Open fire the moment they enter range. Don't save the shells." "Understood." The orders were passed down. The bandits on the wall racked the slides of their rifles and loaded the cannons. The Lost guns scavenged from the armories began to charge, emitting a faint hum. The dust cloud drew closer. And then, the convoy stopped 1,000 meters away from the wall. This distance was far beyond the effective range of Lost guns, and solid slug weapons would only make a bit of noise at that range. But it was within range of the 3 modified artillery cannons. Their max range was 1,200 meters, though accuracy was purely up to fate. "Do we open fire?" the artillery crews asked for orders. "Hold." Magnus stared at the 22 trucks. "Let's see what kind of trick they're trying to pull." His words abruptly cut off. Because the door of the lead vehicle opened. A figure stepped out. Even from 1,000 meters away, even through the slightly blurry lenses of the binoculars, Magnus could tell something was profoundly wrong. He was too tall. Dark gray armor gleamed coldly in the twilight. A crimson emblem burned on his chest. A chain's word hung at his left hip, a bolter was slung over his right shoulder, and every step he took left deep boot prints in the sand. "What the hell is that?" Magnus muttered. The next second, he found out. The figure began to charge. TL/N. Chapter 90, Spirit Bomb, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 300 power stones. The servomotors of Paul's power armor ran at maximum capacity. The hydraulic system in his legs compressed to its absolute limit, and then released. Every stride blasted a crater into the sand. His speed skyrocketed to 80 kilometers per hour in just 3 seconds. 1,000 meters was a distance that took a mortal 3 to 5 minutes to cross. To an Astartes. "Open fire." Magnus finally snapped out of his daze and roared hoarsely. The artillery thundered. 3 modified cannons fired simultaneously. The shells arched through the sky, trailing white smoke. The figure didn't even attempt to dodge. The first shell landed 10 meters to his front left, blasting up a geyser of sand and gravel. The second shell missed by an even wider margin. The third shell actually hit. Direct hit, the artillery crew cheered. But the cheer instantly died in their throats. Because the figure charged straight out of the explosion's smoke cloud, completely unscathed. A pale green psychic barrier flickered around him, perfectly dispersing the shockwave of the blast. "Lost guns. Focus fire." Magnus roared. Over 1,000 Lost guns opened fire from the wall simultaneously. A torrential downpour of crimson laser beams rained down. The figure finally stopped. Standing 300 meters from the wall, Paul raised his head. Beneath the helmet's faceplate, his eyes were as calm as a deep pool. The wisdom trait operated silently, perceiving the souls of the bandits on the wall. Greed, cruelty, bloodlust, and heavy, profound sin. He saw it all. The man called Bonebreaker Magnus had personally murdered 537 resisting townsfolk, and sold the wives and daughters of 77 families to passing slavers. One-eyed Jeremy specialized in torturing prisoners with instruments for fun. In his basement, he still kept over a dozen mutilated toys locked away. And there were more. Torturers, rapists, human traffickers. During the 13 years under the Iron Claw's rule, Bordeaux town had become a living hell. All right then. Paul muttered softly to himself. He raised his right hand, gripping the bolter, and aimed it one-handed without even needing to look down the sights. Bang. The first mass-reactive bolt fired. It struck the wall. The .75 caliber bolt hit the support structure of a firing bunker on the left side of the wall. Boom. The stone and brick shattered. The entire bunker collapsed, burying the 5 bandits inside beneath the rubble. Bang. 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 3 consecutive bolts accurately struck the 3 heavy stubber emplacements on the wall. In the explosive flashes, the machine guns were reduced to twisted scrap metal, and the gunners were turned into a mist of blood and meat. The firepower from the wall instantly faltered. Paul slung the bolter back onto his shoulder. He drew the chains word. His thumb pressed the activation stud. VRMMO. The roaring of the furiously spinning teeth instantly drowned out all the gunfire, artillery blasts, and screaming. It sounded like an enraged beast of steel roaring in unison. It carried a pure aesthetic of absolute violence, making the hearts of everyone who heard it vibrate in their chests. And then, he charged again. Faster this time. 300 meters in 4 seconds. The bandits on the wall didn't even have time to swing their guns around before the 3-meter-tall metal giant reached the base of the wall. Paul bent his knees slightly. The hydraulic system in his legs compressed to the limit. Boom. The sand beneath his feet blasted into a 2-meter-wide crater. His entire body launched into the air like an artillery shell. To him, a 5-meter-tall wall was nothing more than a slightly elevated threshold. He jumped up here. Amidst the terrified screams, Paul landed perfectly on the top of the wall. The stone beneath his boots cracked like a spider web. Paul moved. A horizontal sweep of the chains word. 3 bandits standing side by side were bisected at the waist. Supported by the power field, the monomolecular edge sliced effortlessly through flesh and bone. He spun around. A bandit trying to aim a rocket launcher at point-blank range was cleaved perfectly in half, weapon and all. A casual forward thrust. The chains word pierced straight through a gunner's chest. The spinning teeth pulverized his internal organs into meat paste, carrying a spray of blood with it as the blade erupted from his back. This wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. The absolute disparity in strength between an Astartes and mortal soldiers was put on full display at this very moment. Relying solely on the strength, speed, and defense granted by the power armor, combined with the violent tearing of the chains word, Paul unleashed a massacre right in front of thousands of people. He deliberately avoided the low-level grunts who bore lesser sins or were forced to join. The wisdom trait acted like a radar, guiding his blade precisely toward those steeped in the heaviest sins. 20 seconds. From vaulting onto the wall to clearing this 50-meter stretch, it took exactly 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Over 587 bandits were defeated. 569 died instantly, the rest were severely wounded. Paul walked to the inner edge of the wall and looked down into the town. The streets of Bordeaux town were much more neatly laid out than Red town or Merida town. After all, it was an industrial outpost planned during the Blaic era. The central avenue was wide enough for 2 transport trucks to drive side by side. It was lined with 2-story stone longhouses, shops on the ground floor, living quarters above. Right now, the streets were in total chaos. Bandits swarmed out from everywhere, trying to organize a defense. But Paul didn't give them the chance. He raised his bolter and aimed at the watchtower in the center of town. At the top of the tower, Magnus and Jeremy were trying to shout orders. Bang. A bolt struck the support pillar of the watchtower perfectly. Rumble. The 15-meter-tall watchtower began to tilt. Stone and brick crumbled, and amidst screams of terror, it slowly collapsed. Magnus and Jeremy desperately jumped from the top, landing hard on the roof of a building below, battered and bruised. Paul vaulted off the wall. From a height of 5 meters, the power armor's shock absorbers perfectly absorbed the impact. He landed, kicking up nothing more than a ring of dust. He walked toward the central avenue. The bandits tried to stop him. Over 30 men charged out of an alley, spraying solid slugs and laser beams at him. Paul didn't even break his stride. A psychic barrier expanded in front of him. The bullets and lasers struck the barrier and instantly bogged down, as if caught in thick mud, their velocity plummeting before they clattered harmlessly to the ground. He raised his left hand, palm facing forward. Resolve trait. Dark red psychic ripples pulsed outward, and the temperature in the air instantly spiked. A burst of pure thermal radiation erupted. Within a 30-meter radius, the bandits screamed and collapsed. Their skin blistered and charred black, and the weapons in their hands grew blistering hot and warped out of shape. These men were gradually melted into nothingness. Paul walked past them without a shred of pity. He kept moving forward. More bandits surged in from all directions, but upon seeing the fate of the men before them, the vast majority chose to run. Monster. He's a monster. We can't kill him. He's unkillable. Panic spread like a plague. By the time Paul reached the middle of the central avenue, there wasn't a single bandit left on the street who dared to stand in his way. Only corpses, the wounded, and discarded weapons remained. And the townsfolk hiding behind doors and windows, watching everything in absolute terror. Paul stopped. He raised his head and looked forward. Magnus and Jeremy had finally managed to organize their last line of defense. Roughly 400 core members, veterans who had followed them through years of burning, killing, and looting. They were the best equipped and the most vicious. These men blocked the end of the road. Right behind them was the entrance to the underground manufactorums. Brothers. Magnus roared, the 3-claw scars on his face twisting hideously. We've got no way out. Our entire stash is right behind us. If we let these unknown bastards take it, everything we've saved up over the years is gone. He raised his master-crafted Lost gun, a prize scavenged from the Blayek armory. It was 30% more powerful than a standard Lost gun, and it was his most prized trophy. There are over 400 of us. Are we scared of one guy? Fight to the death. The bandits' eyes were bloodshot. They knew Magnus was telling the truth. Hidden in the Blayek manufactorums beneath Bordeaux town was the wealth accumulated from 8 years of raiding. Food, purified water, weapons, luxury goods hijacked from passing caravans, and even a few barely functioning construction mechs. It was their lifeblood. Paul looked at the crowd. The wisdom trait swept over them. Every single soul was soaked in blood, their sins so heavy they had practically solidified. He nodded. This was fine too. It saved him the trouble of screening them later. He sheathed his chains word. Not because he was going to hold back, but because he was going to use a more efficient method. Paul raised both hands, palms facing each other. Hope, compassion, resolve, pioneering, wisdom. For the first time in actual combat, all 5 major traits activated simultaneously. A 5-colored psychic energy gathered between his palms. It compressed, spinning rapidly, eventually forming an orb of light the size of a basketball, shimmering with 5 shifting colors. Inside the orb, it looked as if stars were being born and dying, magma was flowing, and lightning was intertwining. Magnus' pupils violently contracted. His feral instinct screamed at him that whatever that thing was, it was incredibly dangerous. Open fire. He roared at the top of his lungs. Over 400 Lost guns fired simultaneously. The beams converged into a torrential crimson flood. Paul thrust the orb forward. The moment the orb left his hands, it began to expand. It spread outward. The 5-colored psychic energy rippled outward from the orb. Wherever it passed, the very air began to distort. When the laser beam struck the psychic field, it was like shooting into thick glue. They slowed down more and more until they completely halted in midair. And then, they reversed direction. What? Jeremy's single eye darted frantically in its socket. Under the control of the psychic field, over 400 laser beams executed a perfectly synchronized 180-degree turn. Aiming right back at their owners. No. Magnus' scream had barely left his mouth. The beams fired simultaneously. Hiss. 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 The sound of lasers burning through flesh was as dense as falling rain. Over 400 bandits were simultaneously struck by their own weapons. Chests, stomachs, heads. And the moment the orb's energy washed over their bodies, every single one of them was instantly vaporized. Magnus stood frozen in place, looking down as his body began to disintegrate into gas. He opened his mouth, trying to say something, but he died, crumbling into ash. Paul watched the scene calmly, marveling internally. While the 5 major traits each had their own supportive functions. When fused together and backed by his storm-tier psychic power, they possessed utterly apocalyptic destructive force. He had expended less than 10% of his psychic reserves, and he had completely annihilated over 400 men. Paul decided to name this move the Spirit Bomb. By the time the convoy carrying the 600 players rolled into Bordeaux town, the battle was already over. The central avenue was piled high with corpses. The stench of blood was so thick it was almost suffocating. The players hopped out of the trucks, looking at the scene, exchanging blank stares. What, exactly are we doing here? I want to drive a Baneblade, muttered. We're here to watch the show. Another player, Slaanesh is chosen still not chosen today, threw his hands up. TL/N, well the Power Stones event is still running where every 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter but it will increase next week. Chapter 91, a pre-march will join us, 1. On the central avenue of Bordeaux town, the stench of blood was suffocating. Zeke stood in the center of a pile of corpses. His chain sword hung low at his side, its teeth still dripping with dark red scraps of flesh and gore. The surface of his power armor was splattered with blood, reflecting an eerie, dark gleam under the dim red sunlight of Aurelian 4. He slowly raised his head. Behind the faceplate, his eyes were terrifyingly calm. 1337. That was the number automatically tallied by the system. From the moment he vaulted onto the wall to the moment he cleared the central avenue, that was the exact number of bandits he had personally killed. Over 900 of them had died beneath his chain's word. The rest were obliterated by his 5-trait psychic spirit bomb. Just over a month ago, he had been a 9-to-5 corporate drone in the real world who would walk the long way around to avoid watching a chicken get slaughtered. Now, he could slaughter over 1,000 people in 23 minutes without batting an eye. This is the Warhammer world. Zeke muttered to himself. His voice, carried through the helmet's Vox speakers, echoed slightly. Adapt, or die. He thought of the Emperor. The master of mankind, who had sat upon the golden throne for 10,000 years, scattering mortal soldiers across the galaxy like loose change. In the eyes of the Emperor, losing hundreds of thousands or even millions of Astra Militarum guardsmen in a single campaign was probably like an ordinary person dropping a few coins from their wallet. The Emperor's currency. Zeke spoke coldly. Am I starting to spend that currency now too? But he quickly shook his head. No, it was different. The Emperor sacrificed individuals for the continued survival of the human species. Though ruthless, it possessed a logic driven by a grand narrative. But Zeke killing these men right now was simply because they deserved to die. Not because they were in his way, but purely because they were steeped in evil and didn't deserve to breathe. It was also to purge the soil that nourished the Chaos Gods. This was more like judgment. Loyalist bro. Have you been loyal today? Ran over from behind. Seeing the ground littered with corpses, his Adam's apple bobbed. You did all this by yourself? Zeke turned around. His faceplate retracted upward, revealing his face. Yeah. He paused, then added, stick to the plan. Gather all the residents in the plaza. What about the bandits who ran away? Ignore them for now. Zeke shook his head. They won't be able to hide for long. Once we're done handling the residents, they'll pop out on their own. Have you been loyal today? Nodded and turned to execute the order. Zeke stood in place, watching the players begin to clear the street. They moved with efficient speed, working in pairs to drag the corpses and pile them up in an empty clearing beside the central avenue. Very quickly, a mountain of corpses was erected. Dark red blood converged into a creek, flowing down the street's drainage ditches. Some players grumbled in the regional channel. Fuck me, the workload. Paul slaughtered way too hard. Hard my ass. Did you see the state of those residents earlier? I searched a few houses. The basements are full of torture devices and human bones. The Iron Claws are famous for being absolute cannibalistic scum. Wiping them all out is letting them off easy. Exactly. We're carrying out divine justice here. Listening to their chatter, the lingering discomfort in Zeke's heart from the mass slaughter gradually dissipated. He wasn't a homicidal maniac. He was just doing what was necessary. In this cesspool of a Warhammer world, kindness needed to be guarded by swords, and mercy needed to be supported by strength. Otherwise, it was just a joke. It was suicide. Although he bore the gene seed of the salamanders, he was not influenced by Vulcan, the Lord of Drakes. He was simply himself. He was the champion of 5 traits. He was both Paul and Zeke. He was the founder of Crimson Dawn. The application of all his power had only one goal, to bring a true dawn to this world, to allow everyone on this planet to have a better tomorrow, a better everything. An hour later, the central plaza of Bordeaux town. It was much larger than the plazas of Red Town and Merida town. After all, it was the core of an industrial outpost planned during the Blaic era. The ground was paved with neat stone slabs. Though many were cracked and overgrown with moss, the former scale of the place was still visible. Right now, the plaza was packed with people. 12,437 residents. That was the precise figure given by Cogboy. Most of them wore relatively decent utility clothes. Although they were washed out and patched, they were at least intact. Their complexions were also better than those in Red Town. Though equally malnourished, they weren't quite skin and bones. This was the management wisdom of the Iron Claws. Bordeaux town was their home base, the residents were their productive forces. Exploitation had to be measured. You couldn't squeeze them to death, or else who would mine the ore? Who would maintain the equipment? So the residents here lived a life that could barely, tenuously be called human. Working 14 hours a day, eating just enough nutrient paste to quiet their stomachs, and living in crowded but weatherproof longhouses. Aside from a few people disappearing every now and then, and the occasional beating from Iron Claw gang members, they could just barely survive. The residents had accepted it. Because compared to wandering the wasteland, getting torn apart by mutant beasts, or dying in agony from radiation sickness, this at least meant staying alive. Some even developed Stockholm Syndrome, feeling that while the Iron Claws were brutal, they at least provided order and a livelihood. Until today. Until that 3-meter-tall metal giant slaughtered his way through the entire town, cutting down the tyrannical bandits like a farmer harvesting wheat. The residents gathered in the plaza, their eyes filled with complex emotions. There was fear, an instinctive dread toward Zeke's inhuman existence. There was anticipation, maybe these newcomers really were different. But mostly, there was confusion and unease. The Iron Claws were gone. What were they supposed to do now? Would these murderous bandits be even more vicious than the Iron Claws? Zeke stepped onto the podium on the north side of the plaza. Surprisingly, Bordeaux town actually had one, it was where the Iron Claws publicly tried disobedient residents. He stood on the podium, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd. Then he spoke, his voice amplified by the power armor's Vox speakers. Residents of Bordeaux town. The entire plaza instantly went silent. Only the howling of the wind blowing across the walls could be heard. My name is Paul. I am the chapter master of Crimson Dawn. He paused, giving everyone time to process the information. Today, we breached this town and killed the Iron Claws who have controlled this place for 13 years. I know what you are thinking. Zeke's voice was perfectly calm, every word reaching every person's ears clearly. You think we are just another bandit gang? That we take a place, steal everything, and leave. Author/note, skipping 10,000 words of Paul's speech here. Labor should earn you warmth and a full stomach. Contribution should earn you respect. Life should have dignity. The plaza was dead silent. Then, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Is what he's saying true? How is that possible? Since when does anything good happen in this world? But, they're handing out food. While Zeke was giving his speech, the players had already begun distributing the nutrient paste and water confiscated from the Iron Claws. The first person to accept a bowl was an old miner in his 40s. With trembling hands, he took a bite, and tears immediately streamed down his face. It's true, there's no sand mixed in, it's not spoiled. Those words were like a spark dropped into a haystack. More and more residents received food, wolfing it down greedily. That long-lost, grounding feeling of a full stomach was more convincing than any speech. Zeke waited a few minutes before continuing. Of course. That word made the plaza quiet down again. Crimson Dawn is not a garbage dump. We don't just take in everything. Zeke's gaze sharpened. We save those worth saving. We give opportunities to those willing to work. But for the scum. He pointed toward the edge of the plaza, where over 300 people dragged out of the crowd by the players were kneeling. These were the ones the wisdom trait had screened out. They didn't meet the criteria for immediate execution, but they had definitely committed wrongs. Some had done dirty work for the Iron Claws. Some were thieves and fraudsters. Some had stolen other people's rations. These people require labor reform. They will use their labor to compensate their victims and earn their own redemption. Zeke paused, his tone turning freezing cold. And then there are others. His gaze swept over the ranks of the residents. The wisdom trait operated silently. A pale gold psychic glow expanded outward from him, rippling across the entire plaza. This time, he perceived things far more carefully. Then he began to point. You. 7th row, 13th from the left. The one in the brown jacket. The men he pointed at went deathly pale. You. 12th row, 5th from the right. The woman wearing the torn hat. The woman slumped to the ground. You. 3rd row. In total, he singled out 387 people. Their sins were heavier than the 300 kneeling off to the side, but hadn't quite reached the level of the core Iron Claw veterans. Most of them were peripheral members of the Iron Claws who had participated in robberies and extortion, and even had blood on their hands, acting as accomplices or enforcers. Step forward. Zeke's voice left absolutely no room for argument. The 387 people tremblingly stepped out of the ranks, kneeling in a row in the center of the plaza. Zeke stepped down from the podium and walked up to them. He didn't speak immediately. He just quietly looked down at them. Some begged for mercy. Some cried and screamed that they were forced. Some tried to defend themselves, claiming they had also been beaten by the Iron Claws and were victims too. Your hands are all stained with the blood of the innocent, whether directly or indirectly. Even if you weren't the core of the Iron Claws, your sins have reached the threshold of death. A look of deathly despair instantly washed over the faces of the 300+ people. Then, someone roared, "This isn't fair. I was forced. If I didn't do those things, the Iron Claws would have killed my whole family." Zeke looked at the men, his eyes as cold as ice. "So you chose to murder other people's families instead? This world has never been fair. But under my command, being oppressed will never serve as an excuse to oppress others." He said no more, simply raising his left hand. "Now, for the sins you have committed, I sentence all of you to death." Over 100 players standing nearby immediately dragged them all away. They tried to resist, but how could their frail bodies possibly be a match for the many Astartes players? With them dealt with, the only ones left in the plaza were truly ordinary residents. Zeke walked back up the podium. "Now, it's your turn. Those willing to come with us, pack your things. We leave first thing tomorrow morning for the base in the east. There is land to farm there, and food to eat. Children can learn, and adults can acquire new skills. Those unwilling to go may stay. But whether you live or die from here on out is none of our concern." He paused, adding, "Also, Bordeaux town will not be preserved. The buildings here are too old and completely unsuited for long-term habitation. We will dismantle and take every piece of usable material to expand the base." These words caused quite a stir. After all, this was the place they had lived for over a decade, maybe even several decades. Chapter 92, a pre-march will join us, too. Bordeaux town was brightly lit. Brothers. Get to work. Execute war criminal weasels, stood in the center of the town. The cutting tools on his modified mechanical arm buzzed loudly. Paul said that this underground manufactorum and all the surrounding buildings were cast from solid steel by the Blayek house back in the day. Even the residents' houses have steel mixed in. It's all money. The players' eyes were practically glowing green with greed. They had surveyed it during the day. Bordeaux town had originally been built and expanded around the manufactorums. The whole place used to be a Blayek asset. Although most of the equipment had been destroyed or hauled away during the unrest 80 years ago. The structure of the factories and the surrounding houses themselves, the piping systems, the support frames, they were all high-quality alloy. The system's salvage price was at least 1,200 imperial coins per ton. And the entire underground complex and surrounding buildings contained an estimated tens of thousands of tons of steel. Let me do the math. Soul of Cadia counted on his fingers. 1,200 per ton. 10,000 tons is 12 million. Hurry up and tear it down. Once this is scrapped, we'll all be able to afford power armor. I'm upgrading to a bolter. That thing packs a real punch. The players morphed into an elite demolition squad. The Machina players spearheaded the operation, slicing through entrances and load-bearing structures. The manual labor teams followed behind, breaking down the steel with hydraulic shears and plasma cutters redeemed from the shop, while the logistics teams hauled it all out in modified transport trucks. The entirety of Bordeaux town looked like a massive construction site. The screech of cutting tools, the crash of falling metal, and the roar of engines continued incessantly through the night. Occasionally, hiding bandits were dragged out from dark corners. They had planned to hide until the players left, completely unprepared for the fact that these maniacs were literally tearing the town apart down to the foundations. Their fate went without saying, executed on the spot. Zeke stood on a small hill at the edge of the town, watching everything unfold. With his faceplate retracted, the night wind blew across his resolute face. "How does it feel?" Schrödinger Bro's voice came from behind him. After finishing up in Red Town, he left G Bro in charge of the guard detail and rushed over through the night with over 200 players. "It's all right." Zeke replied, "Just a bit surreal. A month ago, I was in the real world stressing over my mortgage. Now, I'm commanding thousands of men and deciding the fate of a town of over 10,000 people." Schrödinger Bro walked up beside him, also looking down at the brightly lit demolition site below. "This is power," Schrödinger Bro said calmly. "It's also a responsibility. Don't feel guilty about the high body count. You did the right thing." He paused, then added, "Crimson Dawn saves the people who deserve to be saved. For those who don't deserve it, let God save them. Your job is just to send them to meet God." Zeke chuckled. "You sure have a way with summaries." "It's the truth." Schrödinger Bro said, "In the Warhammer world, the cheapest thing is human life, but the most precious thing is also human life. The key is distinguishing which lives are precious." The two fell silent for a moment. Schrödinger Bro suddenly spoke. Tax Bro sent word. Hilovia suffered severe psychic overexertion and collapsed. She's been rushed back to the base. Blood Angel and Cogboy are doing everything they can to treat her. Her life shouldn't be in danger. Zeke nodded. That kid went way too hard. But she proved that you made the right choice. Schrodinger bro said. You gave her hope, and she used her life to protect that hope. Saving this world can't be done by us alone. We need countless people like Hilovia. This is a virtuous cycle. Who knows, maybe one day, a Primarch will see our efforts and join us. Schrodinger bro's eyes glimmered. I hope that day comes, that an incredibly powerful Primarch will be willing to join us. Not only would it be a massive boost in power, but it would be the ultimate proof that our path is the right one. Zeke took a deep breath, looking toward the east. On the horizon, Aurelian Ivy's 2 moons, one red, one white, hung high in the sky. Tomorrow, nearly 20,000 residents from these 3 towns would begin their migration. Added to the 2,000 plus people already at the base, Crimson Dawn would boast a population base of over 22,000. And this was only the beginning. Once the 4 major factions and chaos battered each other to pieces in the industrial zone, and once the Imperial reinforcements arrived, their opportunity to sweep across the entirety of Aurelian 4 would finally come. Schrodinger bro. Zeke suddenly spoke. Yeah. How far do you think we can actually walk down this path? Schrodinger bro thought for a moment, then smiled. You're always quoting Pavel Korchagin, aren't you? A person's life should be spent so that, when looking back, they will not be tortured by regrets for wasted years, nor feel shame for a petty and trivial existence. We've already accomplished the first half of that. As for the second half, he patted the shoulder of Zeke's power armor. That depends entirely on how far we can lead these people. Early the next morning, Bordeaux Town, Merida Town, and Red Town. The 3 massive migratory columns converged on the wasteland, forming a river of humanity stretching for several kilometers. A total of 19,423 people. Players drove the transports at the vanguard, clearing the way and providing flank escorts. The residents carried their meager belongings, helping the young and supporting the elderly as they marched along the compacted dirt road. Zeke walked at the very front of the procession. When the morning light arrived, Red Town, Merida Town, and Bordeaux Town had already been reduced to absolute ruins. Not a single building remained standing. Every piece of usable material had been ripped away. They didn't even spare the steel rebar in the foundations. To the players, these so-called strategic locations meant absolutely nothing. They didn't currently possess the strength to hold multiple bases, nor did they need to divide their forces to garrison them. All they needed to do was convert the salvaged materials into Imperial coins, rapidly translate those coins into combat power, and begin their sweep across Aurelian 4. Do not miss that place. Zeke turned around and shouted to the migrating crowd. You will have a better home. You will have a better tomorrow. You will have a beautiful everything. Sturdy houses, clean water, and full stomachs. His voice carried far on the wasteland wind. And for all of this, you will not have to bow to anyone. You will not have to sacrifice your loved ones. You will not have to endure oppression. It only requires your labor, your sweat, and your responsibility to one another. In the crowd, people wept. Adela held the hand of her newly recovered brother, Luca, and whispered to him. Luca, remember this. That giant uncle, and all those uncles and aunties holding weapons, they are good people. When you grow up, you have to join them, okay? Your big sister is going to join them before you do. Hee hee. Luca nodded cluelessly. Yeah, they give us food. Taxbro sat in the truck, his leg wrapped in thick bandages. Even with the ridiculously overpowered medkits provided by the shop, he still needed a day or 2 to heal completely. White Scars led the mobile troops scouting ahead, clearing out any potential mutant beast threats. Schrodinger bro and Blood Angel walked among the residents, talking to the people, soothing their emotions, and answering their questions. Have you been loyal today, Soul of Cadia? Every player performed their assigned duties, maintaining order within the massive column. Watching it all, a deep sense of solid reassurance swelled in Zeke's heart. Just over a month ago, the 5,000 of them had been desperately struggling to survive on the wasteland. Now, they had a base. They had over 20,000 followers. They had a sustainable source of resources, and a crystal-clear path forward. Though the road ahead was still perilous, the 4 major factions, the Chaos Incursion, and the impending arrival of Imperial reinforcements were all monumental challenges. At the very least, their path was clear. Their growth was guaranteed. And their future now stood on a solid foundation. Zeke raised his head, looking toward the east. In the direction of the Crimson Dawn base, the morning sun was rising above the horizon, painting the sky a warm, vibrant orange. That sun looked exactly like the emblem on his chest plate. The Crimson Dawn would inevitably arrive. Next goal equals 400 power stones. Chapter 93, What kind of world will Crimson Dawn build? 1. The red blaze wasteland. The migrating column of 20,000 people resembled a giant python. Under the vanguard and escort of the player convoys, they finally reached the perimeter cordon of the Crimson Dawn base. When the front row of residents looked through the billowing dust and saw the wall standing tall on the wasteland, a suppressed gasp rippled through the crowd. The 3.5-meter-tall stone wall cast long shadows under the setting sun. Players armed with guns stood guard in the watchtowers atop the wall. Inside, neat rows of barracks and rising plumes of cooking smoke were faintly visible. Is this really their base? Did they really not lie to us? An old miner from Bordeaux town rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. He had lived more than half his life. Every so-called base he had ever seen was either a bandit den retrofitted from an abandoned factory or a crude shelter built into a natural cave. "Dad, look at the wall," his son pointed to a section of the wall. Painted in white on the stone was a line of massive characters, each one half the height of a man. Labor in exchange for survival. Dignity comes from struggle. Crimson Dawn. And beneath it, in slightly smaller letters. Slackers go hungry. Saboteurs catch a bullet. Simple and brutal. They're back. Up in a watchtower on the wall, fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus lowered his binoculars. He had built them himself using real-world knowledge and components from the shop. The accuracy was average, but they did the job. He turned and shouted to Blood Angel, who was just about to head off to give an ideological class to the workers. "Zeke is back with the convoy. Look at the length of that line, there's gotta be at least 10,000 people." Blood Angel's second emperor stopped in his tracks on the wall. When he saw the dense, black mass of humans in the distance, even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Good God. 3 towns really scrounged up that many people. Human life is the one thing the Warhammer world never lacks. Cogboy's tone was perfectly calm. He adjusted his mechanical right arm, a model he had just upgraded the day before, now equipped with a compact plasma cutter and precision pincers. "The question is whether we can afford to feed them." As they spoke, the familiar roar of an engine echoed from below the wall. The two looked down just in time to see the hydraulic system in the legs of Paul's power armor compress and release at the front of the column. Paul launched into the air like an artillery shell. He kicked off the top edge of the 3.5-meter wall, using the momentum to flip over and land perfectly on the rampart. "Paul, your entrances are getting more and more Primarchesque by the day." Cogboy couldn't resist a jab. "With hops like that, why even bother driving back? Couldn't you just run the whole way? Next time, you want to try smashing down in an orbital drop pod? I can cobble a budget version together for you. That requires having an orbital drop pod first." Paul lifted his faceplate, revealing his face. He looked out at the crowd outside the wall, then turned back to Cogboy. "Did anything change at the base while we were gone?" "Massive changes." Cogboy's mechanical arm tapped the empty air, and a pale blue holographic projection materialized. It was a floor plan of the base, but it looked completely different from the version Paul had seen when he left 3 days ago. First, the agricultural zone has been expanded outward by 570 acres. Cogboy pointed to a massive section on the east side of the map highlighted in green. All potatoes. Modified seeds redeemed from the shop. 40-day maturation cycle. Estimated yield is 3,000 kilograms per acre. By Warhammer standards, this is already agri-world level output. What about water? The water purification system has been upgraded. Cogboy switched the display to a schematic showing a complex array of pipes and filtration units. The heavy-duty purification system can process 200 tons of water a day. It's drawing from that heavily polluted major river in the Red Blaze wasteland. It's enough to provide basic drinking water for 50,000 people. Paul nodded, looking at Blood Angel. The resettlement plan. Prepared long ago. Blood Angel pulled a paper-bound manual from his coat. Written on the cover in neat handwriting was Crimson Dawn Base Provisional Management Regulations, 3rd edition. Based on the resettlement experience with the original 2,000 workers, this incoming wave of 19,000 will be divided into several batches. He flipped open the manual. The first batch, based on the intel Paul sent ahead, consists of those with specialized skills. This group of roughly 5,000 people will be assigned directly to production posts. The second batch consists of able-bodied young and middle-aged adults with no specialized skills, numbering around 8,000. They will first participate in basic manual labor, with literacy classes and skills training scheduled for the evenings. The third batch is made up of the elderly, the weak, women, and children. These 6,000 or so people will primarily handle logistics, such as mending, tailoring, watering crops, and farming. Furthermore, all necessary materials and textbooks will be provided entirely by Crimson Dawn. Blood Angel paused, looking down at the children huddled close to their parents outside the wall, fear still lingering in their eyes. Children's education. Paul remained silent for a few seconds. Talking about children's education in the Warhammer universe sounded about as absurd as preaching pacifism to a corn demon army. But the path Crimson Dawn was walking was never going to be the standard Imperial way anyway. What about the teaching materials? I wrote them myself. Blood Angel smiled. It was the specific kind of smile belonging to an educator with Imperial characteristics. For basic literacy, we're using the Imperial Gothic Primer. The shop sells it for 100 Imperial coins a set. But for the ideological classes, we have to handle the curriculum ourselves. He flipped to a specific page in the manual. Written in sharp, clean handwriting were 3 lines. Lesson 1 covered why they trade sweat for equality. Lesson 2 asked who was exploiting them. Lesson 3 explored what kind of world Crimson Dawn wanted to build. Blood Angel closed the manual. Out of the original 2,000 workers, over half have now voluntarily joined the Aurelian Youth League, our militia reserve organization. Of the remaining half, the vast majority at least fundamentally understand the basic principle of labor in exchange for survival, contribution earns respect. Chapter 94, What kind of world will Crimson Dawn build? 2. How was the Imperial coin harvest this trip? Cogboy pulled up a system interface. In terms of Imperial coins, the total scrapped steel salvaged from demolishing Bordeaux town is 11,300 tons. Based on the system salvage rate of 1,200 coins per ton, the total value is 13,560,000. Add the black iron ore warehouses in Merida town, plus the preliminary survey report on the Merida black iron mines. The vein reserves are conservatively estimated at over 1,000 tons. He paused, then delivered the summary. If we include Red Town, the preliminary total revenue from your expedition is 25 million Imperial coins at the absolute minimum. 25 million. Even Paul couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at that number. Just a month ago, the 5,000 of them had been crammed into an abandoned manufactorum, stressing out over a daily survival tax of 0.3 coins per person. Now, a single combat expedition yielded an 8 million-fold return. This was the logic of the Warhammer world: you either struggle at the absolute bottom waiting to die, or you climb up over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What about the population? Paul asked. Whatever number you brought back is the number I added to the ledger. Cogboy closed the hologram. But I need to remind you, Paul. The base's current food reserves will only feed 20,000 people for 35 days, and that's even factoring in the first projected harvest from the potato fields. Furthermore, we have a severe housing shortage. The existing barracks can hold a maximum of 8,000 people. The remaining 10,000 plus are going to have to sleep in the work sheds or pitch tents. Medical resources are even scarcer. We only have 117 players with basic medical knowledge, and no one has gone into the apothecary class path yet. He rattled off 7 or 8 major problems in one breath, each one striking at the core of their survival. Paul listened quietly, then nodded. I'm aware. He turned to look toward the interior of the base. There's no need for further expansion in the short term. Paul said, his voice perfectly calm. Our current population is sufficient. It's actually a bit overloaded. There are still a few small mining pits outside those 3 towns that can probably yield another 10 million Imperial coins or so. We can just send a few players to slowly scavenge them every day. He paused, his tone growing serious. Right now, the absolute priority is increasing our strength. The Aru group suffered a massive loss in the industrial zone. They're temporarily bogged down by chaos, but once chaos is purged or driven back, the 4 major factions will eventually notice us. A migrating column of 20,000 people walking across the wasteland for a full day and night. You can't hide a disturbance that massive. Cogboy and Blood Angel exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity of the situation in the other's eyes. You mean? Blood Angel ventured. Prepare for war. Paul spoke the words heavily. For the next month, all resources will be prioritized into 3 areas: armament, training, and fortifications. We need more heavy weapons, more power armor, and more players completing basic physical augmentations. We also need transport trucks, self-propelled artillery, gunships, and other heavy equipment. This is the Warhammer world. If our individual flesh and blood can't match a pre-march, then our equipment cannot fall behind. The player base needs at least 3,000 men at Type 3 physique, 600 fully cybernetically augmented, and 300 formal psychers. The walls need to be raised and reinforced. The outer perimeter needs to be laced with mines and proximity sensors. The watchtowers need heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. And finally, he looked at Blood Angel. The ideological work cannot stop. Among these 20,000 new residents, there will definitely be those who hold the mindset that loyalty not absolute is absolute disloyalty. You need to use the shortest amount of time possible to make them accept the ideals of Crimson Dawn, voluntarily commit to labor, and voluntarily join the Aurelian Youth League. Blood Angel took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Don't worry. Leave it to me. A pale gold psychic light flashed in his eyes, the hallmark of a formal psyker. 2 days ago, his psychic level had jumped from low psyker, 2/12, straight to official psyker, 3/12. Through practicing on the original 2,000 workers, I've already figured out a complete mobilization pipeline. Combined with my psychic breakthrough, I can now perform shallow subconscious guidance. I can amplify their yearning for a better life and their instinctual resistance against oppression. Blood Angel explained. Paired with collective labor, ideological classes, and promoting model citizens as examples, give me 10 days at most. I guarantee that at least 70% of these 20,000 people will sincerely identify with us from the bottom of their hearts. Hilovia is the most classic example of this. Paul nodded, thinking of the little girl who had fallen into a coma to save Tax Bro. If she hadn't intervened this time, Tax Bro's side would have definitely taken catastrophic losses at Merida Town. Tax Bro himself might have even been killed in action. He looked at Cogboy. How is her condition? Stable, but she hasn't woken up yet. Cogboy pulled up a medical report. The psychic overexertion was far too severe. Unleashing the full power of an S-rank talent put way too much strain on her 11-year-old body. I injected her with a high-efficiency cellular stimulant and a psychic stabilizer. Her vitals have stabilized, but her consciousness is still in deep recovery. Paul remained silent for a moment. Do everything possible to treat her. Requisition whatever resources you need directly. He said, tell me the moment she wakes up. Understood. Paul looked back outside the wall. The migrating column had reached the base of the wall, and the players were organizing the residents to enter in batches. The men and women from the 3 towns wore faces etched with a complex mix of exhaustion, trepidation, and a tiny sliver of hope. They looked up at the walls, at the players wearing mismatched armor but brimming with vigor. They looked at the cooking smoke rising from within the base, smelling the scent of cooked food. For now, hand the cooking duties over to the elderly and women from the original 2,000 workers, to prevent any unnecessary accidents. Got it. Cogboy made a note of it. Paul looked at Blood Angel. I'm leaving the education of these 19,000 people entirely to you. Within 1 month, I want to see at least 15,000 Imperial citizens born from this crowd who genuinely identify with us, and from those 15,000, we will select the first batch of official members for the Aurelian Youth League. Blood Angel straightened his back, an unexplainable fire burning in his eyes. Don't worry, Chapter Master. I will ensure that every potato, every cup of water, and every chant of "labor is glorious" becomes an ideological brand stamped directly into their bones. I will make them understand that the working citizens of the Imperium are the greatest of all. I will make them understand what it truly means to be alive. Paul patted him on the shoulder, saying nothing more. Below the wall, the column began filing into the base in an orderly fashion. Chapter 95, Psionic Hyperspace Jump Technology, 1, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 400 Power Stones. Aurelian Ivy's 2 moons hung high in the sky, 1 red and 1 white, painting the red blaze wasteland in 2 contrasting landscapes. Inside the Crimson Dawn base, the central cafeteria building was brightly lit. In just a few days, this building had shot up from 3 stories to 7. As Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus put it, the headquarters of our chapter can't look shabbier than an illegal squatter block in a hive slum. The footprint had expanded to over 400 square meters. The first floor remained the player cafeteria, serving nutrient paste, baked potatoes, and a specific Warhammer-style thick stew boiled from mutant beast meat 24 hours a day. The conference room, originally on the 2nd floor, had now been relocated to the 6th. Tonight, both sides of the long table in the conference room were packed. The high command of the Crimson Dawn chapter had expanded from the original 5 or 6 people to over 20. Among the new faces were 3 or 4 female players. These were all players who possessed organizational and management experience in the real world and had rapidly distinguished themselves after entering the game. Studying med is worse than falling to chaos, was in charge of base medical affairs. She was a med student. Teaching Nurgle how to read in the warp, was in charge of education. The most incorruptible logistics king of the Imperium, managed resource distribution. Paul sat at the head of the table. He had unequipped his power armor and was simply wearing a basic black combat suit. Even so, his Astartes augmented physique was still a full size larger than everyone else in the room. Even while sitting, his eye level was higher than most people standing up. He swept his gaze across the room and spoke. Everyone's here. Let's begin. This is the chapter development meeting. We are primarily discussing 3 things: external situation, internal construction, and special projects. Cogboy, you start. Give us the situation on the industrial zone and the 4 major factions. Cogboy nodded and swiped his mechanical right arm across the table. A holographic projection bloomed, displaying a simplified map of Aurelian 4. Based on the rough intel sent back by the 5 recon squads that infiltrated the surrounding towns and the hive city to our northwest. Over the past 72 hours, planetary military mobilization has reached exaggerated levels. His mechanical finger tapped several red dots on the map. In the northern hemisphere, Dawn City, the former capital of the Blayak House and current stronghold of the Aiden's Night House, one of the 4 major factions, has dispatched at least 50,000 local PDF troops. Equipment level, standard 30K issue. Lehman Russ tank formations unknown, Hellhounds unknown, Sentinel Walkers unknown, self-propelled artillery unknown. In the southern hemisphere, the city of the Holy Anthem. It's the seat of the planetary governor, as well as the main stronghold of the Conmo Psyker dynasty and the Order of the Omniscient Mind. They've mobilized even more forces, over 120,000. And their gear is much better, though the specific models remain unknown. Then there was the Hisman Merchant Guild, to which the Aru group belonged. They had deployed the largest force, numbering nearly 200,000. After all, Aru City was their hive. TL/N decided to change Simon's Trade Consortium to Hisman Merchant Guild for better reading experience. Sharp intakes of breath echoed around the conference room. Taxbro scratched his head. Over 300,000 to 400,000 men. Roughly. Cogboy remained expressionless. The good news, however, is that our base is located in the middle of nowhere. He zoomed in on the Red Blaze Wasteland region. On Aurelian IV's strategic map, the Red Blaze Wasteland is classified as an abandoned, irradiated zone. The marching routes of all the armies bypass the wasteland entirely, heading straight for Aru City. They need to deal with the chaos corruption in the industrial zone. Did White Scar's speed today, chimed in. So we can just keep laying low and developing. For now, yes, but we can't drop our guard. Cogboy pulled up another data sheet. The total forces mobilized by the 4 major factions have already surpassed 400,000, and that is only the vanguard. Aurelian 4 is not a poor planet. On the contrary, this planet's promethium and rare crystal reserves are famous throughout the entire sector. After the Iron Hands Legion annihilated the Blayak House 80 years ago, the 4 major factions carved up their legacy. Over these years, relying on their monopoly over mineral exports, they've become filthy rich. Therefore, the equipment level of their local PDF is considered top tier for an Imperial fringe world. TL/N, for those who don't know, PDF or Planetary Defense Force. They are the local standing armies raised by individual planetary governors to maintain order and act as the first line of defense against invasions before the Imperial Guard, Astra Militarum, arrives. He paused, then added. Also, Deep sent a message through the regional channel. The players had previously tested it. The regional channel allowed for effective communication within a 50-kilometer radius. The entire room perked up. Deep had left 2 days ago with Leon and Vanessa. With the help of the players through various means, they had traveled to Aru City at incredible speed and successfully infiltrated it. The mission objective, infiltrate Aru Hive City, acquire intelligence on the Upper Hive, and ascertain which Astartes Legion the planetary governor would petition for aid. They successfully infiltrated the Underhive of Aru City. Relying on Shimoza's identity, they have already secured a foothold there. He said the Underhive is currently a bit chaotic. The military mobilization by the 4 major factions has left the garrison forces empty, leading to some people getting ambitious. Deep plans to bribe his way into being forced up into the middle hive within a week. He didn't elaborate on the specific operational details, but he told us not to worry. Schrodinger bro spoke up. Deep is way too professional at this undercover stuff. Truly a master of the werewolf game. Paul nodded. Maintain single-line contact with Deep. Do not initiate contact with him to avoid blowing his cover. Next, the others. Let's talk base development. Studying med is worse than falling to chaos, was the first to raise her hand. We have a severe shortage of medical resources. We now have over 22,000 residents and 5,000 players, but only 100 or so players possess basic medical knowledge. Not a single person has chosen the official apothecary path. The shop does sell basic medical knowledge implantation chips, but they cost 1,000 Imperial coins a pop, and they only bring a person up to the level of a combat medic. I suggest we prioritize training 20 medical apprentices. I'll personally lead their training. At the same time, we need to buy a multi-purpose medical pod. The shop sells it for 50,000 Imperial coins. It can handle the vast majority of physical trauma and common diseases. Approved. Paul stamped the decision. Teaching Nurgle how to read in the warp, spoke next. Regarding education, we currently have 12 literacy classes running. We're using the Imperial Gothic primer bought from the shop as our textbook. But for the ideological and political classes, we have to write the curriculum ourselves. I suggest we take concepts like labor in exchange for survival, unity is the power that shatters all, and Crimson Dawn's various disciplinary rules, and turn them into simple songs. Teach the children to sing them first, and they'll understand the meaning later. Additionally, we discovered 17 children with psychic talent, ranging in age from 8 to 14. Their talent levels range from E to C. Should we train them collectively? Paul looked at Schrödinger bro. Schrödinger bro pondered for a moment. Collective training is fine, but they must be supervised by an official psyker. My psychic level is now at the official tier. Along with Blood Angel and 5 other players who just made it to the official tier, we can rotate shifts, but we must be careful. Psychic training can only begin after they learn how to shield themselves. That kid Hilovia nearly gave us all a heart attack last time. At the mention of Hilovia, the conference room fell silent for a moment. Paul asked, "Has the kid woken up yet?" Cogboy shook his head. Her vitals are stable, but her consciousness is in deep hibernation. It's nothing major. She'll probably just need to sleep for a few more days. Keep her under intensive observation. Paul finished, then looked at the most incorruptible logistics king of the Imperium. Logistics King was a slightly chubby male player. His ID was modest, and his speech was extremely pragmatic. Regarding resources, our food reserves are enough to feed 27,000 people for 28 days. But that's calculated at minimum rations. Water resources are abundant. The upgraded purification system provides more than enough. Housing is the major problem. The existing barracks can house a maximum of 9,000 people. Of the remaining 18,000, 12,000 are sleeping in work sheds, and 6,000 are in tents. I propose we launch a housing initiative, construct standard dormitories capable of housing 15,000 people within 1 month. The budget would require, roughly 100,000 imperial coins. Paul nodded. Approved. Prioritize the basic living conditions of the residents. The meeting went on for over 2 hours. The heads of the various departments finished their reports and submitted their requests, which Paul and the core command team discussed and approved. Finally, the topic returned to special projects. Paul looked at Cogboy. The 5 monthly wondrous items that unlocked in the system earlier, if I remember correctly, you bought all of them. Cogboy's expression instantly turned, a little awkward. Ah, yeah, I bought them. Chapter 96, Psionic Hyperspace Jump Technology, 2. Foundations of Psionic Theory, Protoss Simplified Edition, Fragment, 300,000 coins. Force Field Generator Blueprint, Cybertron Tech, torn page, 250,000 coins. Force-Sensitive Meditation Guide, Jedi Padawan Edition, 180,000 coins. Beginner Spiral Energy Resonance Guidance Technique, 500,000 coins. Magical Girl Transformation Device, damaged, 1 million coins. Total, 2,230,000 Imperial coins. Tax Bro's eyes bulged. Wait, what the hell is that last one? A Magical Girl Transformation Wand. And it's broken. For 1 million. White Scar's face-bombed. Cogboy, I know you're a tech fanatic, but this is way too. Let me explain. Cogboy threw his hands up in surrender. My thought process was that anything the system generates has to have value. Plus, these are monthly wondrous items. If we miss them, we might never get them again. What if it's some game-breaking artifact? Schrödinger bro asked calmly, so, have you figured anything out? Cogboy took a deep breath and pulled up 5 sets of research notes. The first item, Foundations of Psionic Theory, Protoss Simplified Edition, Fragment. The holographic projection displayed complex energy formulas and structures. This is a truly miraculous form of energy. Simply put, it operates on a higher energy tier than Promethium. It can directly interact with the fabric of space. Cogboy's eyes began to shine, and his mechanical eye flashed with a blue light. According to the descriptions in the fragment, psionics can be used for psionic mech cores, psionic ship engines, and psionic tank thrusters. Most importantly, the fragment mentions a hypothesis: if psionic technology is developed to its absolute peak, warships could perform hyperspace jumps without relying on the warp. The conference room went dead silent. A few seconds later, Schrödinger bro spoke slowly. Are you saying this thing could solve the problem of warp travel? The Webway project that the Emperor dreams about every night, inventing this could just solve it. Theoretically, yes. Cogboy nodded. But we currently only have a fragment. To fully restore it and apply it, unless I can become an entity on the level of Archmago's Call of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and live for tens of thousands of years to slowly research it. Paul frowned. Meaning it's useless in the short term. In the long term, it could be paradigm shifting. Cogboy said seriously. Moreover, I've already verified some of the basic formulas in the fragment. Under laboratory conditions, I used a trace psionic formula to optimize a lasgun's energy circuit. The output power increased by 7%. 7%. Logistics King's eyes lit up. If we can mass produce that. We can't. Cogboy smiled bitterly. The optimization requires incredibly precise mechanical manipulation. Right now, I'm the only one who can do it and it takes 2 hours per gun. Tax bro, forget it then. Second item, force field generator blueprint, torn page. Cogboy switched the display. This one is a bit more practical. It describes an energy deflection field. The principle is similar to a void shield, but it's more delicate. Void shields shunt attacks into the warp. This thing deflects attacks entirely within the material universe. I managed to build a palm-sized prototype. He pulled a metallic disc from his inventory and placed it on the table. When supplied with energy, it can project a deflection field 1 meter in diameter. I tested it. It can deflect both laser and solid slug fire. Blood Angel asked, "Can you make it bigger?" Theoretically, yes. But it requires a massive amount of rare metals and precision machining equipment, which we don't currently have. Cogboy threw his hands up. However, this gives us a direction. If we can build our own manufactorums in the future, this thing might be far better suited for infantry or vehicle use than standard Imperial Void shields. Third item, Force-sensitive meditation guide. This time, the projection displayed a set of breathing techniques and mental focus exercises. This is useful for psychers. Cogboy looked at Schrödinger Bro and Blood Angel. I had a few psyker players test it. Meditating according to the guide increased their psychic recovery rate by about 15%. Long-term practice might also improve their psychic control and precision. Schrödinger Bro nodded. We can roll this out to all psyker players. Fourth item, beginner spiral energy resonance guidance technique. Cogboy's expression grew serious. He pulled up the least amount of data yet, just a few vague descriptions and a meridian circulation chart so complex it made people dizzy just looking at it. This is incredibly powerful. Cogboy spoke with uncharacteristic gravity. Simply put, this is a special form of energy ignited by willpower, fighting spirit, and bonds. It's called spiral energy. It has a few traits. First, it can enhance the performance of mechanical constructs. For example, it can increase the range and power of a loss gun, or boost the output and battery life of power armor. Second, it can shatter theoretical limits. According to the description, as long as the willpower is strong enough, spiral energy can allow a standard mech to output Titan-level destruction. Tax bro, what the hell? Isn't this just the fantasy version of the Orcs' whack energy? It's far more orderly than the Orcs' whack. Cogboy explained, it requires systematic practice and a powerful collective willpower. He looked at Paul. Paul, I strongly recommend you train in this. You are a champion. You possess 5 traits. When it comes to willpower and bonds, no one here is stronger than you. If you can fuse spiral energy with your current psychic power, it could result in a qualitative mutation. Paul looked at the meridian chart. Are there any risks? Theoretically, no. It doesn't involve the warp, it's the pure conversion of mental energy. Cogboy said, but the training requires time. And it works best if you train alongside a bonded partner. Of course, in your case, that bonded partner refers to your power armor. Paul nodded. I'll give it a try. Now, the fifth item. Cogboy's expression turned awkward again. He pulled an item from his inventory, a pink metallic wand topped with a star ornament. It was about 30 centimeters long and exquisitely crafted, though the surface was covered in cracks and a piece of the star ornament was chipped off. Magical girl transformation device, damaged. Cogboy cleared his throat awkwardly. As you can see, this thing is exactly what it sounds like. According to the system description, it originates from a magical girl universe. Its function is to allow a qualified user to transform into a magical girl, granting them enhanced physical attributes, energy attacks, flight, and so on, but the prerequisite is that it has to be functioning. Right now, it's broken. Taxbro was holding back laughter. So, you spent 1 million Imperial coins on a toy prop. It's not a toy. Cogboy defended himself. I ran diagnostics on it. It contains incredibly precise energy conversion architecture and, some sort of conceptual embedding module. Basically, if I can fix it, it really could turn someone into a magical girl. Though I don't really understand what use being a magical girl is in the Warhammer universe. Studying med is worse than falling to chaos, suddenly raised her hand. Wait. If it can enhance physical attributes and healing abilities. Theoretically, yes. Cogboy nodded. But the problem is, I can't fix it. He sighed. The tech tree for this thing is completely detached from the Warhammer universe. It involves the materialization of emotional energy, conceptual manifestation, rule overrides. I've never even heard of this stuff before. To fix it, unless I really do become Archmago's call and then take a multi-year sabbatical in that magical girl universe to study, it's impossible. Low laughter rippled through the conference room. Paul smiled too. Alright, at least the first 4 are useful. The 5th one, we'll just treat it as a collector's item. He wiped the smile from his face, his expression turning serious. Continue researching the wondrous items, but lower their priority. Our primary mission right now is still solidifying our foundation. Regarding the external situation, the 4 major factions are throwing everything they have at chaos. This is our window of opportunity for development. Do not interfere with Deep's undercover operation in the hive. Let him operate freely. Internal construction will proceed according to the plans we just discussed: medical, education, housing, and training. Push all 4 lines simultaneously. Paul stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. Everyone, Crimson Dawn now has over 20,000 people relying on us to eat. They believe we can bring them a better life. So we must be worthy of that trust. He paused. At most, 1 month and the war between the 4 major factions and chaos in the industrial zone will be decided. No matter who wins, they will likely notice us next. When that time comes, we must have enough strength to protect ourselves, protect these people, and protect everything we have built. Inside the conference room, everyone wore a serious expression. They all gave their assurances, guaranteeing they would complete their missions. Paul nodded. Good. Meeting adjourned. Get to work. The command team stood up and filed out. Paul walked to the window, looking out at the brightly lit base below. In the distance, from the newly built barracks, the voices of female players teaching the children a song drifted over. Equality is the highest glory, the citizens of the Imperium are the greatest. Unity is everything, Crimson Dawn marches forward. The melody was simple, and the lyrics were plain. Paul thought back to the words the projection of light had told him in the vision. Hope is not something you wait for. It is something you carve out, step by step. Chapter 97, The Failure of the 4 Major Factions. Upper Hive, Aru City. The top-floor conference hall of the Hisman Merchant Guild's Aru City headquarters. This was a world entirely distinct from the Underhive. The 15-meter-high domed ceiling was painted with a massive mural of the Emperor unifying Terra. A pure gold-trimmed crystal chandelier illuminated the entire space as bright as day. At this moment, seated on both sides of the 20-meter-long obsidian conference table were the representatives of the true rulers of Aurelian IV. 15 days. Bizur Hisman, wearing purple robes and sporting a bald head, slammed his palm onto the table, making the crystal glasses vibrate gently. This vice president of the Hisman Merchant Guild, concurrently acting as the chairman of the Aru Pharmaceutical Group, had long lost his usual composure. In 15 days. The 150,000 troops we brought from our respective headquarters have lost a staggering 103,000 men in the industrial zone. Tanks, artillery, sentinel mechs, those all cost money. Chairman Bizur, please calm yourself. Across the table, Ken's Aitons, clad in half-power armor, spoke coldly. The representative of the Aitons Night House had his family crest etched onto the left pauldron of his armor. His power sword leaned against his chair, the promethium crystal embedded in the hilt emitting a faint blue glow. In any war, losses are the norm. The Blayek House resisted the Iron Hands Legion for a full 7 days back in their days, and didn't they still turn to ash in the end? But we've only held out for 15 days, and we've lost over 2/3 of our forces. Bizur was practically roaring. Those blue and red monsters, we can't kill them all. Kill one, and 2 more pop up. The frontline report from yesterday said that Blue, bird-headed demon used a single mirror to make 3 companies of our soldiers slaughter each other. He took a breath, his voice lowering but carrying an even deeper chill. Gentlemen, I am speaking as a businessman. Investment requires output. War requires victory. Right now, our situation in the industrial zone, people back at the family headquarters are already starting to question my competence. His words plunged the conference room into a brief silence. Bizur had spoken bluntly, but everyone understood the implication. The internal competition within the 4 major factions of Aurelian IV was no less fierce than their external wars. Just securing the qualification to be stationed in Aru City and intervene in this war was a victory in the power struggle back at headquarters. But if they screwed this up, my Psyker squad was completely wiped out on the 7th day. To the left of the table, a veiled female Psyker, Riley Conmo, spoke softly. Her voice passed through the veil, carrying an ethereal, echoing resonance, a hallmark of high Psykers, whose voices often created a dual resonance in both the material universe and the warp. That blue demon, that hound of heresy. It uses knowledge as a weapon. Riley's fingers lightly traced the tabletop, sparking with psychic energy. 15 members of my squad had their brains overload and explode. The rest, all defected. Furthermore, she continued, the Family Council of Elders has slashed my resource quota for the next quarter. The official reason given was ineffective response to warp threats. The pressure shifted to the final representative. Scoria Kane, the branch representative of the Order of the Omniscient Mind. He was a heavily modified cyborg. His vocalizer emitted a modulated, mechanical voice. Data compiled, within the 15-day operational cycle, our losses are as follows. The red light of his mechanical eye swept over everyone present. Personnel, 103,721 armed personnel, including 1,300 technical specialists. Heavy equipment, 64 Lehman Russ battle tanks, 22 Hellhound flame tanks, 67 Sentinel mechs. Artillery units, 15 heavy self-propelled artillery pieces, 30 Minotaur self-propelled artillery pieces, 134 other towed artillery pieces. Psionic units, 47 official psychers, 133 novice psychers. Addendum, the above losses only account for confirmed destroyed units. Missing, defected, or units turned coat after chaos corruption are not included. Scoria's mechanical hand projected a holographic battle report onto the table. The grisly red numbers flickered before everyone's eyes. And the casualty statistics for the enemy. Confirmed kills of blue demon-class entities, 4,237. Red demon-class entities, 1,694. Other lesser demon entities, approximately 5,000. Chaos-corrupted human rebels, approximately 20,000. Core targets, the blue bird-headed demon and the red hound-headed demon remain unconfirmed kills. The two have appeared on the battlefield 17 times. Each appearance resulted in the collapse of at least one battalion-level unit. The holographic image switched, displaying a map of the industrial zone. The green area, originally marked as a Ru-controlled territory, had shrunk to less than a third of its original size. Meanwhile, the dark purple area representing chaos corruption was expanding outward at a visible rate. Calculated at current advancement speeds, Scoria's mechanical voice remained completely flat. If no effective resistance is mounted, the vanguard of the demonic heresy will reach the Aru Hive city defense perimeter in 12 days. If those two demon personally lead the vanguard, this time will be shortened to 10 days. 10 days. Bizarre muttered, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Ken's Aitons tightened his grip on the hilt of his power sword. Beneath her veil, Riley Conmo whispered softly, as if reciting an incantation. Scoria's mechanical eye flashed red as he continued his report. Summary of responses from respective headquarters. Hisman Merchant Guild, 220,000 local PDF troops have been drawn from their major hive cities. Estimated arrival in 7 days. Additionally, Chairman Bizarre, if Aru City falls, your position will be taken over by your cousin. Bizarre's face instantly went deathly pale. Aiton's Night House, dispatching 90,000 night guards and 3 night mech armored regiments. Estimated arrival in 9 days. Lord Cans, the patriarch of House Aitons hopes to see you personally leading the counteroffensive. Cans scoffed coldly, but a flash of gravity crossed his eyes. Conmo Psyker Dynasty, dispatching 100 additional Psykers and 200 auxiliary Psykers. Estimated arrival in 5 days. Riley remained silent, her veil swaying without any wind. Order of the Omniscient Mind, dispatching 800 Skitarii, 5,000 combat servitors, carrying 10 Lost Cannon turrets and 3 Melta turrets. Estimated arrival in 12 days. The conference room plunged into silence once more. Reinforcements were coming. That was good. But behind every reinforcement was a naked political threat. So. Bizarre spoke slowly, his voice dry. Headquarters hasn't abandoned us, but they've given us an ultimatum. Cans corrected him coldly. If we can't hold Aru City, they'll just send another batch of people to hold it. As for us, heh. He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood. The 4 major factions had stood tall on Aurelian 4 for 80 years, and it wasn't because of their mercy. 80 years ago, when the Iron Hands Legion left, more than just 4 factions rose up. The bones of those failures were still buried deep in some minds, used as filler material for support pillars. We need a plan, Riley said softly. A perfect counterattack plan. We need a victory with enough weight to prove our value to the families. Agreed. The red light of Scoria's mechanical eye swept across the map. However, based on the current combat power ratio, the win rate of conventional tactics is below 37%. Recommendation: petition the planetary governor to intervene and mobilize the main force of the planetary defense force. This suggestion made the other 3 frown. Planetary Governor Harrington, the imperial bureaucrat who collected taxes from Aurelian 4 every 5 years, had always been viewed as nothing more than a mascot by the 4 major factions. His planetary defense force? That was an even bigger joke. The PDF's equipment level was at least 2 tiers lower than the local guard forces of the 4 factions, and their training was worlds apart. Sending the PDF to fight demons. What was the difference between that and sending them to die? The role of the PDF is not to win. Scoria seemed to see right through their thoughts. It is to be consumed. Use the lives of the PDF to whittle down the numbers of the demons and create tactical windows for us. He pulled up another dataset. The standing PDF force in the Northern Hemisphere is approximately 250,000. If emergency conscription is enacted, it can be expanded to 400,000. 400,000. A sharp glint flashed in Bizer's eyes. If we feed those 400,000 men into the industrial zone, it could stall the demons for at least a month. Cans finished the thought. More than enough time for our reinforcements to arrive and complete deployment. Riley's veil swayed slightly. But will the governor agree? 400,000 PDF is practically the entire defensive force of this planet. If they are all consumed in the industrial zone, Aurelian IV will have a defensive vacuum for the next 10 years. He will agree. Bizer sneered. Because if Aru City is lost, his days as governor are over. The Imperium does not want a governor who can't even hold his own planet. He stood up and walked to the window, looking down at Aru City. The upper hive was a sea of brilliant lights. The factory zones of the middle hive were shrouded in smoke. The underhive, the lower depths, were submerged in absolute darkness. Send a message to the governor's palace. Bizer spoke with his back to the room, his voice freezing cold. In the name of the joint command of the four factions, demand that the Planetary Defense Force immediately enter maximum combat readiness and concentrate all forces on Aru City. If the governor refuses or delays, we will report directly to the Departamento Munitorum on Terra, accusing him of dereliction of duty, cowardice, and squandering tactical opportunities in the face of a heretical threat. Scoria's mechanical arms began to type rapidly, sending an encrypted transmission to the governor's palace. The meeting seemed to have reached its conclusion. But just as the four were preparing to leave, Scoria's mechanical eye suddenly flickered. Supplemental intelligence. 3 hours ago, a patrol squad discovered traces of a massive population migration on the edge of the Red Blaze wasteland. Preliminary estimates suggest the migrating population is around 20,000, heading deep into the wasteland. Bizer frowned. The Red Blaze wasteland. Can anyone even survive in that shithole? Trace analysis indicates the migrating column was organized, possessed armed escorts, and... Scoria paused. Traces of laser weapon usage were discovered along the migration path. Cans narrowed his eyes. Which blind bandit gang or rebel group dares to cause trouble at a time like this? They are neither rebels nor bandits. Scoria pulled up several blurry images taken by the patrol squad using telephoto lenses. The escort vehicles show obvious signs of modification, but the modification style does not belong to any known technological school on Aurelian IV. The images zoomed in. They could clearly see that additional steel plates were welded at bizarre angles onto the outer armor of several transport trucks, and heavy machine guns were mounted on the roofs. Send someone to investigate. Bizer ordered coldly. Find out what organization dares to execute such a massive personnel movement during a time like this. If they are a rebel group, they must be marked and purged early. We cannot allow them to trigger another heretical invasion like this one. Agreed. Cans rested his hand on his power sword. But lower the priority, wait until we deal with the demons in the industrial zone, then we'll clean up these rats. Neither Riley nor Scoria objected. After all, compared to the advancing warp corruption, a few rats in the wasteland were indeed not worth mentioning. The four left the conference hall. Meanwhile, in the middle hive of Aru City. Deep, having just forced a promotion to the Middle Hive Registry Office, was now operating under his new identity, looking at the freshly updated list of Middle Hive residents in his hand. In an inconspicuous corner of the list, a few names were noted. Leon Camus. Male. Age 19. Formerly of Underhive Sector XXXX. Now assigned to a management position at Middle Hive Foundry No. 3. Vanessa Liard. Female. Age 22. Formerly of Underhive Sector XXXX. Now assigned to a management position at Middle Hive Textile Mill No. 4. Deep's finger lightly traced over the two names, the corners of his mouth curling up into a slight smirk. Phase 1 complete. He closed the roster interface and accessed the Middle Hive's internal communication network. Next, he had to figure out how to tap into the higher-level information streams, the troop movements of the four factions, the governor's reaction, and exactly which Imperial reinforcements were coming. At the same time, at the Crimson Dawn base, Zeke stood atop the newly expanded wall, watching the Aurelian Youth League training on the wasteland in the distance. 3,000 able-bodied young adults, under the guidance of the players, were practicing basic formations, weapon handling, and tactical coordination. Although their movements were still clumsy, a specific kind of light burned in every single pair of eyes. It was the expectation of the future. Zeke looked up, gazing in the direction of Aru City. We don't have much time left. He muttered to himself, clenching his fists. Below the wall, Elovia, having just woken up, was surrounded by a group of children, telling them the story of how she summoned the giant fireball in Merida town. The little girl's face was still pale from weakness, but her eyes were incredibly bright. She looked up at Zeke and waved her hand vigorously. Zeke smiled and waved back. Then he turned and walked down from the wall. The next half-month would be the most critical development period for Crimson Dawn. Next goal equals 500 power stones.